This is MC of our story, Logan Mlan, the oldest son of a noble family that's basically broke beyond repair. The maids in the house were absolutely terrified of him, and honestly, they had good reason. Just look at the guy's face. Dude looks straight up demon on Viagra. So, one day, Logan decided to visit his father at the castle, but the soldiers straight up blocked him at the gate. No entry. Their excuse was brutal. They said he wasn't worthy. According to them, he was nothing more than the son of the Baron's former wife. Around the castle, people either feared Logan or straight up hated him, because until that point, he really had been arrogant and completely despicable. But things were about to flip, because Logan wasn't the same person they thought they knew anymore. The guard's attitude irritated him badly. So, Logan reached into his outfit, pulled out a pair of gloves, and tossed them directly into the guard's face. Full public humiliation. A move like that meant only one thing: the insult would be paid for with a duel. Logan didn't stop there either. He insulted the guard, saying the real failure here was him, calling him a lifelong mediocre soldier. Dwayne completely lost it. Overcome with rage and emotion, he accepted the duel against the prince. They headed straight to the dueling arena, agreeing to use wooden swords. But here's the thing, knights can use aura. Even with a wooden sword, a strong knight could easily kill a weak warrior. Everyone watching genuinely feared for the prince's life. To them, Logan was obviously a total loser. Dwayne attacked with everything he had, pouring aura into his strike. But Logan dodged with insanely precise timing, slipping past the attack and countering right over Dwayne's sword. The impact was so strong that it knocked the weapon straight out of the guard's hand. He literally couldn't keep hold of it. The crowd froze in shock. Whispers. How did Logan, the so-called loser, know how to fight like that? Logan wasn't satisfied. He told Dwayne he could have a second chance if he wanted. But the soldier was still on the ground, staring at his own hand. He couldn't deny it, the blow had been incredibly heavy. Logan didn't wait for an answer. He stepped in and landed more strikes with the wooden sword. Pure payback for what happened earlier. By the end of it, the entire fight left the castle soldiers shaken to their core. Prince Logan wasn't the weakling he used to be. And the reason behind that changed something none of them could possibly know. The truth is, in the future, when Logan was 40 years old, he was nothing more than a common soldier. His noble family had already been completely destroyed by then. The other soldiers constantly mocked him, especially because, back when Logan was younger, he had lost a duel to his own younger brother. They never understood how someone like him even ended up as a soldier after his entire family was wiped out. Back then, the kingdom had been betrayed, and enemy forces invaded. Every soldier fought bravely, and Logan fought too, but none of it mattered. The kingdom still lost, and in the end, they were all eliminated. That day, Logan died on the battlefield. As his life faded, regret crushed him. He regretted countless things, especially how horrible of a person he had been. More than anything, he wanted to ask his father for forgiveness. Then, suddenly, Logan woke up in his room, completely shaken. He had been injured after taking a blow to the head during the duel against his younger brother. The realization hit him hard. The protagonist couldn't believe it. Was everything he experienced just a nightmare? No, definitely not. He remembered everything too clearly. Logan looked out the window and saw his family's castle, the same place he lived in when he was young. Soon after, his younger brother came to visit him in his room, clearly terrified of how Logan might treat him. The boy was trembling with fear, and it made sense. Logan had always been awful to everyone, especially to him. Logan remembered the last time he treated his brother like absolute garbage, and that moment was exactly why Ronian never tried to get close to him again. Logan's head throbbed as memories flooded in. Ronian genuinely cared about his brother, but the servants knew Logan's reputation all too well. Rick, the butler, told the young master Ronian to leave the room, but for the first time ever, Logan didn't scream. Instead, he spoke gently and told Ronian to come closer. The boy froze in shock. So did the butler, Rick, thinking young master Logan was acting strangely today. Logan wanted to praise Ronian's strength, but the words wouldn't come out. He knew words alone weren't enough after treating him like trash for so long. Then Logan hugged his brother for the very first time. He asked for forgiveness for everything he had done. He admitted that he had been a terrible brother, and that Rome was truly amazing. No one in the room could hold back their tears at that moment. After talking for a while, Ronian finally left Logan alone. The protagonist looked out the window again, and knew for sure this wasn't a dream. He had gone back in time, and this time, he was going to do things differently. This time, he would save his family. A maid accidentally walked into the room and immediately apologized. Rick rushed in after her and apologized too on her behalf, explaining that Mary hadn't done it on purpose. The whole situation was irritating. Logan suddenly realized how ridiculous it was that everyone acted this terrified of him, thinking, just how miserable had he been back then? Logan told them it was nothing and asked them to bring him some paper and pens. Rick and Mary instantly panicked, wondering if the young master was actually going to work now. When they brought what he asked for, Logan thanked them. Rick was stunned to hear that his master really just said, "Thank you." Now the servants felt like they were dreaming. Once again, Logan realized what a piece of trash he used to be. He asked to be left alone so he could work, but before starting, he remembered something important. The war against the Empire would happen in 10 years. That war would be what destroyed his family, because they would be weak and drowning in debt. His goal now was clear. He wasn't just going to change who he used to be, he was going to change his family's fate. On top of that, an internal war in his region, set to happen just 1 year from now, was the very first event that began shattering his territory's reputation. After working for a while and filling pages nonstop, Logan finally decided it was time to go see his father. As he walked through the estate, he noticed the staff turning their faces away from him, avoiding eye contact like it was instinct. They genuinely believed Logan could end their lives on a whim, and that fear was burned into them. Along the way, a maid carrying freshly cleaned clothes didn't notice him approaching and tripped, crashing to the ground. The girl froze completely. In her mind, this was it. Her life was over. But that wasn't what happened. Logan reached out with a gentle hand and helped her back up. For a moment, it felt like some kind of miracle. Then the girl looked at his face. That terrifying face she recognized all too well. Logan wasn't known for kindness. She immediately begged for her life and ran away without daring to look back. Watching her flee, Logan realized something important. Simply acting different wasn't going to fix things overnight. After all, he'd spent years smiling like a damn murderer. When Logan reached his father's office and announced himself, his expression turned cold again. It had been more than 20 years since he'd last seen his father. As expected, the atmosphere inside was icy. The patriarch of House McLean, Patrick McLean, had no reason to show respect to his eldest son. Logan explained why he was there. He asked for permission to undergo isolated training on the family's mountain property. The protagonist still carried the memories of his past life and already knew how night training worked, but his current body was useless, lazy, and completely untrained. On top of that, he needed money to change his family's situation, and becoming stronger would help with that too. He had to be ready, because in 3 months, that girl would arrive. Patrick immediately questioned him, asking if Logan was trying to run away after losing to Ronian. Logan denied it. He admitted that he was weak and that he had wasted his life until now. He wanted to get better. But Patrick had heard these words before. He refused the request, saying Logan's problem wasn't just a lack of effort. Logan had expected that answer. Logan admitted that his behavior had been his biggest flaw, and said he was determined to change it. His father didn't believe him anymore, and ordered him to leave. The request was denied. This was the consequence of everything Logan had done. Still, Logan didn't back down. He told his father that he had been foolish and immature until now, and that this training would be his first step toward real change. Even the most bitter father couldn't completely abandon his child. Patrick finally relented and said this would be Logan's last chance. Before letting him go, he asked if Logan really thought 3 months was enough to catch up to Ronian. Logan answered firmly that the training wasn't about defeating Ronian. It was about defeating himself. When Logan left the room, Patrick felt something he hadn't felt toward his son in a very long time. It's respect. And Logan noticed it. Even though his father said nothing out loud, Logan knew that changing himself was worth it. Logan went to the mountains and stayed there for 3 full months. His goal wasn't just to train his body, but to reach something greater. True warriors could defeat even dragons by using the life force stored within their cores. Day after day, Logan trained himself to absolute exhaustion. By the end of those 3 months, he managed to form his core, something he had only accomplished at 40 years old in his previous life. With it, he could push his body beyond its breaking point. On the final day of training, Logan stood before a massive tree and prepared his strongest move. He focused all his aura, channeling it into his sword and muscles. The strike was powerful enough to slice through space itself before cutting the target clean in half. This was the power he had gained at the end of his previous life, and now he could use it at this young age. Even so, the strain on his weak body was enormous. This was a technique meant only as a last resort. Now it was time to go home and start making real changes. The first change was obvious: his clothes. He smelled like a sewer. When Logan returned home and went to show his progress to his father, the guard Domian stopped him at the entrance, saying, only those with direct McLean blood were allowed to pass without authorization. That was the moment Logan realized his authority within the family was slipping away. Right then and there, Logan challenged Domian to a duel. He shocked every guard in the castle by effortlessly defeating a trained soldier. This was the result of his training and combat experience, and it ensured no other guards would try the same stunt. Later, inside his father's office, Logan and Patrick spoke again. Patrick admitted that what he had seen was impressive, acknowledged Logan's awakening, and asked what had happened during his training. Logan realized his father had been watching, something he never expected. He explained that he had simply abandoned his greed and let everything go. As he trained with that mindset, he eventually felt a force filling him from within. Logan reflected that even if it sounded unbelievable, this insight came from his past life. Only after giving up on avenging his family had he become a force user back then, awakening only after 40. Patrick was impressed that such a simple realization had led to such change, and said Logan had truly transformed. However, he was still furious. After achieving such a breakthrough, the first thing Logan did was attack a knight. Logan argued that the man deserved it, and asked whether his father had heard the full story from the soldiers. Patrick said he had, but still believed those measures weren't necessary. They were necessary, Logan insisted, surprising his father. The knight had tried to deceive his lord's blood and make a fool of him. Letting that slide would poison the family's discipline. Logan then reflected on hierarchy, the foundation that keeps any organization functioning. Once hierarchy is shaken, the organization weakens over time, something he had learned during 10 years as a mercenary. When dealing with armed men, order must be established in a single decisive move. What happened that day would serve as a warning to the other knights. Patrick admitted Dwayne was largely at fault for failing his duty and trying to trick Logan. Still, he felt Logan's actions were risky and said it was better to hold back in the future. Logan was shocked by how easily his father forgave him, especially compared to his previous life. Seeing Logan's expression, Patrick even joked and asked if he wanted a punishment. Logan replied that he was good. Patrick ended the conversation by saying he still didn't approve of what Logan had done and warned him never to act like that again without permission, especially since he hadn't officially received his rank yet. Logan respectfully said he would remember that. Soon after that, Logan's father announced that his fiancée, Reena, would be visiting soon. At first glance, Logan looked surprised by the news, but it wasn't surprise at all. It was pure excitement. The day to get the cash was finally approaching. Right on cue, Princess Reena Wolves was formally introduced. Every lady present fell silent, completely stunned by her beauty, and every guard instantly felt jealous of Logan. When Reena stepped forward, she greeted Lord McLean gracefully, saying it had been far too long and politely asking about his well-being. Patrick McLean, momentarily stunned by her appearance, commented on how she had grown into a beautiful woman since the last time he saw her. Rick watched from a distance as well, clearly impressed by how much she had matured, but then he glanced at Master Logan, who didn't look impressed in the slightest. Reena then said she had a letter entrusted to her by her father, the Count, and began reading it aloud. The letter was addressed to Baron Patrick McLean, and it was painfully boring. Over the next 30 minutes, even the guards struggled to stay awake, but the ending snapped everyone back to reality. The final request stated that due to unavoidable circumstances, the arranged marriage between Reena and Logan was to be cancelled. After hearing the letter, Logan quickly understood the message behind it. The Wolves clan had expected Patrick McLean to become a powerful aura user, but instead he had remained a high-ranking knight for over 20 years. And to make matters worse, Logan himself was considered a complete loser. Joining the Wolf clan with the McLeans simply made no sense anymore, so they chose to go their separate ways. Patrick was furious. Breaking off the marriage for such vague reasons was nothing but an insult. He understood immediately that the Wolves were trying to humiliate House McLean. Reena denied that, saying she had personally asked to be the messenger because she feared Patrick would misunderstand their intentions. She wanted to clear things up face to face. She spoke about her vivid memories of spending a year at the McLean residence as a child. She recalled the peaceful days, the beautiful surroundings, and the good moments she shared with Logan. Those memories meant a lot to her, and she didn't want to let them go. But she was bound to her family's will and had no choice but to obey her superiors. The only thing she could do was come in person and apologize to Logan and Patrick. Everyone was moved, murmuring that her heart was as beautiful as her face. Everyone except Logan, his stepmother Mary, and Daddy Patrick. Mary bluntly asked Reena what the real reason behind the breakup was. She demanded to know what these so-called unavoidable circumstances actually were. Logan thought about his stepmother, Ronian's biological mother, and how she had always treated him as an enemy because of the succession issue. He hadn't expected her to interfere, but family honor was clearly a different matter. Reena apologized again and avoided the question, claiming she didn't know the real reason. She explained that since she was only meant to marry into another family, her father never discussed important matters with her. Mary grew furious and concluded that this explained why Reena had come to announce the breakup without any clear justification. Reena, visibly terrified, her white dress now stained with her makeup melted by sweat, looked up at the McLeans and announced that to compensate for the inconvenience, the Wolf clan was willing to pay 3 million gold pieces. McLean's financial manager, Dwayne nearly had a heart attack on the spot. Logan, on the other hand, was thrilled. He thought the money was finally his, but no chance. Patrick nearly exploded with rage, demanding to know how she dared to propose something like that. A knight from the Wolf House immediately stepped in front of Reena, protecting her, and begged Patrick to calm down. Patrick, asked whether he was a high-ranking knight like himself, admitting that it was impressive for someone so young to reach that level. He continued, saying that perhaps injuring the rising star of the Wolves family would be fair compensation for the dishonor inflicted on the McLeans. The knight replied that his master, Chiron Wolves, regarded Lord McLean as an honorable man and would never target the young princess or anyone younger. Reena then spoke up, saying she also did not wish to buy honor with money. She asked them to accept the gold as a sincere gesture to preserve the friendship between the two families. Patrick clenched his teeth. If he pushed further, he would lose his own honor. He realized this was exactly why Karen had sent these young people. Patrick stated that a visitor was still a visitor, even if they brought bad luck, and that House McLean would never harm its guests. However, he firmly refused the Wolves clan's one-sided offer. House McLean asked for only one thing. Princess Reena Wolf was to personally and sincerely apologize to Logan. Patrick made it clear that he would accept no other compensation. At that moment, Logan stepped in. As the person directly involved, he said he had a request. Internally, Logan knew they needed to accept the money. Letting them off with words alone was insane. 3 million gold was the entire annual budget of House McLean. Half of their current funds came from his stepmother's family, and if that support vanished, they would go bankrupt instantly. And for what? Honor. To Logan, it felt like everyone had lost their minds. Logan told his father he wanted to accept the Wolves' terms. Patrick became furious again, asking if Logan intended to make him go back on his word. Logan thought about the pressure his father carried. Even without aura, Patrick was still a high-ranking knight, but that meant nothing compared to others in the kingdom. If he couldn't handle this, he would never move forward. Patrick insisted House McLean wasn't poor enough to sell its honor for money. Logan sighed deeply and replied that they were exactly that poor. He explained that House McLean already owed the bank 3 million gold pieces. The annual interest alone was 150,000 gold. Without Kiros's money, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. They were the kingdom's biggest family of beggars. On top of that, they owed over 2 million gold to the kingdom they served. Settling this matter with just an apology would only spread rumors that they had bowed to the Wolves. Reena tried to intervene, claiming the Wolves clan wasn't irrational and respected House McLean's honor. Logan immediately asked whether she truly found it rational to unilaterally break off the engagement. A memory from Logan's past life surfaced. Back then, he had believed Reena was genuinely saddened by their separation, but that belief shattered after one incident. He remembered being alone with her in a bedroom. Reena thanked him for coming and said that even if things ended that day, she wanted to create one last memory together. Logan, believing his life as a noble was over, asked her to run away with him that night. That was when she threw a knife at his face, forcing him to draw his sword to defend himself. Reena tore her own clothes and accused him of thinking someone like him deserved her. She mocked him, told him to learn his place, and asked why he even carried a sword after losing to a child. Outside, a thunderstorm raged as she screamed, accusing Logan of trying to assault her. With his sword already drawn, the lie was easy to believe. Logan remembered how he had already been blamed for countless things, to the point where not even his family trusted him. In the end, House McLean had been forced to apologize to the Wolves and pay heavy compensation. Because of Reena, Logan had never been able to trust women again. He thought of her as a street bitch and vowed that this time she wouldn't get away with it. After recalling all this, Logan reconsidered his plan. He had intended to slowly rebuild his reputation by showing everyone he had changed, but the fight with Damien made him realize something crucial. Soldiers ignored disrespect toward him, and rumors about his loss to his brother had spread while he was gone. You couldn't transform the family by winning over people like them. With only 9 months left until the regional war, reputation no longer mattered. Saving his family did. Logan swallowed his pride and told Reena he would accept the Wolves clan's compensation, even if it meant defying his own family. Reena was speechless. Patrick exploded with anger, demanding to know how Logan dared oppose his will. Logan replied calmly that he wasn't satisfied with empty apologies, leaving his father stunned. Words carried away by the wind had no value, and honor built on them was just as light. Reena tried to salvage the situation, saying the Wolf clan wished to obey the Baron's decision, and asked Patrick what he chose. Logan saw through her act, realizing she was trying to protect her father's reputation, and was likely terrified of paying 3 million gold. Patrick looked down at Reena and declared that as the head of House McLean, he would accept only a sincere apology. However, he would leave it to Logan to decide whether the apology was sincere. Mary was furious. Patrick warned Logan to think carefully, reminding him that accepting money for dishonor would open the door for honor to be traded again in the future. Logan didn't hesitate. As the one directly involved in the broken engagement, he accepted the compensation offered by the Wolves clan. The decision shocked Mary and visibly upset Reena. Patrick, disappointed, said he thought Logan had improved, but instead he had changed for the worse. He blamed himself for failing to teach him the true value of honor. Logan said nothing out loud, but in his mind, he knew everything he was doing was for the sake of his family. Back in his room, after receiving the handsome compensation from Reena Wolves, Logan was interrupted by a knock on the door. Assuming it was Rick, he casually told whoever it was to come in. Instead, Dwayne, the family's financial advisor, stepped inside. Seeing him there immediately made Logan wonder what this man was plotting. Inside Dwayne's mind, a long train of thoughts unfolded. As House McLean's financial advisor, he had been forced to manage the entire estate with a budget that kept shrinking year after year. On one side were soldiers constantly demanding better weapons, and on the other were servants struggling to secure enough supplies to survive the winter. To fill the financial gaps, Dwayne spent most of his days begging the patriarchs for funds. At times, he genuinely questioned whether he was a financial advisor or just the king of beggars. He often thought that if this wasn't his hometown, he would have resigned long ago. But now, things were finally different. With the 3 million gold, he could finally breathe easy for at least a few years. The only obstacle he saw standing in his way was that idiot. In his mind, Logan would surely have to split the 3 million with him. Dwayne put on a polite smile and told Logan he had only come by to greet him after the impressive showing he made the day before. The way Logan defended himself and refused to yield to unfair external pressure proved he was an incredible apprentice, worthy of becoming the heir of House McLean. As Dwayne praised him, he imagined his flattery had deeply touched Logan. After all, the boy had never been praised before, having only ever caused trouble. Taking his money should be easy, but Logan wasn't impressed in the slightest. Dwayne continued, saying that in times like these, 3 million gold was like rain falling in the middle of a desert. Logan's clever handling of the situation had allowed the family to breathe again. Logan remained completely stone-faced and replied that he didn't see why the family would feel relieved, since the money belonged to him. Hearing that, Dwayne felt all hope drain out of him. He believed Logan intended to keep every coin for himself, but he forced himself to stay calm. After 20 years as the McLean family's financial advisor, swallowing his pride had become second nature. This situation was no different. Suddenly, he began to cry. That reaction caught Logan off guard. He asked if the family's situation was really that bad. Dwayne explained that Logan might not know this, but House McLean already owed 3 million gold to Cooper Bank. He tried to continue, saying the interest alone amounted to 150,000 gold per year, but Logan interrupted him and finished the sentence himself. Dwayne stared at him in shock and asked if he already knew. Logan replied that the interest shouldn't be a problem. After all, it was harvest season, and the income from the harvest should cover it. Dwayne desperately tried to explain that simply running the barony cost an enormous amount of money, and that the family was always operating on an extremely tight budget. He suggested that even a little help could change things, but Logan cut him off again, making it clear he didn't want to hear it. Confused, Dwayne asked why Logan wouldn't help, especially since he had opposed the Baron earlier for the sake of the family. Logan agreed with him. He said he would use the money for the family's benefit, but not to cover the Baron's immediate expenses. Instead, he needed to prepare for the future. Dwayne grew furious inside, thinking Logan had no idea what he was talking about and should just hand over the money immediately. Logan then calmly asked whether paying off the family's debts would truly change anything. Dwayne argued that a larger budget would make managing the estate easier for at least a few years. Logan pressed further, asking what would happen after that. Even if things improved temporarily, they would eventually fall back into debt, because House McLean had no special products to sell. It was a vicious cycle, and Logan intended to break it with a plan of his own. For that plan, he needed the money. Dwayne was completely stunned. He wondered if this was really the same young master he knew. He had always thought Logan was a careless kid who had no interest in family affairs. Logan then said he had a favor to ask. If Dwayne helped him, Logan might even share a portion of the money to help cover some family expenses. Dwayne immediately asked what he needed. Logan answered simply, he needed to gather mercenaries. Later, Logan spoke with Rick. It looked like he was preparing to leave again, and Rick immediately demanded to know where the hell he was going. It hadn't even been long since Logan returned from his isolated training. Logan replied that he was leaving to make money. Rick pointed out that Logan already had a substantial amount, but Logan insisted it wasn't enough. He explained that the patriarch would never allow him to leave now, especially with the tension inside the castle, but Logan had no intention of asking for permission. He planned to slip out quietly. Rick was shocked, but Logan didn't care. He knew that if he couldn't change his reputation now, it would never change. That meant gathering power from outside the family. Luckily, he knew exactly what was happening beyond the estate. Just like in his past life, when he had been kicked out of the family, he already knew his first step was to find a certain individual. Rick tried to reason with him, saying he wasn't thinking straight, and that becoming a fugitive at this point would only make things worse. Logan grew irritated by Rick's persistence. Rick asked what Logan planned to do if he simply ran away, and even said that if Logan really intended to leave, he might as well trample all over him first. Logan was already close to doing just that, given how little Rick seemed to care. Logan reassured him, saying everything would be fine. He would leave a letter for his father, so that no one would blame Rick. Rick asked what he planned to write, but Logan only smiled in response. Rick finally let out a sigh of relief. After Logan disappeared, Rick delivered the letter to the patriarch, who looked like he was ready to turn D-Day into a child's game. The letter began with a long, formal greeting, and explained that, heartbroken over the broken engagement, I had decided to leave for some fresh air but would return soon. Signed by Logan Mlan. After that, Rick could only cry, praying for the young master's safe return. A history of the Mlan family is then laid out, revealing that just 200 years ago, the family didn't hold the position it does today. Back then, their territory stretched into neighboring counties, and they were respected as the rulers of the southwest region of the Kingdom of Grandia. However, by the time of the current lord, Patrick Mclean, the incompetence of the last 3 generations had dragged the family down. Their title was downgraded, and their territory shrank dramatically. The massive grain depot, once known as the Mclean Plains, was handed over to a powerful vassal, and the fertile lands were split apart and distributed elsewhere. The place the Mcleans were left with felt like exile. Dry, barren land near the southern mountains, as if they had been kicked out entirely. From that moment on, financial hardship became inevitable. There were no notable regional products, and unlike other mountainous territories, there were no copper mines either. Logan reflected that even if they somehow won the upcoming regional war, they would still have to keep begging Kyros for support. To break this endless cycle, he needed a massive amount of money, far more than the 3 million gold he currently had. He knew there was someone who could help him do that. As Logan entered Cairo, the largest commercial city in the Kingdom of Grandia, voices filled the air from every direction. Merchants shouted out offers for rings, shields, fresh fruits, and vegetables. Walking through the city made Logan realize just how remote and miserable the Mclean barony truly was. According to his memories, the man he was looking for had spent his youth in Cairo, and rumor said he still lived nearby. That man was known as the Golden Beetle, Philip Claude. He was a key figure in the Ares Empire, the strongest nation on the continent. The empire was a centralized power built on merit, meaning talent alone could elevate someone, regardless of age or gender. Even foreigners could rise to power and wealth there. Philip Claude was the perfect example. Born in Grandia, he became one of the richest merchants in the empire and the largest arms dealer on the continent. To many, he was branded a traitor to the Kingdom of Grandia. In reality, however, despite being called the Golden Beetle, Philip had quietly supported people from his homeland and used his wealth to help create the miracle of Grandia's sovereignty. As Logan walked through the streets, he noticed a young man standing in the middle of the road and wondered if that could be him. The boy had just been scammed and was staring blankly ahead, clearly wondering how he would survive without a single coin to his name. Logan had heard rumors that Philip's business collapsed due to a scam, but witnessing it firsthand was far worse than he imagined. As the boy seemed to spiral into despair, even contemplating ending it all, Logan approached and tried to start a conversation, asking if he was Philip Claude. Philip confirmed it, though suspiciously, and asked who Logan was. From Logan's red eyes, steady gaze, and worn armor, Philip assumed the young man was dangerous. Logan said he wanted to talk for a moment, but Philip remained wary, questioning how Logan even knew who he was. At that moment, Philip noticed something in Logan's eyes he had seen countless times before: greed. He quickly theorized that this young man, dressed in old armor and appearing at such timing, must be some mercenary thug. Logan tried to explain himself, but Philip panicked and started yelling that the payment deadline hadn't arrived yet. He shouted that the sale of his commercial property would be finalized in 3 days and told Logan to come back then. Logan assured him he wasn't there to collect any debt. Philip, barking like a rabid dog, kept yelling that none of his sales had gone through yet and ordered Logan to leave. Logan tried again to calm him, saying he wasn't there to collect money, but to invest. That stopped Philip cold. When he asked if Logan was serious, Logan confirmed it. Philip started thinking that if this man wasn't here to collect debts, then he had to be insane for wanting to invest in someone who had completely failed. Still, part of him wondered if Logan might be telling the truth. He asked how much Logan wanted to invest. Logan flipped the question back, asking how much Philip needed and saying he would help him clear his debts and get back on his feet. Philip remained suspicious and carefully studied Logan's expression and the dirt-stained armor. He concluded the young man must have traveled a long distance. When Logan pressed again for an amount, Philip snapped, calling him a disgusting scoundrel. He accused Logan of trying to trick him like everyone else had. He went on to say that he wasn't an investor and that the crest on Logan's armor marked him as a member of the Mclean barony in the southwest. To Philip, the Mcleans were nothing but beggars, living off their rich relatives. How could a family that couldn't even pay its debts afford to invest? He warned Logan that impersonating a noble could get him executed, and complained that Logan had chosen the wrong target, since he was completely broke. Logan analyzed the situation calmly. Even at rock bottom, Philip still showed sharp judgment, exactly what you'd expect from a future tycoon. Logan wondered how to calm him down as Philip ranted in the street about not having money to eat, let alone to die. Then Logan had an idea. He asked Philip to pay attention and released his aura. Philip was left stunned. Someone who awakened force so early wouldn't throw it away on a petty scam. He apologized, admitting that too much had happened recently, and that he was overly sensitive. He asked what Logan really wanted from him. Logan replied that he wanted to hire him permanently and, as a bonus, pay off all his debts. Philip grew suspicious again and asked whether the Mlan family even had that kind of money. Logan asked how much the debt was, estimating around 250,000 gold, and said he would cover it and provide another 300,000 on top of that. He then revealed the cash he'd been carrying. Philip stared at Logan as if he were an angel. He signed the contract immediately. The terms were simple and terrifying. If Philip ever tried to harm his boss intentionally, he would suffer unbearable pain, as if his soul were being ripped apart. The witch who sealed the contract explained that if Philip didn't like the terms, he could awaken his force and become at least a high-ranking knight, hire a four-circle mage, or pay several hundred times the contract's value to break the curse. Philip was left speechless yet again. She dismissed them casually, telling them to come back sometime. Philip wondered if he had just been completely screwed. He realized that a single page of the magic contract was worth 30 slaves, meaning he had just paid a fortune to make Logan his savior. Logan explained that since they barely knew each other, trust didn't exist yet. If he was investing a fortune, he needed a guarantee. Once trust was built, the contract would be removed. He extended his hand. Philip thought the contract was a mess, with no deadlines or conditions, but he had no choice. He shook Logan's hand. When he asked what Logan needed him to do first, Logan replied that they needed to buy monster meat. Philip immediately called him a psychopath. Logan thought the reaction was understandable. Monster blood and flesh were poisonous, and burning them was considered common sense. But in a few years, everything would change. Once word spread that monster blood could be neutralized with common ingredients, food-scarce regions began consuming monsters. That winter, cases of deficiency started disappearing after people consumed Kellogg meat. Even individuals with injuries that caused sterility saw improvement. A year later, the Royal Magic Tower confirmed the findings. The Kellogg monster vanished from the continent as the species was hunted to extinction after it was proven to enhance fertility. With that knowledge, Logan knew he could easily make 3 million gold, maybe far more depending on how much he secured. Walking beside a madman like this, Philip glanced at Logan with disappointment and wondered if it wouldn't be better to just run away. Inside a tavern, Logan and Philip sat down to discuss what their next move should be. Logan casually told Philip that he wanted to purchase monster meat worth 1 million gold coins. Philip nearly lost his mind hearing that and thought Logan had completely gone insane. Logan told him to calm down, confidently assuring him that he would make money even if he spent that much. Philip strongly objected and asked if Logan was absolutely sure about what he was doing. Logan confirmed without hesitation. Philip then asked what the price range per unit was for Kellogg meat. He explained that Kellogg meat was practically worthless at the moment. Most people simply burned it because there were no buyers. If someone at level 0 was sent to retrieve the bodies, it would cost around 200 gold due to kingdom transport fees. That fee was charged per unit. However, if multiple Kellogg's were transported together, the cost would drop significantly. Philip was impressed that Logan had even considered transport fees and admitted that Logan's calculations were correct. He asked if, with that price per unit and a budget of 1 million gold, Logan planned to hire a mercenary guild to conduct a kingdom-wide hunt and buy everything they brought back. Logan confirmed it and asked if Philip saw any issues with that plan. Philip immediately explained that the approach was wrong. Since monster meat was being discarded anyway, Logan should hire a merchant guild instead. Merchants would transport and sell anything as long as there was money involved. Even if it was considered trash, they would gladly bring it. Philip confidently added that once Logan placed the order, they would likely deliver every piece of Kellogg meat in the kingdom, already cut and prepared. Logan was impressed, thinking his investment was already paying off. Half-jokingly and somewhat suspiciously, he called Philip an adorable punk. Philip brushed it off and told Logan not to worry about money anymore. From now on, everything would be handled by him. After all, his own future depended on Logan's success. Logan then handed Philip a list of materials, including ironwood cartridges, springs, and glue, instructing him to buy them in large quantities. Philip once again grew suspicious and asked if Logan was planning to open a toy factory. Logan replied that he had something far better in mind. In reality, Logan was having Philip acquire raw materials for weapons of war. He remembered how weapons made from these exact materials had been used during the invasion of the Kingdom of Grandia in his past life. Depending on the situation, even a single soldier equipped with them could hold back a knight. He also recalled that he had already tasked Dwayne with hiring mercenaries. Simply putting these weapons in their hands would be enough to gain a major advantage in the regional war. However, before that could happen, Logan needed two things: a craftsman capable of producing these weapons, and an instructor skilled enough to train the mercenaries. 2 days later, in Harun, the city of mercenaries, Logan was speaking with Kaisalon, a rank A mercenary, attempting to hire him as an instructor. Kaisalon explained that he had never trained anyone productively before. Logan insisted the job wouldn't be difficult, since he only needed Kaisalon to train rank C mercenaries. Still hesitant, Kaisalon said he didn't know what Logan had heard, but all he had ever done was guide a few young people. He suggested Logan leave the task to professional instructors. Logan internally dismissed the excuse. He knew Kaisalon well from his past life. Kaisalon could wield every existing weapon, had exceptional horsemanship, and more importantly, was an outstanding instructor. The mercenary squad Kaisalon trained after retiring from a serious injury had been stronger than any other. Logan offered 4,000 gold coins. Kaisalon refused. Logan raised it to 6,000. Still no. 7,000. Kaisalon continued refusing, claiming money couldn't buy everything. Logan raised it again to 8,000. That was the breaking point. Kaisalon finally accepted, even thanking Logan in advance. As they talked, Logan revealed that he was the firstborn son of Baron McLean, and asked if Kaisalon wasn't curious why he was hiring mercenaries from the countryside. Kaisalon replied that he didn't care, as long as he was paid. Walking through the streets, they witnessed a man whipping a group of people, shouting that if they were late again, he would kill them all. Kaisalon explained that Harun was known as the city of mercenaries and slaves, and that scenes like this were common. The city soon turned into a full slave market. Logan replied that he was familiar with this reality and even considered buying a slave himself. A merchant noticed him, assuming he was a clueless country bumpkin, and called him over, boasting about unbeatable prices. The moment the merchant recognized Kaisalon, his face went pale with fear. Seeing that, Logan relaxed, thinking that hiring Kaisalon had already been worth it. They arrived at a shop with far more guards than the others. Logan immediately realized this was the place. An elderly merchant greeted him and said he assumed Logan knew what he was getting into. Logan replied that he was there to buy a dwarf. The merchant confirmed he had come to the right place and explained that races from other worlds were rare, which was why they were treated carefully. He first showed a pair of elves, boasting about how difficult they were to obtain. Logan showed no interest and told him to bring out the chained dwarf in the back. The merchant pointed out that it was clearly a dwarf and added that even among dwarves, famous for craftsmanship, this one had reached an expert level. That surprised Logan. He had always believed dwarves were naturally skilled craftsmen, but an expert was beyond what he expected. Logan asked for the price. The merchant said it would start at 200,000 gold. Logan looked him up and down and asked if he looked like a fool. The merchant nearly wet himself and immediately lowered the price by 50,000. Kaisalon was shocked by how easily Logan forced the price down. The dwarf commented that Logan was ruthless. Logan thought it was just common sense. Logan told the dwarf he was taking him to the Mechlin estate in the southwest and that he would do the work assigned to him. The dwarf agreed without resistance. Logan reflected that while dwarves were renowned craftsmen, slave dwarves were different. Without passion, they couldn't create true works. Logan promised that if the dwarf worked sincerely for the next 20 years, he would be sent back to the mountains. 20 years meant nothing to a dwarf. The promise made him happy, and he attempted to thank Logan. At that moment, another slave broke free and tried to escape. He didn't get far before a soldier caught him. Logan immediately recognized the slave. Blue hair, blue eyes, a familiar presence. Logan muttered aloud, catching Kaisalon's attention. He couldn't believe he had found the noble slayer here. Logan remembered his past life. Once a slave, this man escaped after killing his masters and began slaughtering nobles and knights. After disappearing for 10 years, he reappeared as an aura user and devoted his life to killing nobles, earning the title of Noble Slayer. Logan realized the timeline matched. This escape attempt should happen a year after Logan became a mercenary, meaning this man was still a slave. If Logan saved him now, he would gain a future aura user. The problem was that the man was a violent psychopath. Logan decided that if he ever became uncontrollable, he would simply imprison him. As the master raised his whip again, Logan drew his sword and blocked the strike to the man's leg. The slave trader noticed the family crest and immediately grew arrogant, assuming Logan was a customer. He apologized, claiming the slave was misbehaving and needed discipline. Logan said he wanted to buy slaves, pointing to the two children. The merchant warned him that both were rare and expensive, one red-haired, the other blue-eyed. The merchant quoted 10,000 gold each. Logan calculated that a strong slave cost about 300 gold, and scoffed at the absurd markup. He countered with 500 gold per child. The merchant protested, but Logan snapped, asking if he thought Logan didn't know slave prices. The merchant panicked and accepted, blaming Victor for always causing trouble. Kaisalon carried the injured boy on his back, surprised by his fast recovery. Logan casually said it was nothing, though in truth he had been slowly releasing force to heal him. Victor suddenly tried to attack Logan. He didn't even get close. Logan grabbed him by the neck and asked if he was brave or just stupid. He warned Victor to choose his enemies better. Logan promised safety for him and his sister if he obeyed, but threatened to kill them both if it happened again. He released him and said he planned to raise Victor as a knight. Victor asked if he was serious. Logan confirmed it, and explained that knights were honorary nobles and could escape slavery. Not just Victor, but his sister as well. Victor swore loyalty instantly. Watching them, Logan realized his assumption was correct. The sister was the key to controlling the noble slayer's violence. Logan stated that their training would begin as soon as they returned home. Logan then asked Hamar the dwarf to step closer for a moment. He told him he would begin drafting a contract, a magical one, and clearly explained its terms. If Hamar worked for him for the next 20 years, Logan would personally send him back to the mountains afterward. Hamar was stunned. He couldn't believe Logan was serious about returning him to his own people. Logan continued calmly, saying that it was hard to trust promises made of nothing but words carried away by the wind. He asked if there was any issue with the contract, or if Hamar didn't want to go through with it. Hamar responded immediately and gratefully. He said he wanted it with all his heart, and would do anything Logan asked of him. He kept thanking him, unable to believe that someone would truly do this for him. Watching his reaction, Logan thought to himself that if all it took to motivate Hamar was a contract, then he was the one gaining the most here. He reflected that this entire venture had already given him everything he wanted and more. Not only had he secured proper preparations for the upcoming clan war, but he had also managed to get his hands on the noble slayer. Everything was progressing smoothly. What he didn't know at that moment was that rumors about his strange behavior had already spread throughout the Mlan estate while he was away. His reputation had completely tanked. Rick, meanwhile, was drowning in confusion, trying desperately to contain the situation, while wondering what the hell the young master was even doing anymore. Soon after, Logan returned home, and no one in the world was happier to see him than Rick. Logan greeted him casually and asked how he had been. Rick nearly lost it, asking whether Logan was serious for even saying that. Barely holding himself together, he demanded to know what Logan had been doing, and whether he had heard the rumors flying around. According to those rumors, Logan had become a perverted monster who spent 150,000 gold on monster meat. Rick explained what had happened. A few days earlier, someone named Philip had gathered every merchant he could find and announced that he wanted to buy monster meat in the name of Logan Mlan. Even before that, people had already been gossiping about Logan, about his broken engagement, and how he had practically robbed his fiancée. Philip, unaware of Logan's past, assumed his master was just some eccentric lunatic. Still, he saw opportunity in the chaos. He deliberately spread even more bizarre rumors about monster meat to attract sellers. Then he dropped the purchase price as low as possible while still keeping merchants interested, offering 1 gold piece per kilogram. He knew no merchant would refuse selling trash if someone was willing to pay for it. He even told them to bring every bit of monster meat they could get their hands on. Philip's aggressive sales tactics worked. Merchants began gathering monster meat in large quantities, and rumors about Logan spread across nearly the entire thieves' quarter. Hearing all of this, Logan simply commented that Philip had done his job perfectly. Rick was stunned. He couldn't understand how Logan could laugh at a time like this. Logan told him to look at the expressions of the people who had come back with him, and think about how many rumors they must have heard to be wearing faces like that. To Logan, there was nothing to worry about. He calmly said that everything would be over soon. Rick warned him not to be so relaxed. The next thing waiting for him was a meeting with the patriarch, and he was furious. Inside his father's office, Patrick asked Logan whether he had enjoyed running away from home. Logan answered honestly that the trip had been worth it. Patrick said he had heard plenty of rumors about the strange and reckless things Logan had been doing, but at least it seemed like something had come out of it. Logan defended himself, saying rumors were nothing more than baseless nonsense, and that he didn't regret any of his actions. His stepmother immediately cut in, telling Patrick that she had warned him already. Logan had no awareness of his own standing, and didn't understand how his behavior could disgrace the family. Logan didn't even let her finish. He interrupted her, saying she was exaggerating. All he had done was use the money from the broken engagement in a way he saw fit. Mary pushed again, asking Patrick if he had heard that, and whether he was still going to take Logan's side after everything. That was when Patrick finally snapped. He shouted for her to stop, then calmly but firmly told her to leave the room. He wanted to speak with Logan alone. Once they were alone, Patrick warned Logan that this was the final chance he would give him. Standing in front of his furious father, Logan felt a rare sense of fear. Patrick asked what was really going on in his son's head, and said they needed to talk honestly about everything that had happened. Logan knew his father wouldn't overlook things this time. He replied that even if he explained, Patrick wouldn't understand. Patrick shot back, asking whether Logan was the one who didn't want to be understood. He asked if Logan realized what people were saying about him, that he was violent, cruel, obsessed with money, and even unstable. Patrick asked how much longer he was supposed to keep covering for him, and if the time ever came when he couldn't anymore, he begged Logan to at least warn him. That way, Patrick could tell himself he had done everything possible for the sake of Logan's deceased mother. Logan was stunned. Patrick had never mentioned his mother in his previous life, not even when Logan was cast out. That alone made him think his father hadn't fully given up on him yet. So Logan asked for one more thing. He asked Patrick to give him 1 year. He promised that within that year, he would prove the reasons behind everything he was doing. Once again, he pleaded for one final chance. Later, Patrick was shown alone in his room. replaying the conversation in his mind. He admitted to himself how strange it felt for a father and son to be negotiating favors like strangers. He thought that if Logan failed to prove himself after 1 year, he would have to make a decision, because before being a father, he was the patriarch of House McLean. Patrick looked at a portrait of Logan's mother and apologized to her, saying he didn't understand what was happening to their son. He continued speaking to her image, admitting that he had promised to protect Logan and raise him properly, but in the end, everything had fallen apart because of his own neglect. Walking through the castle corridors, Logan suddenly ran into his younger brother. What he saw made him freeze. Ronian had awakened his force. Ronian commented that Logan guessed it quickly, and added that he had caught up faster than expected. Logan felt genuine happiness, seeing Ronian awaken so early, at only 14 years old. In his past life, Ronian's force had only manifested during the clan war, but this time it had happened far sooner. Ronian told Logan that it was thanks to him. Seeing Logan's confusion, he explained that when Logan returned, the knights tried to stop him from reaching him. In that moment of desperation, his force awakened, and he ended up defeating the knights just to meet Logan. Logan burst out laughing and praised him, telling him he had done well. He thought that once Ronian's force stabilized, teaching him the secrets of the divine sword would make him far stronger than he ever was in the past. Later, in a cabin south of the McLean estate, Logan met with Dwayne. Dwayne informed him that all 35 rank C mercenaries he requested had arrived. The mercenaries were furious. It had been 10 days since they were summoned, and none of them had seen Logan even once. Some muttered that a petty baron's family wouldn't dare provoke a mercenary guild unless they were insane. Others said they might never find out, since the rumors surrounding Logan had already reached them and weren't light at all. They mocked his appearance, saying he wore armor and carried a sword like he was pretending to be a soldier. Hearing all this, Logan realized that if he didn't put these professional scoundrels in their place, he'd never be able to control them. He addressed one of the mercenaries directly and asked if he thought it was funny to wear armor and carry a sword. The man replied that he didn't understand, and asked how Logan had even heard his comment from that distance. Logan mocked him openly, saying that way of thinking only worked if you had the talent to back it up. He called him nothing more than an insignificant C-rank mercenary, and asked what imaginary skills gave him the confidence to look down on others. He sarcastically asked if he had offended him, acknowledging that even low-level men had pride, and told him to step forward if he wanted to settle it. Logan then made a clear offer. If the mercenary could land even a single hit on him, he would be allowed to leave immediately, and would be paid a full year's salary. Logan swore it on his noble honor, and made sure everyone present served as witnesses. The mercenary stepped forward, pleased, saying Logan couldn't take his words back now. He tried to intimidate Logan by sizing him up, but his massive build only drew comments from the crowd. Some wondered if he was already rank B. Others said he might reach it after this job. Logan scoffed, realizing that was exactly where the man's confidence came from. The mercenary told Logan to attack first. Logan replied that he would regret that choice. The mercenary ignored the warning, claiming he had used a sword far longer and didn't need to worry. He even asked if Logan needed any advantages. Logan focused his force and punched him square in the face. The impact stunned everyone. The duel ended instantly, with the mercenary sprawled on the ground and teeth flying through the air. The remaining mercenaries stared in disbelief. Logan simply stretched his shoulder, scoffed, and asked if anyone else felt like running their mouth. They couldn't believe someone his age had already mastered force. It felt absurd. Kaisalon watched quietly, thinking he had always known Logan was different, but never imagined he was this capable. Logan declared that no one would be making comments anymore. He then formally introduced himself as Logan Mlan, the one who had summoned them. He explained that many of them were probably wondering why he was spending so much money to hire mercenaries. He told them his plan was to train them into crossbow knights. Dwayne and Kaisalon were both surprised, and the mercenaries didn't know what to make of it. One of them muttered that they would spend most of their time reloading. Kaisalon quietly told Logan that crossbows were inefficient weapons for knights. Logan replied that he already knew that. Confused, Kaisalon asked why he would insist on them anyway. Logan explained that crossbows were far more destructive than bows, but inexperienced users needed over a minute to reload on horseback. Even carrying several loaded crossbows, they would run out of firepower quickly. It was no surprise they were confused. Logan told Kaisalon to train them properly first, even if he thought Logan was just wasting money playing soldier. He assured him the reason would become clear later. As a final statement, Logan said that crossbow cavalry would become a powerful force for House McLean, not just for the upcoming war, but even beyond the conflict with the thieves. Kaisalon still didn't fully understand, but he accepted his master's orders. A few days later, Logan sat alone in his room, staring at a sheet of paper in his hands. Out of the 350 mercenaries they had recruited, only 312 had passed the basic qualification test. After reviewing the numbers, Logan decided it was more than sufficient. Before he could think further, someone interrupted him. It was Hamar, who asked what kind of document Logan had received. Logan explained that it was a schematic for a crossbow he wanted Hamar to build. He added that the design might look crude to a professional craftsman. In his mind, Logan knew this weapon well. He had used it for decades in his previous life, so he drew every structure he could remember. Since Hamar was a master craftsman, Logan believed he could bring it to life. Hamar studied the design and pointed out that the crossbow would need a cartridge mounted at the back to store bolts, reload automatically, and fire 3 shots in succession. He demanded to know who came up with such a ridiculous idea. Logan admitted it was his own, which immediately irritated the dwarf. Still, Hamar admitted the concept itself was brilliant. However, he warned that twisting the string in that structure would cause it to snap, and attaching a wooden box to the back would make it uncomfortable for the shooter. He asked Logan what he planned to do about those issues. Logan casually replied that it wasn't his problem and that Hamar should figure it out himself. That response made the dwarf visibly furious. Logan quickly clarified that he was joking. He agreed that the bolt size needed to be reduced to shrink the cartridge and accepted that it would be a single-shot weapon. Instead, he suggested producing preloaded cartridges that could be swapped after each shot, calling them magazines for simplicity. Hamar was left speechless. He pointed out that even a skilled shooter couldn't fire 2 bolts from a crossbow in under a minute, and that this design felt like a weapon from another era entirely. Logan thought to himself that it was exactly that, a weapon born in the future. Hamar then commented that most people believed building such a weapon only required a spring, some wood, glue, and a bowstring. To him, this was a challenge worth taking on. He said he would attempt it. Logan immediately asked when it would be ready. Hamar shot back, asking whether Logan was seriously placing a deadline on something he had never seen before. Logan responded that it was still a weapon created by humans. Hamar was confused and asked who had made it and where. Logan ignored the question and challenged him instead, saying that if he thought he couldn't do it, he might as well give up. That was enough to trigger Hamar's pride. He declared that he only needed a month and that he would produce something far superior. Watching this unfold, Logan felt satisfied. Messing with a dwarf's ego really did work wonders. Later, on the castle's training grounds, Victor was seen running laps. Logan warned him that he was slowing down again, and that he could push harder. Victor forced himself to accelerate. Logan reflected that for several days after bringing him in, all he had done was feed him properly and let him sleep. The transformation from just that alone was shocking. Eventually, Logan ordered him to rest, and Victor's little sister immediately ran over to him. Once again, Logan thought about what an incredible investment Victor had been. At only 14 years old and smaller than boys his age, Victor had managed to run 20 kilometers without stopping. The talent was obvious. But what impressed Logan even more was his perseverance. The boy seemed unbothered by pain or exhaustion. It became clear to Logan that Victor wasn't born a noble slayer. That path likely emerged because of his sister. Logan cut off his thoughts and told Victor that rest time was over. He tossed him a sword and announced that from that moment on, Victor would begin learning the sword technique of the Kingdom of Grandia, the standard style every aspiring knight was taught. Soon, Logan called for Victor's attention and demonstrated the technique himself. He gripped the sword firmly and sliced through the air with power. Victor looked unimpressed. All he wanted was to collapse and sleep. Still, he clenched his teeth. If exhaustion was the price for good food and a proper bed, he would pay it. He mimicked Logan's movements and cut through the air flawlessly. Watching him, Logan was stunned. Victor's execution matched his own perfectly. Not just the motion, but his breathing as well. And Logan had only demonstrated it once. Seeing how effortlessly Victor followed made Logan admit that even Ronian hadn't been this talented at the same age. Logan told Victor that once he built enough stamina and performed the technique perfectly more than 1,000 times in a row, he could call himself a knight. Victor's eyes lit up at the thought. When Logan asked if he believed he could do it, Victor answered eagerly that he could. Logan added that if Victor needed anything for his training, he could ask Rick, who would probably handle most requests. Victor shook his head and said he didn't need anything. Logan pressed him again, but Victor's only request was that Logan take care of his sister. That alone was enough for him. Logan thought it was the perfect answer. As he continued overseeing Victor's training, Logan acknowledged that the boy wasn't ready for war yet, but in the future, he would become a powerful asset to House McLean. He also concluded that the mercenary corps and whatever weapon Hamar managed to create would form a terrifying force together. Even so, Logan reminded himself not to get carried away. Hamar might fail to build a proper crossbow, and even if he succeeded, the mercenaries might not know how to use it effectively. Since he had entrusted so much to others, Logan knew he needed to prepare another plan as well. Sometime later, Logan went to his father's office and requested permission to take part in the knight's training. To his surprise, Patrick agreed. That same night, at the training grounds, Captain Hankley formally introduced Logan to the rest of the knights, making it clear that from that point onward, Logan would be training alongside them. The announcement was not well received. Whispers spread immediately through the ranks. Many of the knights believed Logan was treating the knightly order like a joke, especially after defeating Dominan. As the murmurs grew, Hankley recalled a past conversation with the Patriarch. He remembered standing in Patrick's chamber, discussing Logan's entry into the order. Hankley had been strongly against it. He had warned Patrick that the knights would never accept him. Patrick, however, had shut that down quickly. He told Hankley that he wasn't asking for special treatment for his son. In fact, he wanted Logan treated exactly like any other rookie, if not harsher. Back in the present, Hankley thought that despite those words, Logan was still the Lord's son. It would have been much easier if Patrick had asked him to go easy on the boy instead. Logan noticed the captain's unease and reassured him. He said that if he failed even one exercise during the upcoming week, he would quietly step aside and never interfere with Hankley again. The captain was taken aback by that attitude, but eventually agreed. After hearing this, Hankley made a decision. For the next week, the knightly order's training would be pushed to 3 times its usual difficulty. Soon, one of the knights was seen running while carrying another on his back, wondering what kind of insane training this was. Hankley shouted at them not to die, and reminded them that, as cavalry knights, they needed to understand what it felt like to be the horse itself. He told them to feel the burden of carrying armored riders across the battlefield. That was when the knights realized why they had been training in full armor the entire time. Some of them cursed under their breath, blaming everything on that troublesome newcomer. They started betting on how long Logan would last. 1 day, 2 days, maybe 3. They were wrong. Logan was sprinting at full speed, charging through the field, weaving past everyone else. The sight left the knights speechless. Even Captain Hankley was stunned. To make it worse, Logan was smiling the entire time. Hankley grew furious. At this rate, it wasn't Logan who would fall behind, it was the knights themselves. He immediately ordered everyone to stop and announced a 10-minute break. Then he walked over to Logan, asking how he was feeling after that run. What Hankley really expected was an honest admission of exhaustion, an excuse to pull Logan out of the madness. But Logan cut him off before he could finish. He said it was easy. Hankley was dumbfounded and asked what he meant. Logan replied that it was excellent training. If the knights went through this every day, there was no way they wouldn't become strong. He even added that he was looking forward to the next session. Nearby, 2 knights lay on the ground, barely holding on. Hankley realized this was not how he intended things to go. Logan, on the other hand, clearly didn't care. Later that night, Logan looked around the training grounds and realized he was completely alone. Everyone else had already gone home. Standing there, he reflected on why he was doing this. Training with the knights was his insurance plan. If all his other preparations failed, he would still be able to join the knights and fight on the front lines. Building bonds now would only help later. There was another reason as well. Through meditation, he could develop his force. But physical training was just as important, and the knightly order provided exactly that. As he imagined his force core growing stronger and his body feeling no fatigue, Logan drew his sword and unleashed a quick force, slash, clean, and sharp. He marveled at the fact that all this power came from just a 1-star core. When he reached 2 stars, he believed he would be able to rival a high-ranking knight, like his father. The next morning, Logan tested the crossbows Hamar had made and dismissed them all as failures. He bluntly asked Hamar if this was the best he could do. He pointed out that the weapon only fired once and that there was no magazine system in sight. He reminded him that the mechanism needed to be integrated. Hamar exploded in anger. Logan immediately apologized, admitting he had been too harsh. Hamar responded that Logan was right about one thing: no matter their relationship, a craftsman's pride should never be insulted. But what Logan truly meant was that if this was Hamar's limit, then their plans were doomed. That realization nearly made the dwarf lose control. Logan continued pressing, saying that maybe he had overestimated Hamar. Weeks had passed, and nothing satisfactory had been produced. That was when Logan crossed the line. He openly provoked Hamar, saying he had misjudged him, wasted money on him, and been completely wrong to trust him. That was the final trigger. Hamar demanded 1 more month and guaranteed that he would return with something worthy of the investment. In his fury, he smashed the crossbow in his hand before storming off. Logan watched him leave, thinking about how anger would consume him and force him to start over from nothing. A cruel smile crept onto Logan's face as he wondered how far Hamar could go if he was pushed even harder. 1 month later, on one of the training fields, Hamar returned to demonstrate his new creation. The improved crossbow fired 2 bolts at the same time. Logan was left speechless. Hamar explained that although it had 1 fewer shot than originally requested, it was easier to wield with 1 hand and allowed magazines to be swapped quickly. What impressed Logan most was the reload speed, 2 seconds. That alone exceeded his expectations. While the weapon had a shorter range and smaller size than the one from Logan's past life, it was far better suited for mounted combat. For cavalry, it was perfect. Logan couldn't believe how far they had come when there were still months left before the war. When Hamar asked if Logan was even paying attention, Logan suddenly lifted him up like a child, praising him loudly, boasting about dwarves, and wishing long life upon Hamar and his people. Hamar panicked, telling him to put him down before someone saw. He reminded Logan that he wasn't a child. Logan set him down and calmly met his eyes, clearly about to ask something. When Hamar asked what it was, Logan's expression shifted back to something unsettling. He said he needed 400 of these crossbows, and he needed them within 2 months. Logan handed the completed crossbows to Kaisalon and the mercenaries for testing. The moment they fired, everyone was stunned. The bolts traveled an incredible distance, and the weapons could fire consecutive shots without delay. Kaisalon examined one closely, completely baffled. A front-loading crossbow with this kind of range, power, and firing speed made no sense. As the realization sank in, Kaisalon imagined what 300 or more mounted soldiers equipped with these weapons could do. Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. He told Logan that what he had created was terrifyingly impressive, and finally understood that this had been Logan's intention from the very beginning. Logan confirmed it. He reflected that Hamar had gone through hell to achieve this. Even with additional craftsmen helping him, Logan never expected Hamar to finish the order 2 months ahead of schedule, let alone produce an extra 100 crossbows. That was the mark of a true expert dwarf. There was no denying it. Logan briefly considered sharing the technology with the knights and regular soldiers, but the cost alone made it unrealistic. Worse, there was the risk of the design leaking. For now, it was better to keep it contained. He instructed Kaisalon to equip the mercenaries with the crossbows and clear out the monsters roaming outside the territory. Kaisalon initially thought the plan was impossible, but Logan remained confident. After some thought, Kaisalon admitted that it might actually work. Logan wasn't satisfied with might. He told Kaisalon to make it work, because if he couldn't, nothing else mattered. Kaisalon finally understood. Logan hadn't built this weapon just to deal with monsters. He was preparing for war. During one of the night training sessions, a knight commented on Logan's insane physical stamina. Another joked about whether that ridiculous endurance was something he inherited. A third added that if Logan was anything like the patriarch, he was probably skilled with a sword. The conversation shifted to Logan's duel with Dominan, until one knight warned the others not to compare him to Patrick. Even before awakening his force, Logan had lost to his younger brother. Still, it was impressive that he had endured this training for over a month. What had originally been designed to make him quit had instead become the new standard for the Knight Order. The training was exhausting, but far more meaningful than pointless drills. It felt like the proper level for real knights. Unexpectedly, it motivated the lower-ranking knights who had previously been slacking off. They also began to truly understand their horses, forming stronger bonds with them. Captain Hankley realized that he had only pushed this training because the young master refused to give up. He never imagined it would produce results like this. It felt as if his good luck had walked straight up to him. That night, alone in his room, Logan reflected on his progress. After exhausting his body through training, he used meditation to stimulate his inner consciousness. The combination was working in perfect sync, and he could feel real improvement. He had already started noticing subtle changes in his force. If this continued, he believed he could surpass even the monsters he had faced in his previous life. Then something unexpected happened. Logan's core expanded. He began muttering nonsense as the transformation completed, and just like that, his core advanced to 2 stars. He realized this meant he now had the foundation required to learn the next secret sword technique, Iron Cut. Murderous Iron Cut. Just remembering the power granted by the first technique made his heart race. The second would be far stronger than he could imagine. If he mastered it before the war, even a high-ranking knight wouldn't intimidate him anymore. The next day, Kaisalon and the mercenaries encountered a group of goblins. The soldiers opened fire, killing them almost instantly. One mercenary noted the lack of recoil, while another observed that his bolt pierced one goblin's head and still embedded itself into another behind it. Logan watched as a swarm of over 100 monsters was wiped out in under 10 seconds. The mercenaries' old habits with basic crossbows had vanished. They were far faster at swapping magazines now. Logan thought the effort of traveling so deep into the territory had been worth it. Kaisalon asked if Logan was satisfied. Logan answered that he was, more or less. He remembered how disastrous their first hunt had been and acknowledged how much they had improved since then. Kaisalon then questioned why Logan had gone to such lengths, saying he had never heard of a mercenary force equipped with this level of firepower. He even asked whether Logan planned to hunt monsters across the entire continent. Before Logan could answer, a mounted knight arrived at full speed, delivering a message from Rick. The day before, Viscount Taran had officially declared war on House McLean. Inside the McLean war room, Patrick and the other family heads watched through a crystal ball as Viscount Taran announced his declaration. He claimed that because one of his ancestors had been unjustly killed long ago, he blamed House McLean. Patrick was left speechless. Several nobles exchanged looks, questioning whether such words justified a war at all. Hankley and Marion turned to Patrick, asking what his next move would be. Hankley explained that Taran's Knight Order alone outnumbered theirs. Even with Patrick on the battlefield, their odds were grim. One noble suggested fortifying the city and waiting for reinforcements. Another proposed sending an emissary to negotiate peace. Patrick exploded. He ordered everyone to shut up. He reminded them that even though the royal family's authority had weakened, declaring war without permission made one thing clear. Taran had planned this from the start. Peace was impossible. Patrick ordered immediate war preparations and demanded a winning strategy, refusing to tolerate dissent. In the heavy silence that followed, a noble asked whether young Master Logan would also fight. Patrick confirmed it. Marion added that Ronian's force had awakened and that he was old enough to take part as well. Realizing Logan wasn't in the castle, Rick hurried to send a messenger to him. When Logan received the news, he was confused. According to his memories from his past life, the war shouldn't have started for another 2 months. Something had accelerated the timeline. The messenger urged him to hurry, explaining that Viscount Taran had already launched an attack immediately after declaring war, breaking all customs. Logan needed to reach the battlefield as soon as possible. Kaisalon and the mercenaries declared they were ready to move at a moment's notice. Logan remarked that Kaisalon didn't seem surprised at all. Kaisalon replied that mercenaries welcomed war. If none existed, they would create one, and now that they had such powerful weapons, it was only natural they wanted to use them. Logan looked at his troops and thought they were dangerously confident. Still, he didn't stop them. Their confidence wasn't unfounded. They had trained relentlessly for months and slaughtered monster hordes with overwhelming force. Logan stated that it didn't matter when the war began. All that mattered was winning. Believing they now had sufficient combat strength, Logan ordered his forces to march toward the McLean Plains, convinced that this war would end in victory. Back in the barony, the war erupted earlier than anyone expected. Just 1 day after the declaration, Taran and his army appeared at the McLean estate. Their numbers exceeded even the vassals' worst expectations. Captain Hankley reported that Taran's army consisted of 100 knights, over 1,000 regular soldiers, and nearly 10,000 conscripts. It was a full-scale war. Patrick thought Taran had lost his mind. Not only was he fielding superhuman knights, but he was also throwing conscripts into what should have been a limited domestic feud. Patrick questioned what could drive Viscount Taran to such extremes. Then things worsened. Hankley reported that House Kairos had issued a warning stating they would not send reinforcements. Patrick and Mary were left speechless. Mary argued it had to be a mistake, insisting that she and Dwayne had checked everything to prevent this exact outcome. With no other choice, Patrick ordered Hankley to gather every man capable of wielding a weapon. They would respond with full force. Patrick reflected bitterly on how Kairos, whom they trusted completely, had abandoned them at their most desperate moment. House McLean assembled everything they had: 53 knights, 552 regular soldiers, 4,418 conscripts, a total of 5,023 combatants. Still, it wasn't even half of Taran's army. On the battlefield, 2 soldiers whispered to each other. One asked where young Master Logan was. The other answered that Logan had been gone for a long time and still hadn't returned. A few nearby soldiers muttered that he probably wouldn't come back at all, guessing that he must have fled as soon as he heard about the war. Hearing this, Ronian turned sharply and demanded to know what they were talking about. He said there was no way Logan would ever do something like that. Ronian believed Logan had already foreseen this war, and that was exactly why he had taught him that secret technique. There was no chance Logan would run away now. Some of the soldiers nearby overheard Ronian's words, but instead of reassuring them, it only reinforced the rumors spreading through the ranks that the Lord's eldest son had deserted. Soon after, Patrick appeared beside Ronian. He told his youngest son that he would have to take Logan's place on the battlefield and ordered him not to hesitate or waver. Patrick himself didn't want to believe the rumors either, but belief no longer mattered. What mattered now was victory. With that resolve, he commanded all troops to advance and crush the scum daring to attack his home. At that moment, Taran appeared with a confident smile, pleased to see Patrick finally draw his sword. He shouted that his knights were his blade and challenged Patrick to face them head-on. Patrick gathered his aura and charged forward, attempting to smash through the enemy vanguard, but his attack was stopped cold when a knight bearing a shield blocked him completely, leaving Patrick momentarily stunned. Rick was also present on the battlefield, and his expression was grim. He watched soldiers being slaughtered and torn apart right in front of him. He realized how badly they were losing. They had been forced to send even non-combatants like him into battle because of the overwhelming numerical disadvantage. If they were fully surrounded, they were finished. In the middle of his thoughts, Rick was suddenly struck on the head by a Taran soldier who was about to kill him. He barely managed to dodge as an ally intervened, killing the attacker and shouting at Rick to get up and ready his spear. Rick reached out to thank him, but before he could say a word, an enemy knight cut his savior down, spraying blood across Rick's face. At that moment, Rick understood something clearly. His only chance to survive was to escape as far away from the enemy lines as possible. Mounted soldiers soon charged forward, and Rick stumbled through piles of corpses, both allies and enemies. He realized with horror that they were surrounded from behind as well. This might be where all of them would die. Meanwhile, Patrick continued fighting his opponents. After repelling one attack, the knight he was facing acknowledged Patrick's strength, saying he truly lived up to his reputation. Patrick, however, was uneasy. They had clearly prepared for him, and even so, he wasn't confident in his current condition. He noticed that this knight had endured blows infused with explosive force and was still standing. What shocked Patrick further was realizing that Taran possessed a high-ranking knight. Judging by their coordination, the other knights surrounding him were likely at least intermediate level as well. Was that why they showed no fear? Patrick demanded to know if they were the ones assigned to deal with him. The knight answered with a question of his own, asking Patrick what he thought of their preparations. Surrounded by 4 knights, Patrick realized that if he remained trapped there, the situation would spiral out of control as more knights joined in. He raised his sword and charged again, swearing that this would never happen. He clashed blades with the high-ranking knight, only to be attacked from behind by another enemy wielding a spear. He narrowly avoided the fatal strike. Seeing that they were attacking from all sides, Patrick shouted in fury, asking whether they had any honor as knights, and cursing them for fighting like cowards. The enemies clearly didn't care. One of them even remarked that this would be his last battle before death, so Patrick should stop complaining. Patrick attacked again with everything he had, colliding swords with one of his enemies. This time, luck abandoned him. A spear pierced into his back, tearing through his stomach and leaving him gravely wounded. He realized the truth then. While the high-ranking knight kept him occupied, the others struck whenever they pleased. It was a perfect trap. There was no escape. As the enemy closed in, Patrick bitterly thought that Logan had made the right choice by fleeing. At the very least, he hoped Logan would survive and carry on the Mclane legacy. From a distance, Taran watched the battle unfold with satisfaction. He congratulated himself on keeping his high-ranking knight hidden until now. Once Patrick fell, taking Mclane Castle would be easy. Just as he prepared to issue his next command, he heard something unexpected behind him. The sound of cavalry. A servant rushed over, reporting that a mounted unit was approaching from the rear. Around 300 riders, possibly more. Taran paused, wondering if the Mclanes had hidden troops he didn't know about. The servant hesitated, then added that something was strange. The approaching cavalry wasn't carrying lances. Their only weapons were small crossbows. Taran burst out laughing. He mocked the report, asking if those were the tiny crossbows hunters used. He ordered the rear guard and archers to wipe them out immediately, dismissing them as nothing more than fifth-rate soldiers. Before he could finish speaking, a bolt tore straight through the servant's head. Taran froze inside his armor. Logan had entered the battlefield, and he was furious. He gave the order to fire. Instantly, a storm of bolts rained down on Taran's forces. The mercenaries' projectiles punched through armor, shields, and flesh alike. Hundreds fell in mere seconds. One soldier realized that anyone who failed to raise a shield in time was already dead, and that he himself would have joined them if he had reacted a moment later. Taran's archers scrambled to return fire, but their arrows fell harmlessly short. Their bows couldn't reach Logan's troops. Another volley followed, cutting down even more of Taran's soldiers. Watching the rear collapse in seconds, Taran couldn't understand what was happening. There was no magic involved, just those cursed crossbows. Questioning, what kind of weapon had the Mclanes created? Enraged, Taran screamed at his knights to turn back and destroy those bastards. The cavalry charged at full speed toward Logan's forces. Logan watched them coming with a smile. At the same time, another fight was unfolding nearby. Ronian was locked in combat with an enemy knight. He narrowly dodged an incoming strike, and his opponent mockingly praised him for reacting well. As weapons clashed around them, one soldier shouted to his comrade to stop playing around with the kid, reminding him that the battle had already turned deadly. The other replied that he wasn't holding back at all, adding that even though Ronian was young, he couldn't be underestimated. Hearing their exchange, something finally clicked for Ronian. This wasn't training anymore. This was real war. Compared to this chaos, he realized he wasn't some prodigy, just a boy who had awakened his force early. Even so, losing wasn't an option. Too much depended on him. He thought of his father, who had entrusted him with doing Logan's part in this war as well. He couldn't afford to hesitate here. As his thoughts raced, an opening suddenly appeared. Ronian noticed one of the enemy soldiers had turned his back, completely exposed. He had no idea why the man was doing something so careless, but Ronian knew this chance wouldn't come twice. Without hesitation, he swung his sword in a decisive arc, slicing straight through the soldier's body. It was over so easily that even Ronian was shocked. Then he noticed something embedded in the fallen enemy's chest, a bolt. Looking up, his face lit up with joy as he saw Logan in the distance, shouting his name at the top of his lungs. But that moment of relief was brief. More enemy knights were charging furiously from behind Ronian's position, rushing toward Logan under the Viscount's command. Logan watched their movement and immediately recognized the kite shield formation they had adopted. It was a strong defensive tactic, but it wouldn't be enough. This was where his real plan came into play. Logan calmly ordered his mercenaries to aim their crossbows diagonally toward the ground. The command confused them once again. Then Logan flashed that unsettling psychotic smile and gave the real order: fire at the horses. He wasn't holding back anymore. Dirty tricks were fair game if it meant winning. The mercenaries reacted instantly, grinning with the same bloodthirsty excitement as Logan. A hail of bolts tore into the cavalry's mounts. Horses screamed and collapsed, throwing riders violently to the ground and shattering the charge in seconds. Logan felt relief knowing he had arrived in time to support Ronian. But the battle wasn't over. His father was still in danger. Remembering his vow to save his family in this life, Logan knew that victory meant nothing if Patrick fell. He issued a quick command to Kaisalon and immediately rushed toward his father. Kaisalon panicked. This wasn't part of the plan. Victory was already within reach, and Logan was risking everything by charging ahead alone. Even if Logan was stronger, running into a mid-ranking knight could turn the tide. Still, Kaisalon pulled himself together and ordered Gerald to provide covering fire. As Logan cut through the enemy lines, Patrick was still locked in a brutal duel with the high-ranking knight, and the situation looked grim. The knight mocked him, saying he couldn't believe Patrick would recklessly charge forward knowing he'd be impaled. At the last second, Patrick twisted away and leapt back, barely creating enough space to breathe. As he observed the enemy's movements, something felt off. They were fighting with desperation, pushing themselves beyond reason, practically throwing their lives away. That didn't make sense. They had the advantage. Why were they acting like cornered animals? Before he could think further, Patrick deflected 2 incoming lances in quick succession. Then, out of nowhere, Logan appeared in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Logan cut down 2 mid-level knights, leaving Patrick completely stunned. Patrick remembered seeing Logan enter the battlefield with a mercenary force far behind enemy lines. There was no way he should have reached this spot so quickly. As Patrick turned his head, the sight behind him froze his thoughts entirely. The ground was littered with corpses, an ocean of bodies stretching across the field. Patrick wanted to ask how Logan had become this strong, but now wasn't the time. Nothing made sense anyway. Instead, he asked the only question that mattered: did Logan's arrival mean they were winning? Logan simply nodded. Hearing that, Patrick placed a hand on his son's shoulder and told him he had done well. The high-ranking knight stared at Logan in disbelief. A 20-year-old boy from a remote barony had just taken down 2 mid-level knights effortlessly. At that age, the knight himself had been destroying his body just to qualify as a knight. None of that mattered now. He resolved to kill Logan on the spot. He barked orders at his fallen comrades, telling them to regroup. Patrick, watching this, realized something critical. Logan was strong enough to handle most mid-level knights. If Logan took care of them while he focused on the high-ranking knight, they might still win this battle. But Logan had other plans. He stepped in front of Patrick and extended his arm, declaring that he would face the high-ranking knight alone. Patrick immediately objected, warning him it was too dangerous. He acknowledged Logan's growth, but reminded him this enemy was high rank. Patrick didn't finish his sentence. Logan punched him hard in the stomach, knocking him flat onto the ground. Logan bluntly stated that in his current condition, even he could defeat his father. He told Patrick to trust him and leave this fight to him. Reluctantly, Patrick agreed. He warned Logan to be careful. Logan replied that they didn't have time, they needed to finish this quickly. The high-ranking knight was furious. How dare a brat like this advance on him? He surged forward, pouring his strength into his strike. Their swords collided, and with a single blow, Logan sent the knight skidding back several meters, leaving him stunned. The knight couldn't understand it. Despite Logan's injuries, he sensed no overwhelming aura or superior level, and yet, he was being overpowered. There was only one explanation. Logan was pushing himself beyond his limits. The knight attacked again, with killing intent. They exchanged blows at blinding speed, leaping back and forth, blades clashing. As their swords locked once more, the knight thought that if he weren't injured, he would already have won. That was when Logan saw it, a fleeting opening. He struck instantly, slicing his opponent and inflicting a deep wound. Logan leapt back just in time to avoid the counterattack. As the knight analyzed the exchange, he realized there were no obvious gaps. Logan needed to force one. Then he noticed something, and Logan noticed it too. The knight was absorbing the force behind Logan's strikes. Thinking he had sprung his trap, the knight declared that Logan had fallen right into it and prepared to finish him. Logan appeared off balance. The killing blow was about to land, but it never did. Logan regained his footing instantly, leaving the knight questioning whether his own movements had slowed. Logan's aura surged as he prepared his sacred technique. The knight felt it immediately and knew he had to retreat. Too late. Logan unleashed a devastating wave of cutting energy. The attack erased the high-ranking knight in a single strike. The battlefield fell silent. Logan roared that he, Logan Mlan, had slain the enemy general of Tesseron's army. Panic spread through Tesseron's ranks. Soldiers stared in disbelief. A high-ranking knight had fallen. With the Viscount's banner nowhere in sight, morale collapsed. Weapons clattered to the ground as soldiers begged to surrender. Rick began chanting Logan's name, praying for his master's safety. One by one, the voices joined him, until the battlefield echoed with it. The Viscount was already fleeing the battlefield, his mind spiraling as he tried to understand where everything had gone wrong. 3 full years of preparation had amounted to nothing. He had sought support from other nobles, gathered 100 knights, and yet everything collapsed because of that damned red-haired boy and his strange weapons. Thinking quickly, Taran decided that survival came first. If he could just make it back to his own territory, he might escape with his life. When he reached his castle, he shouted for the guards to open the gates. The soldiers were stunned to see him return so suddenly. Before the gates could fully open, another guard spotted movement in the distance and shouted a warning. Knights were approaching, and Logan was leading them. Taran froze in place at the sight. Logan dismounted calmly and remarked that the Viscount had been pretty quick to run. Then, standing directly before the gates of Taran's territory, Logan raised his voice so everyone could hear and declared that Taran had already lost the war. He ordered the garrison to open the gates and welcome the true victor. From atop the walls, the soldiers hesitated. Some wondered if it was true, if that was why their lord had rushed back in such a panic. Before doubt could spread further, a general barked at them, demanding to know whether they planned to cower just because the enemy spoke boldly. The men snapped back to attention. The general pointed out that there were only a little over 300 enemies outside. As Logan charged his aura again, the general insisted that such a small force could never take the castle in a siege. The soldiers guarding the gate were confused about what Logan was doing until he leapt over the wall, soaring dozens of meters into the air. Landing inside, he calmly told the general to open the gates unless everyone there wanted to die. Otherwise, he would kill them himself and open the gates personally. Inside the palace, Taran was frantically stuffing gold coins and valuables into bags, thinking that at the very least, he should escape with some wealth. Suddenly, Logan's voice rang out behind him, announcing that he had finally caught up. Taran stumbled backward in terror and demanded to know how Logan had gotten inside. Logan replied coldly that Taran's own servants had betrayed him before he even needed to draw his sword, which spoke volumes about the Viscount's reputation as a ruler. Furious, Taran cursed his servants for their betrayal. Then fear overtook him again. He dropped to a pleading tone, declaring his surrender and promising reparations according to feudal conventions. He begged Logan to spare his life and the lives of his family. Logan scoffed and asked him what right he had to speak of conventions. He looked down at Taran and reminded him that he had declared war without warning and invaded everything in a single day. Logan's fury was unmistakable, a vein bulging on his forehead as he questioned whether Taran had any conscience at all. Taran tried one last appeal, arguing that noble honor and feudal law guaranteed the safety of prisoners. Logan agreed on one condition. He said he would uphold the honor and customs of his own house, House McLean. Therefore, Taran's life would be spared, and he would be allowed to take a limited amount of wealth and leave. Taran was about to thank him when Logan interrupted. He said that if Patrick had been standing there, he truly would have done all of that. Patrick was an honorable man, one who might even accept unconditional surrender. As Logan spoke, he noticed a diamond-studded dagger resting inside a chest. He picked it up, admiring its craftsmanship. Taran quickly insisted Logan keep it, saying it was made by the finest craftsman in the kingdom. Logan refused, and told Taran to take it with him. Then, without warning, Logan drove the dagger straight into Taran's chest. As Taran collapsed, he accused Logan of lying, shouting that he had promised to spare his life. Logan replied calmly that he never made such a promise, he had only described what his father would have done. Unfortunately for Taran, Logan was nothing like him. Taran tried to mutter something about noble honor, but Logan cut him off, asking if he had any idea how many people had died because of his greed. He ordered him to end his filthy life right there. Taran fell dead to the floor. Looking down at the corpse, Logan thought that Taran should be grateful for such a quick death. He clenched his fist, still stained with blood, and exhaled slowly. The crisis was finally over. All that remained were the finishing touches. He loudly announced that Viscount Raymond Taran had taken his own life. That would be enough. Moments later, Kaisalan entered and informed Logan that he should inspect the castle's underground prison. A few days later, outside the walls of Taran's castle, Logan stood with his father. Patrick explained that he had come as soon as he recovered from his injuries. He asked about Taran's suicide. Logan confirmed it, remarking that Taran must have been driven to despair. Patrick wasn't convinced. He stepped closer and bluntly asked whether Logan had killed Taran himself. The two locked eyes in a tense stare, as if a fight might break out. Logan finally admitted the truth. Yes, he had eliminated Taran deliberately. He explained that sometimes they needed to take matters into their own hands, and that leaving Taran's bloodline alive would only invite future disasters. Patrick studied his son for a long moment. Then he praised him, saying Logan was a grown man now and must have had his reasons. He added that no matter what anyone said, Logan was the key figure in this war, and thanked him sincerely. Hearing this filled Logan with happiness. He looked at his father and smiled wide and genuine. Patrick, blushing and fumbling his words, told him he had done a good job. Then he shared even more news. Logan would be officially named the heir of House McLean. Logan smiled again, then shook his head and refused. Patrick was stunned and demanded to know why. Was Logan worried about his reputation? Patrick assured him that his achievements in the war were more than enough to silence all criticism. But that wasn't the reason. Logan explained that Ronian was far more suitable to inherit the family. The McLeans were a family of knights, and Ronian had awakened his force at only 14, 4 years earlier than Logan himself. There was no telling how strong he would become as an adult. Patrick was left speechless. He argued that strength alone didn't decide who should lead a noble house. Logan agreed that under normal beliefs, that was true. But if Ronian earned the title of the continent's youngest force user, as he had in Logan's previous life, there would be no objections at all. More importantly, Logan had no personal interest in becoming Baron. He didn't want to waste time tied to that role. As the older brother, Logan said he wanted to give Ronian the chance he deserved. He asked Patrick to delay choosing a successor until Ronian came of age. Patrick admitted he never imagined Logan cared so deeply for his brother, but agreed to his request. The decision would be postponed for 5 years, until Ronian became an adult. Logan thanked his father. Still, Patrick insisted on granting him another reward. They would return to the mansion to calculate the spoils of war, which would likely reach several 100,000 gold pieces. But judging by Logan's expression, he already had something else in mind. Suddenly, a guard shouted for the gates to be opened. The Mlan knights had returned. The townspeople immediately gathered, murmuring in disbelief. They couldn't believe the army had come back in barely a week and that the war had supposedly ended in just a single day. Two men began discussing it, one of them wondering aloud how such a thing was even possible. He asked if the Mlan knights had always been this powerful. The other man lowered his voice and asked if he had heard the rumors that everything happened because of the young master, Logan Mlan. He said that according to the soldiers who had returned first, Logan's mercenary troops completely reversed the battle. They appeared behind the enemy as if they had predicted everything in advance. Another man added that the enemies had been wiped out by some strange new weapon, and that Logan himself had even defeated a high-ranking knight. A young woman asked if the young master had always been such an extraordinary person. Someone else replied that he always thought Logan was just fooling around before. Slowly, the crowd began to piece things together. Maybe the monster meat he had bought earlier wasn't meaningless after all. Maybe the boy had always been preparing something far bigger. Some even whispered that Logan might have been acting the whole time. The thought sent chills through them. They began praising him, saying geniuses truly lived on a different level, especially now that he had awakened as a force user. Logan heard every word and felt painfully embarrassed listening to people talk about him like that. Ronian asked how it felt to receive so much admiration. Logan replied awkwardly that it only made him blush, and told his brother not to exaggerate. But Ronian insisted it wasn't exaggeration at all. Everything they said was true, and told him he should at least smile for the people who were so happy to see him alive. After thinking for a moment, Logan decided to try. He forced out what he thought was a heroic smile. In reality, it looked more like someone desperately holding in a bowel movement while sprinting toward the castle. Honestly, he resembled either a rich lunatic, like Rich McGee, or Medusa herself. The moment the crowd saw Logan smile, everyone froze. They were convinced he was about to crush their skulls with his bare hands. Logan, completely unaware of what he had done wrong, stood there confused. Ronian could only feel pity for his poor brother. Patrick turned his head to look at Logan, genuine pride written across his face. Then he raised his voice and announced that the next round of cheers would be dedicated to the true champion of the war, and declared that the grand reception had officially begun. Soon after, the scene shifted to the castle gardens. Logan wandered through the courtyard, amazed that a welcome ceremony could continue all the way until dawn, especially for people who had just returned from a battlefield. Unfortunately, the peaceful moment didn't last long. From behind him, Marion suddenly shouted his name and demanded to know what he thought he was doing. Ronian quickly grabbed her arm, trying to calm her down, but Marion ignored him. She said she had heard everything. She demanded to know whether it was true that Logan had refused the position of successor and asked what he was really planning. She accused him of fooling everyone else, but warned that she was not stupid. Ronian tried to defuse the situation, explaining that Kyros's betrayal had deeply shaken Marion. Logan told him it was fine. Turning toward Marion, he reflected that despite the resentment she still carried, she had lost all real influence after Kyros abandoned her. She was no longer a serious threat. Logan thought that if he handled this carefully now, there might still be a chance to make things right. He admitted sincerely that his behavior over the past months had been unreliable and shameful. He confessed that even he regretted what he had done, driven by jealousy and feelings of inferiority. Hearing this, Marion shouted at Ronian that she had been right all along, that Logan himself was admitting everything had been his scheme. Ronian cut her off again, begging her to stop. He apologized to Logan once more and explained that she wasn't thinking clearly. Logan barely reacted to Marion at all. Instead, he turned to Ronian and told him to listen carefully. The person who truly deserved an apology wasn't Marion, it was Ronian. Ronian was startled and asked what he meant. Logan explained that ever since returning, he had been apologizing without really saying what for. The regrets and cowardice he had carried for years weren't easy to face. Ronian demanded to know what exactly he was talking about. Logan finally confessed the truth. He said that for years, he had secretly despised Ronian. He admitted that he had tried to hide his own weakness by resenting his younger brother. Those pitiful years filled him with shame. Now, he truly regretted them. He bowed deeply and asked Ronian to forgive him sincerely. Ronian stared at him in silence. Logan, still bowing, thought bitterly that good deeds never erased past sins and that he had been foolish to hope otherwise. Then Ronian finally spoke. He said it was okay. Logan froze in shock. Ronian continued, explaining that he believed if he treated Logan kindly, even when Logan was cold one day, the brother he remembered would come back. Then he smiled at him. It was the kind of smile that could make even a grown man cry. Logan felt warmth flood his chest. He wondered why he had hesitated for so many years to do something so simple. Turning to Marion again, Logan told her sincerely that he truly cared about Ronian and genuinely hoped his brother would become the successor. He admitted that asking for her trust right away was unreasonable, so instead he asked her to watch him closely. From now on, everything he did would be for the sake of the family. As Marion walked away, Logan thought quietly that for now this apology would have to be enough. The very next day, deep inside a forest, Logan and Hamar were walking side by side. Hamar grumbled, asking where in the world they were headed right after returning from war. Logan calmly replied that he had rested enough already, and that it was time to start working again. Hamar muttered under his breath that he was only nervous because of the task ahead, thinking about how he would finally enjoy the rewards this time. Logan assured him confidently that this job would definitely be enjoyable. Hamar hesitated, convinced that Logan had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. Soon, they stopped in an open clearing and stared into the distance. Hamar suddenly froze in shock. It turned out that Logan planned to open a mine there. Earlier, during the discussion about the barony of Taran, Patrick had explained what Logan wanted as his reward from the war. Instead of land, titles, or wealth, Logan had requested permission to explore the hill near the Taran border. Patrick had laughed and said calling it a hill was generous. It was practically a barren wasteland with nothing valuable in sight. He asked why Logan insisted on that specific location. Logan only smirked and replied that there might be gold hidden beneath the ground. The truth behind Taran's sudden war only came out a year later. It turned out Taran had secretly been exporting gold from a hill located in former Meclane territory that he had seized. That single gold mine alone had elevated Taran far beyond the status of an ordinary count's family. That prosperity lasted until Ronian later wiped out the entire family in revenge. Back in the underground prison of the Taran barony, Kaisalon had mentioned that there were several strange prisoners worth inspecting. One of them claimed he had committed no crime. He said he had only accepted a request from the Count to transport gold from the mine they were hired to work in. Despite that, the Viscount had imprisoned them anyway. Logan pressed a hand to his face, stunned by Taran's stupidity. He couldn't believe the man had locked up 5 highly valuable mining specialists. One of the prisoners asked nervously if Logan was angry on their behalf. In reality, Logan's merchant instincts had awakened. He realized he had just stumbled upon an enormous and unexpected business opportunity. The old prisoner studied Logan suspiciously, wondering what kind of person he was. In Logan's thoughts, however, the recent war with Taran felt like nothing more than surviving a small wave. The true disaster was still ahead. In 1 year, King Samuel Grandia would suddenly die. That single event would spark a brutal struggle between the 3 princes, plunging the kingdom into a 3-year civil war. During that time, the kingdom's military strength would be severely weakened, and before it could recover, the Empire's invasion would begin in full force. That chain of events would ultimately destroy the kingdom. Since the Mclean family belonged to no political faction, remaining neutral would only turn them into powerless bystanders. But Logan saw a chance hidden in that chaos, and he refused to let it slip away. He planned to use the instability to reclaim the kingdom's old territories and restore his family as rulers of the Southwest. And if possible, he even intended to end the Civil War itself, and something even greater. Just as he was about to continue that thought, Hamar interrupted him, asking what he was spacing out about after calling him over. Logan snapped back to reality, realizing he had drifted too far into the future. They had only just survived one crisis. For now, he needed to focus on building power as fast as possible. But dreams like that would sound insane to anyone else. No matter what happened, he had to fund everything with his own money. That barren hill would become the golden goose that financed all his ambitions. Logan informed his servants that there was gold buried inside the hill, and that he intended to dig and establish a mine. He asked them for an estimated cost. The servants were stunned into silence. Hamar thought it was just another one of Logan's insane ideas. The old supervisor said Taran had paid them generously, so he agreed to the inspection immediately. But opening a gold mine felt excessive. He cautiously asked Logan if he was truly certain there was gold there. Logan nodded and said he had seen it with his own eyes. The old man asked how that was even possible. Logan replied that it had been part of a secret operation, and for safety reasons, only the 6 people present would participate in the drilling. Hearing that, the old man grew uneasy, suspecting Logan might be planning to dispose of them afterward. He argued that 6 people could never handle such work and accused Logan of exaggerating. He almost said that even with a dwarf involved, it would be impossible, but stopped himself and silently prayed that Hamar could somehow manage it. Hamar locked eyes with Logan and calmly said that he should prepare to die, sleep less, and give up any hope of a normal life if he accepted this task. Seeing that expression, the old man felt his soul leave his body. Logan, however, was satisfied. As expected of Hamar, he truly had the mindset of a lifelong craftsman. Logan said that now both Hamar and the old man were officially ready to begin, and once again asked for the financial estimate. The old man explained that they first needed to drill test shafts to estimate the size of the gold deposit, but the initial investment alone would require 5 million gold pieces. Hamar added that safely developing the mine would take a long time. Just the preparation phase would need 6 months, followed by another 6 months for full extraction. Logan nodded. It was exactly as he had expected, huge costs and long delays. But this mine had made Taran wealthier than most Count families. He had no choice but to seize this opportunity. He thought that if he could already sell the monster meat, he would have enough funds by now. But its effects wouldn't be recognized for another 6 months. Then, a realization struck him. Maybe he didn't need to wait. If he could neutralize the poison in the monster meat, he could sell it immediately as medicine. After all, he had detoxified countless poisons during his years as a mercenary. Creating an antidote should be possible. If he perfected the formula and sold it, he would become unimaginably rich. A week later, in the southwest McLean village, Rick brought Logan the medicine he had prepared, using crushed night herb, web herbs, and drip grass. Logan immediately told him not to call it fake medicine, explaining that it was simply a neutralizing agent. Then he asked where the monster meat was stored. Rick replied that it had been placed in the village warehouse exactly as Logan requested. Hearing this, Logan said that was perfect and announced they would apply the medicine directly to the meat. Rick panicked instantly and asked if he truly had to go with him. Logan confirmed that of course he did, but Rick looked far from thrilled and warned that he had never been there before and had no idea what kind of horror awaited them inside. Logan grew annoyed, wondering why Rick had suddenly become so dramatic. Then it hit him, the stench. The moment they approached the warehouse, the smell assaulted them so violently that even a sewer would have seemed fragrant by comparison. Logan admitted he expected it to smell terrible, but this was bad enough to make him vomit. Rick had already started throwing up on the spot. Luckily, Logan quickly found a solution. He used his aura to block his sense of smell completely. After sealing it off, he calmly prepared to enter and told Rick it was time to begin. Rick stared in disbelief, watching Logan walk in perfectly fine while he himself was still on the verge of collapsing. When he asked how Logan could endure it, Logan replied that he had temporarily paralyzed his sense of smell using force. Rick muttered that it was unfair, and Logan shot back that if it bothered him so much, he should awaken force himself and solve the problem properly. Logan handed Rick a pouch of white powder, the neutralizer, and instructed him to sprinkle it evenly over the meat. He explained that he should apply enough for the outer layer to turn white, while the remaining black portions were still poisonous and needed to be handled carefully. After that, Rick had to chop everything finely and roll the mixture into small pellets. When a sample was finished, Logan asked if it looked like proper medicine. Rick confirmed that it did. Logan then explained that they would sell it as medication, and since Rick would be responsible for preparing everything, he needed to pay close attention and remember every step. Rick protested immediately, saying there was no way he would do something like that. Logan casually replied that he would pay 100 gold coins for every pill produced. Rick changed his mind instantly. Logan, however, felt irritated, thinking he could have forced him to do it for free. Next, Logan said they needed to test the effectiveness of the product. Rick asked what kind of medicine it was supposed to be. Logan replied that it was good for men, but Rick still didn't understand. Logan sighed and told him he would only explain once, so he had better listen carefully. He described 2 rabbits, a male and a female. The male rabbit was weak and depressed because he couldn't properly move his little foot inside the pot. The female rabbit then gave him a special tea to cheer him up. After drinking it, the male rabbit turned into a super rabbit, his little foot becoming 4 times bigger than before, allowing him to stir the pot far more effectively. After finishing the story, Logan asked Rick if he understood. Rick nodded immediately, saying he got it and that he already had the perfect test subject in mind. Logan became curious and asked who it would be. Rick replied without hesitation that it was Mr. Dwayne. Soon after, Dwayne knocked on Logan's office door and heard a calm, "Come in." He apologized for disturbing him and said he had heard Logan wanted to see him, but after stepping inside, Dwayne couldn't find Logan anywhere. Suddenly, Logan appeared behind him like a vampire emerging from the shadows and scared him half to death. Dwayne leaped back like a professional basketball player, clutching his chest and nearly collapsing from shock. He scolded Logan for sneaking up on people like that. Logan casually approached him and said he simply wanted to massage his shoulders, since he had been working so hard managing things after the war. Dwayne insisted he was fine, and said Lord McLean was the one truly suffering. Logan mentioned that his father had even fainted from exhaustion, but Dwayne snapped back that it only happened because Logan scared him earlier. Logan told him he understood how hard things had been. They had spent every last coin on the war. The servants and knights didn't even know it, yet they kept pestering him for money, driving the administration insane. He said he must have misunderstood Logan all this time, and never expected him to care so much about the administrators, but he didn't finish the sentence. Logan cut him off abruptly and asked if that stress was the reason for his problems in bed. Dwayne froze. He turned pale as stone and lunged toward the door, trying to escape. Logan calmly told him to at least hear him out and placed the medicine in his hand. He explained that it was a patented product from Philip Cale's merchantry, with guaranteed results after just one pill, silently admitting to himself that he had never actually tested it personally. Dwayne hesitated, stared at the pill, then reluctantly swallowed it. Sometime later, Dwayne was seen sprinting through the castle corridors at full speed, shouting Logan and Rick's names. The two turned around as Rick heard the frantic voice, while Logan already knew exactly what was happening. Dwayne had come back for more. Rick tried to scold him for running in the halls, but Dwayne ignored everything and immediately asked Logan how much he wanted for the pills. The poor man looked ready to kill for them. Seeing this, Logan flashed a predatory smile and declared the medicine a complete success. Rick grumbled angrily about being ignored again, while Logan told Dwayne to hold out his hand. Panting heavily, sweating, and barely able to stand, Dwayne dropped to his knees in front of Logan. It looked less like a transaction and more like a marriage proposal. Logan stood there as if about to accept, while Rick stared in total disbelief. Logan handed Dwayne a wooden box filled with pills. Dwayne received it as though it were a sacred treasure. It turned out that after the first successful test, men began bowing before him, and the experiments continued several more times afterward. Sometime later in an office, Logan was talking to Hankley, casually mentioning that he had heard rumors about Hankley and his wife fighting every single night. Hankley immediately denied it, demanding to know who would dare spread such nonsense. But before he could say anything else, Logan told him to shut up and shoved a pill straight into his mouth. Hankley had just become Logan's second test subject. He swallowed it, and the effects kicked in almost instantly. He turned toward the door as if to say something, but Logan cut him off again, telling him to go see his wife right now and that he would deal with everything with his father. Hearing that, Hankley broke into a grateful smile, thanked him, and bolted out of the room like a force of nature, clearly heading toward what could only be described as a legendary night. Later, Patrick was shown sitting in his office. He had become the third experimental subject, and judging by his expression, he was also more than satisfied with the results. Looking in the direction of his father's room, Logan thought to himself that he almost felt bad for Ronian. At this rate, his brother might be getting another little sibling soon, meaning he wouldn't be the youngest anymore. Watching all this chaos unfold, Rick finally snapped and angrily asked Logan why he never let him test the pill too. After all, he was the one who had worked the hardest on everything. Logan stared at him blankly, glanced down at Rick's lower half, turned his back, and started walking away. Rick shouted after him, asking what the hell that weird look was supposed to mean. Logan stopped without turning around, and replied that Rick wouldn't even get the chance to use the pill anyway, so giving it to him would just be a waste. He even told him not to follow because he stank. At this point, it was painfully obvious Logan was enjoying torturing the poor guy. Later on, Logan was seen speaking with Philip through a magic orb. Philip admitted that if the medicine really worked as well as Logan claimed, the demand would be massive. He asked how much Logan planned to charge for it. Logan replied that it would be 100 gold per pill and 10,000 gold for a box of 10. Philip hesitated at the price and asked if Logan seriously thought the nobles in the capital were idiots, warning that he could get into serious trouble charging that much. Logan confidently replied that they weren't fools at all. In his past life, the medicine had been such a huge success that its price had skyrocketed. He insisted that if Philip only released a limited quantity at first, the product would sell for even higher prices. Philip listened carefully, admitted it made sense, and paid for another 10 minutes of communication time. Logan continued, saying that the medicine would explode in popularity if a famous person tried it and gave a testimonial, someone well-known who actually needed that kind of medicine. Philip was speechless and argued that no noble would ever publicly admit that his impotence had been cured by a pill. Logan replied that they didn't need anyone to officially announce anything. So many people were constantly watching the nobles that even a quiet rumor would spread like wildfire, and everyone would come running like bees to honey. Hearing that, Philip suddenly got an idea and suggested that Logan should go to the capital's party. Logan exploded and asked if Philip had lost his mind. Only parties he had ever attended were drunken mercenary celebrations after wars, and his family didn't even have money for proper noble parties. Philip insisted that parties were perfect for making connections, even for business. He admitted it would take time and that Logan obviously couldn't sell the medicine directly at the party, but the idea sparked something in Logan's mind. Philip quickly asked if Logan was really thinking of doing something that reckless, warning that his family would be shunned by high society. Logan replied that nothing like that would happen if he didn't actually sell anything there. He then told Philip about a great informant in the capital and asked him to find the guy and gather all the information he would need. Philip hesitated, asking what informant he was talking about and what crazy plan he was cooking up this time. Logan simply said that he would be heading to Gran soon and would explain everything once he arrived. Hearing that gave Philip a very bad feeling. A week later, Logan arrived in Gran. the capital city of the Kingdom of Grandia. Philip stared at him in disbelief that he had actually come and asked how he managed to get his family's permission. A noble's son traveling to the capital to sell aphrodisiacs was not something you saw every day. Logan assured him that he hadn't told his family the truth, although bringing 3,000 boxes without a single servant was proving to be a real problem. He thought to himself that his father had let him go much more easily than expected, probably because of everything he had accomplished during the war. Philip remarked that, now that he thought about it, Logan hadn't had a servant the first time they met either. He asked if it was really okay for a noble to walk around like that. Logan replied that servants only slowed you down, not to mention they already had their own jobs to handle. He thought about Rick and the massive task he had entrusted to him. He continued thinking that even though he treated Rick harshly, sometimes in both his past and current life, Rick had always done everything for him, and he was genuinely grateful. A mental image of Rick appeared in his thoughts, specifically the moment Rick stole a bunch of pills from him. Annoyed, Logan had warned him that if he shook him and any pills fell out, Rick would get punched once for each pill. That was what he called tough love. Then, Logan suddenly announced that he had made up his mind after getting a brilliant idea. To celebrate all his hard work, he declared that he would name the medicine Emporic. The best way to honor a man's legacy, after all, was to name an impotence pill after him. Philip didn't even question it. At this point, he had no doubts left. Logan was absolutely a lunatic. Inside the dorm room, Philip told Logan that he must be exhausted from the long journey and suggested that it would be great if he could recover at a bar. Logan immediately replied that Philip should watch his mouth when talking about someone who couldn't get it up in a place with so many people listening. Philip agreed, saying the environment here was much better for discussing sensitive matters like that. He then mentioned that he had already met with the informant and asked if Logan was really sure about paying 900 gold per document. Logan admitted the guy was ridiculously expensive, but also extremely competent. He explained that as long as the request was precise, they would get flawless information. Philip reassured him that he had followed the instructions exactly. The first document listed nobles who had been married in the last 10 years, but still had no children. The second contained names of nobles with no lovers or secondary wives. And the third listed nobles who frequently sought out food, meant to boost energy. Hearing this, Logan said everything Philip mentioned was perfect, and that they were good to go. He praised him for doing an excellent job, not only on this task, but on everything he had asked Philip to handle in the capital. Philip replied that it wasn't that hard, and added that the real crisis had been the day he heard about the war. He told Logan he couldn't even imagine how worried he had been. When he heard that the war had ended that same night, Logan, who had been staring at a piece of paper, felt glad knowing Philip actually cared about his clients. That feeling didn't last long though, because Philip soon complained that just thinking about the mountain of monster meat he would have to deal with made him lose his appetite. After all, who in their right mind would buy that garbage? Logan immediately threw a piece of paper straight at Philip's face, telling him to shut up and read it. As the paper smacked into him, Philip wondered why it hurt so much. He started reading, while Logan asked him which name on the list he thought would make a good first client. A tear rolled down Philip's right eye as he suddenly noticed something. Seeing that reaction, Logan watched him closely, waiting for him to speak. Philip pointed at a name on the sheet and asked Logan what he thought about that particular person. Logan glanced at the name, and his expression instantly changed to pure shock. He recognized it. Later on, inside a grand ballroom lit by a massive chandelier, people were sipping champagne. A very large man stood out among the crowd, wearing a red jacket and black dress pants, while chatting with a group of beautiful women. That man was Count Davis, and his name was suddenly shouted by Logan to get his attention. The Count turned around in disbelief, his face twisting into an expression of disgust mixed with fear. Logan walked up and introduced himself, stating his name, Logan Mlan, and his title as the eldest son of House Mlan. Count Davis forced himself to stay composed and barely held back a laugh as he greeted his new guest and welcomed him to the party. He looked Logan up and down, found his clothes tacky, and wondered what kind of farm he had crawled out of, assuming that must be the fashion in the Southwest. Logan thought about how he was wearing the clothes Philip had recommended and, just as expected, nobody liked them. He concluded that meant they were actually a perfect choice. He wasn't here to make useless friends at a meaningless party. His only target was Count Davis, the fallen one. Despite being an important figure in the Grandia Kingdom's treasury, and having married at 20, he still had no children to this day. Logan had been shocked when Philip pointed him out on the list, because in his past life, Davis had become quite famous, not for a good reason, but for being the Count who killed himself because of his wife. A memory flashed of an old argument where Count Davis's wife screamed at him during a party, calling him an impotent bastard in front of everyone. That single humiliation had driven him to take his own life. Logan thought about how reputation and public perception were everything, and that Davis fit all three conditions he had given the informant. He was the perfect first client for Emporic. Logan addressed the Count, saying he had come to the capital on a business trip and had heard about his prestige, so he wanted to greet him personally. The Count asked what kind of business Logan could possibly be running in a city that already had everything. He added that since Logan was from the outskirts, he must be carrying some fascinating rural product that didn't exist in the capital. Logan replied that he was certain the product he was selling wasn't available there, which was exactly why he had come. He said it was a specialized medicine for men. Leaning close to Davis's ear, he quietly revealed the word stimulant. Hearing that, the Count froze, bit his lip for a moment, and then suddenly shouted for everyone to hear how a nobleman's son could dare to sell stimulants. Two nearby girls watched the scene, cringing from embarrassment. The Count thought that some country bumpkin like Logan had a lot of nerve acting important in the capital, and he assumed he had put him in his place based on the look on his face. Logan let out a deep sigh and prepared to say something else. He told Davis that, as a sign of courtesy, he had brought a gift for the influential people of the capital and kindly asked him to accept it. He handed a small box to the man and said it was emporic, explaining that each pill would normally sell for 100 gold coins. He added that he had brought these 3, especially for the Count as a gift, and guaranteed it was a great medicine with no side effects, putting his honor as a noble on the line. Davis listened to everything and started sweating. A few days later, Logan's doorbell rang. It was a servant of Count Davis, sent to buy more emporic. The servant greeted him, confirmed he was indeed the Count's attendant, and later left with a leather briefcase, with Philip right behind him, thanking him for the purchase and inviting him to come again. Philip returned to the room and counted the money for Logan. They had made 10,000 gold from 10 boxes, and Philip commented that it wasn't bad for their first sale. Logan, however, didn't look pleased at all. He said they needed to do much more than that, because the rent for that tiny shop alone cost 10,000 gold. Philip replied that this was to be expected since they were in the center of the capital, and Logan had no idea how much trouble he went through just to rent the place. He added that strategically, having a store was necessary because seeing people gather with their own eyes had a much greater psychological impact. Logan agreed and announced that he was heading out to another party. Philip groaned, complaining that he had been dragged to parties almost every single day since arriving in Gran, and sometimes he even had to attend 2 in one day. Logan explained that having Count Davis as the first client wasn't enough. He needed to promote the store to as many people on that list as possible. A week later, Count Davis's servant was walking down the street, still unable to believe the Count had asked him to buy that medicine again, especially after seeing that no health foods had ever worked for him in the past. When he reached the shop, he was completely stunned. A massive line of men stretched down the block, all waiting to buy the medicine. He observed the crowd and wondered what was going on until it suddenly hit him. He recognized every single one of them. One was Viscount Talon's chamberlain, and the man in front of him was Count Hamel's butler. He adjusted his hat to hide as much of his face as possible, thinking this would generate unnecessary gossip. He decided he'd better just buy the medicine and leave. As soon as he did, Philip stepped out of the store to address the crowd. He apologized and announced that unfortunately, the stock prepared for today was already sold out. Hearing that, the servants waiting to buy medicine for their masters were horrified. One of them went up to Philip and asked what he meant by sold out, since no one had said anything earlier. Philip apologized again and explained that emporic was insanely popular, but production couldn't keep up, so sales were limited to 50 boxes per day. Two guys grew tense immediately and started begging Philip to sell them some, saying their masters wouldn't be forgiving if they returned empty-handed. While all this was happening, another noble passed by with his servant and noticed the commotion. He sent his servant to check what was going on. From behind a corner of a nearby building, Logan watched everything with satisfaction. He thought that by limiting the supply, customers would feel even more desperate to buy, and seeing the crowd would spark the curiosity of other nobles. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Philip shouted for everyone to hear that the day's stock was gone and told them to come back tomorrow. The next day, he sold out again. The same thing happened on the third day, leaving the nobles wondering how many days in a row this madness would continue. Logan commented that it was incredible, saying daily sales had been booming for over a month now, and today they had sold out the moment they opened. He added that, at this rate, making 4.5 million gold in a single month might not be so impossible after all. Hearing this, Logan sarcastically asked who would have guessed the capital had so many impotent nobles. He said they had tripled the price since mid-year, yet people were still willing to pay even more, which made him worry about the kingdom's future. After saying that, he stared at Philip with a serious look. Then, all of a sudden, he broke into a maniacal grin like someone who had just found his next victim and started laughing loudly. His voice echoed out of the shop, making people on the street turn their heads. In the end, he was just ridiculously happy. He grabbed Philip by the neck and started messing up his hair, calling him an admirable brat and praising him for doing a great job. Philip, meanwhile, was turning purple from lack of air. He bowed deeply and thanked Logan for all his effort. Logan looked down at him and said it was good that Philip recognized his own work, and starting next week, he would receive 1% of the total sales as his personal cut. Philip suddenly started shouting that he would do his best, and even tried to kiss Logan. All of this happened while a mysterious figure watched from the street, his wrinkled face hidden beneath a hood, and his beard glowing blonde in the light. Later, inside a sorcery shop, Logan was using the communication line and suddenly shouted from the back of the room that it would be at least 10 tons of gold per year, which instantly made everyone nearby turn their heads toward him. He froze mid-sentence, staring straight at the door, then asked the person on the other end if they were serious. That person was Hamar, who calmly confirmed the information. Hamar explained that according to the miners, there was a very high chance the gold nuggets were located in a deeper layer of the hill. Logan stared at the communication orb like a complete madman, clenching his teeth and fists so hard they trembled. Even with a rough estimate, 10 tons of gold translated into around 100 million gold coins. To him, this was the ultimate jackpot, the biggest lottery win he could ever imagine. Hamar added that the mining costs were no joke, and asked Logan if he could actually afford it, since just starting the operation would cost about 5 million gold. Logan assured Hamar that he already had everything he needed. He told him to wait and said he would gather all the money and workers as fast as possible. Hamar didn't look too worried and simply asked Logan to go easy on the workers. Later that night, in the middle of the city, Logan walked through the streets while thinking about how the initial investment for the mine would be around 5 million gold. If he kept selling as he was earning roughly 4.5 million gold per month. Come to think of it, even if he only sold for 2 months, he would still have money left over, since he still had about 700 boxes of medicine in stock. He started thinking about going back home to get more merchandise and beginning the mental development stuff, but something suddenly caught his attention and snapped him out of his trance. Logan looked toward a shop and sensed that someone was inside. In an instant, he rushed over, thinking it might be robbers. He violently kicked the door open, sending it slamming into the wall, and began searching the place from top to bottom, but the room looked completely empty. Logan drew his sword, wondering if the culprits had somehow vanished, then reminded himself there was only one door. They had to still be inside. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a shadow zipped past him. He realized it too late and slashed at the cloaked figure, but missed. He shouted, demanding to know who was there. When he turned around, no one was in sight. He stood still with his sword pointed at nothing, his heart pounding. Impossible, he thought. He was absolutely sure he had felt someone there. Then that feeling came again. He looked up, guessing the thief might be on the roof. Without hesitating, he leaped upward. Aiming at the cloaked figure, he raised his sword, ready to stab, but the culprit moved at the last second. Logan faced the figure on the rooftop, sword in hand. He demanded to know the man's identity, but got no answer. Instead, the figure simply vanished without leaving a trace. Logan was completely stunned by what had just happened. He kept thinking about how there was no sign of any presence, even though the guy had been right in front of him moments ago. He looked down at his own hand and realized he was holding a piece of the man's cloak. He stared at it, wondering what the hell had just happened. The next morning, Logan told Philip about the incident, and together they concluded that an aura-using thief had infiltrated their shop. Logan said he was only speculating, but that the intruder was at least an advanced force user. That was a term used for people even more powerful than high-rank knights. He added that it wasn't just a feeling. That guy wasn't merely high rank, he was on a whole different level. Philip was shocked that someone who could use aura was committing petty theft. Aura was enough to turn even a slave into a noble, so he couldn't understand why someone like that would be running around stealing. He asked what the man had taken. Logan replied that it was exactly what Philip was thinking. He had stolen only 2 pills of the medicine, Emporic, just that. Hearing this, Logan concluded that if he only stole 2 pills, it wasn't for money. He had taken them to use himself. Philip then asked if there were also impotent people among aura users. That's when it clicked for Logan, and he agreed. Logan asked if there were any names of aura users on the informant's list, but Philip said there weren't. The informant had asked for an extra fee for that information since it was top secret, and Philip had refused. But after thinking about it again, Philip said maybe there was one person who came to mind, an aura user in the capital who had no descendants. A muscular, well-dressed, noble with blonde hair and a beard was walking down the street with his wife, watching some children play. His face looked gentle, and his light blue eyes were filled with longing as he stared at them. He was startled when his wife asked what he was looking at. He turned and told her he was just admiring the scenery outside, sweating nervously. She clearly didn't buy that lame excuse, and asked if he was staring at the children again. He tried to convince her he was only enjoying the view and wasn't thinking about anything silly. Then he hugged his wife and said they should go home. She kind of ignored that and instead told him she was very happy to have met him, asking if he knew that. The man looked at her with happiness in his eyes and a small smile tugging at his mustache. He hugged her even tighter and said he felt the same. This man was Felix Esperanza, the kingdom's greatest swordsman. It turned out that the deep sadness and regret in his heart started with an injustice he suffered when he was young. While fighting for the country, he had been wounded right between the legs. At the time, it was just considered a wound of honor for a knight who fell in battle, and since he was young, he didn't think much of it. But later in life, Felix kept wondering what the point was of holding the title of Duke and being known as the strongest in the nation if he had no son to succeed him. To him, it all felt meaningless. A memory from the past appeared, showing Felix explaining his situation to his wife. She was far more understanding than he expected, so much so that he was shocked. She acknowledged that he must have suffered a lot and asked with tears in her eyes if he was okay with it, saying she wanted to stay by his side and serve him. Seeing that, Felix wondered if there was any way he could ever repay the immense love he had received. Later, Felix was seen strolling through a path in the castle gardens with one of his servants. The servant warned him that the family meeting was about to begin and asked if he was sure he didn't need to hurry. Felix replied that arriving early was pointless anyway, since the only thing that would happen was everyone pressuring him to produce an heir. The servant hesitated, then carefully mentioned that a very effective medicine had recently started circulating in the capital. Hearing that, Felix asked sarcastically if that was really true. The servant went on, saying that apparently the medicine even cured physical injuries, but Felix still didn't seem interested. The servant insisted, explaining that he knew Felix didn't believe in these things, but there were many reports of people who had amazing results. Hearing this, Felix lowered his head, ashamed to admit to himself that he had already tried the medicine, and on top of that, he had stolen it. Even though his wife's tears still weighed on him, he couldn't believe he had stooped so low as theft, a disgrace to the discipline he had always upheld. Worse, after taking the medicine, absolutely nothing had happened. So he told Louise, his servant, not to believe everything he heard. He began convincing himself that he was right, that the story about the medicine working was just a fake rumor, and that there was no way it could fix something, even Aura couldn't. He thought he should have given up already. At the gates of the estate, Logan was talking to a guard who told him he couldn't let him meet Felix without an appointment. Logan calmly asked the guard to simply tell Felix his name, saying he was sure Felix would want to meet him as soon as he knew who was asking. Earlier, Logan and Philip had talked about this, and Philip had been shocked, asking if Logan was really planning to visit the Duke in person. Logan had nodded, and Philip started teasing him, asking if he was going to chase down the strongest man in the kingdom, just to ask whether he stole something or if he was impotent. Philip freaked out and asked if that was seriously Logan's plan, but Logan calmly asked if Philip was imitating him. Philip told him he should act like nothing had happened, otherwise he'd get into trouble for no reason, warning that if things went south, they were screwed. Sitting in a chair in a hallway, Logan thought Philip wasn't wrong, but if the guy from yesterday really was the Sword Duke, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. A butler came out of a room, opened a beautifully carved wooden door, and told Logan to enter. Inside, Felix was waiting by the window. As Logan approached the Sword Duke, he thought this was his chance to build a positive connection with one of the strongest people in the kingdom. He greeted Felix politely, stating his name and that he was the eldest son of House Mlan. Looking closely at Felix, Logan noticed something strange. Even though the man was around 70 years old, he looked much younger. Logan figured he must be suppressing his aging using his powerful aura. Felix confirmed that House Mlan was in the southwest and asked why Logan had come all that way. Logan thought he didn't need to reveal the real reason immediately and said he had recently opened a business in the capital, so he brought some products as a gift. He slid a small box across the table toward Felix and explained that it was an excellent medicine for men, with proven effectiveness among countless nobles. Felix studied the box and asked if that was really true, without giving any hint that he already knew something. Logan kept his head slightly bowed, feeling confused and unsure whether Felix was actually the thief from yesterday. He decided to push things further. He said that someone superhuman like Felix wouldn't need something so ordinary, so he had brought something more special instead. That finally made Felix show a small reaction. Logan was secretly happy, realizing that Felix's initial disinterest came from the fact that he hadn't felt any effect after using Emporic. It turned out that in the current version of Emporic, the poison in the monster meat was neutralized just enough for use as an aphrodisiac. But that mild poison had no effect on the body of a superhuman like Felix, so Logan had concentrated that poison again and again, creating a far more potent concentrate. He told Felix it was a limited edition version of Emporic, and that finally sparked the man's interest. In reality, it was simply 50 Emporic pills compressed into one. Logan guaranteed the effect, explaining that the excruciating pain alone could kill a normal human, but for an aura user, it was a completely different story. Logan told Felix that if the pill satisfied him, he would be glad to hear from him and would prepare another batch in whatever quantity Felix wanted, ensuring complete discretion. The next day, Felix looked radiant, clear proof that the pill had worked. He then told Logan he would grant him any favor within his power. Logan nearly exploded with happiness inside, but forced himself to stay calm, and said he didn't understand what Felix meant. Felix explained that an aura user is a master who controls both body and life energy, so he could be sure of the treatment's effectiveness. The medicine worked perfectly not just the first time, but over about 30 uses. The effect accumulated until he fully recovered. That heavy longing and pain in his chest were finally fading away. Felix looked at Logan and said he couldn't believe Logan had been so considerate as to bring him a gift without even mentioning his earlier blunder. He also commented that Logan's sword skills that day had been unbelievable for someone his age. Because of that, he was certain Logan was exactly the kind of person you'd expect to have such a miraculous medicine. Poor Felix. He'd been stuck in a dry spell for so long that he'd basically gone insane. He admitted he might have spoken too soon, and revealed that he now saw the possibility of being cured of a chronic illness, thanks to Logan's gift. So he wanted to repay him properly. He asked again what Logan desired. Logan stared down at the floor with a cold expression and replied that in that case, he wanted any book on swordsmanship. Felix searched his library and brought him a book, warning that training only by following what was written inside could hurt his body, but that it was still worth reading. After that, Logan thanked him and asked for one more favor to write a letter as proof that he had taken the book. Felix said that would be no problem at all. Logan thought that now he had what he needed, and commented that it was a shame he was only taking one swordsmanship book when the Duke was willing to give him anything. But his real goal was different. Just as he finished that thought, Felix said he had been thinking about it, and that something didn't feel right. Logan asked what he meant, and Felix replied that he would personally teach him a sword technique, which left Logan completely speechless. The kingdom's greatest swordsman was offering to train him. Felix continued, saying he understood Logan's desire to stay humble, but giving him just a low-level sword book wouldn't put his mind at ease. Logan thought that even though he already had the secrets of the divine sword, he'd be crazy to refuse when the strongest man in the kingdom was offering something like this. Ecstatic, he thanked Felix for the opportunity, thinking he had just hit the jackpot once again. In the training grounds, Felix and the young man stood facing each other. Felix remarked that judging the talent of outstanding youths was one of an old man's simple pleasures, so he told Logan to focus, because he wouldn't be holding back at all. Logan steadied his stance and prepared himself. Felix told him to draw his sword, but Logan found himself frozen in place, overwhelmed by the master's aura. A massive pressure crashed down on him, making it impossible for him to even touch his weapon. This was the terrifying power of a high-level aura user. Logan wondered if all of them could do this, imagining how terrifying it would be if paralyzing the body was common among such people. If that were the case, every fight would turn into nothing more than a contest of whose aura was stronger. He quickly realized this wasn't just brute force, but some kind of refined technique. Finally, he managed to draw his sword just a little. He thought he needed to use his force to sharpen his senses, instead of reinforcing his body, and then analyze that strange energy pressing down on him. Every time he tried to move, Felix's force spread outward from its original point. Logan couldn't understand how something like that was even possible, but he knew he had to deal with it somehow. He figured that the moment Felix was about to disperse his force, he had to move half a step faster than that. With that thought, Logan assumed a proper fighting stance, his sword now fully drawn. Felix looked at him and calmly said he was talented. Logan was sweating heavily, barely managing to stay upright as Felix told him to pay close attention. Felix seemed to be gathering his aura at the tip of his blade, clearly preparing an attack. As Logan struggled against the crushing presence, fear locked his body in place. When he looked up, he finally understood what he was facing. Felix's blade of force. He stared straight ahead, knowing the attack was coming, but there was a serious problem. Felix's aura was simply too strong for him to handle. He felt as if the Duke's force was invading his body, scrambling his senses, while the energy around that red blade kept growing more intense. Desperation filled his mind as he wondered if there was anything he could even do. Then suddenly, he realized something. His own force was neutralizing the Duke's. Turning inward, he knew he couldn't dodge the attack in time, but maybe there was another way. Logan summoned the force inside his body and molded it into a protective circle around himself. Seeing that, Felix was stunned, wondering if Logan was really planning to block his attack using force. Immediately after, the master swordsman shifted into an aggressive stance, his blade pulled behind his back and charged with energy, ready to strike Logan down. He stepped forward and leaped at the young man, with a murderous glare. Logan braced himself in a defensive posture, his sword held in front of him and wrapped in his protective aura, while a shiver of fear ran down his spine. As expected, Felix's blow slammed into him head-on and sent him flying backward. Logan crashed into the wall, and even his sword seemed to suffer damage. Felix, meanwhile, didn't even look winded. He stood there calmly, staring at Logan with a cold, unreadable gaze. Using his shattered sword as support, Logan tried to stand up, but his body was trembling. His blade was broken into pieces, and all he could think about was what had just happened. Felix turned toward him and asked if he really thought he would teach him something Logan couldn't eventually figure out on his own. He then revealed that he had seen everything, and pointed out that without even realizing it, Logan had gone completely serious at the end. With a proud look on his face, Felix praised him, amazed that Logan had faced the attack head-on, thinking that some people were simply born to stand out. As Logan finally passed out, Felix commented that it would be entertaining to watch him grow even stronger. A little later, Felix's butler asked Logan if he was leaving already, adding that the Duke had invited him to stay until he fully recovered. Logan replied that it was fine, and that thanks to the potion Felix had given him, he felt completely okay. Hearing that, the butler said he would walk him to the door. Outside, he wished Logan a safe journey, and Logan thanked him. After that, Logan quickly walked away, vanishing from the butler's sight, leaving him wondering how Logan had disappeared so fast. Turning a corner, Logan kept moving while limping slightly from the pain of Felix's attack. It hurt like hell, but he wasn't about to waste such a valuable potion on a minor injury. He couldn't believe the Duke had given him a superior-grade potion, something practically impossible to find, as if it were nothing. Logan thought that his own power had already evolved enough to heal internal wounds by itself, but the damage Felix had caused would be much harder to deal with. In the end, he looked at the potion and muttered that either way, he had gained far more than he had lost. Then Logan took out a note Felix had given him, with the coordinates for the mansion's communication channel. Felix had told him that if Logan ever had any problems, he could just get in touch. Logan felt genuinely happy, thinking about how Felix had actually come to view him favorably. To him, it felt like Felix was practically treating him like a disciple, and that relationship would definitely be useful in the future. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Philip suddenly appeared from behind, scaring Logan badly. Logan turned his head and asked what Philip was doing there, and Philip replied that he had been waiting at a distance for Logan to come out. The moment Logan showed up, Philip asked why he looked so pale. Worried, he practically shouted at him, asking if Logan had done or said something rude to anger the Duke. Logan replied that it was the complete opposite, and that he had just had a small swordsmanship lesson with the noble. Suddenly, he coughed and blood sprayed from his mouth, terrifying Philip. Seeing that, Philip panicked and said he was going to prepare everything for them to flee, and would get the fastest horses available. Logan tried to explain that Philip was completely misunderstanding the situation, but Philip kept muttering and didn't listen at all. A week later, at Logan and Philip's shop, a notice on the door announced that Emporic was out of stock and asked customers to come back later. Inside, Logan appeared with a victorious expression and declared that their total profit from Emporic sales had reached an impressive 4.1 million gold coins. Impressed, Philip replied that if sales kept going at this pace, surpassing 4.5 million gold in a month wouldn't be difficult either. They exchanged confident looks and let out a cheer of joy that echoed outside the shop. But the celebration didn't last long. Logan, suddenly serious again, asked Philip if he was so happy that he didn't need a bonus this month. Philip instantly snapped back to reality and begged him not to ruin his daydreams. Then Logan commented that he had made sure the monster meat they bought at the market would be processed without any issues, and he praised Philip for doing a great job. Next, Philip suggested that Logan consider buying a house in the capital to reduce accommodation costs, but Logan dismissed the idea, explaining that they would only be in the capital for another year and a half, so it didn't make sense to invest that much. He told Philip to stay focused on Emporic for now, adding that they would eventually have to move anyway. When Philip asked what he meant by that, Logan simply said it was something he didn't need to worry about. Finally, Philip asked Logan to take better care of his health, saying he was shocked to see him coughing up blood earlier. Logan replied that that was exactly why he had locked himself in his room for an entire week. Hearing that, Philip asked if Logan had really been resting, since every time he went into the room, he saw Logan sitting at his desk doing something. Once again, Logan cut him off, telling him it was none of his business. Philip complained that Logan kept way too many secrets, but Logan was secretly glad that even while grumbling, Philip didn't push the issue. If Rick had been there instead, he would have dug until he found out everything. Philip then asked if Logan was going home already, and Logan confirmed it, asking him to find a way to calm the customers until he could send more Emporic. On top of that, Logan said he had one more thing to tell him. He instructed Philip to send food rations worth 100,000 gold coins per month to both the Taran and Mclane estates. Hearing that, Philip was stunned and asked if Logan planned to feed the entire region with that much food. Logan cut him off, saying that was enough muttering, and that they needed to do this for a whole year, so Philip should start looking for a supplier. Philip realized Logan was completely serious and commented that he never imagined Logan valued his people so much, but that wasn't quite true. As he prepared to leave, Logan thought that it wasn't about valuing them, it was something he absolutely had to do. It would take at least a year to solve the food shortage in McLean. He knew the people's labor was a crucial part of his plan, so he couldn't let them starve. Logan got ready to leave and casually told Philip he had work to do, so he was heading out. Philip didn't even bother asking for details, already knowing it was just another one of Logan's secrets. Elsewhere, a group of poor people were huddled together on the cold floor of what looked like a warehouse, using whatever scraps of cloth they could find to keep themselves warm. One guy, his face bleeding, just stared down at the floor in silence, completely broken. Meanwhile, Logan was inside a magic shop, handing a piece of paper to a sorcerer. The wizard glanced at the list and asked if Logan seriously intended to track down all the people written there. He hesitated, explaining that with only names and a few traits, the task would mean searching the entire continent. Logan didn't even flinch, and calmly asked if he could do the job or not, adding that he would pay very generously. The sorcerer looked at the paper again, clearly unsure, then after a short pause reluctantly agreed. As Logan left, he thought that just as expected, it wouldn't be easy to find them. After all, even the names he had might be fake. Still, he had no other choice. He needed to gather every independent superhuman he could find, no matter the cost. These were the people who had reached that stage in his past life but never joined any organization. Every single one of them would become a critical ally in the upcoming war against the Empire, especially one specific mercenary who had once fought on the Empire's side. While walking, Logan suddenly stopped. He let out a sharp breath and realized he'd been rushing things way too much. With everything going smoothly in the capital, he was moving too fast. He looked up at the sky and reminded himself that he actually had plenty of time. He could afford to slow down, but that belief that he had plenty of time might not be true at all. In a dark room that looked like a dungeon, a man tried to calm down a furious elder chief. The old man was completely possessed by rage, shouting that someone was mistreating his disciples, and demanding to know if the man had other henchmen, even mentioning some tower master. The man explained that he was only there to deliver information, but the elder didn't care at all. His fury stayed uncontrollable. Then the elder demanded to know why his disciple had been summoned this time. The man replied that the young man had been sent to the far southwest countryside, to the Mlan region, for a 6-month business trip. Hearing that, the elder slammed a heavy hand on the man's shoulder and declared that he wouldn't let the magic tower master get away with this. This time, he insisted, the matter would be settled once and for all. Next, the scene shifts to the massive and imposing Earth Magic Tower in the Kingdom of Grandia. Inside, a man approached a desk where another man was fast asleep. He greeted him, and the sleepy attendant blinked and looked up. The moment he recognized the visitor, he stood up cheerfully and welcomed him. Curious about who this young man was, the employee silently wondered what Logan's deal was. At first, he assumed he was a noble, but seeing him now in a cheap suit made him start doubting that. The attendant figured there was no way he was there to meet a high-ranking mage and hoped Logan would just buy some basic scrolls. Smiling politely, he listened as Logan asked for 150 scrolls of destruction magic, which instantly caught him off guard. Even so, he kept his face cold. Then, Logan pulled out his Cooper bank account certificate and asked the attendant to take a look. As the man began counting the funds, his disbelief only grew. The total came to a ridiculous 4 million gold, leaving him completely stunned. He looked down, visibly shaken, then stammered and offered to personally escort Logan to the upper floor. Logan listened calmly. Destruction magic was a 4th circle, area of effect spell capable of bringing down stone walls. However, because of drawbacks like slow activation time and very obvious casting signs, it was rarely used in combat. Even so, Logan saw massive potential in it for construction, believing it could speed up development by a crazy amount. Logan soon found himself speaking with an older man who asked if he really wanted to buy 150 scrolls. Logan replied that he absolutely did. The man, Radius Great, the master of the Earth Magic Tower, didn't hide his nervousness, since it had been ages since they'd had such a wealthy client. Logan remembered how just minutes earlier, the master had come running the moment he heard Logan wanted 155 scrolls, which was a pretty strange reaction for someone of his status. It turned out Radius had been Tower Master for 5 generations, yet he only had 1.5 million gold to his name, showing just how bad the tower's finances were. Logan immediately realized that this weakness worked in his favor, so he told Radius that his own house, McLean, was nothing more than a bunch of petty thieves from the southwest, and he understood if the master had never even heard of them. Hearing that, Radius apologized to Logan, admitting that his young apprentice had made a mistake and promising he would scold him severely. Logan waved it off, saying it wasn't necessary. The master replied that Logan was extremely generous. All the while, the guy at the counter was internally freaking out. The master, however, looked irritated, thinking he had almost lost such an easy catch like Logan. Even with Logan insisting, Radius fell into silent thought. In these peaceful times, earth magic was more useful for farming and construction. He couldn't understand which noble would spend so much money on expensive scrolls for something so trivial. Frustrated, he thought about the fools gossiping that the magic tower had weakened since he became master. On top of that, it seemed he had burned through the tower's budget way too fast. After sizing things up, he decided it was lucky Logan looked like an easy target. He resolved to handle the young man carefully and squeeze as much money out of him as possible. With that in mind, Radius told Logan that, to be honest, there might be a problem fulfilling his request. Curious, Logan asked what the issue was. The master explained that making a 4th circle scroll required supervision by at least a 5th circle mage, and unfortunately, the tower was short on experienced staff. Logan didn't even look bothered. He just stared at Radius and bluntly asked what he planned to do about it. Radius was caught off guard. That wasn't the reaction he expected. But he kept going, explaining that the unit cost to produce each scroll was extremely high. Hearing that, Logan calmly stood up and said it was a shame nothing could be done. He headed toward the door, telling the master that his original plan was to buy 150 scrolls every single month, but if the tower couldn't handle that quantity, he'd take his business to the royal family's magic tower instead. Radius panicked. He jumped in front of Logan and blocked his path, desperately asking if Logan seriously planned to buy 150 scrolls every month. Logan confirmed it, adding that over the next 6 months, he'd need a total of 900 scrolls. The master looked like he'd just reached heaven, staring at Logan as if he were an angel sent by the gods. Logan then casually pointed out that if producing 150 scrolls at once was already hard for them, a 6-month order would be an even bigger nightmare. As Logan turned to leave again, Radius did something dramatic. He threw himself to the floor and grabbed Logan's boot, shouting that they would handle the order. Logan asked if he really thought that was possible. Radius replied that it was 100% feasible, while dusting off Logan's shoes with his robe. He continued, saying each scroll cost 10,000 gold, meaning 150 scrolls would come to 1.5 million gold. Radius's eyes were shining with greed as he quickly realized that with Logan's planned purchases, he could earn over 9 million gold in the next 6 months. After finishing his little performance, he stood up and proposed an alternative. He suggested that hiring mages might be a better option. Confused, Logan asked which mages he was talking about. Normally, mediocre mages were preferred for dirty work, so he couldn't understand why the master would offer to lend him mages, which would be even more expensive. Logan thought that with a 4th circle mage, he could match the output of 300 scrolls per month and asked if they had any 4th circle mages willing to work on a construction site. Radius clarified that there had been a misunderstanding. Not even he had the authority to casually command a 4th circle mage. Instead, he offered to send 2 to 9 N circle mages and 1 to 3 RD circle mages. He explained that these mages were disciples with a lot of teamwork experience. In exchange, he asked Logan to reduce the number of scrolls. Logan considered the offer carefully, thinking it might actually be a good deal. Sending a team of mages could be more efficient. Still, he hesitated, wondering what kind of people these construction-specialized mages would really be. Sometime later, a group of exhausted, ragged young men appeared in front of Logan. They looked like they had just crawled back from a war zone, and he was genuinely shocked by how bad their condition was. The warrior struggled to find the right words to say. Right at that moment, the tower master cut in and told the group they could return to their quarters. The men ran off immediately, visibly scared, leaving Logan standing there a bit lost. Annoyed, he turned to the master and commented that those guys looked like they were about to collapse. The master agreed, but assured him they were the youngest people with the most construction experience in the entire magic tower, real experts in the field. Logan reflected on that and thought that despite their rough appearance, the mages did seem pretty capable. With one master at the 3rd circle and several experts among them, all in their 20s, they were clearly promising talents. Even with all that, Logan stayed suspicious. He didn't trust that the tower master would actually send his disciples out to the countryside, so he confronted him, saying that exchanging 2nd circle mages for the scrolls didn't sound like a fair deal at all. The master replied, calmly assuring him that a team of 10 mages would be more than sufficient. Hearing that, Logan once again flashed that familiar murderous smile. Still smiling, he started negotiating with the master. He proposed that 120 magic scrolls, plus the dispatch of 10 mages, would be done for a price of 1.2 million gold per month. The master tried to keep his composure, but he was visibly shaken by what he'd just heard. Logan thought it was almost a steal, considering how talented those mages were, and that even he wouldn't send ordinary mages out for that price. He was still amazed when he saw the master actually agreeing to the deal. The master then pulled out a contract and insisted that Logan sign it immediately. Logan looked down at the paper, wondering how anyone in their right mind could agree to those terms, and in the rush, the ink hadn't even dried properly yet. Logan felt like something was off. Suddenly, the big elder chief Clayton burst through the door behind him, with 2 disciples desperately trying to hold him back. The elder chief shouted at the master, saying he'd heard everything he was doing with the disciples and that they were going to have a little chat right there and then. Clayton, a 5th circle mage, was absolutely furious and confronted the master, demanding to know if he was planning to send his disciple on yet another mission. The master replied that everything he did was for the good of the tower. Clayton shot back, asking why only his disciples were always assigned to the most difficult tasks, pointing out that the master wasn't sending just anyone, but the young people who had literally just returned from other missions. The master retorted that the young were capable of enduring hardship. Clayton accused him of mistreating the disciples ever since he himself had become an elder last year. The master dismissed the complaint, saying Clayton had lost his mind. As Logan watched the whole scene play out, he started to understand the power dynamics. Clayton reaching the 5th circle at such a young age clearly made him a threat to the tower master, who was taking out his frustrations on the younger disciples. Despite all the tension, Logan stayed calm, quietly satisfied that this internal conflict was playing straight into his hands. The tower master then turned to Clayton and coldly declared that if he wasn't willing to follow orders, he didn't care about their fate at all. He told Clayton and his disciples to leave right now if they wanted, and the elder asked if he was serious. Hearing that ultimatum, Clayton began to channel his magic, clearly preparing for a fight. Even with a clash about to explode, the master stayed impassive and asked Clayton if he really wanted to go through with it. While Clayton was charging his magic, the ground around the two of them started shaking. One of the disciples realized how dangerous this was and shouted that they needed to stop those two. Clayton then yelled at the Tower Master to get ready. The master just stood there, watching Clayton take a fighting stance. And then, out of nowhere, Logan slammed his hand down on the table with force. Everyone's attention snapped to him. He looked completely unfazed by the chaos around him. Both of them were speechless at what Logan had just done, and the young disciples were also in disbelief. Logan calmly showed them the piece of paper he had just stamped. It was the contract he was supposed to sign with the Tower Master, now fully finalized. He then simply told the 10 people waiting in the room to follow him. After that, he addressed both Clayton and the Tower Master. He told them to sort their mess out themselves and warned that the contract would still be valid even if the Tower Master got replaced, so there would be no problem with the business either way. The Tower Master admitted how pathetic they both must have looked in front of a guest and told Logan he would send the scrolls as soon as they were ready. But Clayton cut him off, saying he wasn't finished talking to him yet. The Master snapped back, asking if he was trying to force the official contract of the Earth Magic Tower right there, and scolded him, telling him to know his place. Clayton then shot back that if that was the case, then his decision was final. He would follow his disciples too. Both Logan and the Tower Master were completely dumbfounded by Clayton's attitude. The Master exclaimed that Clayton had to be insane. An elder following his disciples to a construction site was unheard of. Logan immediately shouted that he never hired a fifth circle mage. Clayton replied that he didn't want to be paid separately, and that he just planned to cooperate to help his disciples and finish the job faster. Hearing that, Logan bowed respectfully before the elder and promised to serve him with full devotion. Clayton then simply asked Logan to delay his disciples' departure by 1 day so they could recover before heading out again. Logan agreed to the request and told the Tower Master to meet him tomorrow at noon at the West Gate. The next day, a carriage rolled out through the Magic Tower's gate. Logan was already outside, leaning casually against the wall with a backpack slung over his shoulder, waiting for Clayton and the others. While standing there, he reflected on how yesterday's contract had turned into an absolute jackpot. Hiring a fifth circle mage through a normal contract would have cost at least 1,000,000 gold pieces, and yet he had gotten way more than that, for far less. The young man thought about how badly he wanted to return to his territory as fast as possible. He still needed to send more impulry to the capital and take care of a bunch of other things. His thoughts were cut off when someone suddenly shouted his name. Someone was calling for him. It turned out to be Reena, who admitted it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Logan greeted her casually by name, but Reena immediately cut him off, saying they weren't close enough for that kind of intimacy. Realizing the situation had just gotten awkward, Logan caught the hint and corrected himself right away, treating her more formally as the Princess of the Wolves, agreeing that it really had been a long time since they last met. He even added that she was being rude as always. Reena looked down at him from her luxurious carriage, hiding half her face behind a fan. She said there were rumors going around in the capital, and that she'd heard Logan was getting involved in some pretty shady business. Then she asked if the McLean family wasn't going through a tough time. Deep down, what she actually wanted to know was if his family had finally gone broke. Logan kept his cool, and replied with maximum politeness that, as Reena should know, he was very ambitious about making money, and that his family's situation was none of her business. Once again, Reena got on his nerves, and said she knew the amount she gave him. When they broke off, the engagement wasn't small, but that it was probably normal for a thief like him. Logan honestly felt like slapping her just for fun. Anxious to get rid of Reena as fast as possible, he agreed with the comment and tried to walk off in the opposite direction, tossing out a dismissive remark about her being so filthy he'd rather avoid her. But just as he was about to leave, Reena stopped him again, mentioning she had heard about his deeds in the feudal war, about how he had used some special weapon. She then asked what he would think about selling it to her. Trying to stay polite, while desperately wanting to escape this conversation, Logan downplayed the weapon's importance, saying it was no big deal, and that while he was embarrassed, he'd have to decline the offer. After that, he basically fled from Reena's carriage, which honestly felt like the smartest move. She watched him with pure disgust from the window as he walked away. Logan thought about how even after becoming famous in the capital for selling impotent medicine, not a single noble had shown any interest in the feudal war in the countryside, not even Reena. If anything, the wolves were way too involved in this. He reflected that the structure of the crossbow he built was very simple, so he only hoped to use it a few more times before the plans fell into the wrong hands and everyone started manufacturing it. Right then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Clayton with his disciples. He said he expected to find Logan at the West Gate and asked what he was doing coming over to their side instead. Logan started physically pushing Clayton and the others in the direction he wanted to go and told them he had run into someone annoying earlier. Suddenly, 3 carriages came tearing through the woods. Logan was riding with Clayton in one of them, along with one of his disciples. Clayton looked like an angry parrot, huffing non-stop. He turned his head toward Logan and commented that the carriage was spacious enough for 5 or 6 people, and that the coachman seemed very experienced. He concluded that Logan had spent a lot of money to make them comfortable. Then Clayton's mood soured, saying Logan didn't need to bother with all that pomp, and that he had wasted money for nothing. Meanwhile, the disciple tried to calm him down, but it didn't really work. Hearing all this, Logan looked at Clayton and thought it wouldn't be the first time a mage had shown exaggerated pride. So he told Clayton that he was honored to serve such powerful mages and that everything he did was just the bare minimum. After all, he had basically hired a 5th circle mage for free, so flattering him wasn't a problem at all. Clayton didn't respond, he just stared out the window, keeping his grumpy attitude. After night fell, Logan and the others set up camp. Logan commented that it was too late to travel any further, so they would rest there and continue their journey tomorrow. After that, Logan lit a fire and started meditating, when suddenly a man with a knife appeared, ready to attack. The man threw the knife at Logan, who sensed the danger and ducked his head to dodge it. Without even interrupting his meditation, Logan calmly asked who was there. One of the men stepped out of the shadows and praised his dodge. Logan stood up as the man continued, saying he had heard all the rumors about him in the capital, and asked if Logan wasn't the guy who made a fortune selling some weird drug. Logan realized he was surrounded by 5 guys and figured they were probably robbers. He let out an annoyed huff and said he just wanted to practice what he had learned through meditation. But honestly, this was the perfect opportunity. Since they had interrupted him, he drew his sword and warned the bandits that they were about to become his training partners. One of the bandits mocked him, laughing and jeering. Logan didn't even react. Without hesitation, Logan slit the bandit's throat in one clean motion, silencing his laughter instantly. 2 of the others stared at their fallen comrade, completely unable to understand how Logan had moved so fast, and one of them called him a bastard. Another bandit jumped in to attack. Logan took an aggressive stance. The moment the bandit got close, ready to plunge his knife into him, Logan dodged and sliced his belly in a single swift motion, sending him flying through the air. The guy crashed into a tree and seemed to have passed out. 2 men were already down, leaving only 3. One of the bandits realized there was no way they could beat Logan and shouted for the others to run. That's when he noticed he couldn't move his legs at all. At that moment, Logan started charging his aura, and the way he held his sword looked strangely familiar. He was copying Felix's movements. Logan forced enough mana into his sword to replicate the attack Felix had taught him. The aura blade was ready. He planted his foot on the ground and cut through the air with absurd force. The strike hit 2 of the opponents squarely, knocking them down instantly. Then something weird happened. He suddenly lost the aura he had managed to conjure, which left him confused for a second. Logan figured this ability must be hard to maintain for long. He looked at the last bandit, who had fallen to the ground, absolutely terrified. Logan smiled. He had managed to use the move at its maximum level thanks to Felix. While Logan was distracted, the last bandit started crawling away, trying to escape. Logan thought about how focusing and compressing the force through the new authority had created that aura earlier. Along with the pressure blade he learned from the Duke, Felix had also shown him the force blade, which was a weaker version of the attack. But Logan knew it was impossible to imitate that at his current level. His cheeks flushed as he muttered that he couldn't believe he had actually managed to use the force blade, even if only for a brief moment. Then he noticed the last bandit still trying to escape, and turned his head in that direction. Logan stared at him while the man cried. Realizing just how screwed he was, Logan prepared to attack again, which terrified the poor guy even more. Walking toward him, Logan explained to himself that using the force coming from the sword to dominate the enemy created the ability known as the pressure blade. And just as he was about to stab the last bandit, Logan flashed that predatory smile again. He said this ability should be enough to use in a real fight. After killing him, he glanced at the bodies around and wondered if he had overdone it a little. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, taking Logan completely by surprise, saying he had witnessed everything. The speaker was Clayton, and he looked furious. Logan turned toward him, confused about why he was angry, wondering if Clayton thought he had gone too far even though those guys were robbers. If Clayton decided not to work with him anymore, Logan would be in serious trouble. But that wasn't what happened. Clayton stared at the young man, and, to Logan's shock, praised his skills, saying he was incredible. Logan stood there, stunned and speechless for a moment. Still grumpy as ever, Clayton added that even though he didn't understand much about force users, what he had just seen wasn't normal for someone Logan's age. Logan thanked him for the compliment, saying he was being too generous, and realized Clayton wasn't actually angry, it was just his face. Clayton and Logan walked together through the forest, and an awkward silence hung between them. Logan glanced sideways, thinking about how he had purposely moved away from the camp to avoid exposing his powers. He wondered if Clayton had followed him all this way just to find him. Breaking the silence, Clayton commented that his disciples were struggling because they didn't have the best teacher, and that was why he was trying to teach them as much as he could. Logan reassured him that he was already doing a good job, and asked why Clayton felt the need to share this with him. Hearing that, Clayton stopped walking, turned his head toward Logan, and warned that even after they reached Logan's territory, he wanted his disciples to take breaks and have chances to train with him. Clayton then said he would work as much as necessary to make sure they got this opportunity and asked if they could have an understanding. Logan agreed immediately. Logan looked down and noticed something strange. He saw mana flowing up from the ground behind Clayton, wondering where it was going. It turned out the mana was flowing toward the tent where the mages were sleeping. Once again, Clayton looked at Logan and asked if they had a deal, while Logan kept wondering why Clayton would go to such extreme lengths to share his mana with his disciples. Logan acknowledged that Clayton was taking great care of them. Clayton replied that as a teacher, he had to do the bare minimum. Logan questioned if fighting the Tower Master for them wasn't doing more than the minimum, but Clayton shot back that the Tower Master was the one who picked the fight. The next day, the flags of the McLean estate waved proudly in the wind. Inside his father's office, Logan was talking with Patrick, who had clearly heard about his son's travels, and asked if he had gained much experience during his time in the capital. Logan replied that everything he learned there had been insanely helpful. Patrick nodded and said that, in that case, it was fine, then asked if his son had anything else to report. Hearing that, Logan thought he probably could have approached the topic in a smoother way. He casually mentioned that his business in the capital was thriving. That single sentence left Patrick completely speechless. Standing up from behind his desk, Patrick asked what business he was even talking about. Logan explained that he had been selling the medicine he had given him before. Patrick looked like he was about to faint and asked if Logan had really gone all the way to the capital just to sell a stimulant. Putting a hand on his forehead, Patrick reminded him that even though he had promised not to interfere, this was still a massive shock. Then he told Logan to be more careful with the family's reputation next time. Logan quickly promised he would, feeling relieved that Patrick was taking it way better than he had expected. Then he added that he had also befriended the Sword Duke. Hearing that, Patrick froze and immediately asked if he meant Felix Esperanza. Then Patrick suddenly got furious and demanded to know if Logan had also sold the medicine to Felix. With a calm smile, Logan replied that he had done exactly that. Enraged, Patrick shouted, asking how far Logan planned to drag the family's reputation through the mud. Completely unfazed, Logan pulled out a book Felix had given him and said that in return, he had received a valuable intermediate-level sword technique. Patrick, now calmer, took the book from Logan's hands and read the title out loud, Iron Blood Sword. He commented that it was a genuine intermediate sword technique, guaranteed by the Sword Duke himself. But Logan knew that wasn't entirely true, since he was the one who had written that title. He reflected on how, in his past life, an imperial merchant had unearthed the Iron Blood Sword from ancient ruins. It had been considered one of the best intermediate sword techniques of its time. At first, the merchant had only copied and sold it to a select few, but eventually it leaked, and copies of the full technique spread all over the market. Over time, it became so common that even ordinary people managed to learn it. Logan figured that wouldn't happen for another 10 years in this life, so having the family's knights learn it now would be a huge advantage. He also thought that if they added the sword's chi and the divine secrets of the sword on top of it, his father and Ronian could use it as a real trump card. That said, the Iron Blood Sword technique pushed raw strength to the extreme, and to prevent it from causing internal damage, Patrick would normally never allow something like that. But slapping the Sword Duke's name on the book would almost guarantee Patrick accepted it. Patrick flipped through the contents and commented that this was on a completely different level from the records their family had passed down. His hands trembled slightly as he held the book, realizing that in reality, acquiring intermediate sword skills was insanely difficult. He thought that was the reason he had been stuck at the same level for 10 years. Patrick then told Logan that properly mastering this technique would boost the total strength of the Knight Order by at least 30%, and he wondered out loud how they could ever repay the Duke's kindness. Hearing that, Logan thought it was perfect timing because he actually had a proposal. Patrick should also master the technique and show it to Felix. But before Logan could even finish his sentence, Patrick suddenly rushed out of the room. He threw a seal at Logan and said that mastering the technique was now his top priority, leaving Logan in charge of everything until he succeeded. That was the exact moment Logan realized how serious this was. Patrick had just handed him the family crest, the symbol of temporary authority. Patrick shot through the door, yelling at Logan to help Dwayne with the family's responsibilities. He promised he'd return as soon as he mastered the technique perfectly, thanked him in a rush, and disappeared before Logan could bring up any of the things he still wanted to discuss. There Logan stood in his father's office, holding the family crest and looking completely lost. He stared down at the seal, not even sure where to begin, realizing that having this thing meant he could now act freely. Logan silently swore that he would finish everything he wanted to do before Patrick came back. Dwayne burst into the room almost immediately. The idea hadn't even fully sunk in yet, and Dwayne was already shouting that he had heard about all of Logan's exploits in the capital. Dwayne quickly got down to business and started begging for money. Suspicious, Logan asked if he hadn't already received funds from the battle with Taran. Dwayne shouted in frustration, explaining that those funds were nowhere near enough to maintain the two fortresses. The war had caused a massive labor shortage, and production was going to drop hard this year. To make things worse, the Kiros had also cut off all aid. Desperate, Dwayne dropped to his knees and begged Logan for money, saying he had heard about the fortune Logan made in the capital. But Logan just smiled and said he was sorry. He had already spent all the cash. Hearing that, Dwayne couldn't believe it and asked where on earth Logan had managed to burn through all that money so fast. Logan just looked down at him, smiling without saying a word. Dwayne looked up and told him to stop messing around, but Logan stayed calm, staring right back at him. Seeing that, Dwayne started sweating. He asked if Logan was serious, and Logan nodded. Dwayne bowed again, totally desperate, and asked where he had even spent that much money. Logan replied that he had spent 1.2 million gold on scrolls and magic mages and had also bought construction materials and food. In other words, there was nothing left. Dwayne repeated what Logan had just said in disbelief and muttered that buying a little food and handing it out wouldn't make any real difference. That's when Logan dropped the real bomb. He said he had spent 1 million gold just on food. Dwayne wasn't sure he had heard that right and asked him to repeat it. Logan did, saying that he would be distributing 1 million gold worth of food every month for a full year to the people. Hearing that, Dwayne started shouting, asking if Logan had eaten something that made him go insane. Logan thought that was a pretty normal reaction. After all, him becoming a war hero wasn't suddenly going to change Dwayne's opinion of him. Logan calmly told him that he was completely sane and asked if the food he bought was enough. Dwayne confirmed that it was, and then asked what Logan planned to do with the construction materials and scrolls, wondering if he was about to start some massive project. Logan replied simply that they were going to build a dam. 2 weeks later, a notice started circulating all around the city with a blunt message. The feudal lord was summoning everyone for compulsory labor, those from Mauclane Fortress to gather at the west gate of the city, and those from Storm Fortress at the east gate. Seeing this, a man from Taran Fortress snapped that they had finally hit their limit and that the nobles were exploiting them without mercy. A man from Mauclane Fortress added that forcing them into labor right at the peak of harvest season was pure madness. Another voice joined in, saying they had barely survived the battle, only for the feudal lord to now try and crush them anyway. Furious, they started questioning whether the message even gave them a choice: die while fleeing, waste away working, or just starve to death. In the end, they realized every road led to the same ugly ending. Determined, they grabbed pitchforks and whatever tools they could find, ready to confront the feudal lord in open rebellion. The whole crowd gathered in front of the Mauclane estate, and a young man turned to an older one and quietly asked if they were really going to go through with this. The older man answered firmly that the lords were treating them like dogs, while they themselves could barely survive on grass. He looked at the crowd and declared that this time, picking a fight was worth it. A bead of sweat rolled down the young man's forehead as he nodded and agreed, saying he'd rather take the chance and fight back. Right then, the castle gates opened. Driven by sheer determination, the people took their positions. When the gates opened fully, the silhouettes of several knights appeared. One of the knights shouted for his comrades to get ready for the distribution. The crowd, which had been leaning toward a fight just moments ago, calmed down and started wondering what the noble meant by distribution. "I were fivels of lows." The elder stepped forward, warning everyone that it was all a trick. At that exact moment, a man placed a sack in front of him. The knight explained that by order of young Master Logan, anyone who participated in the forced labor would receive a month's worth of grain. He told everyone to line up at the gate so the distribution could begin. Hearing that, the crowd dropped their weapons and rushed to form a line. The old man clutched the sack tightly, staring silently at the ground. He trembled for a moment, then lifted his head and shouted for all to hear, "Hail Logan Mlan!" The people turned toward him as he repeated the cry. Smiles spread across their faces as they agreed with the old man, and soon everyone began hailing Logan. Meanwhile, high up on the estate walls, Logan and Dwayne were talking. Dwayne asked if it had really been necessary to issue a compulsory order just to gather the people, since they could have simply made a request. Logan replied that if he had done it that way, not even a quarter of them would have shown up. After all, no one there trusted the nobles. He explained that nobles saw their people as property, but life as a mercenary had taught him that for common folk, between good nobles and bad nobles, there's really only one difference: which one takes more. Logan told Dwayne that even his own father thought more of the knights than the people, believing knights were the true strength of a nation. That was why, even without money, Patrick still maintained an order of 50 knights. That was exactly why Logan had forced them to gather like this, so they would truly believe. Logan then turned to Dwayne and asked why he was staring at him. Dwayne replied that he was just surprised, saying the young master had been surprising him a lot lately. Logan told Dwayne he was being silly, and that since Dwayne listened to him and trusted him so much, he could go ahead and start the construction. Dwayne got annoyed hearing that again and asked Logan to think it over one more time, saying it made no sense to spend 2 million gold on that construction. He then asked if it was even possible to build it in the first place. Logan replied that Dwayne was starting to sound just like Hamar and Clayton. He said he had already revealed his plan to the two of them, and both had been left speechless at the idea of building a dam. During dinner, They had asked if his intention was to divert the water and build gates. Logan confirmed it, insisting that the project be executed exactly as planned. He explained that the McLean territory was surrounded by mountains, which made the land unproductive. He added that the mountains to the north were blocking the Ludder River from flowing south. To transform the region, he had instructed Hamar and Clayton to carve a massive hole through those mountains, so the river water could pass through. Hamar, clearly annoyed, replied that it would be easier to believe if Logan had just asked them to tear down the entire mountain. Logan explained that instead, they would build a tunnel connecting directly to the Ludder River, about 30 meters in diameter at the mouth, and that it would function as a gate. He added that this method was used in the western part of the continent, where they called it a dam. In reality, Logan knew that explanation wasn't completely true. It was a flood control method that would only become popular in the Empire about 20 years later. He also didn't fully understand all the principles behind it, but with a master dwarf and a fifth circle mage at his disposal, Logan believed the project could actually work. If those two led the project, he could transform the western wastelands of McLean into fertile plains. Clayton was about to comment on the plan, but Hamar cut him off, insisting that choosing the right spot was crucial. He explained that soil composition was fundamental and that they needed to consider water levels to prevent the tunnel from collapsing. They would have to build an arched structure and ask the mages for help. After hearing all that, Clayton turned to Hamar and asked if Logan's idea was really feasible. Hamar, surprised that he had said all that out loud, could hardly believe it himself. Hearing everything, Logan held his wine glass and confidently acknowledged that the plan was possible. That made both Clayton and Hamar start sweating. Hamar, trying to backpedal, began to say that he was already busy with other tasks, including the new mining operation. But before he could finish, Logan interrupted him, explaining that was exactly why he had prepared magic scrolls and mages. Logan then told Hamar that he would leave the task of finding the right mountain to him. Hearing that, Hamar replied somewhat reluctantly that he had suspected something when Logan suddenly decided to take him out for a massive meal. Watching all of this, Clayton wondered if everything that was happening was really okay. At the construction site, Clayton took his position and began concentrating his magic. From a safe distance, two workers watched nervously. One of them brushed it off, telling the other that with Logan there, they'd be fine. Omar then shouted to Clayton, saying he could start whenever he was ready. Clayton pressed his magic-infused hand against the mountain, and with a sudden surge of power, the surface shattered into millions of pieces. The people instantly scattered to avoid the flying debris. Seeing the chaos, Hamar rushed over and pushed Clayton aside, reminding him that he had told him to take it easy. Logan, watching the whole thing, started explaining that besides physical strength, there was another power humans could use: mana. In his past life, Logan could barely feel mana at all, but now he could see everything clearly. He was blown away by the power of the earth flowing from the mana circle in Clayton's heart, weaving intricate patterns that stimulated and broke apart the stone wall. Impressed, Logan realized that the development of his force core had supercharged his senses to an absurd level. Clayton turned toward him with a small smile and told the young man to pay attention to the next trick, saying this was just the beginning. At first, Logan wasn't that impressed, but he watched closely as Clayton raised his hand and then suddenly clenched his fist. In the blink of an eye, all the stones from the previous explosion came together and began floating in front of him. Instantly, Logan understood what was happening. The debris was merging to form a gigantic structure. The sheer size of the thing was insane, and the young warrior could only stare upward with his jaw dropped, while a completely terrified Hamar hid behind Logan's leg. Clayton transformed the scattered stones into a massive rock golem. Logan, stunned that Clayton could create something so colossal without any tools, started pondering the possibilities. He muttered to himself that if they could make a few more of these golems, the construction would be finished way faster, and they could even use them in war. Overwhelmed by Clayton's power, Logan grabbed his hands excitedly and asked how many golems he could create. Clayton, also hyped, asked if his students were capable of creating golems too. He then confirmed that since they were from the golem school of the Earth Magic Tower, they definitely could. Logan was glowing with excitement, but Clayton quickly cooled his enthusiasm by pointing out a major limitation. He explained that the magic formula needed to create a golem's core could only be executed by fifth circle mages. His students, even though they were skilled, weren't strong enough and would need mana stones. Even then, the golems his students created would be much smaller and weaker than the one Clayton had just summoned. Hearing that, Logan's expression shifted hard. He explained that mana stones were a mineral as rare as calcium or mithril, making them a rare ore that couldn't be produced artificially, and since they were used for magical assistance, they were insanely expensive. That made Logan think mana stones really weren't worth it for this job. But then another thought hit him. Was he really thinking about cost-effectiveness when it came to war? After all, what if he could win by investing just a little money? He asked Clayton if his golem would also get stronger with mana stones. Clayton confirmed, explaining that its strength and speed would increase, and it would last much longer. However, since he was a fifth circle mage, he would need the highest quality monostone. Even so, for a second circle mage, a low-quality monostone would be enough, would last about 24 hours, and would still be much stronger than an adult man. Hearing this, Logan thought a low-quality monostone must cost about the same as a gold piece. Their cost-effectiveness didn't justify the expense for this project, but for a short war like the last one, they could produce way bigger results. Dwayne arrived at the construction site, and the moment he saw the giant golem punching into the mountain, he completely freaked out. Logan tried to calm him down, explaining that the golem was digging a tunnel as part of the plan, but fear took over, and he couldn't even hear him. Without listening to Logan, he panicked and ran off, shouting that he needed to warn the patriarch. Logan turned to Hamar, telling him to take the workers and start building the water channel. He said there was no need to leave anyone to work on the tunnel, since the golem could handle it alone. Hamar nodded and started giving orders to the workers. Meanwhile, Logan reflected on how he now had 3 construction projects running at the same time, feeling both excited and locked in. First, the tunnel for the dam. Second, the water channel. And third, the mine, for which he already had the drilling results. Because of that, he had sent workers there before anywhere else. The young man thought that ever since returning from the capital, he'd been so busy with the dam that he hadn't been able to keep an eye on the mine. For that reason, he decided he was going to visit it tomorrow. The next day, Logan saw people constantly going in and out of the mine, with Hamar stuck in the middle of everything, looking especially irritated. Logan walked up to him and casually commented that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Hamar snapped back, asking what the hell he was talking about, accusing him of making him run from one end to the other non-stop. In a burst of rage, he yelled that he couldn't keep up this pace anymore, and said it would be better if Logan just killed him already. He complained that he couldn't even take a proper break, and demanded to know why he had to shoulder all this burden alone. Throughout the entire outburst, Logan stayed completely silent. Meanwhile, one of the other workers noticed how frustrated Hamar was, and told the others they needed to step in. Logan gently put a hand on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. He acknowledged how hard Hamar had been working, and told him that from now on, he would let him manage and administer everything by himself. Hamar's expression shifted to pure disbelief, as he asked if Logan was serious, wondering if he really planned to dump all the tasks on him. Logan felt a small sting of sadness when he realized Hamar had seen right through his intention. With a half-playful gesture, Logan stuck out his pinky finger, and promised that, as soon as all the construction was finished, Hamar could rest as much as he wanted. Overwhelmed, Hamar tried to push the young man's hand away, but Logan held onto his finger firmly, almost making the poor dwarf cry out in pain as he threatened to break it. Hamar, still sitting on the ground and annoyed, watched Logan turn his back and casually comb his hair, saying he was just trying to be funny. Then Logan looked toward the mine, thinking it would be exploited much faster than last time. Even though he wasn't completely sure about the dam yet, he hoped it would work out. It was the only way his plans could succeed. Logan then activated a communication channel to speak with Philip. His buddy told him that the construction materials would be delivered without any issues, and also mentioned that he had closed a deal for the wood, which would bring in an extra 100,000 gold per month. That news instantly lit up Logan's face. Philip didn't hide his excitement either, and told Logan that once they finished building the mine and clearing the land, the territory would be totally transformed, and that he'd love to see it in person one day. Logan stared at the orb for a moment, thoughtful, before replying that Philip should visit next year. Curious, Philip asked why, then quickly added that he probably wouldn't get an answer anyway. So he switched topics and revealed that rumors were spreading in the capital about a problem with the royal family. Philip asked what that problem could be, and Logan replied that he had heard about it at the Sword Duke's house, but didn't know the details, only that it seemed serious. He advised Philip to try to dig up more information. Inside his head, Logan drifted into memories from his past life, remembering that the following winter, the king would suddenly die, which would trigger a civil war. Still, he knew the information he had might not be perfectly accurate. If the king's death really was sudden, things would follow the same pattern as before. Otherwise, the timing could shift. Logan understood he couldn't start preparing seriously until he confirmed what was really happening. His main priority was getting the McLean family ready. So Logan instructed Philip to allocate the remaining budget into an emergency fund, and to buy as many weapons and armor as possible, specifically enough to equip 500 men. Hearing that, Philip started sweating, saying this wasn't going to be easy at all. He questioned why Logan needed so much equipment when the McLeans only had around 100 knights. Logan explained that the gear wasn't for the knights, but for the soldiers. That answer made Philip furious. He asked if Logan had completely lost his mind, arguing that no one fully armed their soldiers, because it was a total waste of money. But Logan refused to listen to the complaints. In his thoughts, he reasoned that even if his actions looked strange, they were driven by necessity. The last war had caused a lot of deaths, which hurt production badly. To avoid that happening again, he needed to minimize enlistment as much as possible, while at the same time boosting the strength of both his knights and his soldiers. Arming the soldiers was a key part of that strategy. Logan then asked Philip if his judgment had ever failed before. Reluctantly, Philip admitted that it hadn't. Logan smirked and told him that in that case, they should move forward exactly as planned. Philip said he understood and that he'd discreetly try to find out more about the rumors. With that, Logan said the next step was securing funds through the mine, stabilizing the food supply with the dam, and upgrading the soldiers' weaponry. The basic preparations for a massive leap forward were coming together smoothly. Sometime later, a massive pile of papers sat on Logan's desk, completely overwhelming him. Dwayne stood beside him, pointing at specific documents and directing his attention, telling him to read this one, sign the other, and keep going like that, before adding that he'd bring the next batch soon. While Logan was reading one of the papers, Dwayne pointed out that he had once again signed a document without properly checking it, questioning whether he planned to keep being this careless. It was clear that Logan really needed to get a grip on handling the territory's affairs. Right then, the door burst open. Kaisalan rushed in, looking sick with worry, and said that Hamar was trapped in a mine that had just collapsed. The news sent a chill straight down Logan's spine. He jumped out of his chair and demanded to know what had happened. Kaisalan explained that one of the tunnels had given way, and that more than 50 meters of it had caved in. There was no way to tell where Hamar was. Worried, Logan immediately asked if they had found Hamar yet. Dwayne cut in, asking since when their territory even had a mine, but Logan completely ignored him. Hearing that the collapse spanned over 50 meters, the young man bolted out of the room, shouting that they couldn't waste any time and had to head straight to the mine. Dwayne was left behind, totally clueless, yelling about where this whole mine story even came from. Logan arrived at the mine on horseback and immediately asked the workers which tunnel had collapsed. One of them pointed to the middle tunnel, explaining it was the deepest and darkest one, but Logan didn't listen for a second and rushed straight in. Inside, he used his aura to see in the darkness, and what he saw seriously disturbed him. Huge boulders were blocking the passage, and a few people were desperately trying to move them. The ancient form that oversaw the mine noticed Logan's presence. Logan ordered the workers to step back. He touched one of the stones and filled it with mana. He could feel the presence of 10 trapped people, one of them carrying the same energy as Hamar. He told the foreman that they had escaped the worst of it, but there were still many victims. The foreman, completely confused, asked how he could possibly know that. Logan ignored the question and asked how long it would take to clear the rocks. The foreman estimated at least 3 days, and that instantly made Logan anxious. He knew the longer they took, the slimmer the chances of survival for the people trapped inside. Outside, Logan asked Clayton and his apprentices for help. He begged them to rescue Hamar and the trapped workers, promising they'd be rewarded handsomely. Clayton realized Logan was talking about the place where Hamar had been working. He decided to help, but made it clear it wasn't for the money. It was because people were hurt. Logan thanked him and promised to return the favor. Clayton thought it was strange that Logan, who had always been so secretive about the mine, was suddenly giving up its location just to save a slave and a few workers. He used his magic to support the tunnel, and his disciples used mana stones to summon golems. Holding their crystals, the disciples threw the stones at the rubble, and the rocks transformed into stone golems that immediately started clearing the debris. The miners were terrified. They weren't used to seeing magic that powerful. Logan was stunned by their efficiency, watching them clear several meters of rubble in just seconds. Clayton urged them to move faster, and Logan didn't just stand there watching. He joined the workers and mages, carrying rocks and helping with the removal himself. Clayton was shocked to see Logan, a noble, working so hard to save commoners and a dwarf. For him, it was a scene he had never witnessed before. Then, the master of the mine shouted that he'd found Hamar, injured and partially buried. Seeing that, Logan was terrified, but then he realized that despite the scare, the injuries were minor, and everyone was okay. A huge wave of relief washed over him, and he thanked the gods that everyone had escaped with only a few scratches. Later, in the infirmary, Logan asked Hamar what had happened. Hamar admitted he had dozed off because he'd been overworking himself lately. Logan was upset, but Hamar tried to reassure him, saying he'd be back to work in no time. Logan cut him off and told him to rest for as long as he needed. Hamar was shocked by Logan's concern and shouted that he was going to rest even if the world caught fire or aliens showed up. Leaving the infirmary, Logan was impressed that the rescue had taken only 2 hours. His thoughts were interrupted by Clayton, who suddenly appeared and said that Logan's mind was something wonderful. Logan wondered if the mage had figured out his mind was full of gold and whether he'd keep it a secret. He explained to Clayton that the mine was crucial to his plans and that he had no one else to replace Hamar. Besides, if he couldn't protect his people, he'd have no one left. Clayton was intrigued by his answer and asked if Logan wanted a magic tower in his territory. The young man was stunned. Clayton explained that it was time to get rid of the old tower master, and Logan's lands were perfect for a small magic tower. Logan was ecstatic and said it would be an honor. He asked if Clayton's apprentices would come and what the cost would be. Clayton replied that his disciples would definitely come and that he didn't need much money. He trusted Logan's character and abilities. Logan was completely amazed. Hamar, who had overheard the conversation, asked Clayton if he'd hit his head, but Logan just told his friend to get back to bed. A week later, Hamar reported to Logan, saying he was fully recovered and heading back to the mine to make up for lost time. Logan wished him good luck. As soon as Hamar left, Dwayne showed up looking absolutely terrifying. He demanded to know why Logan had kept the mine a secret and for how long he'd been developing it. Logan simply apologized and said he had forgotten. Frustrated, Dwayne asked how he could possibly forget something so important. Instead of answering properly, Logan broke into a huge grin and revealed the truth. It was a gold mine. Dwayne refused to believe it and told his young master to stop being a wise guy. There was no way people like them could have a gold mine, and he asked what Logan was even talking about. Logan asked what was so unbelievable about it, and called him a rascal. Then, getting serious again, he informed him that the mine was expected to generate about 100 million gold per year, and asked if he really thought he'd joke about something like that. Hearing this, Dwayne went completely speechless. He asked if Logan was serious, and just froze on the spot. Logan touched Dwayne, worried, and he nearly fell backward. It looked like the information was making him faint because he just couldn't process the amount of cash that mine would bring in. Elsewhere, a group of people were walking together through the forest, confused about why they'd been called back again. The dam construction was finished in just 3 months, instead of the 6 they expected. They were the administrators Dwayne had gathered for a final inspection. Logan greeted them warmly, saying how glad he was to have them there, and acknowledging how tight their schedules were. He asked them to stay and witness the opening of the dam. One of the administrators looked on skeptically, thinking it was a waste of time because bringing water from the Ludder River to sprinkle over the desert wouldn't make a lick of difference. He thought Logan should have invested the money more wisely, maybe by fixing the south wall. The other administrators also questioned why Logan had put in so much effort. They turned to Dwayne, who was once again standing there with his mouth wide open. Dwayne stared at the dam, realizing it wasn't built just to water some wasteland. It was actually connected directly to the underground channels of the Ludder River. If they could supply water continuously through those channels, the vast wasteland could truly become fertile land. Logan looked around and saw that everyone was gathered, the workers, the mages, and the administrators. He turned to Clayton and gave the signal. Clayton, without a second's hesitation, got ready to start the process. Hamar grumbled, complaining that they had worked their butts off so the workers themselves could open and close the floodgates. But Logan explained that the first time had to be something huge. He wanted to show everyone on the Moclane property what they had built with their own hands. An image of the dam appeared, showing some golems positioned in front of the floodgates, ready to lift them. The administrators were speechless at first, but they got used to it pretty quickly. Then Clayton shouted loud enough for everyone to hear, giving the order for the golems to open the gates. They stretched their hands toward the gates and began to lift. Logan smiled, satisfied. But something weird happened. The golems were struggling to lift the gates. With a killer smile, Clayton looked at Hamar, muttering and asking what the hell he was doing. But Hamar looked just as confused since he had already given orders for the workers to open the gates. Seeing the situation, Logan started to sweat and had a flashback of a conversation with Clayton where he'd warned him that lifting the gates would be too much for the golems. Apparently, the golem's strength was mostly for show, and it would take about 100 workers turning the pulleys to open the gates. Thinking fast, Logan told Clayton to order the golems to knock down the gates. Hamar and Clayton were flabbergasted, and Clayton asked if he was serious. Logan just told him to do as he said since they could rebuild the gates later. After hesitating for a few seconds, Clayton did what Logan asked, and the golems started punching the gates. The construction crew couldn't believe what they were seeing since their hard work had just been finished. Suddenly, the gate gave way, and the water came rushing down with insane force, dragging the golems with it. Everyone was confused, but Logan just grinned from ear to ear, totally thrilled. The townspeople, who had worked so hard on the construction, couldn't hold back their tears at the sight of the water, finally understanding what it truly meant. In that moment, Logan thought this would solve their food problem during the Civil War. They could start planting next spring. Even Dwayne was happy and jumped on Logan's back, scaring the daylights out of him, saying how wrong he was about the dam and begging for forgiveness. Logan told him it was all good and started teasing him, asking why a big guy like him was crying so much. But not everyone was happy. Hamar was over in the corner crying and asking how long it would take to rebuild the gates. Clayton came over and said he'd help rebuild them one more time. Logan then said they didn't need the gate urgently, and that they could take a week off and finish the mine construction first. After that, he told Hamar that once this project was done too, they'd have a long vacation again. That lit up Hamar's eyes, and he asked if Logan was serious. Logan reassured him, but what Hamar didn't know was that they'd be busy again soon. Lots of farmers would want the fertile land, and they'd need to build a new village for people to live in. Logan turned to Hamar, about to praise him, but realized that wasn't the right way to do things. He called him over. Hamar turned, curious. Logan commented that construction must be tough, even for someone like him, since he'd never heard of dwarves being good at building. That drove Hamar crazy. He asked what Logan was trying to say, and explained that after making weapons, construction was the dwarves' specialty. Logan realized Hamar was right where he wanted him, and commented that it was great to hear that. Hamar replied that it sounded suspicious, that Logan could praise him all he wanted, but it wouldn't get him anything, and asked why he was suddenly so interested in construction. Logan played it off, saying it was just curiosity. But as soon as Hamar turned his back, Logan thought to himself that after his week of rest, the thrilling experience of home building would begin, and then he wouldn't be laughing. He was actually scared to run into him at night. As soon as the chat with Hamar was over, Logan stepped up and addressed the crowd at the inauguration. He repeated the promise he had made earlier. First, that everyone would be allowed to farm the McLean Plains. Second, that they would receive leasing rights proportional to their work, and that taxes would be capped at only 30%. Then he glanced at the vassals, thinking that by announcing it this way, not even they could oppose it. In fact, they all looked radiant, realizing that the territory might finally be changing for real. 4 weeks later, Logan was back in his office with Rick, reviewing a plan sent by Hamar, who had already finished the village layout and even a model house. Logan commented that he knew he'd chosen the right person for the job, and Rick agreed, saying Hamar was amazing. Logan thought about how he never imagined Hamar would accept the task when he first approached him a few weeks ago. Hamar had planned the streets in a cross pattern and placed houses of the same size, complete with wells, community bathrooms, and sewers. Logan thought he had basically tried to replicate the city plan he'd seen in his past life. Suddenly, a strong smell hit Logan in the face. He turned to Rick and asked why he stank so bad. Rick said it was all Logan's fault, and asked why that drug was selling so insanely well, saying that if it weren't for that, he wouldn't be suffering like this. Just then, Dwayne burst into the room screaming Logan's name. Logan asked if he was ever going to knock again, but Dwayne didn't care, and immediately started saying something about Hamar. Then his expression flipped into pure joy. He told Logan that Hamar had sent word they could start mining the gold now Hamar and showed him some nuggets, explaining they had found the treasure just like that. Logan told Hamar he did a great job, and Dwayne hugged him, asking how they got so lucky to have him around. But Hamar just wanted to rest, and his eyes showed he had been awake for a very, very long time. Logan then asked him how much they could start extracting. Hamar replied that everything was on schedule, and that they could pull out a ton of gold per month, which should last at least 10 years. He once again insisted that he really needed to go rest. Logan hesitated and argued that there was still so much to do, like building the city, handling more beasts, and creating new weapons. He asked Hamar if that would be possible. Logan's request hit like an axe blow, making Hamar sweat and grab his head. Then he just lay down flat on the floor to rest. Dwayne bent over him and called him the treasure of the territory. Logan thought he'd be the only one moving forward now since there was still so much work left to do. He told Hamar he'd keep his promise and that he could take his time off. Hamar suddenly started screaming with happiness and bolted out like a flash of lightning. Logan wondered if he'd awakened some kind of power because the dwarf was way too fast. Behind him, Dwayne started crying with joy. Logan asked what happened, and Dwayne explained that the mine would bring in about 100 million gold a year. Dwayne told Logan to hell with the Kairos, and that their territory was saved because they wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. Logan teased him, saying he was crying more than when the dam was finished. Then the young man looked calmly at Dwayne and dropped a crucial fact. He told him that the only one he should fear was him, and warned him to stay sharp because that mine was also his. Dwayne was instantly terrified. Logan explained that of course he'd pay 30% in taxes to the family, but that was it. Dwayne got up, completely bewildered, and knelt before Logan, saying he trusted his judgment. Logan then warned Dwayne that they had to keep the mine a secret, because if word got out, the Bifrost, Kalia, and the Margrave would cause trouble. Dwayne said he'd take care of it, which made Logan feel a bit uneasy. He thought his father was going to be a real handful since he had made a lot of changes before Patrick's return. A week later, Logan and his father were walking by the river, admiring how beautiful the place had become. Logan noticed right away that his father had become an advanced knight. Patrick acknowledged that while Logan had been away, he had managed to accomplish a ridiculous amount. Logan tried to defend himself and explain his plans, but Patrick cut him off mid-sentence. Patrick said that having water flowing through that wasteland was insane in the best way possible, and that Logan was way better at managing the territory than he ever was. Logan tried to stay humble, but Patrick kept going, saying Logan had managed to do more in just 3 months than he himself had done in the last 10 years, and then straight up thanked him for it. Logan wanted to say he was grateful too, but Patrick interrupted him again and dropped another bomb. He announced that from now on, Logan would handle all the duties of a lord, because he wanted to focus entirely on training the Order of Knights. Hearing that, Logan was completely stunned. Patrick cut him off again before he could react and asked if he knew what he had realized during his training. Then he said it bluntly, "I got old." Patrick explained that he couldn't master the secret techniques anymore, and that now it was up to young people like Logan and Ronian to try. He said Logan had helped him break through a barrier that had blocked him for years, and that he now wanted to step back and become a guide instead of staying in the front. Logan nodded and accepted the proposal. Patrick then turned and called for Marion, asking her to help Logan fulfill his role. Marion agreed without hesitation. Patrick gave Logan a small nudge, clearly encouraging him to talk to his mother. The young man walked up to Marion, who was standing there in a beautiful dress, holding a parasol. She started by saying that Logan's achievements were more than enough to prove his ability to be the successor. She called him young master and said that now she only wished for Ronian's success. Logan tried to apologize, but she interrupted him, saying she was the one who should be sorry. She admitted her vision had been limited and said she hoped Logan would be generous. Marion continued, saying that Logan had been teaching Ronian how to fight and that he had never been happier. She asked him to continue looking after his brother. Logan didn't like where this conversation was heading at all, and suddenly shouted that parents shouldn't use respectful titles with their children. He told her to call him Mom instead. That made her stop, completely emotional. She turned and said goodbye, then walked toward Patrick. Patrick signaled to Logan, clearly approving of what his son had just done. Logan stood there and watched his parents walk away. Later on, Logan and Patrick were talking again. Logan explained that as soon as the city was fully ready, they would start clearing the brush to prepare the land for farming. Patrick looked a little concerned and asked whether the residents would really move that easily. Logan replied confidently that they would, because anyone who moved to the new city would get priority rights, and the new houses would be much better than what they currently had. He also informed Patrick that he had already asked Dwayne to start recruiting soldiers, and Patrick agreed, saying he would personally train those who showed potential to become knights. Patrick praised Logan's work, but then said there was still one problem. He turned around and stopped in front of the Knights of the Order, calling them lost causes. He asked since when they had two separate knight orders. Logan immediately recognized them as the knights who had deserted from Taran. They were acting like they were on opposing sides. Patrick commented that while he and Logan had been killing themselves training, the knights were busy fighting like children, and he admitted that it was his fault for being negligent. The knights shouted back, saying that wasn't true, and demanded that Captain Hinckley take them away. Hinckley turned his head toward Patrick and asked cheerfully whether he had become an advanced level knight. Patrick answered that he was going to straighten them out. Then, releasing an overwhelming amount of aura, he shattered a wooden sword and shouted for them to feel it and learn the art of the sword firsthand. Meanwhile, in the office, Dwayne was signing documents, happier than he had been in a long time now that he didn't have to constantly worry about the budget. Two vassals were talking about how Logan was monopolizing the funds, but Dwayne cut them off, asking if the extra money had blinded them and where they thought it even came from, telling them to just obey orders. As he read another document, he suddenly started sweating. A few minutes later, he rushed into Logan's office and asked what he planned to do with 10 million gold. Logan calmly replied that he was going to buy 100 kilograms of mithril. Dwayne's jaw dropped, and Logan shoved him against the wall and told him to sign the papers. Dwayne protested, saying he couldn't, because mithril was 1,000 times more expensive than gold. The scene shifts to a conversation between Logan and Philip. Logan explained that he wanted to buy mithril for the knight's war gear, but Philip immediately said it was impossible. Logan was stunned. Philip explained that mithril wasn't something you could buy just because you had money, but something you needed power and influence to obtain. That explanation gave Logan an idea. Inside a castle, a messenger was disturbed by a message coming from McLean. Duke Felix, who was busy, arrived 30 minutes later to check it. Felix greeted Logan warmly and said he had missed hearing from him. Logan replied that he would never dare to send a personal message. Felix smiled and revealed that his wife was pregnant, and that it was all thanks to Logan. Logan congratulated him, and Felix thanked him in return. Felix added that when the baby was born, he wanted Logan to come back to the capital because his wife wanted to thank him personally, and he also promised to teach Logan his next technique. Logan thanked him sincerely. Felix then asked for the real reason behind the contact. Logan didn't beat around the bush and asked whether he could obtain the 100 kilograms of mithril he needed. Felix's jaw dropped, and he asked if Logan had really said 100 kilograms and not 100 grams. Felix commented that he didn't even spend that much on his own parties, and said he had underestimated Logan's generosity. Felix then said he would take care of everything, but on one condition. Logan had to attend the baby's celebration and call him master. Logan stared at the now empty communication sphere, then suddenly shivered before letting out a cry of pure happiness. Becoming a disciple of the Sword Duke was the most incredible thing that had ever happened to him. He had only planned to ask for a bit of help, but Felix had handed him a golden rope instead. Logan then thought that Hamar would probably be more productive after a short break, and bragged to himself about how benevolent he was as an employer. In reality, Hamar had nightmares about Logan for weeks after getting that vacation. On the outskirts of McLean Castle, a group of young men, all under the age of 20, gathered for recruitment. Watching them, Dwayne asked Logan whether he really needed to recruit this many people. Logan replied that he would handle everything himself. In his mind, expanding their forces was absolutely necessary, and he intended to personally select the recruits, even if that approach came with certain disadvantages. He reflected on the Empire's new military theory, which claimed that what truly mattered wasn't physical strength, but the senses. According to that doctrine, the Empire had once used 50,000 knights to crush neighboring countries. Thinking 9 years ahead, Logan believed that once they gathered all existing soldiers and reselected them, they could form a proper knight unit. The upcoming Grandia Civil War would be difficult, but with proper preparation, they would still have a formidable force when the Empire eventually invaded. He admitted to himself that he would have preferred to recruit people over 20 as well, but if he did that, there wouldn't be enough manpower left for constructing the city. One of the vassals shouted at the boys to quiet down. Logan then asked how soldiers had traditionally been selected in the past. The vassal explained that everyone was made to run, and they simply chose candidates based on the order in which they finished. Logan immediately realized how crude that method was. He issued new instructions, ordering them to select only those with good eyesight, sharp hearing, and quick reflexes. The first test he devised required the candidates to walk toward an image until they could see it clearly. Some of them stopped quite early, and one boy confidently announced that the picture was of a chicken. Logan told the knights to take note of the kid who had just called him handsome. From the back, another boy raised his hand and said that, judging by the comb, it had to be a rooster. Logan was impressed by that observation. For the second test, Dwayne repeatedly shouted the same word over and over, while the participants were instructed to move forward only once they understood the word clearly. One boy suddenly shouted back at Dwayne, saying the answer was, the world's sparrow, then added that Dwayne had also called him a son of a bad, and asked whether that was part of the test too. Dwayne panicked, convinced he had been muttering to himself. Logan calmly told Dwayne to select that boy immediately, and added that he also needed a beating. Later, while reviewing the documents, Logan could hardly believe his eyes. 250 people had passed with flying colors. He started thinking bigger, deciding that he would select around 500 people without holding back, with the ultimate goal of forming a force of 1,000. At the training grounds, Victor was practicing with his sword. He swung the blade with raw force, drawing the attention of nearby knights. All Victor could think about were Logan's words. If he could perform the sword technique 1,000 times without making a single mistake, he could become a knight and awaken his inner strength. Gripping the hilt tightly, he told himself that he needed to become a knight as soon as possible. Nearby, his sister Victoria watched him with concern. At that moment, Victoria noticed Logan approaching. He gestured for her to stay quiet, explaining that he wanted to check on Victor. Watching closely, Logan thought Victor had a great deal of talent. Even though his swings were wild, his basic stance remained solid. Logan called out to Victor and told him that the next day he would be leaving the McLean Castle territory to train soldiers in the Taran region, a mission that would last until winter. He invited Victor to come along. Victor immediately asked whether he could bring his sister with him. Logan questioned whether it was really a good idea to bring his sister to a training camp full of men, but Victor insisted loudly that it was fine. Logan let out a sigh and agreed, telling Victor that Victoria could come, but warning him by pointing a finger that if any trouble occurred, it would be entirely his responsibility. Victor replied firmly that he would take very good care of his sister. Logan then asked whether Victoria was really that precious to him. Victor hesitated, then finally let everything spill out. He explained that his parents had died because of him, and that Rhea was left without parents because of him as well. Because of that, he felt it was his duty to protect her no matter what. Logan looked at him silently for a moment, then placed a hand on Victor's shoulder and told him that it was okay and that he should keep up the good work. A few days later at Taran Castle, Kaisalan was putting the kids Logan had selected through brutal training. He ordered them to run 5 laps around the wall, announcing that the last 100 would have to run 2 extra laps as punishment. Terror spread across the recruits' faces, but Kaisalan shouted at them to stop messing around and start running. Watching this, Logan complimented Kaisalan, saying he had a natural talent for being a sergeant. Kaisalan replied that since he was being treated like a knight, he had agreed to renew his contract. Lowering his voice, he whispered into Logan's ear, asking whether he was planning to start some kind of war within the next 2 years. Logan simply smiled without answering, but Kaisalan already knew that war was inevitable. Their attention was suddenly pulled away when one of the recruits shouted that someone was a monster. They were talking about Victor, who was running far ahead of everyone else and leading the race. The others were stunned. One of them asked what Victor was made of, and another replied that Victor was Logan's slave. Hearing that, the first boy felt his fighting spirit ignite and started running again, shouting that he wouldn't lose to Victor. Kaisalan immediately noticed what Logan often called the winner effect. Logan commented that he didn't expect exceptional physical abilities from the recruits, but the will to never give up was enough. He believed Victor would naturally absorb strength from this role, and that his awakening would come soon, turning him into the greatest motivator among the soldiers. After the run, the kids were taken to the barracks, where long tables filled with food awaited them. They ate heartily and thanked Logan for the meal. Rhea was also there, helping serve food. The boys were completely mesmerized by her beauty, and one of them even called her an angel. Victor noticed their gazes immediately and released a threatening aura. Pointing at them, he warned them to look away before he gouged their eyes out. The boys fell silent instantly. However, one apprentice sitting behind Victor continued staring at Rhea with a lecherous expression. Later that night, Victor burst out of the barracks with a piece of bread still in his hand. He had asked an older woman where Rhea had gone, and she told him that Rhea had taken the back door to throw out the trash. Anxiety flooded Victor's mind. Rhea shouldn't have been alone at night. Hearing strange noises from a nearby alley, he rushed toward the sound. What he saw froze him in place. The apprentice with the lecherous stare was trying to take advantage of Rhea. Tears streamed down her face. The rookie tried to stammer an excuse, but Victor was already moving. He drove a powerful knee into the man's face, shattering his nose and slamming him to the ground. Standing protectively in front of Rhea, Victor prepared to strike again. The apprentice spat blood and called Victor a bastard, demanding to know how a mere slave dared to touch him. Victor answered with another brutal blow, nearly knocking him unconscious. Rhea frozen in place, as Victor grabbed the man by the hair and began beating him relentlessly, snarling for him to die. Around the corner, another apprentice witnessed the scene and ran to get help. Victor saw nothing but red. Each punch brought back memories of the night he and Rhea lost their parents. Suddenly, a voice shouted from behind, snapping him out of his rage. Victor turned and saw Logan standing there. Logan ordered him to get a grip and look around. A maid quickly arrived and gently led Rhea away. Kaisalon struggled to process the chaos unfolding before him. Logan calmly pointed at the lifeless body on the ground and told Kaisalon to handle it. Victor lowered his head, waiting for punishment, and apologized. Logan asked whether he regretted his actions. Victor answered that he didn't, but he apologized for killing one of Logan's soldiers without permission. Logan acknowledged that Victor wasn't entirely wrong, but pointed out that what he truly should regret was bringing his sister to the camp. He explained that Victor's stubbornness had nearly gotten Rhea hurt. Logan told him that it was better to leave loved ones in safe places rather than dragging them into danger. He admitted that he had allowed Victor to bring Rhea so that Victor could learn the consequences of his choices. Logan asked whether he understood the lesson, and Victor nodded silently. Logan then told Victor that while killing was a crime, Rhea had been a victim, and Victor had done well to protect her. However, he warned him that next time he must ask for permission before taking such drastic action. Logan didn't want future nights delayed because of some filthy pervert. Inside the castle, Logan and Kaisalon spoke at length. Kaisalon questioned whether Logan should really be deciding such matters on his own. Logan replied that Victor was his property, and that he had simply used him to rid the world of a disgusting criminal. He rephrased it by saying he had used his property to eliminate a criminal, and asked Kaisalon what he thought of that version of the story. Kaisalon asked whether Victor had killed the recruit under Logan's orders. Logan nodded and laid out his plan. The apprentice's crimes would be exposed, and his corpse would be hung from the castle gates as a warning. Logan instructed Kaisalon to inform the soldiers. Changing the subject, Kaisalon noticed Logan marking something on a map and asked what he was doing. Logan replied that it was a surprise. The markings highlighted areas where monsters had recently been spotted. News of Victor's actions spread quickly. When people learned what the dead recruit had intended to do to Rhea, shock turned into rage. Many wanted to dig up the body and kill him again. Logan listened to the conversations and thought that the situation had resolved itself quite nicely. 3 months later, snow covered the trees, signaling the arrival of winter. Logan and Kaisalon stood together, observing the frozen landscape. Logan remarked that the new year was approaching, and Kaisalon reflected on how quickly time had passed. Out of the original 1,000 apprentices, only 987 remained after 90 days of training, with 1 death and 12 dropouts. Kaisalon was satisfied, noting that no one else had quit. Logan concluded that basic training was finally complete. He mentioned that he had already ordered Hamar to produce 400 more crossbows. Logan then asked whether the apprentices were ready for combat training. Patrick confirmed they were and suggested the forest at the base of the mountain range as the perfect location. He said it was time to advance their training, as the knights needed real combat experience. Logan asked whether they had mastered the iron bloodsword technique. Patrick replied that true mastery could only be achieved through battle. Logan's smile widened, carrying a distinctly psychotic edge, and he agreed. Seeing the terrifying expressions shared by father and son, Kaisalon turned pale as a bead of sweat slid down his face. In that moment, he finally understood where Logan had inherited his intense, slightly unhinged nature from. A few days later, deep within the Southern Man mountain range, Patrick stood fully armored, his presence commanding absolute focus. He ordered the knights to draw their swords and regulate their breathing. As they steadied themselves, they focused their aura, and at Patrick's signal, they struck the massive trees before them. The impact was overwhelming. Even the knights themselves were stunned by the sheer power they had unleashed. Standing beside his father, Logan watched with quiet satisfaction, while Patrick remained calm and composed, as if this result was expected. The apprentices, however, were completely fired up. They whispered excitedly among themselves, wondering if they would ever reach such a level. Logan quickly shouted at them to stay alert, reminding everyone that this wasn't an ordinary forest but a monster-infested one. Almost on cue, goblins began crawling out from the shadows. The knights didn't hesitate for even a second. They charged forward, cutting through the goblins with ruthless precision, striking like a raging storm. Completely overwhelmed, the goblins panicked and tried to flee. Logan had already anticipated that. He immediately ordered the troops to prepare their crossbows. At his command, a rain of bolts fell across the battlefield, wiping out any goblin that attempted to escape. The cavalry laughed loudly, mocking the fear they once had of such creatures. That confidence didn't last long. A massive, terrifying paw slammed into view, instantly killing the laughter. The knights tensed as a pack of wolves charged forward, but these weren't ordinary beasts. They were horned wolves. The knights quickly formed a defensive line. In the blink of an eye, one of the wolves clamped its jaws around a knight's sword, shocking everyone. The situation became tense immediately. Kaisalan reacted fast, ordering the cavalry to fire their crossbows again. Arrows tore through the air and struck the wolves, drawing out agonizing screams. But the bolts shattered on impact, completely ineffective. One soldier trembled as he shouted that the arrows weren't working. Logan yelled for everyone to hold formation. The order was clear. Not a single wolf was allowed to break through. Victor leaped forward, determined to test himself. His strike was powerful enough to send a wolf flying several meters back. But before he could react, a blood-curdling scream rang out behind him. Turning around, he saw a wolf biting into a recruit's leg, while another apprentice stood frozen in terror. A blazing strike cut through the battlefield as Logan unleashed his fury, killing the wolf in a single blow. He shouted at the terrified apprentice to snap out of it and get the wounded to safety. The recruit obeyed instantly and ran. Logan observed the battlefield and realized his suspicion had been right. Most of the apprentices weren't ready for chaotic combat. However, those who ranked within the top 100 in the census test were clearly different. One apprentice, cornered, noticed another wolf creeping in from behind. Before it could strike, Victor appeared out of nowhere and slit the beast's throat. He looked down at his blood-soaked blade, a faint smile forming on his face. The other apprentices stared at him in shock. Watching this, Logan realized that Victor had finally broken past his limits. The fight was nearing its end. Patrick personally brought down the final wolf. Logan asked the captain if that was all of them, and the captain confirmed it. Patrick remarked that it had already been a month and a half since combat training began, yet clearing all these locations had taken far longer than expected. The captain agreed, explaining that discovering 3 cities infested with thousands of monsters was no small matter. If those monsters had invaded the castle all at once, the damage would have been catastrophic. He silently thanked fate that they had discovered the threats in time. Logan continued coordinating the knights and soldiers, urging them to endure just a little longer. He ordered them to finish cutting down a massive tree trunk and transport it to the construction site. The knights complained, grumbling about fighting monsters and chopping trees non-stop without a single break. Logan ignored them completely and commented on how ridiculous it was that such valuable trees had been left untouched just because monsters lived nearby. With his usual killer smile, he thought the situation was perfect. He was training soldiers and gathering construction materials at the same time. Patrick observed everything quietly and thought that Logan seemed more interested in harvesting wood than in the training itself. Logan, meanwhile, wondered if awakening true strength required something beyond technique, perhaps a sixth sense or a raw survival instinct. If everything went according to plan during the Grandia Civil War, they could rapidly reinforce their forces before the inevitable conflict with the Empire. Hamar noticed the strange smile on Logan's face and asked what was so amusing. Logan ignored the question and shifted the topic, saying that once they gathered enough wood, construction of McLeantown could finally move forward. He asked Hamar if he could complete the project on time. Hamar nodded confidently, explaining that with the mage's support and the workers' motivation, it was entirely doable. Logan wondered if Hamar had always been this dependable, and quietly credited it to the vacation he had forced on him. Just as Hamar's confidence peaked, Logan casually reminded him of another task, the magic tower. At that moment, Clayton cast a spell, raising a massive wall of earth from the ground. The workers stared in stunned silence. Logan snapped them out of it, telling them to stop gawking and start collecting the soil as planned. He then approached Clayton and thanked him for honoring his requests. Clayton waved it off, saying that with an annual support fund of 10 million gold, it hardly mattered whether the place was just a small town. If things went smoothly, the city would eventually become the center of the entire region. Logan cut him off, stating that his only goal was to create a peaceful place where people could live comfortably. Clayton was taken aback and loudly declared that McLean was truly a territory for the people, dramatically announcing that Logan had his vote. Later, in the silence of the forest night, Logan stood alone, holding his sword in an unfamiliar stance. Suddenly, energy exploded outward as he lunged forward. A radiant beam of light burst from the blade, slicing through the darkness. The beam detonated violently, and when the light faded, it was clear that the massive rock ahead had been shattered completely. Logan examined the result, and noticed the beam had pierced the rock and continued through the trees behind it. He realized that what he had just used was the second form of the divine sword secrets, and it wasn't enough. He needed to grow stronger. 2 months later, the construction of the village was finally complete. Families began moving in, and with the arrival of early summer, the new settlement felt alive and vibrant. Inside the office, Logan and Dwayne discussed the city's progress. Dwayne reported that the recovery of the area was going well, though there was still a noticeable labor shortage. Logan reassured him calmly, explaining that refugees were arriving constantly and instructing Dwayne to accept every newcomer without exception. Dwayne then asked about Hamar and was told that he was still on vacation. Logan briefly wondered if he might have given him too much time off. Dwayne then brought up a rumor that Hamar had received a large quantity of mithril before leaving. Logan confirmed it and explained that he had given the mithril to Hamar so he could forge new weapons for the knights. Dwayne raised an eyebrow, commenting that it didn't sound much like a vacation. Logan replied that working with rare metals was a dwarf's dream, and that Hamar was probably enjoying himself more than ever. Far away, Viscount Max Pareda was seething with rage, slamming his fist against a table. The McLeans had reclaimed the wasteland, and he scoffed, declaring that such land could never be cultivated. One of his vassals explained that rumors were spreading about the source of McLean's wealth. Some claimed Logan had made a fortune through business, while others insisted he had discovered a gold mine. The Viscount ignored the gossip and asked about the harvest from the reclaimed land. The vassal estimated that production would be at least double their own. Hearing this only fueled the Viscount's fury. He realized they couldn't afford to stand by and asked if there was any excuse they could use to invade. The vassal suggested exploiting the people who had fled to McLean, using them as a pretext to infiltrate the territory and claim the reclaimed land as compensation. The Viscount immediately identified the flaw in the plan. Acting alone would be too risky. He devised a solution. He would contact the Viscounty of Sylvan, reasoning that their people must have fled as well. Together, they would be strong enough to overpower the McLeans. Back in Logan's office, the atmosphere was heavy. Patrick, Logan, Dwayne, and Hinckley were discussing training and military expansion. Logan informed them that he had selected around 300 talented recruits. Patrick questioned whether Logan truly believed they were worthy of becoming knights. Logan nodded. Dwayne commented that the number seemed excessive. Captain Hinckley called it absurd, arguing that even with 10 years of intense training, only 1 in 100 people awakened their strength. Logan remained unfazed and stated that the training system would remain unchanged. Dwayne shouted that Logan was throwing money away, but Logan replied that neighboring territories would provoke them sooner or later anyway. Patrick asked him to explain. Logan clarified that with McLean City flourishing and fertile land reclaimed, there was no way the vice counties of Sylvan and Paretta would remain quiet. Hinckley interrupted, insisting they had no legitimate excuse to attack. Dwayne shouted over him, cutting him off, and argued that the real issue was the influx of refugees. Logan asked his father to consider how many refugees had arrived, and how many of them might have come from Paretta or Sylvan. Furious, Dwayne demanded to know why Logan hadn't prevented the situation in the first place. Patrick slowly pieced everything together and asked Logan directly if his goal had been to start a war. Logan's answer was blunt. They were enemies, and they would have to deal with them eventually. So why wait? Silence filled the room. Everyone, from Hinckley to Dwayne, was visibly disappointed. Patrick wondered if he had given up his authority too soon. Just then, Rick burst into the room looking for Logan, and announced that Sylvan and Paretta had sent a voice message. Logan calmly replied that things had already begun and that they needed to decide how to handle the situation. Outside the castle, 2 flags fluttered in the breeze. They belonged to the emissaries of Sylvan and Paretta. The silent emissaries admired the beauty of the city as they walked through it. They observed how the houses were arranged around a large crossroads, and noted how clean and content the people appeared. They concluded that the city was worth taking. One of them attempted to start a conversation with a soldier, who proudly said that all the credit belonged to the first young master, Logan. The soldier praised Logan's abilities, claiming he was far more advanced than any other prince his age, and that he prioritized the well-being of both the land and its people. He even began sharing an anecdote about Logan, but the envoys cut him off, uninterested. Inside the meeting hall, the envoys stood before Logan and Patrick. They demanded the return of the refugees and control over the Tesseron plains. Logan and Patrick both lowered their heads. Logan thought they were openly asking for war, and Patrick silently agreed. Hinckley stepped forward and took charge, asking whether Sylvan and Paretta truly intended to go to war. The hall erupted into chaos as everyone began shouting at once. One of the emissaries, clearly frightened, pointed at Logan and Patrick and accused them of trying to intimidate envoys. Patrick was furious, but maintained his composure. He warned them that they were the ones declaring war and that the Macklins did not fear it. The envoy retorted that, if war broke out, nothing but ashes would remain of the McLeans. A knot formed in Logan's stomach, and he stepped forward, demanding to know how refugees could be used as bargaining chips. He told his father that the envoys had forgotten their duties as nobles, and that there was no longer any need for negotiation. The knights surrounded the emissaries, swords drawn and pointed at them. The envoys shouted, asking if Logan and Patrick were really trying to start a war. Logan descended the steps and replied coldly that it would be all-out war. He said they had the audacity to enter his castle and insult him with foul words. Logan drew his sword. Logan killed the guards in seconds and advanced toward the envoys. One of them, trembling with fear, begged Logan not to come any closer. Logan ignored him, swung his sword, and killed him instantly. The remaining envoy collapsed to his knees, pledging loyalty to McLean and promising to relay every detail to his lord. Logan turned to his father, who gave a silent nod. Logan then ordered the knights to prepare for war. The hall erupted in cheers. On the same day, the McLeans sent out a magical transmission to the Viscounts, openly demanding compensation for the envoy's insolence. Viscount Soto Sylvan was livid. He scoffed at the demand, mocking it outright, and declaring that the Miclanes didn't have the strength to fight him. Logan and Patrick watched the glowing transmission globe, as Sylvan's response was summarized clearly. Return the servants, pay 10 million gold, and hand over the Tesseron plains. Patrick questioned why there was even a rush when the Miclanes had enough power to crush 6 counties if they wanted to. Logan shut that down immediately, warning that Sylvan needed to be occupied as fast as possible. Kaisalon entered the room with his report, stating that preparations were complete. 389 regular soldiers, 100 from the main fortress, and 313 mercenaries were all ready. Logan praised Kaisalon's work and asked about their equipment. Kaisalon confirmed that armor, spears, and crossbows had already been distributed, and that their forces would not be outmatched. Logan thought to himself that even if Sylvan and Pareda attacked together, they wouldn't lose, but this fight couldn't drag on. Drawing too much attention would attract the factions fighting over the throne, and Logan wanted the third prince to become king, since he was the only reasonable option. Logan then asked Kaisalon if there was any good news. Kaisalon nodded and said there was. Victor had awakened his strength and was waiting to report it personally. Logan immediately perked up and told him to bring Victor in. When Victor entered, Logan didn't let him speak and told him to show it instead. Victor focused, and gray smoke slowly wrapped around his body. Then his power exploded outward. Logan and Patrick were left speechless. Logan praised Victor sincerely and promoted him to knight on the spot, tearing up the slave document. Victor was clearly happy, though slightly annoyed when Logan added that the promotion itself would be finalized after the war. Logan burned the slave contract, knowing Victor only wanted to fight anyway. In his mind, Logan already had an opponent prepared for him. Logan told his father that they should respond to Sylvan. Patrick told him to skip all formalities and go straight for the throat. Logan smiled, then ordered the army to march towards Sylvan County. He shouted for Soto Sylvan to come out and face him. Inside Sylvan territory, Soto Sylvan raged. Captain Kellyan asked for permission to lead the charge with 120 knights and 2,512 soldiers. Sylvan felt relieved. Even though the Miclane army was larger than expected, Sylvan still believed he held the advantage, especially with Kellyan being a high-ranking knight. At the same time, Sylvan worried that Pareda might betray him. He convinced himself that Miclane and Pareda were working together against him. Furious, he ordered Kellyan to contact the barony of Beffrose to keep Pareda in check. Kellyan acknowledged the order. In front of the castle, Captain Hinckley, Logan, and Patrick discussed their approach. Hinckley suggested providing covering fire, but Patrick rejected it outright, saying they couldn't risk Sylvan escaping. Logan agreed, and explained that Sylvan believed his forces were superior, and would come out to fight soon. Hinckley found it strange, noting that Logan seemed to understand Soto Sylvan far too well. The gates of Sylvan Viscounty opened, and Sylvan's knights marched out. Patrick assessed their formation and remarked that Sylvan had around 3,000 regular soldiers. Hinckley noted that it was about 1.5 times more than the Miclane forces. Kellyan tried to speak, but Patrick ordered the advance without hesitation. Kellyan shouted insults, calling the Miclane soldiers rabble. Kaisalon calmly ordered the mercenaries to ready their crossbows. Kellyan couldn't understand Patrick's plan, and ordered his men to raise their shields. Kaisalon gave the firing order. A rain of arrows fell from the sky. Kellyan smirked at first, confident they'd be blocked, until the bolts punched straight through the shields. His expression twisted with fury as he screamed for a full advance. Kaisalon immediately ordered the troops to spread out, confusing Kellyan completely. The crossbow cavalry split apart and began targeting the Sylvan soldiers directly. Kellyan felt genuine fear for the first time. Retreat crossed his mind, but it was already too late. Patrick stepped forward and challenged the Sylvan knights head-on. Kellyan froze as Patrick cut down 4 knights in a single exchange. In that moment, Kellyan understood. Patrick had reached the advanced level. Patrick then gave the order to annihilate the enemy. The Macklin knights surged forward and tore through the Sylvan forces without mercy. Hinckley watched it all unfold, realizing that just 2 months ago, the Sylvan knights would have been an even match. Now they were being crushed. Hinckley smiled proudly, and commented that their lord's brutal training had truly paid off. On the battlefield, Hinckley was locked in a brutal duel against 2 knights at the same time. They clearly hadn't expected his strength, and within moments, both of them were disarmed. The knights finally understood what they were dealing with. Hinckley was a high-ranking knight, someone who had mastered the Iron Blood Sword. Nearby, Logan charged straight toward Kellyan, who instantly realized he was in serious trouble. Their swords clashed. Kellyan retreated with every exchange, irritation building as he called Logan a blockhead. When Kellyan suddenly attacked with full force, Logan dodged at the last moment, the blade slicing only his ear. Logan actually applauded the move, admitting he hadn't expected all of Kellyan's swords to be real. Kellyan summoned another blade, but Logan didn't even flinch. Kellyan began to notice something terrifying. The closer he got, the more his swords failed him. Logan pushed him further, mocking him, calling him weak. The insult worked. Kellyan snapped and prepared to strike again. Logan closed his eyes, and something inside him shifted. His core evolved, becoming a 2-star core. He avoided Callion's attack effortlessly and reappeared behind him. From that moment, the fight completely tilted in Logan's favor. He landed a devastating blow, badly wounding Callion. The realization hit hard. Logan had become a high-ranking knight. Logan raised his sword and gathered his aura, preparing to end it. He bent his knees, poured raw power into his body, and leaped high into the air, choosing to finish the battle in the most overwhelming way possible. His aura surged as he unleashed his secret technique, the Divine Ripple. A massive wave of aura crashed forward. Callion tried to block, but it was pointless. The attack crushed him. The Sylvan troops immediately understood. The battle was over. Logan landed, standing tall, and shouted that the enemy leader had fallen. Moments later, Patrick announced the capture of Soto Sylvan and ordered all remaining forces to surrender. Logan smiled to himself as the outcome settled. After the war, Sylvan County had lost 42 knights and 1,223 soldiers. The McLeans, in contrast, had lost only 5 knights and not a single soldier. Elsewhere, a man was informed by his vassal that Sylvan had fallen to the MacLanes, and he concluded that it was finally time to act. Back in Sylvan County, Soto Sylvan knelt before Patrick, who gave him one final chance. He could apologize, take only the bare minimum of his belongings, and leave the land with his family. Soto Sylvan looked up and declared that the takeover would never be tolerated by the royal family. From behind him, Logan immediately knew that was the worst thing he could have said. The fall of the McLeans in the past had been blamed on poor management, but the one who had truly caused rebellion to profit from the chaos was Beffros. Logan remembered that royal intervention had once prevented Beffros from forcing them into servitude, but even hearing that name darkened Patrick's expression. Patrick asked Sylvan calmly if he wanted to die. Soto tried to speak, but Logan stepped forward and cut his throat without hesitation, leaving him to bleed out. Logan told Patrick that this was respect, an honorable death instead of humiliation. Patrick nodded and said Logan had done well. Logan, however, knew the truth. He could only hope that other nobles wouldn't use this incident as a reason to strike, especially Beffros, an enemy they still couldn't afford to face. A few weeks passed, and inside Sylvan Castle, Logan and his father Patrick were talking quietly. Logan mentioned that even though they had stayed on high alert, Peretta still hadn't shown any signs of attacking. Patrick asked calmly if there was any real reason for her to make a move. Instead of answering directly, Logan raised another possibility. What if Peretta attacked Tesseron Castle instead? Patrick brushed it off, telling him to relax since Clayton was stationed there. Logan agreed that brute force alone wasn't what had allowed them to defeat Viscount Sylvan. The truth was that Sylvan had underestimated them, while the Macklins had gone all in, using every resource they had. On top of that, they had their hidden trump card, Clayton himself, along with his stone golems stationed inside Tesseron Castle. Even with all of that, Logan knew the current situation wasn't sustainable. Managing 3 castles simultaneously like this would eventually break them. They needed a better system. Logan proposed moving the administrative center of their territory to the cities instead of the castles, which would make managing all 3 locations far more efficient. 2 nearby vassals supported the idea, pointing out that the monster-infested forests had already been cleared, and leaving minimal forces behind in the mountains wouldn't be an issue. The knights could remain stationed in the cities, ready to march toward either Tesseron or Sylvan at a moment's notice. Patrick considered it carefully and agreed that it was a solid plan. Logan felt relieved, joking that now he wouldn't have to carry everything alone anymore. Patrick congratulated him and asked how many knights they had captured after the war. Logan replied that there were 75 prisoners, all held in cells, with 8 of them being intermediate knights. He then asked if Patrick would allow him to try persuading them to serve the McLeans. Logan reflected that a single battle had yielded more knights than years of carefully selecting young talents, but he also knew this success came from Sylvan's arrogance. If Sylvan had been more cautious, they would have suffered heavier losses and captured only a fraction of those knights. It wasn't something they could rely on happening again, and he reminded himself not to grow attached to this victory. Patrick, however, was visibly pleased. He said that with forces like these, even Peretta no longer seemed threatening. He praised Logan openly, saying that everything they had achieved was thanks to his son, his face glowing with pride. Logan felt his face heat up and fell silent, embarrassed by the praise. Patrick chuckled and told him to enjoy the moment, at least for that day. Their brief happiness didn't last. A vassal suddenly arrived with urgent news from Beffros, leaving both Logan and Patrick stunned. The vassal began reading the letter aloud. Beffros referred to himself as the Lord of the Southwest and expressed his dissatisfaction with the McLean family's constant annual wars. Patrick nearly exploded just hearing Beffros claim such a title. The vassal continued. According to the letter, at Viscount Sylvan's request, both Peretta and the McLeans were to immediately cease hostilities. With every word, Patrick grew angrier, shouting that they were the ones who had been attacked, and now they were asking for intervention. Logan restrained himself and insisted they hear the letter to the end. Beffros went on to admit that conflict in the region had persisted because he himself had failed in his duties as a lord and had not promoted coexistence. Therefore, on his 50th birthday next month, Roger Befros would host a gathering, inviting the heirs of every southwestern family to discuss the future of the region. Patrick completely lost his temper. He called it nonsense and unleashed his aura, tearing the clothes off the vassal. Still reading, he roared that the Meclanes would not attend and that they did not serve Befros. The letter concluded by stating that refusing the invitation would be taken as a rejection of dialogue. Patrick declared they would not bow to threats. Logan disagreed. He thought the invitation sounded interesting. Patrick stared at him with an expression Logan had never seen before. Even while saying he respected his son's opinion, Patrick started yelling again, ripping the last scraps of fabric from the vassal. He swore that the Meclanes would never kneel before Befros, even if it meant his death. At that moment, Logan calmly picked up a plant and asked his father if he wanted a burial right now, prompting one of the accompanying knights to step in and firmly state that there would be no patricide today. Patrick finally calmed down, took a deep breath, and asked Logan what he was really thinking. Logan answered honestly. There was no way they could defeat Befros right now. He laid out the facts. They had around 200 elite knights, over 500 high-ranking ones, and just over 300 standard knights. That force was only a fraction of Befros's military power. While things looked good on the surface, the Meclanes were walking on eggshells. They needed time. Time to integrate the Sylvan Knights. Time to force Pareda into submission. Time for Logan to master the third style of the Divine Sword secrets. And time for their forces to continue training. Patrick understood his reasoning, but warned that the Southwest was different. Unlike other regions, Befros couldn't openly demand loyalty from neighboring lords. Logan corrected him, revealing that during his time in the capital, he had learned that Purslin and Rothman had already sworn loyalty to Befros long ago. Patrick was left stunned by the revelation. Logan smiled quietly, satisfied that he had secured permission to attend. He reassured his father not to worry, saying he understood his own limits and that the trip would simply be a chance to see how their ancestral lands had changed. The next morning, back in McLean City, Logan was suddenly confronted by Hamar. Without any warning, Hamar asked if the rumor was true, if Logan was really being sold off to their enemies. Logan stared at him blankly, having no idea what nonsense he was talking about. The moment he understood what was going on, irritation flared hard. Logan didn't even argue. He punched Hamar straight in the face and told him to stop believing stupid rumors. Hamar shot back that most rumors about Logan usually turned out to be true, so it wasn't exactly his fault. Without another word, Hamar pulled something from behind his back, unwrapped it, and shoved it toward Logan, telling him to take it. Logan froze. In his hands was a sword forged entirely from pure mithril. For once, Logan had absolutely nothing to say. Later, on the Befros estate, Plone Pareda, the heir of the Pareda family, arrived by carriage and immediately noticed something strange. A lone man in a cloak was walking calmly through the estate grounds. When Plone realized it was Logan McLean, shock hit him hard. Logan had occupied the Sylvan barony, and yet here he was, traveling alone. Plone assumed the McLeans must have suffered massive losses if Logan didn't even have guards with him. Annoyed, Plone stepped out of the carriage and demanded to know why he was being treated the same as some nobody. A guard tried to intervene, but Plone ignored him, introducing himself to Logan instead. He casually mentioned that he had heard stories about Logan, especially the part where he killed 6 knights in the blink of an eye. Plone noticed that Logan's sword was spotless. When they shook hands, Plone commented that Logan looked far younger than expected, and that the rumors must be exaggerated. Logan smirked and tightened his grip. He squeezed Plone's hand so hard it nearly shattered. In that instant, Plone understood just how wrong he had been. His hand trembled when they finally let go. Logan apologized calmly, saying he had misunderstood and thought it was some kind of strength contest. Holding back tears, Plone snapped, called him an idiot, and drew his sword, ready to teach Logan a lesson. A guard tried to warn him that personal duels were forbidden, but Logan tossed his cloak aside and told Plone he talked too much. Furious, Plone ordered his knights to attack. Logan centered himself, aura surging, and in the blink of an eye passed straight through the guards. When they realized what happened, Logan was already behind them, his sword resting lightly against Plone's neck. Plone felt no aura pressure at all, and realized the attack had come purely from the sword's raw power. One of the guards nervously asked where Logan had bought such a weapon. Logan replied curtly that it was rude to ask. Plone convinced himself that Logan was just lucky, someone who stumbled upon a good sword by chance. That illusion shattered when a man in full armor stepped through the gate. It was Sir Franz, the Moonlight Knight, a knight so powerful that Befros would only send him for a serious reason. Sir Franz studied Logan carefully, asked if he was Logan McLean, and openly expressed his surprise at seeing such a young intermediate knight. Plone and his knights were left speechless. Plone finally understood that Logan's strength wasn't just skill or luck. From the high-ranking level onward, power carried a unique presence that couldn't be hidden. Logan deliberately restrained himself, revealing only what was necessary to avoid drawing more attention. He placed a hand over his chest respectfully, and said he hoped to one day reach Sir Franz's level. Sir Franz advised him not to settle and to aim beyond that, to become a true superhuman. Sir Franz then escorted them inside, explaining that the heirs of Persalon and Ruffman had already arrived, and that everyone would wait until the banquet the following night. Plone tried mocking Logan again, pointing out that he had no party clothes and offering to lend him pajamas. Logan ignored him completely and asked a servant for his room. Internally, Logan thought Plone had no idea what position he was really in. Occupying the Pareda estate wouldn't be difficult at all. Looking up at the building, Logan remembered Plone's words. He decided he wouldn't remove his armor anyway. This was land his ancestors had lost, and letting his guard down wasn't an option. Later, Logan stood before Lord Befrose. Logan bowed respectfully, greeted him, and wished him a happy birthday. Many around them sneered, whispering that Logan was a country bumpkin with no manners. Befrose welcomed Logan openly and said that since he had traveled so far, he assumed the McLeans would comply with his wishes. Logan replied calmly that if Befrose desired peace, the McLeans would always be ready to march beside him. Befrose praised his answer, calling him enlightened, and invited him to enjoy the celebration. Logan admitted inwardly that Befrose was impressive. A fifth circle mage like him was as dangerous as an advanced knight on the battlefield. An announcement interrupted his thoughts. Befrose was about to give a speech. He thanked everyone for attending his birthday and also expressed gratitude to the second prince for granting him the son's tier. The room buzzed with shock at how close Befrose was to the prince. Befrose declared it was time for the Southwest to abandon outdated traditions and unite under the second prince's will. Logan recognized it immediately. This was a polished demand for submission. Befrose ended by praising Logan as a brilliant young man, the hero who led the McLeans through 2 wars and became an intermediate knight at just 21. He extended his hand and said he didn't wish to force Logan, only to make an offer. Count Valterman, the second prince's grandfather, was searching for talented youths like Logan to take as disciples. Logan was stunned, but replied honestly that he already had a master. Befrose asked if it was his father. Logan said no, explaining he had been trained by a great man and regretted having to refuse. Befrose laughed lightly, remarking that youth moves quickly, and said that the Flaming Heart Sword himself would soon arrive to offer guidance. He would extend the same offer to every heir present, and Logan could even invite his own teacher. At that point, Logan stopped caring about the lesson itself and focused on the real issue. Befrose was trying everything to bind the McLeans. Refusing again would be difficult, but Logan had already prepared for this. He thanked Befrose and said he couldn't refuse such insistence. Befrose smiled, saying this would be the first step toward uniting the Southwest. He revealed that Persalon and Ruffman had already agreed, and that he would personally gift them. Servants brought in a table holding 2 artifacts, a sword and a hammer. Logan immediately recognized their value, at least 12 million gold. Befrose called Ramon Persalon and Eric Ruffman forward. When asked to swear loyalty, both knelt. Befrose bestowed the sword of Lambton to Ramon and the hammer of Jackson to Eric, promising rich rewards to those who served him. Drunk, Plone Paretta staggered forward and loudly commented that Logan's sword looked better. He repeated it, openly insulting Befrose. Logan realized Plone had just dug his own grave. Lux, Logan's sword, rivaled most artifacts in power. Logan had planned to use it as leverage if things went badly, but Plone had destroyed that option. Befrose asked if Logan's sword was truly that special. Logan replied calmly that he was fortunate enough to receive a weapon forged by dwarves. Befrose asked to inspect it, but Logan knew that once handed over, he would never get it back. He said that even if he was young, it was hard to part with his partner. Befrose smiled and suggested an alternative. Instead of handing over the sword, Logan could demonstrate its worth in an exhibition match against Ramon. Logan smiled, acknowledging how unexpected things had become, but saw no reason to refuse. He drew Lux and calmly stated that he would comply. Inside the training room, Logan stood facing Ramon. Ramon insisted on attacking first, but Logan calmly refused, making it clear he didn't want anyone later claiming he had won with an unfair advantage. Ramon took that as arrogance and began circulating his aura. Around them, the women whispered in admiration, commenting on the elegance and beauty of Ramon's sword. Compared to Ramon's flashy weapon, Logan's sword crafted by Hamar looked almost plain, but its balance, sharpness, and durability were flawless. Ramon mocked him, questioning whether such a delicate-looking blade could survive against an artifact. Logan inwardly judged Ramon as even more foolish than Pareda. When Ramon finally lunged forward, Logan briefly scanned the audience and spotted Sir Fram. That was when he decided his approach. He couldn't show his real strength. He needed to make it messy. A stumble here, a shallow scratch there, a few exchanges that looked close, followed by a solid counter. Enough effort to look impressive, but not threatening. Then end it cleanly with confidence. Before anyone could react, Logan had already pinned the blade to Ramon's neck. Ramon panicked, shouting excuses, claiming he wasn't accustomed to the sword. Befrose openly expressed his disappointment in Ramon's performance. Logan felt disappointed as well. Befrose then apologized to Logan and offered compensation, promising to open his treasury and allow him to choose any artifact he wished. Logan immediately understood the motive. Befrose was trying to bind him, confident that whatever Logan selected could later be reclaimed. Before the situation could settle, a servant rushed in with urgent news. The Sword Duke had made contact to deliver birthday wishes. Befros froze. Felix Esperanza praised Befros as one of the kingdom's pillars and apologized for not attending in person. Befros responded politely, but then Felix noticed Logan standing among the crowd and asked if it was really him. The room fell silent. Befros began to sweat. Logan stepped forward, realizing his gamble had paid off, and respectfully addressed Felix as his master. Shock rippled through the hall. Logan knew then that asking for Felix's backing had been the correct move. As a neutral superhuman, Felix's wishes couldn't be rejected. Felix gave Logan a knowing wink and mentioned he expected to see him again in the capital. Logan bowed in gratitude. Befros looked like he was on the verge of collapse. The following day, Logan entered Befros's artifact vault. A guard informed him he had exactly 1 hour and could choose only a single item. Around 30 artifacts were displayed. Logan ignored the weapons entirely. Instead, he felt his force being subtly drawn toward a pair of armored boots, sealed inside a glass case. There was no visible magic, yet they continued siphoning his energy. Curious, Logan began feeding them more of his strength. The pull intensified, draining him like a tide. Refusing to back down, Logan poured in even more power, challenging them outright. Suddenly, the boots released a violent surge of energy that threw him backward. His strength rushed back into him all at once. That was when Logan realized something important. That night, Befros asked whether Logan Mlan had already left. With 3 days still remaining before the party, he immediately understood what that meant. The young man had no intention of staying. Furious, Befros concluded that Logan had deliberately played him and ordered his knights to pursue him and retrieve the artifact at any cost. Logan was resting beside a campfire when a sudden wave of murderous intent surged toward him. He sprang to his feet at once and scanned the trees. In the darkness, he sensed movement. A pursuer. Moments later, a hooded man stepped out from the bushes, and Logan instantly realized that Befros had sent 4 people. The man at the front casually warned his companions that they were free to do whatever they wanted, as long as they didn't kill Logan. The other 3 lunged at him, but Logan didn't wait to be surrounded. He moved first. The attackers panicked. Unable to comprehend how an intermediate knight could move with such speed, Logan felt a flicker of satisfaction. Choosing those boots had been the right call. Not only did they allow triple jumps in midair, they adjusted to his size automatically and even repaired themselves. Judging by their performance, they were at least a 4th-grade artifact, if not higher. A fitting name came to mind almost naturally: Boots of the Wind God. As the fight escalated, one of the men asked for permission to strike Logan's vital points. The hooded figure responded with open disgust, calling such behavior shameful. In the next instant, that man moved. He attacked from behind, his aura shimmering silver. Logan barely managed to block and was still forced backward by the sheer power. His expression hardened. This was no ordinary opponent. He gathered his aura, bracing himself for a brutal fight, and remarked that he never imagined the title of Moonlight Knight was earned through ambushes and sneak attacks. That was when it clicked. The stance, the aura, the presence. Logan recognized him. Sir Franz, the Moonlight Knight himself. Franz openly acknowledged that Logan had not only concealed his real strength, but exceeded expectations. He added that he was already aware of the artifact Logan had taken, and declared that he would claim it as payment for the lesson he was about to teach. Logan scoffed, asking what kind of lesson that was, and pointed out that Sir Franz should be ashamed of the title he carried. Franz replied that this was precisely why the lesson would be harsh. As Logan studied his posture more closely, he realized Franz's stance resembled someone wielding a whip rather than a sword. Then Franz attacked. A blade of force lashed out, moving like a whip through the air. Logan blocked again and again, remarking internally on how relentless the assault was. He knew he couldn't last long like this. Deciding there was no room for hesitation, Logan pushed everything he had into his aura and maneuvered behind Franz, striking with full intent. The result shocked him. Not even a scratch. In that instant, Logan understood. He flipped backward just in time, narrowly avoiding another deadly blow. Franz questioned how Logan was dodging his attacks and wondered aloud if those movements were secret techniques from the Sword Duke. Logan didn't bother answering. If Franz was still standing, then the attack hadn't been enough. He realized that without the boots of the Wind God, he would have been forced to take those attacks head-on. Logan calmly told Franz that he wasn't using any secret arts and asked him to wait a moment, promising to show him a real secret technique. Franz, arrogant to the end, agreed without hesitation. That arrogance made things easier. Logan focused entirely on his sword, pouring his aura into it. He knew what was at stake. If he lost, he wouldn't just lose Lux and the boots. Franz would make sure he never held a sword again. Franz struck first, lunging forward, aiming straight for Logan's heart. The moment his blade descended, everything exploded. Franz had completely misjudged the depth of Logan's power. Logan unleashed the 3rd form of the Divine Sword Secrets, conjuring a blade of pure aura that tore through the battlefield. The shockwave was so violent that the knights accompanying him began frantically searching for his location. Franz coughed up blood. He had managed to dodge the worst of it, but even so, he muttered bitterly that it might have been better to die alongside Logan than to return defeated. Logan mounted his horse and rode off, his thoughts heavy. He remembered the moment Franz had attacked while he was charging the third style, and the coin-sized hole that had been torn through his chest. All the bravado, the confidence, the talk it had all been a facade. Still, one truth was undeniable. With his current skills and the treasures he possessed, he could now defeat an advanced knight. Suddenly, his vision blurred. Logan slipped from the saddle and fell to the ground as the horse continued forward without him. Back at the mansion, Rick and Dwayne were left speechless when Logan returned in tatters. They demanded to know what had happened. Logan casually said he had fallen off his horse. His battered appearance caused an uproar, but the matter was quietly set aside. Patrick was visibly ashamed, saying that Logan had endured all these hardships because the family lacked sufficient power. Logan reassured his father that they would soon repay everything in kind, but to do that, he needed to reorganize their forces. On the training field, Ronian swung his sword again and again, his movements sharp but restless. He remembered what Logan had told him before the war, that it would be easy, and that Ronian wouldn't be needed yet, that he should focus on polishing his skills. Back then, Ronian had accepted it, but now he couldn't stand being treated like a child anymore. He was just about to push himself harder when Logan suddenly interrupted him, telling him to take a short break. Logan then introduced the person Ronian would be training with from now on. Victor stood there wearing brand new, gleaming armor. Ronian asked if the armor fit properly, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Victor looked to be around the same age as him. Was he also a Force user? Logan confirmed it calmly, saying that Victor had recently awakened his Force and was the same age as Ronian, which would make him perfect motivation. Ronian then asked what Logan meant by training together, and Logan answered without hesitation, fighting. The two stared at each other, tension rising instantly. Logan gave the signal, and Victor moved first, aiming straight for Ronian's neck. Ronian barely dodged and immediately realized what was happening. Victor was using the Iron Blood Sword. That was enough. Ronian charged forward, determined to take him down. Victor sensed the danger just in time. Ronian unleashed a powerful wave of energy, but Victor leaped high into the air and avoided it, preparing a counterattack. He slammed his sword into the ground, creating a crater, but Ronian slipped away at the last moment and called him a monster. Victor didn't even flinch. Logan burst out laughing, asking Ronian who exactly he was calling a monster. Ronian reset his stance, deciding he would go all out. Victor smiled, completely relaxed. Watching from a distance, Logan felt satisfied. His judgment had been correct. The two had natural synergy. Victor had fully absorbed the Iron Blood Sword and was adapting it to his own style, while Ronian, already experienced, fought freely without being chained to rigid forms. Ronian shouted that Victor wasn't allowed to use punches. Victor replied that anything was allowed in a real fight, making Logan laugh again. Logan told them not to push too hard, and thought to himself that there were still 7 years before the Empire's war began. Ronian and Victor would be ready in 5 or 6. He briefly wondered how terrifying Victor would become if he learned the Divine Sword secrets, but that would require a proper catalyst to keep him close. Later, inside Logan's office, Clayton and his disciples were completely shocked by what Logan told them. Victoria, standing nearby, calmly stated that she could see the mana band. Logan tried to convince her to learn something she enjoyed, so she would stay in the castle. When Victoria said she wanted to learn how to move clay dolls using the yellow thread, Logan was stunned. Clayton interrupted and asked if she could really see where he was sending his mana. Victoria pointed at one of the disciples, calling him old, and said that was where the mana was flowing. They tried again, and she pointed at a water bottle instead. Clayton grabbed Victoria by the shoulders, trembling, and declared that she was special, that not even legendary great mages could see mana with their naked eyes. Logan wondered if seeing mana was really that extraordinary. He asked Victoria if she truly wanted to learn magic. She answered that if that was how she could control the giant doll, then yes, she wanted to learn. Logan insisted again, and Victoria explained that if she could control it, she could do much more. Logan decided then and there to entrust Victoria to Clayton, but before anyone could respond, the girl had already vanished. Clayton shouted for someone to bring a measuring tape while he personally began taking Victoria's measurements. Logan watched in silence, thinking that both siblings were geniuses. Their forces were steadily growing stronger. Maybe it was time to go to Gran, especially since he had made a promise to his master. He planned to go alone, but things didn't go as planned. 7 knights surrounded him, clearly assigned as guards. Captain Henderson of the 18th Squadron introduced himself, but Logan was visibly irritated and told them to leave. Patrick had warned him that it would be rude to the Sword Duke to arrive without at least a minimal escort. Logan then noticed Rick and asked what he was doing there. Rick replied that it wouldn't be appropriate for the heir of a noble house to walk around without a personal servant. Logan didn't buy it, and asked if Rick simply wanted to visit the capital. Rick broke into a cold sweat and admitted it. No one talked to him anymore, and he needed to get married. Logan covered his ears and complained that they would only slow him down. As they departed, Logan focused on his real goals. First, identifying changes in the future. Second, finding the third prince and forming a connection. He recalled the royal family's history. King Samuel von Grandia had no heir until the age of 40, so he had 2 sons with concubines. 10 years later, the queen gave birth to the third prince, who surpassed his brothers and became the successor. Logan remembered that winter, just before the third prince came of age, the civil war would begin with the king's death. The first prince, von Douglas, a sixth circle mage, and the second prince, Jordan Valtermine, would both have the backing of their grandfathers. Logan had once seen the third prince on the verge of execution before Felix intervened, claiming the king's will demanded his survival. Despite surviving, the third prince would lead the country to ruin within 5 years. Logan decided long ago that he would never allow that man to become king. The second prince wasn't much better either. He needed to see the third prince with his own eyes to judge whether he deserved the throne. Inside the castle, Logan's servants were speechless. Rick approached again, suggesting that Logan should make connections and asking for help getting close to one of the maids. Annoyed, Logan smacked Rick on the head, knocking him to the ground. A man then arrived to escort Logan and introduced himself as Louis Ryan, the Duke's supervisor. Logan recognized him instantly. In his past life, Louis had given him the divine sword secrets and told him to memorize them and pass them on to someone worthy. Logan couldn't remember anything else Louis had given him. Louis led him to the office and said the Duke was waiting. As Louis turned away, a voice called out. Logan smirked faintly and turned around, planting his feet in the opposite direction. He commented casually that it felt very nice to see him again, and that he was genuinely glad to see he looked as good as ever. It quickly became clear that Logan was addressing the Sword Duke and his wife. The Duchess acknowledged Logan's presence, saying she had heard quite a lot about him from Felix. She told Logan that they owed him immensely. Logan replied politely, saying it was nice to finally meet her and congratulated her on the birth of her child. The Duchess smiled and said that, since they were already talking about that, there was something she wanted to ask him. Logan answered calmly that he was open to anything she wished to ask. She gently placed her hands over her stomach and asked Logan if he would choose their baby's name. The moment the words left her mouth, Logan froze completely. Felix stepped in, explaining that he and the Duchess had discussed this matter for quite some time. He said that everything they had now was thanks to Logan, which was why they wanted him to be the one to choose their child's name. Logan, however, was still stunned into silence. Inside his mind, Logan reflected on the meaning of names. In Grandia, a name was believed to decide and illuminate the path a child would walk in life. Since ancient times, nobles had sought out respected figures to name their children, sometimes holding feasts solely to celebrate the naming. But leaving such an important task to him felt different. He and the Sword Duke had only met twice, yet it was undeniable that they had already influenced each other's lives in profound ways. Logan realized how heavy the responsibility was, but at the same time, he saw no reason to refuse. Logan finally spoke and said that it would be an honor for him. Hearing this, both Felix and the Duchess were overjoyed and thanked him sincerely. Felix then turned to his wife and gently told her to go rest, reminding her that she was with child and should not strain herself. The Duchess protested lightly, saying that manners still mattered and that this was an important request. Felix glanced back, thinking to himself that this arrangement was beneficial for Logan as well. After all, being known as the one who named the Sword Duke's child was no small distinction. With some effort, Felix managed to escort his wife out of the room. Once the wooden door closed behind her, he leaned against it and sighed, admitting that he was never very good with words. He then turned his attention back to Logan and said that they should talk about their bodies. Logan looked confused, not understanding what Felix meant by that. Felix studied him closely and said that he was surprised by how quickly Logan's force had grown. In such a short span of time, his progress was abnormal. Felix concluded by saying that he wanted to see just how strong Logan had become now. Inside the training grounds, Felix and Logan stood facing each other once again, both fully prepared to fight. Logan moved first, leaping forward and attacking with everything he had. But in the blink of an eye, Felix dodged cleanly and appeared right behind him, already set to counter. Logan redirected his attack, but Felix blocked it effortlessly. Watching this, Logan realized just how easily Felix was stopping him. If he was going to fight his master, then this was the perfect chance to truly test his limits. But before he could continue, Felix suddenly told him to stop. He demanded to know what Logan thought he was doing, leaving Logan momentarily speechless. Felix then asked, almost mockingly, if that was really Logan's full strength. Logan admitted that he had been holding back. Felix ordered him to stop restraining himself and give it everything he had. Logan began charging his aura, staring straight at Felix while taking his stance. This was the first real training session since they had officially become master and disciple, and Logan knew he could not afford to disappoint him. He unleashed a powerful attack that even shook the Sword Duke, yet Felix still blocked it with ease. The resulting explosion was so intense that the two of them vanished behind the blinding light. Logan thought quickly. After using the rippling divide, there was only one move left. He gathered his strength and launched the killer iron slash straight at Felix. Felix scoffed, calling it nonsense, which shocked Logan. In the next instant, Felix had already dodged the attack, moved behind him, and placed his sword against Logan's neck. He remarked that with strength this weak, Logan would probably collapse after just 2 moves. Felix then kicked Logan's knee, sending him crashing to the ground. Standing over him, he asked whether wasting his force like an idiot was all Logan knew how to do. Logan clenched his sword tightly, anger flaring. Being told that his Divine Sword Secrets combination was idiotic enraged him, especially since he had used that very combo to wound the Moonlight Knight. Felix stared him down and demanded that Logan show him everything he had, his real swordsmanship, warning him not to disappoint him again. Gritting his teeth, Logan promised he would demonstrate properly this time. He leaped backward and prepared another attack, once again charging the killer Iron Slash. But Felix looked completely unimpressed and told Logan he had misunderstood him. Felix moved so fast that even Logan couldn't track him. One moment he was there, and the next he was gone. Logan didn't even hear footsteps. He panicked, wondering where Felix had disappeared to. In the next instant, Felix appeared behind him, and Logan felt fear crawl up his spine. He turned too late. Felix slammed the handle of his sword into Logan's face, knocking him down instantly. The sparring continued, with Logan desperately trying to attack again. It was useless. Felix disarmed him with ease, leaving Logan holding nothing but pain and what felt like a sprained wrist. Felix questioned whether Logan truly called that swordsmanship, and whether he was even trying at all. Logan couldn't understand what Felix wanted, as he kept criticizing his swordsmanship over and over. Felix finally explained. Logan might have grown stronger in raw power since they last met, but his swordsmanship hadn't improved. In fact, it had deteriorated. Turning his back, Felix told him that his fundamentals were broken. Instead of dumping all his force into flashy techniques, Logan should rebuild his basics and make them the foundation of his strength. Even if Logan reached the next level through luck or talent, it would only raise the height of the next wall blocking him. Hearing this, Logan realized Felix was right. He had regained power too easily after regressing, relying on memories and the Divine Sword Secrets while growing arrogant. Since returning from the past, everything had gone smoothly, and he had misjudged himself. Swallowing his pride, Logan asked Felix to give him one more chance. Felix seemed intrigued. As he turned around, Logan had already taken his stance again. He begged for one more opportunity, saying he would rebuild his fundamentals from scratch. But it was pointless. Moments later, Logan lay unconscious on the ground. Two knights rushed in, declaring Logan an emergency patient who needed to be taken to the medical ward immediately. Louise and Felix watched silently from the training grounds. Felix told Louise that swordsmanship is learned through the body, and the more it hurts, the better the lesson sticks. Louise commented that Felix seemed to have taken a liking to Logan. Felix replied that Logan was wasting his talent, but he respected his determination nonetheless. Just then, someone interrupted them, apologizing for intruding. Rick stepped forward, introduced himself as Logan's servant, and handed Felix a letter. Felix noted that the sender was Baron Mlan, Logan's father, and remarked that the message could have been sent magically. Rick explained that it wouldn't have been appropriate for Logan to know about it. Felix opened the letter and began reading. Patrick formally addressed Felix as Count Esperanza, expressing deep respect and stating that he was making a request. He acknowledged that the McLeans were already indebted to Felix for a favor they could never repay. Thanks to the secret Felix had given them, their knights had grown stronger and survived many hardships. Patrick admitted that it might be shameless to ask for more, but knowing how generously Felix had guided Logan with the secrets of the sword, he felt compelled to make this request. Reading this, Felix was confused. He recalled only giving them a low-rank manual and wondered what great secrets Patrick was referring to. The letter continued, stating that Logan had suffered a small pain last year, and if Felix accepted this request, the McLeans would be eternally grateful. Felix found the request interesting, but kept his thoughts to himself. He turned to Rick and asked if Logan knew about this letter. Rick replied that Logan had no idea, believing it wasn't the time to worry about such matters. Felix reread the letter and suddenly grew furious, muttering to himself how a 20-year-old could possibly not be interested in women. He then told Rick that he would do his best. 1 week later, after another intense round of training, Felix brought up something Logan absolutely did not expect. He casually proposed that Logan should go on a date. Logan froze, unsure how he was even supposed to respond. Felix, completely serious, explained that as an heir with no fiancé at the age of 21, Logan's situation was frankly shameful. Because of that, Felix said he intended to find him a suitable match. Logan immediately questioned this, asking whether Felix hadn't wanted him to focus entirely on training while he was here, and why this topic had suddenly come up out of nowhere. Felix replied calmly that a peaceful heart was essential for proper training. He said this was something he himself had only truly understood after meeting his wife. Logan, however, was busy thinking about everything he wished he could say in response. A war was going to break out in just a few months, and he simply didn't have the time or mental space for engagements or romance. Still, he asked Felix again why he had decided to bring this matter up now. Felix admitted that he had received a request, and more importantly, that he was worried about the future of his beloved pupil. That answer only made Logan more uneasy. He asked directly whether the request had come from his own family. Felix confirmed it had, explaining that his family was naturally worried, since a grown heir should already be engaged by now. Logan thought the whole thing was pointless, but he also knew he couldn't outright ignore his teacher's words. In the end, he lowered his head and prepared himself to agree. He decided that meeting the girls wouldn't hurt, and wasting one day would be acceptable. The next day, on the manor grounds, a beautiful young woman stood waiting in front of Logan and greeted him politely, saying it was nice to meet him. She then introduced herself fully as Eileen Floyd. Behind Logan, Rick nearly lost his mind the moment he saw her. Her beauty shocked him, and even Logan was visibly taken aback. Rick leaned closer and whispered that Eileen was almost too good for Logan, adding that even he, someone who usually showed no interest in women, was stunned. Logan looked at Eileen again, wondering how this was even possible. His potential fiancée was not only beautiful, but also a force user, and a strong one at that. He could tell she stood at the pinnacle of low rank, bordering on intermediate, at only 18 years old, which was absurd. Then her name hit him, Floyd. In his past life, the Floyd family's talents had died tragically during the 3 years of war. But one person stood above the rest. The warrior who guarded the inner castle gates, cut down 100 knights, and earned the title Rose of Steel, blooming from a fallen family. That person was Eileen Floyd. Realizing this, Logan thought the meeting was far more significant than he had expected. If he could bring her into the McLean family before the war broke out, it would change everything. He even considered that if this became a proper marriage instead of a simple engagement, he could use that to bring her to McLean immediately. But he had never heard of nobles marrying their fiancée just months after meeting, and he wasn't sure what to do. Eileen looked at Logan, a bead of sweat forming on her cheek as she prepared to speak. Eileen asked Logan whether he had also been forced to come here. It seemed like a fair question, but Logan wasn't really listening. She continued, saying she understood the embarrassment of the situation and that she didn't want to waste any time. She stepped closer and told him directly that they should go and spend some meaningful time together. A memory surfaced. Shifting to what looked like the Floyd family's training grounds, Eileen was speaking with her father, asking whether he still hadn't given up on finding her a fiancé while she was taking a break from sword training. Count Robert Floyd replied that her beauty alone still made her desirable, and that this time the recommendation had come from Felix Esperanza himself. Hearing that name, Eileen immediately realized he meant the Sword Duke and found the situation interesting. Robert explained that the potential match was Felix's own pupil. Not many people knew that yet, but word was spreading that he would soon become famous. Still, Robert added that Logan probably wouldn't surpass Eileen, who had awakened her force at just 12 years old. Eileen's past engagements came to mind. Her first engagement had ended after she beat up her fiancé. After that incident, she had been banned from training, though only for 2 years. Later, she beat up her second fiancé as well, someone already qualified to become a knight, proving her superiority over most of them. That reputation earned her the infamous title of the maiden who beats up knights. With a name like that, combined with her determination to become a knight, marriage proposals had all but vanished. That was why Robert believed they had to seize this opportunity. If the Sword Duke himself had acknowledged Logan's talent, then maybe this was finally someone capable of handling his daughter. Back in the present, Eileen once again asked Logan to spend time doing something meaningful together. Logan was left speechless. As she clasped her hands together, he finally asked what she meant by meaningful. Eileen said she had heard Logan was the Sword Duke's pupil. She asked Logan to cross blades with her. Well, let's see how this spar date goes. Later, on the knight's training grounds, it was clear that both of their servants had already heard what was happening. They were completely baffled by the situation, and kept begging the two of them to stop this madness, before it turned into something serious. Eileen's servant nervously asked whether she was really planning to beat up her potential fiancé again, especially since the Count had practically begged her not to repeat that incident. Eileen replied calmly that this time was different. She explained that the previous two had looked down on her and behaved rudely, making comments about how having force would make her good only for giving birth to strong children, or boasting that they could take her down barehanded. Back then, she had decided to teach them a lesson and honestly felt she should have beaten them even harder. But then she turned her head toward Logan once more, and repeated that this time, it was different. Across the training grounds, Rick was desperately pleading with Logan, asking why he was warming up so seriously. He warned him that if word spread that he had hit a woman, the Lord would have a heart attack. Logan told Rick not to worry, explaining that he had already requested the entire training area be sealed off, so nothing would leak out. At the same time, Logan found himself thinking about Eileen's strength. Ever since he had heard her name, he had wondered whether it was truly possible that she had once slain 100 knights by herself. He decided that he would find out for himself. Eileen's servant, realizing there was no stopping this, shouted for her to make sure she won. As Eileen took a deep breath and prepared for the fight, Rick and her servant could be seen arguing in the background. Rick kept insisting that she had no idea how skilled his master was, while her servant shot back that he had no idea how skilled her young lady truly was. When Eileen approached Logan, she told him that she had been training alone for 10 years. She warned him that she had already beaten a knight before and hoped he wouldn't underestimate her. Logan replied calmly that he had no intention of underestimating her at all. In fact, he told her plainly that he wouldn't go easy on her, and that he hoped she would understand if he was a little harsh. Hearing that, Eileen unexpectedly began to blush. The two of them faced each other, their stances completely different. Logan stood with his sword pointed directly at Eileen, while Eileen held her sword angled downward behind her. In the next instant, she launched herself forward and attacked. Logan easily blocked her strike, countered immediately, and struck her down. With just a single exchange, Eileen was sent to the ground. Logan informed her that he had only used the flat side of his blade. As Eileen tried to push herself up, her servant shouted that her sides were wide open and she needed to be careful. Gritting her teeth, Eileen told herself that no matter what, she would land at least one hit on Logan. What followed was pure carnage. Logan knocked Eileen down again and again, but each time he did, he corrected her. He told her that her grip was too loose, that she needed to move faster, and that her sides were exposed again. Eventually, Eileen stood there completely defeated while Logan looked down at her. Rick was utterly stunned, while Eileen's servant broke down crying for her young lady. Logan commented that she looked exhausted and suggested they take a break. Eileen refused outright and attacked him again, this time coming dangerously close to landing a hit. Logan calmly told her to wipe the sweat from her face. As he stopped her attack once more, Eileen realized that even a sneak attack wouldn't work on him. Still, Logan praised her for trying. That praise left Eileen frozen in place. She stared at him, wondering why he wasn't angry at all. Logan then told her that she needed to move more concisely and promptly smacked her on the head. Eileen looked up, tears welling in her eyes, and admitted that Logan was not someone to mess with. Looking down at her, Logan realized that her bad habits made it obvious she had truly learned swordsmanship alone. Yet despite that, she had improved noticeably with only a few pointers. That alone proved she was genuinely talented. He thought that she still wasn't using her full potential, and wondered if this was exactly how Felix had felt when watching him. Suddenly, Eileen let out a fierce battle cry and charged again. This time, she changed her approach, weaving from side to side instead of attacking head-on. Logan acknowledged that her footwork was interesting and far better than her earlier straightforward charges. When she attacked again, he blocked it just as easily. Frustrated, Eileen shouted that no matter what she did, Logan kept deflecting everything. In the next instant, Logan appeared behind her and struck her back down. Still, he told her that her talent was more than sufficient. As she struggled to get up again, Logan added that she had great potential. Eileen insisted on trying one more time, and Logan thought that her grit alone was already a pass. Seeing that she was injured, he extended his hand, offering to help her up. She hesitated, clearly wanting to continue fighting, but eventually accepted his hand. Logan told her that he would give her another chance next time they met. Then he suddenly pulled her closer to him. "I honestly love this." Logan then leaned in near her ear and told her that he genuinely loved this. He whispered that she had incredible talent and invited her to come with him to McLean Estate. Later, inside Felix's room, a discussion was taking place. Logan asked Felix why he had chosen Eileen out of all possible people. Felix explained that there were two reasons behind his decision. First, he said that although the Floyd family was not involved with either of the princes, they still held considerable influence in the capital. They were a family capable of representing the Meclanes there. Hearing this, Logan thought that this was yet another reason Befros needed to wait. He reflected that he hadn't been overly worried since the Civil War would break out soon anyway. But from Felix's perspective, this choice made perfect sense. Felix then stated that the second reason was far more important. Logan fell silent, ready to listen. Felix admitted that he had been curious to see what would happen if a wild guy like Logan met a troublemaking maiden like Eileen. What he hadn't expected was for Logan to actually like her that much. As Felix laughed his ass off in the background, Logan thought that his master could be quite strange at times. Still, good was good. Felix told Logan that he had seen how his face turned red when he met Eileen and said that Logan finally looked like a boy his age. Logan didn't quite understand what he meant. Felix stood up from his chair and told Logan that he didn't know how heavy the burden on his shoulders truly was. Someone as young as Logan, wearing the expression of a man who had been holding up the entire world, wasn't easy to watch. Felix told him that he could share that burden if he wanted. He should open his heart more, trust the people around him, and allow himself to relax. Felix admitted he might be overstepping, but from everything he had heard, Eileen could give Logan the breathing room he needed. Logan wanted to tell Felix that his burden was something only he could carry, but Felix interrupted him, warning him not to wait too long to have a child, speaking from experience. The next day arrived with beautiful autumn weather outside. Inside, however, Logan was sparring with several of the knights he had brought with him. As the knight he was fighting lost his balance, Logan asked him why he failed to block that attack and told him to keep his focus next time. Logan reflected that it had been 3 weeks since he arrived in the capital. Aside from that single date, he had spent every day training or sparring with these knights, which still counted as training in his mind. He wondered why he felt more pressure from them now that they were in the capital, and briefly considered whether he might have beaten them up too much. Henderson looked at Logan with an expression that was hard to describe, perhaps appreciation, maybe even admiration. Earlier that day, the Knights of Esperanza had sparred with the McLean Knights, and Henderson's group had lost. One of Felix's knights commented that the Esperanzas required their knights to be mid-ranked, and said that people like Henderson should still be learning how to swing a sword. He added that Henderson might have potential, but his companions should find trainees to spar with next time. They also remarked that sparring on the first day showed excessive enthusiasm, which Henderson found strange. Henderson then told his companions that the Esperanza Knights were strong, but not as strong as the Iron Blood Sword. His friend agreed, and recalled Logan telling them that he had received the Iron Blood Sword from the Duke himself. That made them wonder whether those knights were using a weaker sword style. Henderson began to suspect that Logan hadn't received the technique from the Duke at all, but had created it himself. Regardless, they believed their young master had bestowed them with skills superior even to the Duke's. Overwhelmed, they fell to their knees, calling Logan their great young master. Back in the present, Henderson and the others were staring at Logan, making him uncomfortable. He turned his back, thinking he wasn't sure what was going on with them, but since they weren't causing trouble and were focused on training, he let it be. Elsewhere in the capital, a wooden sign declared that the M-Clane special product was on sale. The man holding the sign was none other than Philip, shouting that this was a rare opportunity to buy the essential vanity product that had once made nobles gasp. He approached a man, claiming he could see worry on his face and assuring him that his medicine could solve all his problems. Then he shouted at another young man, saying he looked just like his master, only to realize that the person in front of him was actually Logan, who was visibly pissed. Philip immediately began bowing and explaining that there were too many competitors. In reality, he wasn't bowing at all. Logan was sitting on his back while Philip was forced to do push-ups, Logan commenting that his form was slipping. Logan told Philip that he would ensure he earned even more money, so there was no need to resort to such ridiculous sales tactics. Logan got off his back and told Philip to stand up, saying he had another business for him. Philip asked what kind of business that was. Logan introduced him to the Knights, explaining that they were the 18th squad of the McLean Knights and would be guarding him. Captain Henderson greeted Philip respectfully, saying it was an honor to meet him. Philip, confused, asked why he needed guards, 6 of them, no less. Logan told him not to worry, as it was simply a larger version of the business he was already running. He then instructed Philip to acquire as much weaponry, war horses, and lumber as possible before the year ended. Philip was stunned. He exploded, asking whether Logan was planning to wage another war. Logan calmly denied it, saying he was only being cautious. Philip nearly said that every time Logan claimed that, they ended up in a war, but stopped himself, fearing bad luck. Philip then asked about the budget. Logan replied that it was 30 million gold, and told him to get as much as possible within that amount. Philip thought Logan had gone insane. Logan, meanwhile, recalled the war with Sylvan and what he had learned. If they increased the number of crossbow cavalry, soldiers could take on low-ranked knights. Individual soldiers could defeat groups of force users. If successful, it would change battlefield norms. It might not rival the Empire's crossbows from his previous life, but it would come close. Philip argued that Logan didn't understand how markets worked and that he wouldn't be able to acquire even half of what he wanted. When Logan asked why, Philip explained that sudden demand would skyrocket prices, especially horses. More money didn't mean horses would suddenly be born in triplets or ponies would grow faster. Logan wondered if he had made the request too late, and thought it should have been fine before the war. Philip accused him again of planning another war, which Logan denied. Philip held up 3 fingers and explained that prices would likely triple. Logan accepted that it couldn't be helped. Philip thought that had worked, but Logan added that it would be fine to go up to double the current market price. Philip realized Logan wasn't backing down, and that prices would still likely triple. When Philip tried to argue again, Logan interrupted him. He promised that if Philip managed to buy supplies for less than double the market price, he would receive a bonus equal to 3% of the difference. Philip froze and asked how much that would be. Logan calmly explained the percentage. Philip was stunned, and promised to do his best. Henderson quietly wondered if 3% was a lot, since numbers had never been his strength. Philip, overjoyed, began massaging Logan's shoulders, while Logan thought that money really did solve everything. He reflected that he had gained valuable insight into training from his teacher, and had unexpectedly gained Eileen as well. Things were going well. Still, one issue lingered in his mind: King Samuel. There was still no bad news. No sign of internal conflict. Logan could only wonder whether the king's death had truly been sudden. His next step was to earn his teacher's full trust. He thought it would have been better to meet the third prince, but forcing that encounter would look suspicious. Felix's child would be born soon, and after naming him, Logan planned to return to the McLean estate with Eileen. Later, Felix informed Logan that His Majesty had summoned him, and that Logan would need to accompany him. Hearing this, Logan was left momentarily speechless, unsure of what awaited him. At the gates of the royal palace, a guard verified Duke Esperanza's identity, and allowed Felix and Logan to proceed toward the throne room. As they moved forward, Logan wondered why the king would want to see someone like him. After all, he was merely the son of a countryside baron, a nobody in the eyes of the royal court, and ordinarily someone who would never be granted an audience with the king. Noticing the unease on Logan's face, Felix asked if he was worried. Logan snapped back to attention. Felix reassured him that there was nothing to fear, explaining that His Majesty simply wished to see Felix's pupil. He added that the king valued talent above all else, and that this meeting would only benefit Logan, not harm him. Logan nodded, saying he understood, but his thoughts drifted elsewhere. He looked up at the palace towering above them and remarked that even the Empire had hesitated to destroy it, ordering instead that it be preserved. That was the beauty of Grandia. After the war with the Empire, the palace had been designated as the kingdom's headquarters, a symbol of both pride and defiance, its beauty matched only by the trouble it had caused. Logan thought quietly that such a future should never be allowed to repeat itself. The massive doors of the castle opened, revealing walls draped in countless banners. Felix and Logan passed through an ornate hallway, richly decorated, until they arrived before another tall wooden door. Entering the throne room, both men knelt. Felix saluted respectfully, greeting the master of the nation. The elderly, bearded king addressed Felix as an old friend, and remarked that he had told him many times there was no need for such formality. Felix replied that if those in high positions abandoned responsibility and courtesy, then who would uphold them? The king laughed softly, saying Felix was as unwavering as ever, and that such consistency reassured him. The king gestured for Felix to raise his head, then said he wished to see the face of Felix's pupil as well. At that moment, Logan fully realized who stood before him, the king of Grandia, Samuel von Grandia. In later years, history would come to know him as the worthless king. Observing him closely, Logan thought the king looked healthy and strong, which explained why no one had expected his death. Had the king shown even the slightest weakness, the power struggle would have been resolved early, and the civil war might never have occurred. To Logan, things were still unfolding exactly as he remembered. The king studied Logan and commented that he seemed to possess the grit necessary to be taught by Felix. He added that Logan was the first young man who had ever stared at him so intently. Startled, Logan immediately lowered his head and apologized. The king waved it off, telling Logan there was no need to adopt Felix's excessive manners, and that he quite liked energetic youth. Felix stepped in, stating that Logan's strength matched his will, and that his courage and wisdom, proven by leading his territory to victory despite overwhelming odds, made him a solid foundation for the kingdom's future. The king agreed, saying Logan was indeed worthy of being Felix's pupil. Curious, he asked how the two had first met. Felix brought up an old wound from his past, one dating back to his days as a knight. After hearing the full story, the king burst into laughter, calling it a most curious twist of fate, one he never would have imagined. Turning back to Logan and addressing him by name, the king left Logan at a loss for words. The king then said something that stunned him even more. He expressed his deep gratitude to Logan. Samuel explained that he had long felt indebted to Felix because of that wound, a debt so heavy he could barely speak of it. By resolving Felix's problem, Logan had eased a burden on his heart as well. For that, the king was truly thankful. Felix tried to downplay it, saying the king was giving Logan too much credit, but Samuel refused to hear it. He declared that without Felix, he would never have become king in the first place. He then said that he must express his gratitude properly. As king, he removed a golden bracelet from his wrist and told Logan to step closer. Felix nearly lost his composure, urgently telling His Majesty that he could not give away a royal family treasure and that Felix himself would compensate Logan instead. It was then revealed that the bracelet was no ordinary ornament. It overflowed with mana, clearly a fifth-class artifact at minimum. The king held it out, telling Logan to accept it as compensation for resolving their troubles. Logan, terrified out of his mind, hesitated, but the king urged him to hurry and take it before he changed his mind. Logan accepted the bracelet and said he would carry this overwhelming gratitude in his heart. Felix shouted from behind that Logan could not accept such a gift so lightly. The king asked Logan if he too believed the gift was excessive. Logan replied honestly that while it was overwhelming, he would make meaningful use of it. Seeing Logan's expression and hearing his words, the king concluded that Logan's ambitions might surpass even his teachers. Felix looked like he was on the verge of collapse. Finally, the king extended his hand and said that this meeting was the result of a good connection, and that he hoped the gift would deepen that bond in the future. Logan lowered his head as Samuel instructed him to serve his teacher as faithfully as the sky itself, and to work for the nation just as Felix had. Logan thought quietly that he wasn't sure whether what he was about to do was for the nation or for himself, but one thing was certain: he would stop the Empire at all costs. Logan knelt once more before the king and declared that he would gladly carry out his duty. After their meeting with the king, Felix and Logan strolled through the palace gardens together. Felix remarked that His Majesty must have grown quite soft. He said that the king was never the type to speak so much, nor was he someone who would normally request a personal meeting with Logan. These unusual behaviors worried Felix, making him suspect that the king might be hiding concerns deep in his heart. Hearing this, Logan told Felix not to worry. He explained that although the meeting had been short, he could tell that if the king truly had a problem, he would have told Felix immediately. Since he hadn't said anything, it was likely an issue Felix didn't need to concern himself with. After hearing this, Felix looked visibly calmer and smiled. He admitted that Logan was right and said that he must have become more prone to worry with age. He added that his heart had wavered, simply because his pupil had accepted a royal treasure so casually. Hearing this, Logan began sweating, unsure how to respond. Felix then told Logan that the bracelet he had received was called the Bracelet of Regeneration. It was an artifact imbued with 5th-class magic specializing in rapid healing. Because it contained only a single enchantment, its effect was extremely potent, comparable to the holy spell of a high-ranking priest. Hearing this, Logan immediately grasped the bracelet's potential. A spell of that level could turn fatal wounds into mere scratches. The bracelet possessed regeneration power at the highest possible tier. Felix said that knowing Logan now possessed such an item put his mind at ease. Logan replied that it was all thanks to Felix. However, Felix interrupted him and said that now he could push Logan to the brink of death, confident that the bracelet would simply repair him afterward. He told Logan to prepare himself. Until seeing this side of Felix, I had believed Logan was the only madman in Grandia, but it seemed Felix might surpass him. At that thought, Logan looked like he was about to wet his pants. Still, he believed this would help him grow stronger. He told Felix that he would do his best to meet his expectations, as the harder he trained, the more progress he would make. It soon became clear that Felix was keeping his word. Lying on the ground, barely conscious, Logan thought that he remembered this scene from somewhere before. Felix stood over him and asked how long he planned to lie there, ordering him to get back up. Suddenly, one of Felix's servants came running and shouted for him. The news the servant brought was something everyone had been waiting for. The Sword Duke had finally had his child. Felix threw a grand celebration so extravagant that some nobles even thought it excessive for the birth of a daughter. At the party, people whispered among themselves, saying they had heard that the Sword Duke's pupil would also be attending. When they spotted Logan, they approached him and asked if he was the one, commenting that he was much younger than they had expected. Seeing this, Logan could only think about how much attention the title of Sword Duke's pupil attracted, and how the days when he sold Imperic at parties felt like a lifetime ago. Logan then turned around and saw Felix. He was holding his baby in his arms, standing beside the Duchess, and he looked like the happiest man in the entire world. Soon, a servant announced the arrival of an important guest, the Bishop of Grandia's United Holy Order. The man introduced was Crimson Matthew. The bishop stepped forward to congratulate Felix on the birth of his descendant, and Felix thanked him, saying he was honored that the bishop had come personally. The bishop replied that there was no way he would send a servant when the very foundation of the country, the Sword Duke, had welcomed his first child. His presence alone left everyone around utterly astounded. Logan thought to himself that most nobles received a holy blessing at birth. Among those blessings was one granted in the name of the 5th of the 9 gods, Agna, the goddess of trees and life, a blessing every parent wished for to ensure their child's health. On top of that, receiving a blessing directly from the bishop himself made it no surprise that Felix was so happy at this moment. Everyone gathered around the steps where the bishop, Felix, the Duchess, and the baby stood. The bishop took the baby into his hands, raised the child high above his head, and declared that this humble servant requested the great 9 gods who watched over this world to bless the child. Watching this scene, Logan finally understood the difference between holy power and mana. Holy power was closer to the root than force, and far less visible than mana. That was why ordinary people couldn't feel it at all, and could only see it manifest as bright light. The bishop continued, declaring that in the name of Agna, the goddess of life, he blessed this newly born Esperanza. At that moment, tens of thousands of powerful streams of blue light surged toward the bishop and the child. Those who witnessed it were left in awe. Everyone immediately began congratulating the Duke, saying that with such a powerful light, the child was surely destined to grow up healthy and strong. But that was not what actually happened. The only ones who seemed to realize this were Logan and the bishop. The holy power had been deflected from the baby's body. Seeing the bishop's expression, Felix grew anxious and asked what was wrong. The bishop replied that nothing was wrong at all, explaining that he was simply tired after performing a blessing for the first time in so long. He apologized and said he would now take his leave. As the bishop descended the stairs, the Duke and his Duchess watched him, their expressions revealing that they too sensed something unusual about the event. Observing this, Logan thought that since holy power was only one of many forms of power, it was possible the baby possessed a peculiar constitution that resisted it. Even so, Logan felt deeply uncomfortable. That discomfort seemed to originate from Count Befros, who was standing in front of Logan and now saluted him. Befros remarked that it was a shame Logan appeared rather unwell. Logan returned the greeting and replied that he was quite well, thanking Befros for his concern. Befros said Logan was as cheeky as ever, to which Logan calmly replied that it was one of his many charms. In the next instant, Befros clenched his fist and shattered the glass in his hand. The sharp sound drew everyone's attention. Befros said it was the first time he had made such a mistake, but given his age, his hands slipped from time to time. A servant hurried over, offering a cloth to stop the bleeding and clean him up. Befros then told Logan that the only reason Logan was still alive was because, by sheer chance, he had become the Sword Duke's pupil. He stepped closer and said that thanks to this, Logan had managed to attract the attention of many high-ranking nobles, making him a very lucky man. As he spoke, he shoved the blood-stained cloth into Logan's hand. Logan accepted the cloth and thought that for a count, Befros was surprisingly immature. He replied that he was, of course, aware of how lucky he had been after all. He had even managed to regress. Befros said he hoped Logan would maintain that same attitude even after meeting higher nobles. Logan didn't understand what Befros meant, so Befros clarified. He told Logan that Romain von Grandia, His Highness, the Second Prince, wished to meet him. Befros added that he hoped Logan would refuse. Logan interpreted this clearly. If he didn't take the Second Prince's side, Befros would make him pay. Logan replied that it would be an honor to be introduced to His Highness, the Second Prince, by Befros, and that he would carefully deliberate on the suggestion. Hearing this, Befros scoffed, saying Logan's words were arrogant and that the prince's orders were not mere suggestions. Logan stepped closer to Befros and calmly said that he believed it was a suggestion, and that Befros surely wouldn't want him and his teacher to do something foolish like joining the other side. As he spoke, Logan neatly placed the bloodied cloth into Befros's breast pocket. Befros clenched his fist and told Logan that he would soon notify him of the date. He warned that if this was another one of Logan's deceptions, then Logan would be paying a debt far greater than he could imagine. Logan simply smiled from within the crowd and said he would be waiting for Befros's message. As Befros walked away, Logan thought that Befros could run his mouth all he wanted for now. Once the civil war began, Befros wouldn't even have time to think about him. There were only a few months left, and all Logan had to do was delay meeting him until then. Logan also thought that despite having power comparable to a Margrave, Befros was acting as nothing more than a messenger for the Second Prince. In that sense, Count Befros had already become a laughingstock. It turns out that Befros was in conversation with Jordan Valtermine, the Blazing Heat Sword, one of the kingdom's 5 dukes, a superhuman aura wielder, and also the maternal grandfather of the Second Prince. Jordan briefly noticed Logan, but only for a couple of seconds before turning his head away. Logan immediately understood that he was being openly ignored. To someone like Jordan, Logan simply wasn't worth acknowledging. After all, the real target here was never him, but Felix. While Logan was still thinking about this, a man approached him from behind and spoke softly, addressing him formally as young Master Logan. Logan turned and saw Lord Veron Kairos, his uncle. Veron laughed warmly, clearly pleased to see Logan, commenting on how long it had been since they last met and how proud he felt seeing Logan all grown up. Logan, however, asked him bluntly what nonsense he was spouting. Veron Kairos was his mother's elder brother and the successor of the Kairos family, a house tied to the Macklins through marriage. Yet Logan couldn't recall Veron ever truly acting like an uncle. A memory surfaced from Logan's childhood, where he had once called Veron uncle during a gathering, only to be mocked and warned not to overstep his place. Back then, Veron had looked down on him like he was nothing more than filth. Back in the present, Veron explained that even if they lacked direct blood ties, the world still recognized the Kairos and Mclane families as bound by marriage. Logan coldly asked whether those ties hadn't already been severed. Veron laughed, telling him not to use such harsh words, insisting that mistakes were made in the past, but kin was still kin. He reminded Logan of the support the Kairos family had supposedly given the Macklins over the last decade, and asked if Logan truly couldn't overlook a single mistake. Logan recalled his mother's face during the Tesseron attack, when the Kairos family had turned their backs and abandoned them. He replied that if that mistake hadn't involved closing their eyes while their own kin fell off a cliff, perhaps he could have forgiven it, but not now. Veron felt insulted, thinking Logan had grown far too bold after gaining a little fame. He judged Logan as reckless, still acting without thinking. To Veron, manipulating someone like him shouldn't be difficult. He then admitted that what his family had done was indeed unforgivable, and offered a formal apology on behalf of the Kairos family. Logan calmly told him that Veron seemed well aware it was far too late for apologies. Veron cursed him internally, but forced a smile. He said that if Logan wanted compensation, he would provide it, pulling out a blank check and handing it over. He added that reconciliation between kin was better than permanent separation. Logan accepted the check and asked if Veron planned to say nothing else after offering compensation, especially since he claimed to be apologizing. Veron clenched his teeth in humiliation. Then, shocking everyone nearby, he bowed deeply before Logan and begged for his help, promising to do whatever Logan asked and to focus on the future rather than the past. Logan found it absurd that the successor of the Kairos family, a man who had never reflected on his own faults, was behaving this way. Something rotten was clearly happening. This wasn't genuine remorse, it was pressure from above. Logan noticed another man in the background, Duke Owen Douglas, the first prince's paternal grandfather, and the only 6th circle magician in the kingdom, standing in direct opposition to Jordan Valtermine. Logan realized that whether it was Kairos or Befros, 2 of the 3 richest men in the kingdom were ultimately being forced into submission by the Duke's schemes. And if those men were involved, then he had something important he could entrust to them. He told Veron to raise his head and said that small favors between kin didn't need to be complicated, asking if Veron agreed. Logan leaned closer and whispered something into Veron's ear, Veron initially thanked him, but as the request sank in, his expression collapsed into despair. Logan, meanwhile, wore a wide grin. Logan told him that if he fulfilled this single request, arranging a meeting with the first prince would be simple. Veron nodded in defeat, saying he understood and would do exactly as Logan wished. At that moment, a voice interrupted them, calling for everyone's attention. It was Lefman, a vassal of the Esperanza family, announcing that the most important ceremony of the celebration was about to begin. With the safe arrival of the young lady, it was time to welcome the person who would grant her a name. As Lefman prepared to announce it, he hesitated and turned to the Duke and Duchess for confirmation, still unable to believe it. They nodded. Lefman then declared that His Grace's pupil, young Master Logan, would be the one to name the child. As Logan passed Lefman and ascended the stairs toward Felix, the crowd murmured in disbelief. Logan took the baby into his arms, immediately noticing how bright and precious her eyes were. He sensed that she had been bathed in Felix's aura from birth, her vitality overflowing. The baby seemed comfortable, even reaching out toward Logan's face, causing him to blush. Logan had thought of many names before, yet in this moment, they all vanished from his mind. Finally, he spoke, declaring that her name would be Stella, meaning star in the ancient tongue. He expressed his hope that she would become a radiant beacon, shining brightly even in the darkest night. Felix and the Duchess were visibly moved, joy clear on their faces. Felix lowered his head with pride and gratitude, accepting the name wholeheartedly. Standing beside them on the stairs, Logan still found it strange that holy power had been repelled from her earlier. But seeing their happiness, he pushed the thought aside, convincing himself that it was probably nothing serious. Rick arrived with his arms full of letters, stacking them in front of Logan as if trying to make a point. He explained that nobles from all directions had sent invitations, hoping to meet Logan after the naming ceremony. Logan barely glanced at them and told Rick to leave everything in his room because he planned to refuse every single request. Rick was clearly confused, unable to understand why Logan would ignore such opportunities. Logan simply replied that they needed to return to their estate as soon as possible. The Civil War was approaching, and preparation mattered more than social games. He thought it was unfortunate that he never managed to meet the third prince during his stay, but that regret would have to wait. Right now, returning home came first. Dwayne had already contacted him with news that the estate was thriving beyond expectations. The harvest this year was estimated to be nearly 20 times higher than projected, enough to sustain them for at least 3 or 4 years. Logan felt a growing urge to see everything with his own eyes. Felix stepped forward and told Logan to pause his training for the moment. He then revealed that he had one final secret art to pass on before Logan departed. The words left Logan stunned. Standing face to face, Logan admitted his surprise at being taught another secret technique so suddenly. Felix calmly replied that he was aware Logan possessed something even greater already, leaving Logan momentarily speechless. It was clear Felix was referring to the ancient secret art. Felix acknowledged that he had spoken poorly of that art in the past, but when used properly, it could surpass even his own techniques. Still, he reminded Logan that one thing mattered above all else. When asked what that was, Logan answered without hesitation that fundamentals came first. Felix nodded in approval and explained that the art he was about to teach would amplify those very fundamentals. He went on to explain that the martial path he built focused on restricting the enemy's movement while maximizing one's own, ultimately granting control over the battlefield itself. Clenching his fist, Felix said the heavy sword was the first true manifestation of that philosophy. What he would now teach Logan was the purified form of his martial arts, the very foundation that led him to awaken as an aura user. Felix told Logan to watch carefully, and in the next instant, his figure vanished like a shadow. Logan was left stunned. He hadn't even seen Felix move, and it didn't feel like he had approached from behind either. Before Logan could react, Felix had already seized him by the neck. Logan realized this strange movement was something he had encountered before during their sparring sessions, a technique he could never fully track with his eyes. Felix asked Logan what he thought of it, but Logan remained speechless. He admitted internally that it was impressive, yet wondered if such movement alone could truly elevate someone to becoming an aura user. A superhuman like Felix would naturally be impossible to follow, but what about ordinary warriors? Felix seemed to read his thoughts, and asked Logan what the foundation of all martial arts truly was. Logan answered that it was the legs and the steps one takes. Felix said that answer was correct, but only for non-force users. The reason Felix stood above other aura users in the kingdom was because of the very technique he had just used, known as Spirit Shadow. The name felt unsettling to Logan, but judging by Felix's pride in it, the technique was unquestionably valuable. Felix casually mentioned Logan's trouble with the knight named Franz, striking a sarcastic pose as he remarked that such difficulties would never have happened if Logan had mastered Spirit Shadow earlier. He then asked if Logan wanted to learn it. There wasn't a hint of hesitation in Logan's expression. Every hardship he had endured only strengthened his resolve. Felix began teaching him immediately, instructing Logan to lighten his steps and allow his heels to touch the ground only at the moment of jumping. He silently noted Logan's extraordinary talent. Within just a few hours, Logan had nearly replicated the movement and was already internalizing it, as if full mastery were only a matter of time. Felix felt a rare sense of satisfaction, realizing that decades of waiting had finally paid off upon meeting Logan. Even so, Felix shouted at him repeatedly, telling him he was still too slow and needed to move lighter while maintaining stronger force. He did this intentionally, believing that excessive praise was poison for a genius. Logan, meanwhile, continued to view himself as lacking, though a touch of humility did him no harm. After some time, Felix told him to stop, saying he had done well and only needed continued practice to fully internalize the technique. Noticing Logan's thoughtful expression, Felix asked what was bothering him. Logan admitted that the movement felt incredible and that he already felt twice as fast as before, but it didn't seem like something a knight would naturally create. It felt closer to something else entirely. Felix completed his thought, suggesting it resembled an assassin's technique. Logan didn't respond, but his silence confirmed it. Felix explained that Logan wasn't entirely wrong. Back when the king was still a prince, Felix had been newly knighted and appointed as his personal guard. Even before ascending the throne, the future king had countless enemies. Protecting him meant facing horrors beyond conventional battlefields. As a young royal knight filled with excitement, Felix had encountered bloodshed greater than what frontline soldiers endured. He needed a way to move faster, more quietly, and dominate space with a single strike. That need gave birth to Spirit Shadow. When Felix finally mastered it, he awakened his aura soon after. Felix warned Logan not to become arrogant simply for understanding the theory, and reminded him that true mastery required a lifetime of dedication to the sword. Logan acknowledged this and bowed deeply before his master. He understood that this was the very path the greatest swordsman in the kingdom had walked to become a superhuman. Before Logan could leave, Felix added that there was one more reason he had called him back. He calmly revealed that the third prince wished to meet him. Under the cover of night, Felix and Logan moved swiftly through the town, their bodies gliding almost unnaturally, as they used the newly learned technique to travel freely toward the palace. Logan asked if this kind of movement was the reason Felix had taught him Spirit Shadow, and Felix confirmed that this was indeed one of its purposes. Moments later, they descended to the ground. Their destination turned out to be an abandoned house hidden within the woods. As they stepped inside, Logan scanned the surroundings, wondering if the third prince truly lived in such a neglected place on the outskirts of the outer castle. Felix then knocked on the floor itself. In response, hidden underground stairs revealed themselves, opening silently. As they descended, Logan asked whether it was really necessary to go this far just for a meeting. Felix replied that many eyes were currently watching him, and beyond that, meeting the Sword Duke's pupil naturally attracted even more attention. Felix then asked Logan whether he had heard of the third prince before. Logan hesitated, unsure how to respond, before admitting that he had heard rumors claiming the third prince was the only one fit to become king. Felix immediately warned him never to say such things in public, as words like that could create serious trouble for everyone involved. At the bottom of the stairs, Felix knocked on a door and announced himself. A voice from inside invited them to enter. Felix opened the door, and they removed their hoods. Felix greeted the prince warmly, saying it had been a long time. The prince responded just as pleasantly, saying it was good to finally see him again, before turning his attention to Logan with a bright smile. He asked if Logan was the Duke's pupil. Logan stepped forward ahead of his teacher, while Felix's expression turned serious. Logan knelt respectfully and formally greeted the third prince, saying it was an honor to meet him. As he did so, Logan thought that this was finally his chance. He could now judge for himself whether the third prince was truly fit to rule. Soon after, the three of them sat together, sharing a cup of coffee. The prince asked Logan how he had managed to become a high-ranking knight at such a young age, remarking that it was an impressive accomplishment. Logan responded humbly, saying the prince was praising him too much and that any progress he had made came from gaining a small insight under a great teacher. The prince laughed and replied that if such a small insight had brought Logan this far, then he must be destined for far greater things than someone mediocre like himself. The comment made Logan spit out his coffee in shock, quickly apologizing and insisting he meant no disrespect. The prince laughed again and admitted he was only teasing him. He then explained that he had heard many stories about Logan, not just about his combat ability, but also how he had rescued his declining family and expanded their influence. The prince told him that such achievements truly made Logan worthy of being called a hero. Logan thanked him for the praise, while silently noting that the prince was surprisingly well informed about matters most nobles would dismiss as unimportant. Logan glanced at Felix, who subtly shook his head, signaling that he had not been the source of this information. Seeing this, the prince explained that since Felix had spoken so highly of Logan, he conducted his own investigation. He then asked if he had offended Logan in any way. Logan assured him that he had not and expressed gratitude for the prince's interest. As Logan studied him more closely, he realized that the third prince was not just slightly better than his brothers, he might surpass them by far. The prince then said they should stop circling the topic and get straight to the point. He explained that Logan might not yet realize it, but the fate of the kingdom was already in danger. The nobles had split the country into two opposing factions, each trying to devour the other. While open warfare had not yet broken out, the situation was a ticking time bomb. The prince bluntly stated that two reckless men who cared nothing for common people were poisoning the kingdom and would eventually bring it to ruin. That was why he needed capable individuals. He needed power to drive out those leeches draining the country dry. Felix was stunned by the bluntness of his words. The prince then turned to Felix, saying he understood his position and knew that as a powerless prince, he could not command the Sword Duke's pupil to serve him. But that was never his intention. He turned back to Logan and declared that Logan was a genius of the century and a treasure of the kingdom. He expressed his hope that when the time came, talented people like Logan would stand by his side. He extended his hand and asked Logan if he could do that for him. Logan felt that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. He told the prince that he deeply agreed with his views and that after meeting him in person, he realized the rumors were not wrong. The third prince truly seemed to be the only candidate fit to rule. However, Logan explained that there were obstacles preventing him from serving under the prince immediately. The prince replied that he had expected as much and assumed Logan had no interest. Logan clarified that this was not the case at all and that the prince's potential alone was more than sufficient. He added that it was widely known that the other princes were already engaging in disgraceful behavior, which left Felix visibly shocked. Felix tried to interrupt, saying Logan was not in a position to speak about the princes, but the third prince stopped him, stating that Logan was free to continue. Logan explained that his estate was currently in conflict with Count Befros, a dangerous enemy who could not be opposed lightly at their current strength. He needed to resolve this issue first before answering the prince's call. The prince thought for a moment before asking whether Logan was aligned with the second prince. Logan replied that if given some time, he would deal with Befros and then support the third prince with the restored power of the Maclanes. In return, the prince would have Logan as his sword. The prince found this proposal intriguing, remarking that such confidence was fitting for the Sword Duke's pupil. He extended his hand again and told Logan that he would prepare a gift for him once that day came. Logan reached out and shook his hand, and the prince told him to look forward to it. After leaving the abandoned house, Felix asked Logan what he had been thinking when he effectively pledged himself to the third prince. Logan asked if he had come across as too direct, explaining that he only meant after handling his own matters. Felix scoffed, calling Logan a crafty brat and saying he understood perfectly what Logan meant. Logan laughed and replied that he did it because he trusted Felix. Felix reminded him that he had warned Logan he could guarantee nothing. Felix then said he knew that was not the whole story and told Logan he could share his worries if he wished, as Felix might be able to help. Logan looked up silently before asking Felix which of the three princes he believed should become king. Felix avoided the question, saying it was not his place to decide and that it was ultimately the king's choice. Logan then shared a saying he had heard. The first prince would become a tyrant who destroyed the royal family, while the second prince would become a terrible king who ruined the nation. Felix reacted sharply, asking who dared to say such things. Logan thought to himself that Felix himself had said those words in his previous life, and doubted his opinion had truly changed. Logan stated that he believed those words, and felt that the third prince would be far better than the other two. He asked Felix directly what he thought. Felix hesitated once again. Seeing this, Logan clarified that he wanted Felix's honest opinion. Felix looked down at him, considered his words carefully, and finally admitted the truth that he shared the same sentiment. Hearing this, Logan felt a sense of certainty. For now, it might only be a seed planted in Felix's thoughts, but when the unexpected chaos erupted, that seed would bloom. Logan then told Felix to protect the third prince until he came of age, even though he knew turmoil would strike before then. Felix sighed and told Logan that he had always known he was intriguing, but admitted that he had no idea what Logan was truly planning. As they left the castle grounds, Logan fell into deep thought. Over the past 2 months, he had accomplished a great deal. He had confirmed the king's condition and personally met the third prince. He had secured trade routes and networks through Kairos and obtained a promise of cooperation, which would make acquiring supplies for the upcoming civil war far easier. With all of that settled, Logan felt it was finally time to return to the Maclanes, and that was exactly what he did. As they passed through open fields, Henderson remarked that the journey had been worthwhile, as they had been able to dedicate their time in Grand to training. Another knight agreed, adding that they had even crossed swords with the Sword Duke's knights, which alone made the trip valuable. Still, he said that the greatest gain from this expedition was something else entirely. Henderson immediately agreed. It was obvious what they were talking about Logan's engagement. The knights quietly discussed it, with Henderson admitting that he never would have believed Logan would find his match in the capital. Another knight mentioned hearing rumors that Logan had already made up his mind after their very first date. They then wondered aloud what Logan liked so much about her, not realizing that he could hear every word. Logan answered that question silently in his own mind. What drew him to Eileen was her power and her combat ability. His gaze shifted to his newly engaged fiancée. He knew that, in truth, he was bringing her back to Maclane to be trained as a knight, even though their engagement existed only on paper for now. Because of that, convincing her father had not been easy. The man had been deeply concerned about his precious daughter becoming a knight, especially when Logan planned to take her away the very day after their discussion. In fact, he had clearly stated that if Logan so much as touched her before the wedding, he would personally cut off his head. Eileen suddenly spoke up, asking Logan to keep his promise to her. Logan asked what she meant. She replied that she could not leave without results after coming all this way, so he had to honor what he promised her. Hearing this, Logan looked down at Eileen, noticing how tightly she was gripping her skirt. In that moment, he understood the feeling she was experiencing, the weight of leaving behind the place where she had lived her entire life. Logan told her that he would honor his promise no matter what. Hearing that, Eileen said softly that she hoped they would arrive soon. Soon they reached the McLean estate. Inside, Logan and Eileen stood before the other members of the family, and Logan calmly announced that he was back. However, no one seemed particularly focused on his return because their attention was completely stolen by the girl standing beside him. Shock rippled through the hall, and even Patrick stared in disbelief, silently admitting that the two actually looked good together. Patrick welcomed Logan home and immediately asked who the young lady was. Logan introduced her as Lady Eileen Floyd, his fiancée. The servants instantly lost their composure, struggling to believe what they had just heard. Patrick felt overwhelming joy, thinking that when he requested help from the Sword Duke, he had only hoped for a courtship. Yet Logan had returned with a full engagement, far exceeding every expectation he had. As Patrick began welcoming Eileen, nearly calling himself her father-in-law, Logan cut in and dropped another bombshell, announcing that Eileen would also be joining the McLean Knights Order. Eileen stepped forward confidently, reintroducing herself and declaring that she would serve both as a daughter-in-law and as a knight to the best of her ability. Patrick immediately turned pale, looking moments away from collapse, while Ronian appeared oddly thrilled. Patrick would have strangled Logan on the spot if Dwayne had not restrained him, demanding to know why anyone would want their fiancé thrown into battlefield training. Hinckley stepped in, pointing out that nothing like this had ever happened before, but realistically, no one possessed the authority to stop Logan anyway. Ronian tried introducing himself properly to welcome Eileen into the family, but his mother rushed in and dragged him away before he could finish, leaving both Logan and Eileen stunned. Moments later, Hamar approached and bluntly told Eileen to run while she still could, insisting that Logan was definitely fooling her, and that ever since her arrival, the noble court had started acting like a circus. Not long after, Eileen appeared on the training grounds wearing McLean armor, standing shoulder to shoulder with the knights as if she had always belonged there. Patrick still could not believe Logan was serious, but Logan simply reminded him that he never joked about matters like this. Patrick tried reasoning once more, arguing that Eileen was a noblewoman and that the kingdom had never seen a female knight before. Logan countered without hesitation she was a force user, and in times like these, useful strength mattered more than outdated traditions. Patrick pushed back again, warning that the McLean Knights' training was far harsher than any other order, and that noble ladies simply did not endure such brutality. From across the field, Eileen suddenly shouted that she could handle it, instantly silencing both father and son. She vowed to erase every doubt, promising she would force them to acknowledge her both as a knight and as a woman. A few hours later, that confidence met reality. Eileen lay unconscious on the ground, while Logan and a nearby knight questioned whether this was truly her will. After witnessing the insanity of the training regimen, she groaned that they were all crazy bastards, barely holding back tears as she realized knights with even weaker auras endured the same torment. Clenching the dirt beneath her fingers, she admitted she was still far too weak. Logan asked if she regretted her choice. Looking up at his calm, unreadable face, she answered honestly she did regret something, but not joining the order. What she regretted was her own lack of preparation. Logan fell silent. Eileen reminded him that he had promised her a battlefield of glory, yet she understood that such a promise meant nothing if she could not stand strong on her own. She needed to claim her honor as a knight through her own strength. Seeing that burning determination, Logan felt a flicker of approval. Maybe there was still hope. He struck a tree beside them with his fist, and an apple snapped loose from a branch, dropping cleanly into Eileen's hands. As she stared at it, Logan declared that just as he had promised, he would deliver a battlefield worthy of her resolve. The Rose of Steel would not stop at something as small as an apple. He told her to eat, recover, and march beside him until the very end. And without hesitation, Eileen agreed. 1 week later, the knights were thrown into another insane training drill. This time they had to scale a steep cliff and defeat the knight waiting at the top. As one knight nearly cleared the exercise, a wooden sword smashed into his head, sending him crashing down hard. Luckily, Patrick caught him mid-fall, saving him from what would have been a brutal landing. Patrick immediately declared that Karen, the fallen knight, was eliminated, and the poor guy looked more like a rescued princess than a warrior in Patrick's arms. Watching from below, some knights muttered that while their training was already known for being brutal, this crossed into madness. One asked who even came up with torture like this. And the other answered with a rhetorical shrug, obviously, Logan. Right on cue, Logan shouted for the next challenger to get ready. Patrick admitted the drill was excellent for siege offense and defensive response, though its only flaw was how dangerously close it danced with serious injury. The next name called was Eileen. Logan signaled her to begin, and she launched forward without hesitation. In just 2 explosive jumps, she nearly reached the top, making one knight comment on her ridiculous speed, while another warned that speed alone would not win the exercise heavily favored the defender. Just as the defending knight swung at her, Eileen spat straight into his eyes, blinding him for a split second. Using that opening, she landed cleanly on the cliff's edge, rushed forward, and in less than a heartbeat had her blade pressed against his neck. Logan immediately announced her success, and Patrick just stood there stunned. Meanwhile, Eileen openly celebrated the win. Patrick turned to Logan and asked if he had not said she was of noble birth. Logan casually replied that she probably was, but she was clearly something else too. Then Logan asked if Patrick acknowledged her now. Patrick admitted she had been working relentlessly to keep up with training, and that her swordsmanship was outstanding, so there was no way he could deny her ability. The other knights erupted in protest, shouting that if tactics like spitting were allowed, they would start fighting dirty too. Logan sighed and said they might need to have a talk with her since that was not exactly the example they wanted for the order. Patrick stayed silent. Logan then glanced at his father and pointed out that the knights were adapting well. Logistics were being handled smoothly by Philip, and only one major matter remained. His expression hardened as he told Patrick they needed a private conversation. Back at the Maclean estate, Philip was already tearing through responsibilities like a storm. He stopped Administrator Lugal first, explaining that the storage layout wasted space and could be reorganized to cut costs while extending product shelf life. Lugal thanked him immediately. Philip then turned to Dwayne about payroll errors and town upkeep discrepancies, prompting Dwayne to promise a review. Next, he informed Mr. Farron that while the armaments were well maintained, cleaning oil from Kalia cost half as much as the one from Kales, proof that a merchant always knew the market. Watching all this, Lugal asked if Philip had not arrived just yesterday. Dwayne replied that the young master had ordered Philip to assist with estate operations, but the man clearly operated on an entirely different level. He added that Philip was also the one responsible for procuring the massive shipments of weapons and lumber flooding into their territory. When Lugal wondered what Logan planned to do with all of it, Dwayne broke into a nervous sweat, because no matter how you looked at it, there was only one logical answer: war. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Patrick exploded after hearing Logan's news. He could not believe that war was what Logan wanted to discuss privately. Logan stayed quiet at first, letting the weight settle. Patrick asked if Befros was about to invade, but Logan shook his head and calmly said they would be the ones starting it. That nearly set Patrick off again. Clenching his fist, he demanded Logan explain his reasoning. Logan began by reminding him that Befros had not attacked yet, only because of Logan's teacher, then asked how long that protection could realistically last. Patrick argued they should continue strengthening their forces since they still lagged far behind Befros, but Logan cut him off, saying that if he were Befros, he would never allow them time to grow. It had to happen now. Patrick pressed further, asking if Logan knew something he did not. After a pause, Logan asked a chilling question. Would Patrick believe him if he said he knew the king would die soon? Patrick nearly lost his mind, terrified his son was flirting with high treason. Logan reassured him immediately that treason was not the plan, and told him to simply assume the claim was true. Patrick reasoned that such a death would ignite a succession crisis. Logan confirmed it. The clash between the first and second princes would escalate, and Befros was a pillar of support for the second prince. Then Logan asked what would happen if they fought Befros after that conflict began. The realization hit Patrick hard. They would effectively be raising swords against the second prince himself. Logan nodded. If they wanted to defeat Befros without external interference, this was their only window before the king's death. Once Befros fell, the tides of war would begin shifting, and that would be the moment Logan intended to bring the third prince forward. Patrick wondered if they could simply wait until one prince secured the throne, buying themselves time. Logan, thinking about the Empire's eventual invasion, knew waiting meant doom, but he could not reveal that. Instead, he said it would already be too late by then. If the second prince won, Befros would rise as one of his strongest allies. If the first prince won, Befros's lands would fall beyond their reach anyway. Either outcome meant losing their rightful territory forever. Patrick admitted he understood, but still had countless questions, especially how Logan could possibly know the king would die soon. Logan opened his mouth to explain, but Patrick stopped him. Whatever the truth was, he said, he trusted his son. Many of Logan's past actions had been strange too, yet they always led them forward. Looking toward the castle, Patrick muttered that it almost felt as if Logan knew the future. He added that if Logan was carrying knowledge he could not share, then he would not pry further. He only had one final question. With everything Logan had done, and everything he still planned to do, what was it all for? Logan thought for a moment before answering plainly. Everything he had ever done was for the prosperity of their family, nothing more. Patrick lowered his gaze and stayed silent for a long while before finally saying he trusted him. Logan should go and convince the aides he would handle the rest himself. Logan hesitated, asking if his father was sure he could manage alone. Patrick shot back, asking if his son did not trust his old man. Logan replied that was not it. Patrick told him not to worry and to leave it to him. As a father, he could at least shoulder this much. A few days later, Patrick summoned the family members and announced that on the day of the new year, they would wage war. The declaration shocked everyone, making them jump as if struck by lightning, which was only natural, considering the estate had only recently become habitable again. Still, Patrick did not back down. He reminded them of everything they had suffered losing their land, the assassination attempt orchestrated by Befros, and the looming danger that would inevitably reach them if they remained passive. As those memories resurfaced, their blood both chilled and burned, and they slowly began to understand the necessity of this war. Logan observed quietly, knowing they could not mention the knight's death, so Patrick deliberately appealed to emotion. They had to push forward no matter what it took. Only 2 weeks later, with 3 days remaining before the year ended, they marched to war. Their forces were impressive: 152 knights, 1,000 crossbow cavalry, including trainees, and 1,532 infantrymen. Patrick shouted the order to advance, and the army moved as one. While riding toward their destination, Patrick asked Logan if he had a specific plan. Logan recalled how Patrick had earlier insisted that proposing a war meant he must already have strategies prepared, and Logan confirmed that he did. A direct assault on Befros was impossible with their current strength, so instead, they would not declare war on him. Patrick found himself confused until Logan raised a finger with quiet confidence, signaling he had a brilliant idea. Elsewhere, a servant terrified out of his mind rushed to inform his lord that the Mechlins had declared war, seeking revenge for the shame they suffered 6 months earlier. That lord was none other than Max Peretta, the true target of Logan's campaign. Hearing the news, Peretta's face went ghostly pale, as if his soul had left his body. At the Befros estate, Befros was informed that the Mechlins had declared war on the Perettas, and he was clearly displeased. A servant explained that the Perettas were requesting aid and asked what should be done. Befros scoffed, calling the McLeans fools. He had barely restrained himself because of the Sword Duke, yet now they had handed him the perfect pretext. He estimated that his military strength was roughly double theirs, though much depended on the rumored crossbows. Turning to Aslan and Franz, he asked if preparations were complete, and they confirmed everything was ready. Rising from his chair, Befros ordered them to prepare for war, planning to crush the Perettas once they were drunk on victory and then cast the McLeans from heaven into hell. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Patrick pushed his horse forward at full speed. Captain Hinckley shouted that at this rate they would reach Peretta Castle within a day, which Patrick welcomed before immediately ordering everyone to change directions. A terrified Max Peretta paced inside the Peretta estate, practically losing his mind as he demanded to know why the McLeans had not arrived yet. Just then, a knight rushed in with urgent news. When Peretta barked at him to speak, the knight reported that the Mechlin army had completely vanished. Meanwhile, as Befros rode toward Peretta with his forces, one of his own knights delivered the same shocking update. The McLeans were no longer anywhere near Peretta territory and had instead appeared within Befros's domain. In that instant, Befros grasped the truth behind their strategy. If they were not targeting the first castle, then there was only one possibility left: the second stronghold, Castle Tomoto. Elsewhere, Logan and Captain Hinckley stood overlooking their destination. Logan calmly stated that this was it, and Hinckley agreed, as their eyes settled on the enormous structure before them, Castle Tomoto, Befros's second castle and home to a massive granary. Hinckley explained that this fortress was essentially Befros's lifeline, storing the majority of his provisions, and that capturing it would deal devastating long-term consequences to their enemy. Still, he could not help but ask Logan whether occupying this castle alone would truly be enough to secure victory. A memory surfaced from an earlier conversation between Logan and Patrick. Logan had proposed that they publicly declare war on Peretta, though their real objective was Castle Tomoto. Patrick had been baffled at first, struggling to understand the layered plan. When he asked whether Logan intended to lure Befros out by attacking Peretta, Logan confirmed it without hesitation, explaining that they would avoid a direct clash with Befros's main forces while swiftly seizing the castle instead. Patrick pointed out that even if they succeeded, they would inevitably face Befros within a couple of days. Logan had simply replied that this was acceptable. They only needed to hold their ground until the king passed away. That statement stunned Patrick into silence. Logan then revealed the reasoning behind it all. The moment the king died, every noble across the kingdom would be obligated to abandon whatever conflicts they were engaged in and attend the national funeral. It would be a royal decree carrying overwhelming authority, powerful enough to halt even an ongoing war. Patrick quickly realized the brilliance of the strategy. Should Befros dare to defy such a command, he would instantly be branded a traitor, guilty of treason. Even so, Patrick could hardly believe Logan's certainty, and asked if he truly knew the exact date of the king's death. Logan answered without wavering. It was a date he could never forget. The announcement would come at midnight on New Year's Eve. Back in the present, Logan calculated their remaining window with cold precision. Only 2 days remained, and within that time, They had to capture Castle Tomoto no matter what. On the walls of Castle Tomoto, the captain of the guard, high-ranking knight Jerome, was furious, shouting and demanding to know where this massive army had suddenly come from. His brother, Jarek, another high-ranking knight, urged him to calm down, reminding him that they had already reported the situation to the main castle and only needed to hold out for a single day. Jerome glanced from his brother to the overwhelming force below and snapped that there were nearly 3,000 enemies, with the Knights of the Miclane alone numbering around 200, questioning how they were supposed to endure such pressure. He muttered that if this had been the main castle, defending it would have been easy, but trying to fend off this army with Castle Tomoto's limited military strength was almost impossible. Jarek, however, insisted they only needed to guard the ramparts and stand firm. If everyone worked together, surviving one day was achievable. Turning toward the three ranking knights stationed there, Gale, Tears, and Typhon, he declared it was time for them to earn their keep. At that very moment, a thunderous battle cry cut through the tension. Patrick had ordered the advance, and the army moved forward, with Logan positioned at the front lines, crossbow in hand. Jerome immediately commanded his archers to take aim, while Logan instructed his crossbowmen to prepare. Seconds later, both sides fired. Force-imbued arrows streaked toward the castle walls with terrifying speed, causing even Jerome to flinch. Yet every bolt slammed into the stone without clearing the height of the ramparts, something Jarek recognized instantly and ordered his archers to return fire. A rain of arrows descended toward the McLean forces but fell short, landing exactly where their march had halted. Kaisalon, standing beside Logan, observed that this appeared to be the maximum range even for a longbow. Logan agreed, noting their crossbows faced the same limitation. No matter how much force they poured into the shots, they barely reached the walls. Kaisalon suggested ceasing fire to avoid wasting ammunition, but Logan refused, explaining that suppressing the enemy alone made the effort worthwhile. As for supplies, Hamar had produced more than enough arrows. Kaisalon muttered that Hamar truly deserved a proper vacation. Logan then turned toward Clayton, who had been brought to the battlefield, and told him he had a request. Clayton admitted he never expected to be dragged into a war, but he quickly ordered his pupils to begin their work. From the ramparts, the defending brothers watched in confusion. The attackers were not advancing, merely firing arrows that achieved nothing. Jarek was about to question their strategy when a faint tremor ran through the ground. Both brothers froze, asking what that sound was. Though subtle, the earth itself was shaking. Down at the base of the rampart, a massive golem was hammering its fists into the ground. The realization left them stunned. They knew Logan had a mage, but they could not comprehend what the golem was attempting. A memory surfaced from the newly built Miclane town, where Logan had once discussed using golems in the war with Clayton. Clayton had found the idea odd, while Logan argued that golems could shield them from arrows or crush enemies with ease. Clayton replied that mana stones would not be the issue if that was Logan's concern, but then asked whether this battle was truly so important. He went on to reveal something Logan would not like: such an operation was impossible. When Logan demanded to know why, insisting mana stones could solve any resource problem, Clayton stopped him and explained that the issue was far more serious. It concerned their lives. Logan listened as Clayton revealed a little-known truth. When golems suffered a certain level of damage, that harm was transferred directly back to the caster. Researchers had been trying to overcome this flaw, and Clayton even handed Logan a paper suggesting that disrupting the magical flow from the mana stones produced unusual effects. Yet Logan barely heard the explanation, already mourning the collapse of his dream to command a golem army. Clayton called out, asking if he was paying attention, but Logan simply stood there, disappointed. Seeing this reaction, Clayton proposed an alternative instead. On the battlefield, the golems were relentlessly digging into the earth, carving a path underground while the mages followed alongside them, channeling their magic into the operation. From atop the walls, the two brothers watched as the McLean forces suddenly stopped firing. Confusion spread between them, one even suggesting that the enemy might be attempting to tunnel beneath the walls. Jarek, however, remained unbothered. He reminded Jerome that the digging had begun in the morning, and dusk was already approaching, meaning reinforcements would likely arrive long before the golems ever reached the castle. That thought eased Jerome slightly, convincing him that all they needed to do was wait. But the fragile calm shattered almost immediately when the ground beneath their feet trembled violently. Neither of them could explain what was happening. Jerome's eyes widened as he realized the structure of the walls themselves might be at risk. He turned to Jarek and demanded to know the chances of a collapse. Jarek insisted such a thing was impossible, yet Jerome, visibly shaken, asked whether his brother could not feel the earth quaking beneath them. Still composed, Jarek advised against making any rash moves. That restraint only drove Jerome further into panic. He shouted that if the walls fell, everything would be lost, and questioned why the McLeans had not launched a direct assault yet. Clearly, they were plotting something. Jerome glanced downward, anxiety tightening his chest, and declared they had to act. The mages needed to be struck before whatever plan they were executing came to fruition. He announced that he would personally go down to handle it. Jarek immediately objected, reminding him that as captain, he could not simply abandon his post. Instead, Jarek would take a unit of knights and deal with the threat himself. Jerome studied his brother for a moment before agreeing. Outside the castle grounds, Jarek led his squad through the fading light. One knight observed that the sun was already setting, but Jarek replied it could not be helped. With forests surrounding the south and west, circling through the southern woods offered the safest route for their approach. Minutes later, Jarek halted the unit, announcing they had arrived. His sharp gaze swept across the McLean army as he evaluated their strength 5 regular knights visible at a glance. Then his focus landed on someone who made his instincts scream in warning. Captain Hinckley. The sheer force radiating from him was on an entirely different level, unmistakably marking him as a high-ranking knight, just like Jarek. Disbelief flickered through Jarek's mind. It seemed impossible that the Mechlins possessed so many high-ranking knights, yet if he could eliminate Hinckley, the balance of the battlefield would tilt in their favor instantly. One of his knights hesitated, pointing out that what lay before them looked like an obvious trap. Jarek dismissed the concern coldly. Trap or not, retreating now was pointless. They would strike, deal with the threat, and return to reinforce the western walls. Another knight remarked that Jarek must be worried about Jerome, who had been on edge ever since the McLeans began their assault. Jarek fell silent, thoughts drifting to his brother. The two of them were unusual commoners who had climbed high enough to become high-ranking knights, an achievement rare across the entire kingdom. That distinction had earned them the prestigious role of guard captains for the second castle. Perhaps because of their humble origins, Jerome constantly feared losing that position, and that fear had bred hesitation, mistakes, and a dangerous tendency to lose composure whenever trouble appeared. His reputation among the knights was already slipping. Jarek had done everything he could to support him, but even loyalty had its limits. This battle, Jarek realized, might be their final opportunity to prove themselves. Failure was not an option. No matter the cost, he had to win. Jarek and his knights charged straight into battle, their momentum fierce and unrelenting. The McLean troops noticed the sudden assault from behind and immediately turned tail toward the tunnels. Watching them flee, Jarek narrowed his eyes, wondering if they intended to escape through those passages. They clearly had superior numbers, along with a high-ranking knight, so their willingness to retreat without hesitation felt suspicious. Realization struck him almost instantly. This had to be a trap. Still, he ordered his men to continue the pursuit. As they neared the tunnels, arrows suddenly whistled through the air. One streaked past Jarek's head, missing by mere inches, and leaving only a shallow scratch. He assumed this was exactly why the enemy had retreated inside to fire from the darkness. Yet as a high-ranking knight, he believed such arrows posed no real threat. With force reinforcing his defense, he surged forward, confident he could deflect every shot. That confidence shattered when an arrow slammed into his horse's neck. Jarek leapt clear, landing steadily, only to notice a flashing light deep within the tunnel. Then chaos erupted. A storm of arrows rained down, killing the horses and several knights within seconds. Jarek pressed on regardless, batting away arrows with his force. He knew he lacked the luxury to help the regular knights who could not defend themselves, so he shouted for anyone capable of blocking arrows to advance with him. If he could just eliminate the opposing high-ranking knight, the rest ordinary knights and close combat weak mages would crumble. Victory still seemed possible. But hope died the moment Clayton cast his spell. An immense earth wall surged upward, sealing their escape. Before Jarek could react, another spell transformed the terrain into a swamp, sucking at their boots and making movement agonizingly slow. From the shadows stepped Hinckley, calmly noting that their horses were dead and their retreat blocked, leaving only one thing, the pleasure of battle. The smirk on Hinckley's face made Jarek's blood run cold. Fear tightened around him. This operation had failed, and survival now meant preserving as many soldiers as possible. He resolved to hold the enemy while his men broke through the wall. Just then, a thunderous noise from above shattered his thoughts. Logan had ordered a full charge toward the castle. Earlier, Logan and Clayton had discussed using golems beneath the enemy walls. Clayton suggested undermining the foundations to collapse them, a practical strategy, provided they began digging far enough away to avoid archers, though it would take time. Then Logan conceived a sharper idea: lure the defenders into the tunnels and divide their strength. The tunnels alone would not suffice, so he proposed shaking the ground with earth magic. Clayton warned that creating a true earthquake was unrealistic, but Logan insisted a single violent tremor would spread panic, forcing the enemy to split up and investigate the perfect opening for an assault. Back in the present, Jerome was practically shaking in his armor, watching the charging mass of McLean forces. After holding the line for so long, the attack came at the exact moment Jarek was absent. It had been planned down to the heartbeat. Jerome cursed himself for trusting his brother and for dismissing his own instincts as panic. Fury overtook him. He pulled his finger from his mouth, barked orders, and signaled the archers to fire. Arrows streaked toward Ronian and the advancing troops, but Logan surged forward with aura blazing overhead, the energy shielding the attackers so completely that not a single arrow struck true. Eileen and Ronian charged without hesitation, leaping from their horses to scale the ramparts. As she climbed, Eileen remembered the brutal training of the past 2 months, the endless cliff she had forced herself to conquer again and again. Compared to that cursed height, These walls felt trivial. She vaulted above the defenders and landed hard, declaring the ramparts laughably easy. One stunned knight could hardly believe a woman was the one descending upon them. Eileen, however, thought only of earning glory. With a fierce war cry, she cut him down in a single strike. She paused to breathe a fatal mistake. Her guard slipped, and an enemy soldier crept behind her, blade poised for the killing blow. She turned just in time to see death inches from her face. The sword stopped. An ally's blade had already pierced the attacker through liver and lung. Rand barked at her to get a grip, warning that spacing out meant death here. Frozen, Eileen wondered if fear had finally reached her, if killing a man had forced her to understand the battlefield's true horror. Her fist clenched. Then she slapped herself hard, shocking Ronian. She apologized for the shameful display, and thanked him before steadying her gaze on the battlefield once more. Ronian felt a surge of pride for his sister-in-law. Turning away, he told her he'd heard she sought glory. It was his desire as well. He wanted to contribute, to grow stronger, strong enough not to be left behind by the man improving at a terrifying pace each day. Eileen smiled. Their backs now pressed together as enemies surrounded them. With murderous resolve, they invited the foe forward, then burst apart in opposite directions, blades carving through anyone within reach. From below, Logan heard the uproar and glanced up at the wall, thinking those two were far too excited for a battlefield. He noted Ronian's rise to intermediate rank, and his new sword with quiet pride, but quickly suppressed the sentiment. This was no time for praise. Their recklessness would draw the enemy's high-ranking knights. Acting instantly, Logan vaulted onto the rampart himself. The soldiers froze in terror as he landed like a falling comet, the impact alone staggering some. Aura flared outward, holding them at bay. None could hope to match him. Raising Lux, mana coursing through the blade, Logan struck in a blur, severing a soldier's neck. Good attention would shift to him. He needed the guard captain of Tomoto Castle. Patrick's roar soon followed, demanding the Befros knights face him. He shouted his name and unleashed a furious slash that forced enemies to scatter. Then a presence approached from behind Jerome, charging to stop him. Steel clashed. Jerome vowed to take Patrick's head, but Patrick mocked him for finally showing himself. Jerome measured the fight quickly. Patrick was an advanced knight now, yet not long ago they had stood on equal ground. Creating distance, Jerome convinced himself he could win. He was wrong. Patrick's next strike flashed gold too fast, too powerful. Jerome failed to block. A heartbeat later, his head tumbled to the earth. Jarek looked up just in time to see it land at his feet. A knight nearby asked about the golden flash, then fell silent as understanding dawned. Jarek stared down, unable to process the sight of his brother's severed head, while Patrick strode away like a man possessed, already seeking his next opponent. Rage consumed Jarek. He shouted that reinforcements were coming, ordered the soldiers not to surrender, and declared he would assume command. Though stunned to hear his voice, the knights rallied as he screamed for them to fight to their final breath. One tried to calm him, but grief had blinded him. Jerome's death would not be meaningless. Then Logan dropped from the rampart before him and stated coldly that no reinforcements were on the way. He asked if anger had stolen Jarek's sight as he prepared to strike. Jarek bellowed that he would kill them all, a vow that lasted barely 30 milliseconds before Logan's blade swept toward his neck. Jarek twisted at the last instant, barely avoiding the fatal edge. Logan looked back at him, utterly certain, and declared that Jarek would be the one to die. On the battlefield after their hard-fought victory, Captain Hinckley and Clayton stood beside Logan, laughing with clear relief as they admitted the win had come easier than expected, thanks to Logan and Patrick's leadership. Logan casually placed a hand on Clayton's shoulder, startling the mage, who immediately demanded to know what new madness Logan was about to request. Without hesitation, Logan asked him to create a massive pool of water around the castle before enemy reinforcements could arrive. A few hours later, the task was complete. Clayton and his disciples lay sprawled across the ground, completely drained of mana and energy, barely able to move. Logan praised their work, noting that they had not only constructed a deep moat, but had even repaired damaged castle walls in the process. He couldn't help admiring how unmatched earth magic was for large-scale construction. Clayton, however, nearly burst into tears, muttering that their magic was starting to feel less like battlefield sorcery and more like permanent construction labor, silently praying this wouldn't become their new specialty. From the ramparts, Logan examined the moat with satisfaction. 5 meters deep and equally wide, it was a death trap. Anyone falling in while wearing armor would struggle immensely to climb back out. He immediately ordered his soldiers to pour generous amounts of oil near the approach routes, so attackers would lose their footing the moment they stepped forward. Every detail of the defense had to be flawless. As Befros and his forces approached in the distance, Logan calmly concluded that their preparations were complete. Noon was nearing, right within the time frame he had predicted for the enemy's arrival, and the sight of their advancing army confirmed his calculations. He alerted his troops and prepared them for combat while he, Hinckley, and Patrick observed from the rampart, ready to confront the coming storm. Across the field, Befros and Sir Franz studied the occupied fortress, already preparing their assault. Logan reminded himself that the king would die at midnight. Their only objective was to endure until then. Befros, meanwhile, was enraged upon spotting the McLean banner planted atop his own castle. The insult alone made his blood boil, and learning that Jerome and Jarek had been slain only intensified his fury. Realizing their deaths had allowed the McLeans enough time to dig the moat, he cursed their incompetence. He summoned Aslan, the so-called super-speed knight and grandmaster of the Befros Knights, demanding a report. Aslan confirmed that the enemy fielded fewer than 150 knights and under 2,500 soldiers, with Logan himself appearing to be an advanced knight supported by roughly 10 earth mages. Befros instantly suspected Logan had prepared some kind of sacred weapon. When asked about the likely outcome, Aslan paused briefly before breaking into a confident grin, declaring that nothing but overwhelming victory awaited them. From above, Patrick counted over 300 enemy knights and more than 5,000 soldiers, in addition to Wind Tower mages. Befros himself was publicly known as a Fourth Circle mage, but secretly possessed Fifth Circle power, making him far more dangerous than most realized. The presence of monsters like Aslan and Franz only deepened the tension. Logan noticed Patrick's unease, but remained composed. Suddenly, Bifrost amplified his voice with magic, announcing to the invaders that he would personally uproot the McLeans from his territory. Logan immediately ordered his men to ready their weapons. At Befros's command, his army charged forward without even raising shields, a display of terrifying confidence that made Hinckley question what kind of defense they possessed. Logan simply replied that they were about to find out. Crossbow bolts rained toward the attackers only to halt mid-flight, stopped by a shimmering magical barrier conjured by the mages beside Befros. Logan and Hinckley were stunned. Befros smugly declared that no matter how peculiar their weapons were, they could never rival magic. Realizing the crossbows were being neutralized, Logan understood they would be useless against the knights under such protection. Patrick quickly adapted, ordering the cavalry to redirect their aim toward the enemy soldiers while positioning their knights for close combat. Logan roared for his troops to crush the attackers before they reached the walls, fully aware that wars were ultimately decided by force users. Watching Aslan and Franz advance, he resolved that if ranged weapons failed, he would personally confront them. Sword ready, he studied their movements, wondering how the two elite warriors would launch their assault. Aslan moved first, leaping from his horse and scaling the rampart with frightening agility. Memories flashed through his mind, years of mockery from nobles who ridiculed his short stature, long arms, and monkey-like appearance, questioning how someone like him could ever become a knight. Those insults had forged him into something relentless. Through bone-breaking effort, he had risen to the level of an advanced knight, and now he believed everyone else was prey. But as he climbed, he noticed the walls had been altered. The surface was treacherous. Still, he pushed forward, until a calm voice from above shattered his focus. Eileen stared down at him with a blank expression, wondering aloud if the creature climbing toward them was a monkey. The insult struck deeper than any blade. For a split second, Aslan lost composure and slipped. He crashed violently to the ground, while a nearby knight shouted about his fall. Eileen almost looked concerned for a heartbeat as he struggled back to his feet. Another defender warned everyone that even an advanced knight couldn't climb those walls safely, but Aslan silenced him with pure rage. Lifting his eyes toward the rampart, he locked onto Eileen, fury burning in his gaze as she readied her sword. With venom in his voice, Aslan swore he would save her, breaking her. Meanwhile, Sir Franz stood atop the rampart, having successfully climbed the walls, now facing Patrick, who acknowledged the feat with a grim expression and admitted he had heard many tales about the infamous Moonlight Knight. Franz looked equally unhinged, clearly ready to throw himself into battle, but Patrick's fury burned deeper as he declared he was well aware that Logan carried a grudge against the man. All along the rampart, the Knights of McLean clashed violently with the invading forces, steel ringing against steel while battle cries tore through the air. Nearby, Eileen struggled against a powerful opponent and wasn't faring well. As she forced herself back onto her feet, the man facing her calmly praised her skill, remarking she wasn't bad at all. It was Monkey Aslan. With mocking curiosity, he asked whether all the young women of the McLean family were this bold. Eileen quickly realized something unsettling. Aslan wasn't paying attention to anyone else on the battlefield. He was focused entirely on her, treating the fight like a game. When he sneered and asked if she was angry about being toyed with by a monkey, she understood her suspicion had been correct. Strangely, that realization steadied her. Keeping an advanced knight occupied was already a meaningful contribution. Aslan only laughed harder, promising he would take his time playing with her. Elsewhere on the wall, Logan was locked in combat against 3 Befros knights. One tried to provoke him, taunting that the eldest son of McLean was rumored to be a high-ranking knight, so this shouldn't trouble him at all. The insult was meant as a distraction, but none of them managed to push Logan back even an inch. Whispering among themselves, the silver-haired knight wondered if the rumors about Logan wounding Sir Franz were actually true. Logan cut him off mid-thought, mocking them for fighting more with their mouths than their blades. Infuriated, the silver-haired knight called him an arrogant bastard and vowed to see how long he could endure. The 3 charged together at full strength. Logan didn't even flinch. Planting his feet, blade forward, he closed his eyes, and in the next instant, slipped behind them, wounding all three at once. The sudden strikes shook the Befros knights badly. Glancing back over his shoulder, the silver-haired knight couldn't comprehend Logan's speed. He hadn't even seen his feet move. Guessing Logan had simply accelerated with force, the man tried to rationalize it, but Logan calmly told him his thoughts were obvious. Annoyance rippled through the trio as Logan continued mocking them, asking whether fear had made their legs freeze. One knight urged the others to stay calm, admitting Logan was an exceptional opponent who required caution. Logan noted internally that high-ranking knights held their titles for a reason. They wouldn't fall for cheap taunts twice. During his earlier strike, they had even shielded their vital points with minimal yet precise force. Still, sweat formed on Logan's brow. Tightening his grip, he decided to stop worrying about Franz for the moment. Aslan, the swift knight, posed the greater threat. He couldn't afford to waste time here. Launching forward, he unleashed Spirit Shadow, the technique Felix had taught him, instantly appearing behind the silver-haired knight with killing intent. The knight sensed danger but couldn't react in time. At the last second, the green-haired knight intercepted Logan, striking to save his comrade. Logan casually planted his foot on the silver-haired knight's head and vaulted upward, redirecting himself toward the green-haired attacker. Steel collided, and for a heartbeat, the man seemed to vanish after blocking the blow, while the mustached knight cursed Logan aloud. Logan answered by driving his sword into the ground, flooding it with force and releasing a violent shockwave that erupted upward beneath the silver-haired knight, blasting dirt into the air. Without hesitation, Logan charged through the cloud toward the explosion's center, but the green-haired knight reappeared behind him, pouring every ounce of strength into a desperate slash. Teeth clenched, blood at his lips. He believed this was the finishing strike that he finally had Logan. He was wrong. Logan flickered behind him once again and cut him down with terrifying ease, exhaling softly afterward. Barely able to stand, trembling and bleeding, the silver-haired knight stared in horror and demanded to know who Logan really was. What kind of ghostly movement allowed him to fight like this? Before he could finish, a sword burst straight through his chest. Even Logan was momentarily stunned. Ronian stepped forward, pleased to see his brother unharmed. Logan rested a hand on his shoulder as Ronian explained that the moment he saw Logan battling three high-ranking knights, he rushed over and struck the enemy's heart just in time. Victor suddenly appeared behind him, arguing that he had actually beheaded them first. The two immediately began bickering like siblings, rather than warriors in the middle of a battlefield. Ronian snapped at Victor for lying, calling such behavior unknightly, while Victor shot back that Ronian should take his own advice and that, at this rate, Rhea was twice the knight Ronian was. Both turned toward Logan, demanding a fair judgment. Logan smirked, then burst into laughter before knocking both of them on the head. He declared there was nothing to judge. He had seen them strike simultaneously. What mattered was maintaining focus. This was still a battlefield. Instantly subdued, the pair apologized. Turning away, Logan muttered that thanks to them, he now had more freedom to move and that he needed to hurry. Eileen was still locked in battle with Aslan, her entire body trembling as the difference in their strength became painfully obvious. She was losing badly, yet she refused to fall. Instead, she drove her sword deep into the ground and used it to keep herself standing. Aslan watched her with interest and admitted that at least her spirit matched that of a proper warrior, since she hadn't even cried out in pain, which only made the fight more entertaining for him. Eileen, however, could feel the strength draining from her sword arm, and wondered if it had been arrogance to believe she could stand against an advanced knight. She knew that if Aslan had truly wanted her dead, she would have been a corpse already. In the next instant, Aslan moved. His speed was monstrous. He lunged forward, grabbed her by the neck, and lifted her off the ground as she desperately gasped for air. With a mocking tone, he pointed out how terrified she looked, before telling her to prepare herself because he intended to take good care of her. His grip tightened, crushing her throat while her trembling hands tried to pry his arm away. Yet even in that state, she spat straight into his face and rasped for him to go fuck himself, declaring she would rather die than submit to whatever he was implying. Aslan laughed at first, but then his expression hardened. Asking whether she truly believed she had a choice, he squeezed harder and promised to show her hell slowly, savoring every moment while enjoying the sound of her fading breaths. That moment ended abruptly when he sensed something behind him. Turning his head, he saw Logan rushing in with a swift smile, blade already descending. Their swords collided, and the impact exploded outward, sending Aslan several meters back even though he had successfully parried. Intrigued, he steadied himself while Logan quickly helped Eileen back onto her feet and asked if she could stand. She insisted she was fine, but Logan still ordered her to head straight for the military doctor, and this time she obeyed. Watching her leave, Aslan rested his sword on his shoulder and sneered that Logan was ruining his fun, adding that if Logan was taking her away, then he must want to replace her. Sweat slid down Logan's temple as he glanced at his own hand, realizing that despite being the one who ambushed Aslan, his arm was the one throbbing. This fight would not resemble his earlier clashes with high-ranking knights. They attacked again, moving so fast the surrounding soldiers could barely track them. Everyone knew Aslan was swift, yet they couldn't understand how Logan was keeping pace. Aslan even praised Logan's speed and noted the quality of the artifact he carried, which Logan silently credited to his master. Their blades smashed together, releasing a violent spiral of wind that forced them apart before they rushed each other once more. Studying him closely, Logan realized Aslan must possess an artifact as well, since movements like that were impossible otherwise. Aslan smirked and claimed he could practically hear Logan's thoughts, saying noble young masters were all alike. They hesitated, overthought, and froze when faced with him, and the moment they failed to keep up with his speed was the moment they died. Logan would be no exception. Aslan lunged again with overwhelming force, but his expression twisted when Logan countered and cut into his right shoulder. Blood answered steel, yet Logan paid a price too, coughing up blood from the strain. Grimacing, Aslan admitted Franz had been right. Logan truly wielded a strange secret technique. He attacked again, their waves of force colliding violently, but for the first time, fear crept into Aslan's eyes because he could no longer close the distance. Logan, meanwhile, smiled. He had expected Aslan to know about the technique, so surprise was no longer an option. That meant he needed to end this quickly. Aslan sensed the shift as well and realized Logan was trying to corner him. Rage flared instantly because no one cornered the swift knight. Murder burned in Logan's gaze as he prepared to destroy anything in his path. Yet suddenly Aslan's sword flashed and stopped mere millimeters from Logan's eye. The strike missed by a breath. Looking behind him at the crater left in the ground, Logan wondered if luck had saved him, but he immediately understood the truth. Aslan was slipping. The ambush on Castle Tomoto, the injury from an opponent he had underestimated, and the relentless resistance of the McLean soldiers had all piled pressure onto him. Impatience had begun to fracture his precision. Logan calmed himself, realizing he could use that weakness. With explosive speed, Logan charged again. Aslan lifted his blade to counter and asked if Logan planned another trick, but something about Logan's stance unsettled him. Logan wasn't going to dodge. He drove straight toward the sword tip, prompting Aslan to call him a crazy bastard and ask if he intended for them to die together. Logan only mocked him in return, asking if he was scared. The taunt shattered whatever restraint Aslan had left. He thrust forward, and from a distance, it looked as if both men had impaled each other. When the dust settled, Logan collapsed while Aslan remained standing, wounded, but alive. Then Aslan burst into laughter, roaring that Logan had rushed in ready to die, yet had only managed to scratch his rib. Raising his voice across the battlefield, Aslan declared that this was his victory over McLean. Aslan suddenly froze when he heard movement behind him. Eileen had returned, rushing toward Logan's fallen body without hesitation. Aslan grinned at the timing, saying it worked perfectly since he could take care of her too. Seeing Logan lying there filled her with terror and disbelief, yet Aslan only twisted the knife further by declaring he would pull the sword out of Logan's stomach and use it on her next. But before he could act, a radiant light flared behind him. The glow came from the bracelet of regeneration, and the sight made Aslan's eyes widen. Only priests should emit light like that, he thought, yet the impossible was unfolding right in front of him. Realizing what it meant, he lunged again, shouting that he had to destroy the bracelet immediately. Eileen intercepted him just in time, her blade flashing toward his neck. Aslan parried with ease, but she yelled that she didn't care what was happening. There was no way she would let him near Logan again. Aslan brushed her aside with one arm, barely bothered, muttering that her attack would have meant nothing if he were in better condition. Yet when he turned back, shock rooted him in place. Logan stood there alive. Calling him a monkey, Logan announced it was time for round 2, and this time with different weapons, because he had taken Aslan's sword. Panic flickered across Aslan's face as he realized the danger of being disarmed. He spotted Lux lying nearby and rushed to retrieve it, while Logan calmly analyzed the artifact he now held. Injecting force into the blade heightened the mana within it, sharpening the wielder's senses until the world seemed to slow down. That was the secret behind the title of Super Speed Knight. Logan even licked the blade the same way Aslan used to, declaring the weapon his now. Furious, Aslan demanded to know if Logan truly believed he could handle it, but Logan was already moving. In a single devastating strike, Logan tore through Aslan's side armor and reopened the wound along his ribs. He admitted he had aimed for the heart and smiled coldly, calling it unfortunate. Blood splattered the ground as Aslan cursed and demanded to know how Logan had survived a hole through his stomach, how someone so young possessed an artifact like that bracelet. Logan explained that the king's bracelet of regeneration could turn mortal wounds into scratches as long as the wearer wasn't killed instantly. It had been a gamble. He had nearly died, but the result spoke for itself. Now, Logan declared, it was time to remove one of Befro's key men. Raising the sword, he prepared to take Aslan's head. Before the blow could fall, several Befro's knights rushed in from behind to save their commander. Logan spun and parried their attacks simultaneously, straining as he muttered that this was the worst possible moment for interference. Watching Logan's exposed back, Aslan understood what needed to happen. Logan had to die there, no matter the cost. Yet Eileen refused to allow it. She leapt at Aslan again, forcing him to block her strike. Unshaken, she warned him not to even think about attacking Logan from behind. At that instant, Aslan's earlier wound split open, blood spraying across the stones. Amid the chaos, Logan sensed something shift. A voice barked from behind, ordering someone not to move. Turning, Logan saw Aslan being dragged away by fellow knights. Moments later, the advanced knight broke free, leapt from the wall, and fled the battlefield. Eileen asked if they should pursue him, but Logan shook his head. Befros and the Wind Tower mages were waiting below. Chasing him would cost more than it gained. Annoyance flashed across his face as he lifted Aslan's sword high and roared for all to hear that Logan Mlan had defeated the super-speed knight. The enemy soldiers recognized the blade instantly, and their morale shattered. From below, Befros watched with a dark expression, calling it a pathetic sight. When a mage asked if they should press the attack, Befros refused. Logan could still hold the castle, and that proclamation had already crippled their troops' spirit. Upon hearing that Aslan would survive but lacked the potions needed to return to battle, Befros clicked his tongue and admitted the Meclanes had prepared well. The longer this dragged on, the worse it became for them. Deciding to test how long the Meclanes could endure, he ordered a retreat. Confusion rippled across the ramparts as the attackers withdrew, some soldiers wondering if they had actually won. Elsewhere on the wall, Franz disengaged from Patrick, who was clearly battered. Annoyed by the retreat, Franz told Patrick he was lucky before leaping away, mocking that he now understood the limits of the Meclanes. Even their advanced knight wasn't impressive. Logan hurried over to check on his father. Patrick asked if Logan was unharmed, then apologized for only managing to stall Franz rather than defeat him. Logan understood. Both were advanced knights, but Patrick had only recently reached that level. He rested a hand on his father's shoulder and urged him to recover while the enemy regrouped. Patrick agreed and told Logan to do the same, and the two slid down to sit against the wall, exhausted. Nearby, Eileen tended to Victor while Ronian spoke with Hinckley. They waited in tense silence, hoping the enemy would hold off until midnight. That hope shattered when a lookout spotted a new banner approaching an eagle wreathed in flame. The army of Pareda had arrived. Logan and Patrick stared in disbelief. They had never anticipated this alliance. Below, Befros greeted Max Pareda, who declared he had rushed there to assist, and that with their combined armies, the defeat of Mclane was certain. Watching from above, Logan realized Pareda was merely currying favor with Befros, while Patrick cursed them as filthy bastards. Knowing the situation had turned dire, Patrick told Logan they had no choice but to enact their backup plan, and Logan confirmed everything was ready. Inside the castle's town, a family hid quietly in the corner of their home, trying to make themselves as small as possible, while the distant sounds of war trembled through the ground beneath them. The child asked her mother how long they would have to remain there, her voice fragile with fear, and she gently reassured him that it would only be a little longer, reminding her that stepping outside was still far too dangerous. The girl nodded obediently while she looked down at her with protective warmth, and the father soon suggested that they should pray together. Gathering close, the three embraced tightly, and prayed that when the new year finally dawned, this nightmare of war would come to an end. Outside the walls, Befros roared commands to his army, ordering them to attack and bring him the heads of the Meclanes. From atop the ramparts, the Meclanes responded with a relentless rain of arrows, yet only portions of the enemy forces seemed affected. Kaisalon quickly noticed this and reported to Logan that their attacks were mainly cutting down the Pareda soldiers, but Logan calmly replied that it did not matter and ordered everyone to keep firing regardless. Franz deflected incoming projectiles effortlessly with his whip sword, cursing the defenders as pesky fuckers before shouting to his men that the Macklins were clearly prepared for a siege and that no one should relax until their boots stood firmly on the walls. With that, Franz and his knights launched themselves upward to seize the ramparts. Logan immediately recognized the threat and commanded his soldiers to knock every climber into the moat. Franz, however, devised a clever approach. Swinging his whip sword against the wall, he latched onto the stone and used the blade like a rope, pulling himself high above the defenders. From that vantage, he spotted Logan and chose him as his primary target. The moment Franz landed before him, he declared that this time he would end Logan for good, but an attack burst toward him from the side. A thunderous explosion swallowed the battlefield, obscuring both fighters entirely. When the dust settled, Franz had parried Patrick's strike with apparent ease, even remarking that Patrick had grown much faster and now wielded an impressive sword. Patrick revealed the weapon's name, Velocitas, casually polishing it with his glove as memory flashed through his mind of Logan handing him the blade, insisting it suited Patrick far better. Patrick suspected Logan had simply been kind, yet the weight of the sword filled him with confidence. He told Logan to move on, declaring that although he might still be weaker than the Moonlight Knight, this weapon gave him the strength to hold Franz back. Logan nodded once before rushing off. Franz noticed immediately that Patrick carried Aslan's sword and charged forward, vowing to reclaim it without delay as the two advanced knights clashed head-on. Meanwhile, Logan accelerated with force coursing through his body, trusting his father to handle the duel. As he moved, something caught his eye. Victor was locked in combat against several knights alone. Just as Victor was ambushed from behind, Logan descended from the air and cut one attacker down instantly, then dispatched another, without even turning his head. Victor stared in shock, but Logan simply asked if he could still fight. Victor insisted he was fine, and claimed he could have handled them himself, which pleased Logan. He ordered Victor to drop as many enemies climbing the walls as possible, then quietly added that if that failed, he had a plan B. Locking eyes with him, Logan explained that if even that did not work, Victor should allow the enemies to climb from a distance. Elsewhere, Pareda and Bifrost observed the battlefield alongside their mages. Bifrost sensed something strange. Enemy soldiers were scaling the walls far more easily than before, and the defenders no longer resisted with the same intensity. Pareda guessed fatigue might be the cause, but Bifrost remained unconvinced, certain that a trap was unfolding. Leaning over the edge, Logan noticed the ground below was nearly empty of enemies. Drawing mana into his voice, he shouted a command that stunned everyone from Ronian and Eileen to even Patrick. Retreat. Bifrost watched in confusion as the earth suddenly trembled beneath his feet. Realization struck him almost immediately. This had to be Logan's doing. Clayton and his disciples were forcing an earthquake into existence, pouring every ounce of strength into the spell, while Clayton muttered that Logan truly demanded the impossible. The McLeans began withdrawing in perfect order, knights shielding the regular soldiers as they descended. Bifrost's forces hesitated, wondering if fear had driven the defenders away. Then the magic revealed its true purpose. Cracks raced across the fortress walls like lightning splitting the sky. In the next instant, the walls collapsed. Stone thundered downward, crushing and burying countless soldiers who had remained too close. Bifrost went blind with fury, while Pareda struggled to comprehend the devastation before him. With his defenses shattered, Bifrost spat that the McLeans fought like rats. Amid the rubble, Clayton fell to his knees, utterly drained. Logan sprinted toward him, shouting his name, and Clayton looked up weakly to report that he and his disciples had spent the last of their strength bringing the walls down exactly as ordered. Logan praised them sincerely, noting that a massive portion of the enemy must have been buried beneath the ruins. Clayton added that knights would likely survive due to their physical resilience, and Logan agreed before turning his gaze toward Bifrost, quietly stating that this would all be over soon. Standing near the wreckage, Bifrost sneered that Logan had committed sheer madness by destroying his own final line of defense. Mana gathered as he prepared a devastating spell, declaring that Logan had only hastened his own demise. Logan immediately ordered Clayton and the mages to fall back, while Victor, Ronian, Patrick, and Logan formed the front line. Patrick asked one final time whether Logan was certain this plan would succeed. Logan met his father's eyes calmly and told him not to worry. Just as Bifrost was about to unleash his magic, a blazing red light erupted above the city, freezing every soul in place. Heads lifted skyward in disbelief. A memory surfaced within Logan. He remembered this unmistakably. The day when crimson lights ignited atop every tower in the nation, announcing news that would shake the kingdom itself. Bifrost stared upward, fury and terror twisting across his face as he realized the truth. This was very bad for him. Two laser-like beams burst forth from the highest towers of the palace, cutting through the night sky with an intensity that froze the battlefield in place. Ronian stared at the spectacle, unable to decipher its meaning, while Patrick wondered aloud if some calamity had struck the royal family. Slowly, his eyes drifted toward Logan. Logan glanced back over his shoulder, offering a small smile and a reassuring nod, which Patrick returned without hesitation. Turning his attention forward again, Logan tried to reason with Bifrost, shouting that he must understand the significance of that light, that something monumental had clearly happened at the palace. He urged Bifrost to halt the war immediately and establish communication with the king. Yet Bifrost, drenched in sweat, sat paralyzed by indecision, clutching the reins so tightly his knuckles whitened. He cursed the cruel timing of this interruption, arriving just when victory over the McLeans felt certain. Sir Franz studied his commander carefully and asked what their next move would be, awaiting orders. Bifrost remained bowed in thought for several long seconds. Then, to Franz's disbelief, Bifrost chose madness. He ordered the attack to resume, commanding his men to prepare for battle with renewed ferocity. Franz hesitated, stunned, but eventually drew his sword and joined the charge, determined to finish the McLeans once and for all. Patrick watched in outrage and shouted that Bifrost had lost his mind. Hinckley demanded to know whether the Count would truly continue such folly after witnessing a royal signal, while Patrick pressed further, asking if Bifrost dared defy the crown itself. Bifrost sneered back that he had no idea what nonsense they were spouting. His eyes gleamed with a deranged intensity as he prepared his final assault, declaring that all he saw before him were fools, arrogant enough to attack his impregnable castle. Observing this, Logan realized with chilling clarity that Bifrost had completely abandoned reason. He admitted he never believed the man would attack under the threat of being branded a traitor, and concluded grimly that survival might now depend on fighting to the bitter end. Bifrost rallied his troops again, veins bulging across his forehead, drool flecking his lips as he screamed that his sole purpose was to execute the red-headed filth who dared oppose him. Then a familiar voice cut straight through the chaos. Bifrost froze. From behind, Logan spotted someone sprinting toward them. It was Clayton, clutching a glowing communication orb whose flickering light demanded attention. Panting, Clayton informed the voice on the other end, the Minister of Defense, that they were at Castle Tomoto and that Befros was refusing to stop the war. The minister's reply came calmly, almost lazily, as he asked Befros whether he intended to commit high treason against the crown. In that instant, Befros understood he was cornered beyond escape. The minister's voice rang across the battlefield as he announced for all to hear that the king had passed away, and that every noble in the empire was required to attend the funeral. This solemn duty superseded all other matters, including war. His gaze fixed firmly on Befros, as he made it unmistakably clear that the decree applied to him as well. Defeat washed over the count. He lowered his eyes to the ground while Franz once again waited for orders. Logan and Patrick watched tensely, ready to strike if necessary, but the battle had already begun to die. At last, Befros bowed from atop his horse and declared that his house would obey the royal will. The minister responded with a thin smile, remarking that Befros had better comply, for he had no alternative. Even Clayton seemed startled by such abrupt surrender. As Befros turned to leave, he spat one last insult at the McLeans, calling them rats, and warning them not to believe this was truly over. With that, he ordered a full retreat and rode away. Patrick stood speechless. Logan, however, remained uneasy, a quiet tension gripping his chest. Clayton and Hinckley watched the departing army in stunned silence, while Ronian and Victor allowed themselves small smiles of relief. Around them, soldiers erupted into cheers. Some collapsed onto their backs in sheer gratitude to be alive, others laughing shakily as they admitted they had expected death. Patrick approached Logan with a broad grin, acknowledging their victory. Yet Logan could not stop wondering what might have happened had events shifted even slightly. Without Clayton bringing that orb, Roger Befros would have unleashed magic powerful enough to annihilate them all. He tightened his grip on his sword, realizing that human fury itself could become an unpredictable variable. From now on, he could not rely solely on knowledge of the past. Then another thought struck him. Logan turned to Clayton and asked how he knew the orb would prove useful. Clayton explained that he had actually been sheltering in the tents when the palace contacted the device there, and though he hadn't realized the urgency at first, he brought it anyway. Logan placed a hand on Clayton's shoulder and thanked him sincerely, telling him that the magic tower had contributed more than anyone else in this war. Hearing this, Clayton cautiously asked whether it might be acceptable to request additional funding. Logan agreed immediately, promising to inform Dwayne. As Logan stepped away to check on the others, Clayton flashed an approving signal to his disciple, who promptly declared him the best. Meanwhile, Eileen stood alone among the celebrating soldiers, her expression frozen in disbelief. A noticeable bruise, or perhaps just dirt from the battlefield, marked her cheek as she struggled to accept that the battle was truly over. The clash of steel had faded, the shouting had stopped, yet her mind still lingered in the chaos. Logan soon broke her daze, walking toward her while calling her name. The moment she saw him, her face brightened instantly. Her cheeks flushed deep crimson, and her striking blue eyes widened with unmistakable relief. Logan paused, slightly caught off guard by her reaction, admitting that he had expected anger rather than happiness. Confused, Eileen asked why she would possibly be angry. Logan reminded her of the fear she must have felt, pointing out that she had nearly died while facing an advanced knight in her very first real battle. At that, Eileen crossed her arms, shut her eyes, and looked away with forced composure, casually replying that such experiences were simply part of a knight's training. But the act didn't hold perfectly. Logan noticed the faint tremor running through her hands. Eileen quickly brushed off her shoulder as if nothing mattered, yet the trembling betrayed her. Seeing straight through the facade, Logan merely smiled and chose not to press further. Instead, he praised her. He told Eileen she had been amazing, admitting that during his own first battle he had barely resisted the urge to run in terror. Eileen immediately protested, insisting that was nonsense, then hurriedly apologized, worried she might have insulted him. Logan continued anyway, a memory surfacing from deep within himself, standing before an enemy long ago, shaking uncontrollably, tears threatening to fall as fear rooted him in place. Very few people knew that truth, but that had been the reality of his first fight. That was precisely why he had worried about her so much. Yet she had surpassed every expectation, achieving more than he could have imagined. Hearing this filled Eileen with warmth and pride. Logan reached for her hand, initially about to address her as lady, but quickly corrected himself, calling her sir instead, and expressing his hope that he would witness many more great feats from her in the future. Eileen froze completely. Her entire face turned a brilliant red, words failing her as emotion overtook her. Then, after a brief moment, her familiar wide smile returned, her eyes shimmering like polished glass. She clasped Logan's hand firmly, and promised with complete sincerity that she would always strive to do her very best. The following morning at sunrise, Patrick ordered the troops who were still fit for duty to spread the announcement throughout the region that Castle Tomoto now belonged to the McLean family. Soon after, discussions began regarding their immediate return to the capital to attend the king's funeral. Logan, however, reasoned that no one would pay much attention if a relatively obscure baron arrived slightly late. Hinckley agreed with Logan's logic, though Patrick remained somewhat uneasy about it. He stressed that recovering the losses suffered during the war was essential, and added that while they should avoid arriving excessively late, they ought to handle matters quickly and depart as soon as possible. For now, rebuilding the castle walls took priority, a responsibility Logan promptly handed over to Clayton, an order Clayton clearly did not appreciate. While supervising the golems, Clayton's disciples muttered among themselves, unsure whether they were supposed to be mages or mere laborers, with one even doubting his ability to survive such relentless work. Seeing their exhaustion, Clayton turned toward his disciple Greg and encouraged him to endure a little longer, reminding him of the extended vacation promised afterward. At that very moment, something extraordinary occurred within Greg's mana core. The energy in his heart surged and evolved. He had ascended to a fourth circle mage. Clayton was overwhelmed with joy at his student's breakthrough, even wondering if the harsh labor had somehow accelerated his growth. This unexpected development would later become the cornerstone that led the Miclane Golem mages onto the path of war engineering. The scene then shifted to Grand, the capital, where Logan's teacher, Duke Felix, stood silently at his balcony, staring through the glass doors. A servant approached and informed him that Logan and Patrick McLean had arrived. A dark expression crossed Felix's face as he ordered the servant to let them in. Along the hallway, the servant asked whether they had come straight to see the Duke upon reaching the capital, suggesting they must be weary from their journey. Patrick dismissed the notion immediately, declaring that no knight worthy of the title would grow tired from mere travel. Clad in formal attire, both Logan and Patrick followed the servant toward Felix's chambers. Logan asked how his master was holding up. The servant replied that the Duke seemed deeply shaken by the king's death, noting that no one had expected such a sudden end. Logan then asked if the cause of death was known. The servant explained that the king had collapsed while handling national affairs, with the temple attributing it to a cerebral hemorrhage caused by overwork. Logan stopped in his tracks, stunned. In his previous life, the king had died from sudden cardiac arrest due to old age. Though a cerebral hemorrhage was not uncommon for someone elderly, something about this felt wrong. Inside the chamber, they gathered around a table. Logan stood before Felix, immediately noticing how troubled he looked. Only a few months had passed since their last meeting, yet Felix appeared to have aged years within that short time. Felix studied Logan and remarked that he looked unwell, which Logan quickly denied. Felix then admitted that his own aging body was finally catching up with him. At that moment, his servant Louise spoke up, explaining that his lord had pushed himself too hard while investigating the king's death, only to be silenced sharply by Felix. Watching this exchange, Logan understood just how deeply the king's passing had affected his master. Felix suddenly seemed to recall something and turned toward Patrick, apologizing for the delayed greeting and explaining that Logan had already spoken highly of him. Patrick placed a hand over his chest and replied that his incompetent son owed Felix a great debt, and that it was an honor to finally meet the esteemed Duke he had long admired. Felix looked away, apologizing that he could not welcome Patrick in a better state of mind. Staring down at his hands, he confessed that over the past week, his old bones had never felt so powerless. Logan asked whether the capital's situation was truly that dire. Felix lowered his head and confirmed it was grave before erupting in anger, denouncing Juan and Jordan as bastards. Both Logan and Patrick were stunned by the outburst. Logan immediately recalled that Juan Douglas was a leading figure within the First Prince's faction, while Jordan Valtermine wielded immense influence within the Second Prince's camp. Pressing his palm against his forehead, Felix lamented that the nation might fracture at this rate, as both dukes had abandoned any illusion of balance and descended into open hostility. They had even dared to pressure him regarding the safety of the Third Prince. Patrick could not hold back, calling such behavior shameless. Logan understood the root of the issue. It was because Felix served as patron to a prince who had not yet come of age. Felix confirmed this and added that if he wished to protect the prince, he would be forced to align with one faction or the other. Logan realized that continued resistance could place the prince in terrible danger. Still, he reasoned that neither faction would risk the attention that would follow the prince's sudden death, at least not yet. In his previous life, countless assassination attempts had targeted the third prince, and Logan was determined not to let history repeat itself. As Logan contemplated this, Felix declared that he would not comply with their demands. Turning to Louise, he ordered him to escort the third prince to his estate. Logan immediately interrupted, insisting that Felix could not do that. No matter how much he wished to protect the prince, he could not remain by his side at all times. Instead, Felix should publicly announce his neutrality in the factional struggle. What the dukes truly feared was not his refusal to join them, but the possibility that he might support their rivals. Patrick leaned closer and whispered for Logan to wait, reminding him they had come to seek aid from the Sword Duke because of the Befros incident. Logan quietly replied that their family could handle its own problems. Hearing this certainty, Patrick fell silent and offered Felix an apology for the interruption, admitting that Logan was right. Felix, however, appeared unfazed, calmly acknowledging that his own stubbornness had prevented him from seeing the broader picture. Rising from his seat, Felix thanked Logan, stating that if his duty could be fulfilled with a single declaration, there was nothing more to debate. Walking toward the window of his study, He declared that the fate of the nation would unfold according to heaven's will. Watching his teacher, Logan realized that unlike in his previous life, where Felix had been pressured into neutrality, he was now choosing his path of his own accord. For Logan, this was a significant practical advantage. As Logan prepared to leave, Felix called out to him, admitting that he could not assist the McLean family at that moment, but if Logan ever feared matters might go awry, he should seek him out. A familiar smirk spread across Logan's face as he recognized an opportunity too valuable to ignore. He asked whether the Duke meant he was willing to grant any request Logan might someday make. Glancing back over his shoulder, Felix realized the trap he had stepped into, yet simply laughed, replying that if Logan proved capable, he would honor whatever request he made. Logan was genuinely surprised. He had spoken half in jest and never expected such generosity, yet he replied that he had no immediate request. Placing a hand over his heart in respect, he told Felix that when the time came, he would ask for something only after careful thought, believing it wiser to preserve such a favor as insurance for a greater need. Felix nodded, approving of Logan's prudence. As Logan looked at him once more, a quiet thought crossed his mind. Felix truly looked much older now, and for the first time, Logan almost felt sorry for him. Somewhere else within the estate, a man burst into the room, breathless, carrying urgent news for the Duke. Apologizing for the intrusion, he quickly informed Felix that two superhumans had entered the estate. One belonged to the first prince's faction, the Tempest Blade, Wicked Kalia, who immediately addressed the other, calling him Musclehead and expressing surprise at encountering him there. The other man, Marcus Luther Cale of the second prince's faction, known as the Half-Giant, shot back that Kalia had stolen his line and mockingly called him Bones. Kalia smirked and taunted Marcus, asking if he had come, hoping to receive a beating from the Sword Duke, adding that Felix likely had no interest in their factional nonsense. Marcus bristled at the jab and curtly told him to mind his own business. The two men soon found themselves standing face to face, their killing intent spilling freely into the room, causing the servants nearby to tremble in fear. Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the tension, demanding to know why they were so carelessly displaying murderous intent inside his home. The speaker asked if they were looking for a beating, and addressed them familiarly as Luther and Wicked. It was Felix. The moment they recognized him, both men bowed deeply, hastily insisting they meant no such disrespect. Still bent forward, Luther remarked that it had been a long time since their last meeting, but Felix brushed aside the pleasantries and instead questioned whether they dared show him respect while abandoning their duties to indulge in factional squabbles. Placing a hand over his heart, Luther swore he would never forget the lessons Felix had taught him, and clarified that he had not come to see the Duke at all, but rather his guests, the McLean family. When Felix asked their purpose, Luther hesitated, visibly uncomfortable, while Wicked stepped in to admit he had arrived for the same reason and had no desire to displease the Sword Duke. Turning his back to them, Felix relayed their request to Logan and asked whether he wished to meet them. Logan stepped forward without hesitation and replied that it would be an honor. With his hand over his heart, he greeted the two superhumans respectfully, stating it was a privilege to meet individuals he had long admired. Yet the reaction he received was strange. Both men looked at him with clear disinterest, appearing not to recognize him at all. They exchanged glances, silently sharing the same thought, before addressing him in a dismissive tone. They admitted they had heard about the Sword Duke's disciple, and that it was pleasant to meet such talent, but clarified that their visit had nothing to do with him. Instead, they had come to see his father, Patrick McLean, leaving both Logan and Patrick stunned. Patrick stepped forward, coughing lightly to announce himself, confusion flickering in his eyes. He greeted them respectfully as the kingdom's superhumans, and explained that Logan was currently managing the family's affairs, suggesting they continue the discussion with him. Hearing this, Luther and Wicked shifted their focus back to Logan, their earlier indifference replaced by a calculating gleam. Luther observed that for someone so young to manage an estate meant he was not only strong but intelligent, while Wicked added with thinly veiled insincerity that speaking with promising young talent was always enjoyable. Maintaining a polite facade, Logan thanked them for the compliments and asked what business they had with his family. The two men exchanged another look before proceeding. Luther praised Logan's directness, saying it suited his youth, while Wicked suggested they avoid wasting time. He then bluntly stated that since Logan had recently fought Befros of the Second Prince's faction, he should take this opportunity to pledge loyalty to Prince Reuter. Doing so would ensure the Second Prince's support for the McLeans, especially considering Logan's uncle-in-law, Kairos, already belonged to that faction. Logan's expression remained carefully neutral, revealing nothing. Luther then argued that hostility between neighboring territories served no purpose, and proposed that swearing loyalty to Prince Romain instead would secure favorable arbitration in the dispute with Befros. Resting a heavy hand on Logan's shoulder, a gesture that felt more possessive than friendly, he urged him to choose, suggesting that peaceful neighbors benefited everyone. Logan instantly recognized the statement as a veiled threat. There was truth behind it as well. Castle Tomoto bordered Luther Cale's trade city, meaning Luther could disrupt commerce, incite unrest, or fabricate justification for open conflict if he wished. Yet Logan had no intention of joining any faction, not yet. He understood that siding with the first prince might allow the second prince to conceal the war against Bifrost and ignite a larger civil conflict, while aligning with the second prince could provoke Marquis Kalia into launching an invasion under the pretext of insult. Either choice was a trap carefully designed to create justification for war. Refusing both offers was the only path forward, a delicate balance of diplomacy and patience. Lowering his head, Logan extended his hand respectfully and apologized, explaining that the complexities of the situation prevented him from making a hasty decision and that careful deliberation was necessary. At that moment, Felix intervened, his patience clearly exhausted. His voice rang with restrained fury as he demanded to know what they thought they were doing. The two superhumans visibly faltered, their arrogance dissolving into unease. Felix called their conduct pathetic, pointing out that they had abandoned subtlety entirely and resorted to issuing an ultimatum, attempting to bully his ward into submission. Worse still, they had dared involve his disciple, a line they never should have crossed. Wicked hurriedly insisted their intentions had nothing to do with Logan's status as Felix's student, and that they were merely presenting a business proposal to the McLean household. Luther added that they had no wish to disregard Felix's will, and only hoped to discuss the future with the family. Their voices had noticeably softened. Fixing them with a piercing gaze, Felix asked whether they were absolutely certain this matter would not involve him. Both men straightened like soldiers under inspection, and swore it would not. After silently studying them, Felix turned away and declared that this was as it should be, as he was returning to his study, and had no intention of entangling himself in factional disputes. Sensing something significant, Wicked asked what he meant. Felix then announced his decision starting that very day. He would no longer participate in the factional war. Whether through Logan or anyone else, they were to abandon all thoughts of drawing him in. The two men exchanged yet another look, clearly recalculating their next move, before stating they would relay his decision exactly as given to their respective princes. Logan exhaled inwardly, relieved. However, before leaving, Wicked Kalia turned toward him with a faint menace in his voice, and told him to think carefully before making his decision, adding that they would meet again soon. Logan nodded calmly, acknowledging the warning. Luther followed by remarking that in some ways the situation might prove fortunate for the McLeans. He explained that had they attacked Bifrost after the funeral, his prince would not have entertained negotiations at all, implying that their timing had forced a more measured response. Realizing the implication, Logan feigned gratitude and replied that this was indeed a relief. As the two departed, Logan watched them go with narrowed eyes before lowering his head, genuinely relieved by their absence. Even a simple conversation with them had been exhausting, their presence suffocating. Felix then asked whether Logan intended to involve himself in the faction war, noting he had not outright refused their offers. Logan answered that it was a possibility he might consider if circumstances demanded it, a carefully ambiguous reply. He apologized, admitting the McLeans lacked the strength to cling to ideals under such pressure. Yet regardless of the path he chose, he intended to preserve his honor. Felix found himself momentarily speechless at Logan's pragmatism and resolve. After a pause, he nodded with faint respect and said that was enough. Turning away, he instructed Logan to return and rest, reminding him that the funeral would begin soon. Outside the palace, the king's coffin was carried through the gardens toward the grand entrance. As the pallbearers carefully maneuvered the casket inside, a somber announcement echoed across the hall, declaring the arrival of His Majesty's remains. The coffin was then solemnly brought toward the altar, where the 8 pallbearers gently placed it down. Clad in ceremonial robes, the archbishop ascended the steps toward the podium with his disciples flanking him, fully prepared to begin the funeral rites. The archbishop raised his head to address the assembled nobles, but the moment his eyes scanned the hall, his expression shifted from solemn composure to visible dismay. The scene before him was deeply disrespectful. Instead of mourning the deceased king, the attendees whispered endlessly among themselves, their conversations filled with political maneuvering and veiled threats. The two princes sat with boredom written across their faces, casting indifferent glances at the coffin as though they would rather be anywhere else. Their grandfathers mirrored this attitude. Only 2 individuals seemed genuinely affected by the king's passing, the Sword Duke, Felix Esperanza, and the third prince, whose youthful face was clouded with sincere grief. Watching this disgraceful spectacle from beside his father, Logan felt disbelief and disgust churn within him, unable to comprehend how so many had chosen power games over honoring the dead. As the archbishop announced the beginning of the prayer, Logan noticed that even the holy man appeared unsettled by the blatant disrespect filling the chamber. Nevertheless, the archbishop proceeded with a lengthy eulogy, recounting the king's life from 40 years prior up to the present in painstaking chronological detail, a narration that stretched almost unbearably long given the tense atmosphere. In the midst of this drawn-out speech, Logan suddenly felt someone lean closer to him. Befros quietly warned him that he had only 1 week left and advised him to enjoy himself while he still could, implying that despair at the end would serve no purpose. Logan was taken aback both by the threat and by the fact that he had been seated beside such an unprincipled man, briefly wondering who had arranged the seating. Maintaining his composure, Logan leaned toward Befros and calmly informed him that he had recently been approached by the opposing faction, suggesting that they might eventually stand on the same side, and that Befros would be wise to watch his words. Befros reacted with immediate disbelief and indignation, struggling to process what he had just heard. Logan then added that if Befros doubted him, he could confirm it with Marcus Luther Cale himself. The mere mention of Cale intensified Befros's anger, only for Logan to reveal moments later that he had been joking. Befros's face twisted with rage, his body trembling as he barely restrained himself. Internally, he fumed at Logan's audacity, reminding himself that he needed to maintain composure until the funeral concluded. Once it was over, he intended to go directly to Duke Felix. Fixing Logan with a murderous glare, he branded him an arrogant boy in his thoughts and vowed that no one who touched what was his would escape unscathed. A silent promise of retaliation. Around the chamber, reactions remained sharply divided. The first and second princes, though outwardly composed, were unmistakably bored, their attention wandering, completely unconcerned with the proceedings. Only the third prince and Felix appeared sincerely distressed, refraining from tears yet radiating suppressed anger at the disrespectful behavior surrounding them. At long last, the archbishop concluded his extensive eulogy and formally announced that the first day of the national funeral rites had been completed. Inside Logan's lodging in the capital of the Grandia Kingdom, Logan reflected that the first day of the national funeral rites had finally concluded. Both he and Patrick appeared exhausted, wiping sweat from their faces after enduring the long ceremony. As Logan caught his breath, he found it hard to believe that the rites had stretched from morning until evening. Even worse, just as he had anticipated, the moment the proceedings ended, vassals from both factions swarmed around them, pestering them relentlessly until the very last moment. Turning them down repeatedly had begun to feel like a tiresome chore. Patrick, who had been quietly observing his son from behind, finally spoke and asked whether Logan intended to make use of either faction. Logan turned toward his father and remained silent for a brief moment before asking if Patrick was worried. Patrick admitted honestly that if things continued this way, their family would be placed in serious danger. Regardless of which faction they leaned on, the strength of one would be necessary to stop a Befros invasion, which remained their highest priority. Logan responded that, if absolutely necessary, they could rely on his master to resolve the situation, though he quickly added that such help would not be required, because they would settle the matter themselves before it came to that. His confidence left Patrick momentarily speechless. Wanting clarity, Patrick asked what Logan had planned, and Logan simply told him to step into a certain room. When the door opened, a familiar voice greeted Logan, remarking that it had been a long time. Standing there was Philip, sweating profusely. Patrick stared in confusion, unable to understand why Philip was present, while Logan smiled quietly behind him and informed his father that he would soon witness the preparations he had made for the national funeral. 4 more days of funeral rites passed. By the 4th day, Logan's neck ached terribly, and the ceremonies had grown so monotonous that he could barely tell whether it was the 4th day or the 5th. As he massaged his stiff neck, a man brushed past him and muttered an insult under his breath, labeling Logan a political bat, someone who would cling to whichever side appeared victorious. The man then added that Count Befros had been right about him before walking away. Watching the man depart, Logan reflected on Befros and let out a quiet huff, realizing he had been wondering why envoys from the factions had suddenly stopped approaching him. It now seemed obvious that Befros had been spreading words about him everywhere. Even so, Logan had no intention of joining any faction. While he was lost in thought, someone approached him enthusiastically and addressed him as son-in-law. It was Eileen's father. Looking around, the man asked why Logan was alone and inquired about his relatives, wondering if they had not attended. Logan explained that his father had returned to their lodgings first, prompting Eileen's father to send Patrick his regards. Then came the question no man ever wished to hear from his future in-law. Eileen's father asked whether Logan had decided on a wedding date. Attempting to evade the topic, Logan reminded him that his territory was currently facing a crisis. However, Eileen's father countered by pointing out that publicly announcing the bond between their families could help keep Befros in check. Logan replied that he could not make such a decision right now, especially since Eileen would likely scold him again for acting on his own. Curious, Eileen's father asked if this was Logan's first time. Logan wondered if he meant his first wedding, but his father-in-law clarified with amusement that if it were not his first assembly of nobles, the Grand Nobles Gathering, he would not be sitting so quietly. Nearby, several nobles were engaged in conversation. One asked how long it had been since the last assembly, and another replied that officials had allowed even those below the rank of Viscount to attend, adding that it had been quite some time since such access was granted. A third remarked that this only proved how shaken the royal family had been by the king's sudden passing. At that moment, someone struck the speaker's shoulder. It was Logan, who had apparently not intended the contact but nonetheless caused the man to fall to the ground. Logan immediately apologized, yet the man shouted angrily, telling him to watch where he was going. Logan offered a hand to help him up and explained that it had not been intentional, but the man slapped his hand away and stormed off, calling Logan conceited. Patrick, who had witnessed the entire exchange, dismissed the man as irrational and told Logan not to worry about it. Logan agreed outwardly, yet his gaze lingered on the departing figure, clearly turning something over in his mind. As they prepared to enter the assembly, Logan reflected that in his past life, this event had taken place 2 weeks after the funeral. Now, thanks to Felix's declaration of neutrality, neither faction had any reason left to conceal their ambitions. Logan recalled that the Grand Noble's assembly in his previous life had descended into complete chaos. The spark had been a Viscount aligned with the First Prince's faction who, swept up by the rising tension, began hurling curses at Jordan Valterman. What started as a heated exchange soon escalated as middling aristocrats clashed, the conflict spiraling out of control until even the superhumans were drawn into open combat. The catastrophe became known as the Split of the Tongue that failed the country, an incident that marked the beginning of the Civil War, and the Viscount responsible was condemned for generations. Back in the present, events seemed to be unfolding along a similar path. One Viscount was already locked in a fierce argument with another, insisting that no one but His Highness Romain was fit to become king. His opponent countered that such a claim was absurd, while the First Prince still lived. The supporter of the First Prince questioned whether his rival possessed any honor toward a superior, only to be told that superiority meant nothing, when the age difference between the princes amounted to mere months. The first Viscount angrily demanded that the man restrain his tongue. Meanwhile, the two princes appeared irritated by the entire spectacle, deliberately avoiding each other's gaze. A judge listening to the debate lowered his head, uncertain how to intervene. Watching the scene, Logan thought that at this rate, it would not be surprising if someone snapped and triggered violence. In his previous life, the Assembly's brawl had been followed by a period of military preparation, and within a month or two, the first battle of the Civil War had erupted. That timeline, however, was far too slow for Logan's purposes, as it would grant Befros ample opportunity to crush his family during the preparation period. Clenching his fist, Logan resolved that the Civil War needed to ignite sooner, leaving no time for anyone to prepare. His gaze drifted toward the Viscount he had brushed against on his way into the assembly, the same man now passionately advocating for the second prince. The Viscount argued that the outdated tradition of prioritizing the eldest son had long been abandoned, and that the right to the throne should be determined by ability. By that measure, he proclaimed, Prince Romain, who had successfully resolved trade issues with the Empire, was the most suitable candidate. Romain responded with a pleased smile as others voiced their agreement, acknowledging the truth in the Viscount's claims. Another noble, Count Claude, was confronted and asked what nonsense was being spoken, but the Count calmly reiterated that no one was more devoted to state affairs than Prince Romain. As he continued speaking, however, blood suddenly began streaming from his nose. Fear flickered across his face, while his opponent stood speechless, asking what was wrong. The Count clutched his head, his eyes changing color as his balance faltered. He swayed from side to side before collapsing onto the ground. Panic rippled through the assembly as those loyal to him called desperately for a priest. Logan and Patrick appeared shocked by the sudden turn of events, yet Logan alone recognized the truth: the man was no longer breathing. The poison he had administered was proving devastatingly effective. The toxin was derived from lethe grass. When infused with force and dried for 3 days to concentrate its properties, the herb transformed into a lethal poison, capable of triggering a cerebrovascular hemorrhage. This secret would not be uncovered until 15 years later, when the Grandia Liberation Front discovered it while searching for methods to assassinate the Empire's ruling elite. Anticipating this moment, Logan had instructed Philip days earlier to procure the necessary herbs. By attaching a tiny needle to his ring, he had discreetly injected the poison into the Count before the meeting began. While knights or magicians would likely withstand such a toxin, against an ordinary aristocrat, it was unstoppable. This man, known by the codename Parasite, had been the 9th assassination target of the Grandia Liberation Front in Logan's previous life. Now Logan intended to sever that tenacious thread early, eliminating the future traitor before he ever had the chance to sell out the country. Lifting his eyes, Logan studied both princes, aware that only one question truly mattered now: how would they respond to this sudden death? Romain, in particular, looked utterly infuriated. Instantly, 2 men stepped forward to remove the lifeless body of the poisoned Viscount. Watching the scene unfold, the first prince appeared uncertain about what had just happened, while the second prince burned with fury. Once the body was carried away, Romain turned toward his brother and demanded to know whether he truly dared to poison one of his subordinates. Reuter dismissed the accusation at once, reasoning that he had nothing to gain from killing his own supposed traitor, and insisting that the act could not have been his doing. He then redirected the suspicion toward Romain, questioning who would be foolish enough to believe such a poorly staged farce. Romain stood stunned, unsure whether Reuter's response stemmed from calculated strategy or sheer audacity in calling the incident a fabrication. At that moment, another Viscount rose and argued that Romain's accusation was unreasonable, pointing out that they did not even know why Count Clet had collapsed in the first place. Yet another noble interrupted, questioning the source of Romain's anger, and noting that it had been Romain himself who first accused Reuter of poisoning the victim, perhaps provoked by the mention of the word traitor. The Viscount who had spoken earlier was left speechless before snapping back, demanding silence and asking if the man had forgotten where they were. Soon, chatter spread across the assembly hall as voices overlapped and tensions climbed. Observing the situation, Logan recognized that two particular nobles were clashing first, much like the hostility between Logan and Befros. Their families were infamous northern rivals, and the resemblance extended further, as one house was led by a knight and the other by a mage. The blonde noble threatened Count Roxina, asking if he was courting death, while Count Chloe replied that such a fate was exactly what he sought. Trying to restore order, the judge struck his gavel repeatedly, warning them that fighting within the assembly would be madness. Yet as he looked closer, the gravity of the situation dawned on him. Auras were flaring throughout the hall as nobles prepared themselves for battle. Alarmed, the judge demanded to know what was happening, but the realization caused him to drop his gavel altogether. Then a commanding voice rang out, ordering everyone to halt. Heads turned toward the entrance as the speaker stepped inside and urged the assembly to calm themselves, insisting that the matter must be properly investigated to uncover the truth, rather than decided through emotion. The man was none other than Felix. He declared firmly that such a situation required reason and procedure. Logan noted that Felix had arrived with impeccable timing, though the circumstances were far from easily controlled. The princes themselves began shouting again, with Romain arguing that the situation was obvious and demanding to know what further procedures Felix could possibly require. Reuter, however, expressed strong agreement with the Duke, claiming that Romain had lacked any real justification and had instead staged the incident to dispose of a useless pawn. Romain fired back, questioning how Reuter could speak so boldly after orchestrating such an underhanded assassination, while Reuter countered that if Romain were truly innocent, he should welcome an investigation. Felix stepped forward, urging both princes to calm down, but his path was suddenly blocked by two imposing figures, Jordan and Juan. Their presence clearly caught him off guard. Jordan warned Felix not to interfere, while Juan added that even he would struggle against the two of them together. Felix questioned whether they understood the chaos they were allowing to unfold, yet neither appeared moved by his words. Witnessing this confrontation, Patrick wondered how matters had deteriorated so badly, realizing that the kingdom's three sole dukes now stood in direct conflict. Juan remarked that Felix must know how pointless an assembly like this had become, and Jordan suggested that reaching a conclusion through force might not be such a terrible outcome. Watching the princes argue, Felix muttered that everyone had lost their senses. At last, Romain clenched his teeth and pointed directly at Reuter, declaring that he no longer recognized him as a brother. He asserted that only one method remained to determine who possessed the rightful claim to the throne strength. Reuter responded with laughter before raising his hand and signaling for his followers to summon their forces. Romain mirrored the gesture, announcing that they would wait no longer and ordering his supporters to take up arms and prepare for war. As the hall descended into open division, Juan and Jordan knelt before their respective lords in a clear display of allegiance. Behind them stood Felix, silent and trembling, and I'm not even sure what his expression says about this. You can tell me in the comments. After the assembly concluded, a carriage stood waiting outside the palace. Inside, Jordan was speaking with Roger Befros. Befros requested additional time to finish dealing with the Meclanes, but as he spoke, Jordan's grip tightened around his own arm. Jordan pointed out coldly that war could erupt at any moment, yet Befros was still asking for time. Realizing his misstep, Befros straightened immediately. He reflected that Jordan's title, the Blazing Heat Sword, represented only his strength on the surface, while in truth he was a frigid and calculating man who would tolerate no wrong answers. Lowering his head, Befros asked for merely 10 days, insisting it would not take long. Jordan dismissed the request as inefficient, leaving Befros uncertain how to respond. Jordan then explained that the most efficient solution would have been to bring the Meclanes into their faction, thereby adding their forces intact. Befros was left speechless. Jordan revealed that he had even sent Luther for that purpose, though someone had warned that the Meclanes were too rotten to accept. At this, Befros begged forgiveness, admitting that greed had clouded his judgment and led him to commit an unforgivable mistake. After a moment of silence, Jordan instructed Befros to suppress his greed for now. Once the larger war was won, he promised to deal with the Meclanes personally and deliver them to Befros's doorstep. Turning his head slightly, Jordan added that he would issue the Meclanes a mild warning, advising Befros not to worry but instead to summon his finest troops immediately. The bigger picture demanded their focus. Several days later at Castle Tomoto, matters were unfolding swiftly. Logan and Patrick communicated through an orb with a representative of the Valtermine Duchy. The message conveyed that Logan's desire to remain neutral would be respected. However, if he reversed his stance or took provocative action, severe punishment would follow. After the warning was delivered, Patrick bowed slightly and stated that he had taken his grace's words to heart, before ending the communication. The messenger expressed hope that this attitude would continue. Patrick muttered irritably that the man had not even offered a proper farewell, and questioned the arrogance of such a messenger. Logan remarked calmly that such behavior was fitting for the Valtermine duchy. He added that despite the situation, they had nothing to fear, and would not need to rely on Felix. Patrick stroked his beard thoughtfully, reasoning that if the warning held true, Befros would be gathering forces and moving toward the capital instead of attacking them. Given the present turmoil, they might finally have time to rest. Logan agreed, suggesting they focus on what they could control. The civil war sparked by Larry Klett's death escalated rapidly. Within a week, physical confrontations erupted. Initially, both factions had considered assassinating the opposing prince, but while their conscripted forces mobilized, they crossed paths unexpectedly. A line of battle stretched from the northern territories to lands directly controlled by the crown, and spontaneous clashes broke out across the kingdom, signaling a prolonged conflict. Both sides began drawing out every ounce of strength they possessed. Befros, compelled by circumstance, moved to the central front, leaving only minimal forces at his main castle. As he marched to war, he reassured himself that the Mechlanes would not dare defy the Duke's warning, though he privately questioned Logan's sanity. Back at Castle Tomoto, Logan struck the table decisively and declared that they must seize this opportunity to occupy Befros's lands. Hinckley, Dwayne, and Patrick reacted in disbelief, convinced Logan had lost his mind. Dwayne asked whether he intended to ignore a direct warning from a superhuman. Logan confirmed that he would. Dwayne fainted outright, caught by Hinckley, who warned that even if Befros could not retaliate during the Civil War, their move might be interpreted as a challenge to the Second Prince, potentially making them an example to deter other neutral forces. Logan countered firmly that their conflict with Befros had begun before the Civil War, making it a private family war rather than a factional challenge. Both the Second Prince and Duke Valtermine would understand this distinction. Hinckley wondered whether Logan had foreseen these events when he seized Castle Tomoto, though he quickly dismissed the idea of Logan seeing the future. Logan merely laughed. Patrick intervened, cautioning that even if Logan were correct, Valtermine might hold him accountable later. Logan admitted he had not considered that possibility, surprising Hinckley, before asserting that Valtermine would not act against them provided they succeeded in taking Castle Befros and growing strong enough to become valuable to both factions. The notion left everyone stunned. Patrick dismissed Dwayne and Hinckley to speak privately with his son. Once alone, he pointed out a fatal flaw in Logan's reasoning. For the plan to succeed, the Civil War would need to last long enough for them to occupy Befros and grow stronger. Logan appeared taken aback that Patrick had discerned this assumption. Patrick observed that civil wars rarely lasted beyond a year, yet the Grandia Civil War had endured 3 years, making it an anomaly Logan might be relying upon too heavily. After a moment, Patrick sighed and closed his eyes, reminding Logan that he trusted his actions were always for the family's benefit. However, he urged him to account for such blind spots in the future. Logan acknowledged the advice. Standing before the massive glass windows, Patrick concluded that their only remaining course was to occupy Befros's territory, reclaiming the lands of their forefathers. At the gates of the main castle of Befros, 2 guards stared into the distance after spotting something unusual, and the one holding the binoculars was left completely speechless. A massive army was storming toward the castle, and it was not just any force, it was the Mechlanes. One soldier atop the walls shouted for everyone to hold their ground, while another reassured the defenders that a message had already been sent to Pareda and that reinforcements would arrive soon, meaning they only needed to endure until then. Observing the situation, Logan concluded that the defenders had no intention of surrendering peacefully. Patrick responded that there was no need to prolong the battle. As a figure stepped forward atop the walls, Logan gave the order to capture the castle immediately, and the troops voiced their understanding. Suddenly, a voice rang out declaring that his lord had departed to fight in the war that would determine the nation's fate, entrusting him with the honorable duty of standing as the final line of defense. The man claimed to have heard many things about Logan, and vowed to repay the disgrace of Castle Tomoto being stolen. The speaker revealed himself as Lentor, a high-ranking knight, and with a downward swing of his sword, he issued a formal challenge, demanding a duel between knights. He declared that if Logan truly considered himself a knight, he should answer the challenge, otherwise he would bring shame upon himself. Logan, however, privately judged that Lentor was the one disgracing himself. In the next instant, a punch slammed into Lentor's purple-haired face, blood bursting from his nose as he collapsed. Logan realized he had knocked the man out with his bare fist without even thinking. Standing behind the fallen knight was Hinckley. Logan asked about Lentor's condition, and Hinckley casually informed him that the man had fainted, even nudging his face with a boot. Logan found it unbelievable that a supposed high-ranking knight had collapsed from a single punch, while Hinckley wondered if Befros had truly lost his senses to leave such an all-talk commander in charge of the defenses. Logan turned toward his father to announce that it was over, yet Patrick seemed completely absorbed in the sight before him. When Logan tried again to get his attention, Patrick murmured that this was the land of their forefathers, the very territory from which they had been driven out 2 centuries ago. Gazing down upon it, he reflected on how no one could have imagined they would reclaim it so easily. Logan smiled at his father, but quietly corrected the thought, reminding him that it had not been easy. Together they looked back at their people, Hinckley, Ronian, Victor, and every soldier, each smiling beneath the radiant sky. As Patrick looked at Ronian and Hinckley, realization dawned upon him. Drawing in a deep breath, he announced that he finally understood. Addressing everyone, he praised their efforts, declaring that the Maclanes had reclaimed the land of their ancestors, thanks entirely to their hard work. He expressed how blessed he felt to have such vassals. Yet he reminded them that this place must serve not only as recognition of their victory, but also as sacred ground to honor the men who had fallen along the way. Patrick bowed his head and vowed never to forget the knights who had brought them there. He began reciting their names one by one: Caleb, Nil, Ethan, Curtis, Reiner, Andreas, Piero, and the list continued. Logan was stunned that his father remembered every single name. He noticed Patrick gripping his sword tighter with emotion as he spoke, and Logan smiled quietly. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, Patrick declared that those names would be engraved upon his heart forever. He then turned to Logan and stated that regarding the events yet to come, it would be best to hear from the future of the Maclanes himself. Logan stepped forward beside his father, sweat forming as he gathered his thoughts. He addressed the soldiers, stating that they had likely already realized it, but the world had descended into an era of chaos. In response, the Maclanes would ride those winds of chaos and soar higher than ever before. Raising Lux toward the sky, he called upon the men to become the wings of the Maclanes. A knight immediately ordered a salute, and with hands placed over their hearts, the army hailed the glory of the Maclanes. Meanwhile, in the war camp, Befros could scarcely believe that his castle had fallen. He demanded to know what Pareda and Lentor had been doing, only to be informed that the fortress had already been taken before Pareda's forces could even mobilize. Striking the air in fury, Befros cursed Lentor as a fool and swore they would return immediately to crush the Maclanes limb by limb. At that moment, Jordan Valtermine arrived and bluntly informed Befros that he would do no such thing. Befros attempted to justify himself, arguing that his homeland had been attacked by savages, but Valtermine questioned what would happen if Befros withdrew his forces while both sides remained evenly matched at the central front. He demanded to know whether Befros considered his personal lands more important than their greater mission. Befros quickly denied such intentions, sweating with fear. Befros insisted that the Maclanes had ignored a direct warning, yet Valtermine coldly declared that he would tear them apart himself after their mission concluded. Before that, however, he intended to send a notice demanding the Maclanes join their faction. When Logan received this message through the communication channel, he laughed it off and warned that if the Maclanes were threatened, they would have no choice but to support the first prince. The statement made Jordan crush the cup in his hand while Befros nearly lost composure in terror. He thought Logan insane for daring to speak so boldly before such authority. Jordan, visibly enraged, accused Logan of disregarding both his warning and his offer, asking if he understood that rejecting him meant rejecting Prince Romaine's will. As Jordan released his aura, even Befros was stunned by the sheer intensity of his presence. Logan calmly admitted he might be overstepping, yet explained that the grudge between his house and Befros dated back long before this moment, and was not born from disrespect toward Valtermine or the prince. Jordan demanded proof, ordering Logan to lead his troops to the front lines and achieve military success, promising that doing so would spare him from their wrath. Logan regretfully refused, stating that he intended to remain neutral in accordance with his master's wishes while maintaining unwavering loyalty to the royal family. He asked that his intentions not be doubted. Jordan responded by calling him an arrogant fool, who clearly did not hear his own words. Just then, a soldier rushed in to report that the first prince's faction was making a move. The expression on Jordan's face was so terrifying that the messenger immediately regretted delivering the news. Logan overheard and coolly suggested that Jordan seemed busy and should attend to his affairs. Jordan picked up the communication globe and declared that even if it meant taking losses, he should end Logan's life there as a morale booster. Logan countered by questioning whether such losses were truly affordable, given how evenly matched the front lines reportedly were. Jordan branded him a thunderous fool and warned that he would soon understand the consequences of his actions. Tossing the communication globe to Befros, he summoned his lieutenant and ordered him to take several men to keep watch on Logan, referring to him as the arrogant brat from earlier. Watching this unfold, Befros thought the foolish Maclanes were hastening their own destruction, and concluded that it would not be a bad outcome if they were ultimately crushed by Valtermine's own hands. Somewhere else, a blond man was laughing uncontrollably. It was Juan Douglas, who remarked that it had been a long time since he had heard such good news and expressed his appreciation to Logan for providing it. Logan noted that immediately after his communication with Jordan Valtermine had ended, Juan Douglas had contacted him personally, and he conveyed that it was an honor to be reached directly. Juan assumed that since Logan had attacked Befros, he must intend to join his faction. Logan, however, paused briefly and smiled before clarifying that the attack had merely been the settlement of an old family grudge. He apologized and explained that the Mechlanes were not yet prepared to pledge support to anyone, recognizing that such a decision would invite unnecessary complications. Juan warned that given Jordan's ruthless temperament, he might attempt to swallow the entire Mclane family whole. He asked Logan what he intended to do in response, yet Logan remained silent for a moment. Logan then mentioned that he had already received word from Jordan and had managed to smooth things over through careful negotiation. Juan asked whether that was all, and Logan responded that his family lacked the resources to take any decisive action beyond maintaining a firm neutral stance. Nevertheless, he added that he would support Juan's excellency in spirit and requested that the remaining Befros forces be crushed. Juan laughed at Logan's boldness and offered him advice, warning that if Logan deceived him, he would not overlook it lightly. Logan reflected that threats seemed to come from every direction. Still, with this exchange, the Mclane's neutrality had been officially recognized, leaving only one final matter to address. At the Pareta estate, Max Pareta had just been informed that the Befros castle had been occupied. He erupted in anger, shouting that reinforcements had not even been dispatched, and demanding to know what was happening. His vassal urged him to calm down, stating that since the Mclanes had acted so recklessly, the Count would not remain idle, and would surely punish them severely. However, a soldier soon reported through the communication channel that there would be no retaliation and that the Mclane's neutrality had been approved. Both Pareta and his vassal were left speechless. The vassal attempted to reassure him, suggesting that if the Mclanes remained neutral, they would at least refrain from attacking them. Pareta questioned whether that trust was justified. At that moment, a servant rushed in, announcing that a notice had arrived from the Mclanes, causing the vassal to leap to his feet. As the vassal read the letter, Pareta anxiously demanded to know its contents. The message contained a list of demands that must be fulfilled to prevent an attack. These included a monthly tribute of food and supplies worth 100,000 gold, monthly internal inspections conducted by the Mclanes, the right for the Mclanes to conscript troops freely whenever necessary, and a tenant tax reduced to 30%. The letter further stated that given the current situation, the Mclanes could attack directly and would remain lords of the land regardless of who ultimately became king. It concluded by declaring that if the Pareta family did not wish to die, they would kneel to the Mclanes. Back at the Befros main castle, even the flag had been replaced with that of the Mclanes. Inside, Dwayne reported that, as expected, the Pareta family had requested to become vassals. Logan expressed satisfaction and stated that they would now slowly strangle them financially and absorb their entire military power. He added that it was unfortunate they could not yet deal with Percival and Ruffman, but Dwayne reminded him that they had already achieved more than enough. Logan declared that all immediate threats were gone and that there was only one thing left to do: celebrate. A party was held within the castle. Logan announced that the war was over and encouraged everyone to eat, drink, and enjoy themselves. The soldiers gathered in small groups, Dwayne, Hinckley, and Kaisalon together, Hamar, Philip, and Clayton laughing over drinks, Rick conversing with a female servant, Patrick sharing a moment with Marion. Only Victor appeared visibly troubled. After some time, Patrick approached Logan and suggested that it was time. Logan agreed and called Captain Hinckley forward, addressing him formally as Sir, signaling that something official was about to occur. Patrick, already somewhat drunk, attempted to scold Hinckley for failing to salute his future lord properly, but Marion restrained him. Logan announced that for leading the Night Order and securing victory in the war, Hinckley deserved a reward. He declared that Sir Hinckley would receive 1 million gold and land of equal value. Hinckley stood stunned, and murmurs spread through the hall. Someone questioned whether the territory had not been nearly bankrupt not long ago, and others remarked that the young master had emptied the castle treasury entirely, which explained why wine was being poured so freely. Logan privately lamented that it would have been even better had the Befros forces not looted the artifact vault beforehand. He then turned to Clayton and addressed him respectfully as Lord. He stated that the greatest achievement in the defense of Tomoto Castle had been accomplished by the Magic Tower, and that Clayton deserved a fitting reward. The Magic Tower would be granted permanent ownership of its land within McLean Town, with no taxes imposed, along with a reward of 10 million gold. Upon hearing this, Clayton fell to his knees, bowing his head. Tears streamed down his face as he thanked Logan repeatedly, calling him his benefactor, his Logan, while Victor observed that Clayton was somehow smiling and crying at the same time. Watching the festivities unfold, Logan privately thought about how incredible it felt to play the role of a generous lord while spending someone else's money. His attention soon shifted to Eileen, who stood beside him wearing a beautiful cherry red dress. Logan asked whether she truly loved the rewards that much, remarking that the Floyd family was hardly poor. Eileen explained that it was not simply about the money, but the fact that it was the first wealth she had earned through her own efforts. She reflected on how rare it was for women in their country to have opportunities to earn such sums, and admitted that achieving even this much made her feel as though she had fulfilled part of her dream. Ronian approached to catch Logan's attention, and asked whether their blacksmith would also be rewarded, noting that Hamar appeared to be waiting expectantly. Logan laughed, recalling how ever since receiving a sword from Hamar, the blacksmith had been looking out for him. He confirmed that he had already prepared the perfect gift, leaving Hamar curious about what it could be. Outside the castle, a carriage came to a halt. A McLean soldier ordered a dwarf to step down, announcing that they had arrived. The dwarf, whose left hand had been replaced with a hook, grumbled that he could not believe humans were cramming slaves into carriages like cargo. As he disembarked, he muttered that their new master must surely be a twisted pervert. Within the city, however, the atmosphere was lively. People walked the streets cheerfully, children played freely, and happiness seemed to radiate throughout the town. Observing this, the dwarf wondered if this was truly the place where they would now be working. He was not alone in his confusion. More dwarves climbed down from the carriage, remarking on the overwhelming number of humans and admitting their discomfort. They spoke among themselves, surprised that such fine carriages had been sent to transport them, as nobles typically treated dwarves like livestock meant only for hauling. One dwarf commented that nobles usually viewed them no differently than animals, while another cautioned against expecting too much, insisting that all nobles were fundamentally alike, and that some merely flaunted their wealth by providing luxurious transport even for slaves. A red-haired dwarf named Tamar silenced his companion, warning him that someone might overhear. Yet his friend challenged him, asking whether a proud dwarf like him intended to grovel before humans, and whether losing his left hand had also cost him his pride. A guard shouted for the dwarves to move if they were all off the carriage. As Tamar turned his head, he reflected bitterly on his companion's words, calling him a fool in his thoughts, and recognizing that clinging to pride only worsened their suffering. Staring at the hook that had replaced his hand, he admitted to himself that he had indeed lost his pride the moment he lost that hand. For a dwarf who could no longer forge properly, abandoning pride had become the only way to survive. The dwarves followed the McLean guard through the city. Tamar walked at the front with his head lowered, uncertain of what awaited them. Fixating on the ground, he questioned whether life was even worth living anymore, and wondered if death might be the only escape from his misery. They were greeted by a cheerful man with gray hair and a beard who expressed delight at their arrival. After counting them and confirming there were 10 an ideal number, he called for someone to inform Lord Hamar that the kin he had requested had arrived. The dwarves struggled to comprehend what they had heard, astonished by the idea of a dwarf being addressed as a lord. Tamar stepped forward and asked whether the man had truly said Lord Hamar. When asked if he knew him, the man proudly spoke of Hamar as the greatest craftsman in their territory, crediting his creations with transforming the land. Because of this reputation, he added, high expectations were placed upon the newly arrived dwarves as well. Hearing a human speak with such respect about a dwarf caused Tamar's expression to brighten. He found himself wondering just how remarkable Hamar must be for a human territory to honor dwarves in this way. Before long, Hamar himself arrived, declaring that the long wait was finally over and that his kin had at last come. He expressed his satisfaction at seeing them in good health, a sight that filled Tamar with cautious optimism. However, Hamar immediately remarked that since they were all in such fine condition, they could begin working at once. He even observed that they could be worked like dogs right away, given their apparent stamina and readiness for labor. The hopeful expressions on Tamar and the other dwarves shattered instantly, as this was nothing like what they had imagined. Hamar briskly ordered them inside, reminding them that mountains of orders awaited fulfillment. In that moment, Tamar felt the mental image he had formed of his new master collapse completely before his eyes. A few days later, Logan appeared at the workshop without warning and asked Hamar whether he had received his gift. Hamar greeted him warmly and confirmed that he had indeed received it, adding that thanks to Logan, crossbow production had accelerated significantly. As Logan scanned the area, he asked where the dwarves were, prompting Hamar to point to the left and explain that they were all working diligently as the gears of the workshop. Looking inside at Tamar and the others, Logan noticed that they appeared exhausted and thoroughly unhappy. Observing the workflow, he remarked that Hamar's system was certainly efficient for mass production, with each worker responsible for a single component. However, he was certain that such a method would not sit well with dwarven pride. His assumption proved correct as Hamar recalled how the dwarves had protested loudly, complaining that being unable to craft an entire product diminished their pride as craftsmen. Yet once Hamar informed them of the volume they were required to deliver, their objections vanished. Hamar added that there had even been a troublemaker aspiring to a leadership role, referring to Tamar. He explained that he had dealt with the matter peacefully enough by forcing Tamar face down onto the ground until he acknowledged that he was merely a gear in the workshop and had no place attempting a mutiny. Hearing this, Logan laughed and remarked that this was exactly like Hamar, handling everything with ruthless efficiency. Hamar responded that he had learned everything from his master, while the dwarves watching the exchange silently branded both men as devils. Still, Timar reflected on the situation and realized that Hamar had offered them the same deal Logan once offered him. If they worked their hardest for Logan for 20 years, they would be granted freedom. Staring at the part he was crafting, Timar acknowledged that this agreement was a chance they would likely never receive again. As Hamar watched the dwarves labor, he turned to Logan and asked why they needed so many crossbows, noting that the requested amount would arm 10,000 people with plenty left over. Logan calmly replied that this was precisely because 10,000 people would be using them. Stunned, Hamar exclaimed that they were effectively producing a 10-year supply in advance and called it excessive preparation. Logan laughed and corrected him, revealing that he was creating a militia of roughly 10,000, recruitment for which was already underway. Upon hearing this, Hamar screamed so loudly that he could be heard outside the workshop, his body language radiating anxiety and shock as he realized Logan was preparing for yet another war. Logan observed that Hamar's thoughts were obvious. Privately, Logan reflected that the Civil War had only just begun, and that most people failed to realize it could last 3 years. Worse still, an imperial invasion awaited at its conclusion. What began as a conflict fought by elite soldiers would soon devolve into battles waged by mercenaries, funded with whatever wealth could be scraped together, and eventually into a desperate struggle where peasants were forced to take up arms. He envisioned it as nothing short of hell descending upon the world, which was precisely why they needed to prepare now. Hamar cautiously asked, despite knowing it might not be his place, whether it was truly acceptable to arm so many commoners. Logan replied that as long as the people lived well, even handing them bombs would not lead to rebellion. Mentioning bombs reminded Logan of something else he wanted Hamar and Clayton to develop in secret, a suggestion that immediately gave Hamar a terrible feeling. At the Magic Tower, Logan shared the same proposal with Clayton, requesting the creation of a bomb that detonated after a time delay. He clarified that it should also explode upon receiving a certain level of impact, with a firm grip being sufficient to trigger it. As Clayton diligently recorded every detail, Logan continued outlining the specifications. The device should emit a light vibration as a warning before detonation so no one forgot to throw it. It should change color as it activated, detonate roughly 5 seconds later, and produce an explosion equivalent to a second circle explosion spell, all while keeping production costs capped at 50 gold. Logan then asked whether such a device was feasible. Clayton questioned whether something like that even existed, but Logan insisted it did because he had used one before. Hearing this, Hamar demanded to know where Logan had encountered such a weapon, remarking that the situation felt strangely familiar. Logan explained that he had even provided a rough idea of the materials involved, yet Clayton remained skeptical, arguing that chemical compounds behaved unpredictably, depending on their ratios. Moreover, a weapon capable of producing a second circle effect, at 1/10 the cost of a first circle spell scroll, would have sent the entire industry into a frenzy if it truly existed. Clayton suggested that if Logan had actually used such a device, it would be faster to locate its creator, and he prepared to utilize the communication channel to investigate further, contacting Felix's advisor and a general from Logan's former life, to ask whether anyone nearby possessed the knowledge to craft such strange items. The response indicated no close ties with a mage capable of such work, leaving Logan stunned. What he was attempting to recreate was Liberatio, a bomb named after the ancient word for liberation. It had once dealt a devastating blow to the Empire during the era of the Grandia Liberation Front, yet only a handful of individuals had ever known how to produce it, and Logan had not been one of them. Even so, he believed that if anyone might hold a clue, it would have been Commander Louise of that time. The weapon's creator had supposedly been an earth mage inspired by ancient dwarven armaments, which convinced Logan that if anyone could rediscover the method, it would be Hamar and Clayton. Hamar admitted that he had initially assumed Logan was inventing the entire concept, yet the vividness of his description made him question that assumption. Logan himself found it strange how unnaturally clear his memories of Liberatio were, and the realization unsettled him slightly. He eventually dismissed the thought, reasoning that it was natural for the memory to remain sharp since the weapon had ultimately caused his death. With that, Logan once again began explaining every detail to Hamar and Clayton, even as they wondered aloud whether he truly had no intention of abandoning the idea. Somewhere else, inside a bar, a man slammed his fist onto a table, knocking over a pint of beer that spilled everywhere as he angrily questioned what the country had become. 2 other men cursed the war, complaining that it had now spread all the way to the south. One drunken man shouted that if the nobles wanted to fight, they should settle it among themselves instead of dragging small territories like theirs into the conflict and getting innocent people killed, while his friend hurriedly called him a drunk and urged him to lower his voice. At another table across the room, a blonde-haired man lifted his head and agreed with the outburst, believing that those hungry for war should face each other directly. He bitterly reflected that just because his great-grandmother had been the second daughter of House Kalia's Marquis, it did not mean their family deserved to be dragged into a factional war. He went on to explain that this was exactly why small provincial nobles like them ended up utterly ruined. Lamenting his fate, He believed his family would likely be the first destroyed in the Civil War, and he had been forced to flee without even retrieving the bodies of his relatives, leaving him to condemn himself as pathetic. At that moment, a man wearing a long cape and hood approached from behind and asked if he was Mr. Damien Nadal. Hearing his name spoken by a stranger, Nadal immediately stood, gripping his sword and preparing for a fight as he demanded to know who the man was and how he knew him. The cloaked figure produced a letter and explained that he belonged to the Information Guild and had been tasked by a client to deliver the message to Nadal. Studying the envelope, Nadal wondered who could have sent it, noticing that the crest bore a sigil resembling a red flame. Back inside the castle, the ever-loyal servant Rick approached Logan and asked about the stack of papers before him. Watching Logan write, Rick wondered if he was planning to host a party, only for Logan to internally dismiss the idea as madness and question why he would celebrate during such times. He clarified that the letters were meant for talented individuals who had lost their masters in the Civil War. Rick quickly realized Logan intended to recruit them, prompting Logan to silently acknowledge his perception. Rick explained that years of observation had made Logan's intentions easy to read, but he still questioned whether any famous knights even remained in such ruined territories, as he had heard of none. Logan explained that most were currently nothing more than heirs to minor lands or ordinary soldiers who, if abandoned, would likely drift into becoming wandering mercenaries. Rick wondered why Logan would bother recruiting such people, and whether their forces were truly so lacking. Logan reflected on the saying, "a pearl in the mud," knowing this insight came from knowledge of his past life. Most of those he sought would eventually awaken as force users, yet the man receiving this particular letter never would. Even so, Logan considered him among the most important of them all, and sincerely hoped he would accept the offer. He then addressed the letter to Mr. Damien Nadal, writing that as the eldest son of the McLean family, he had been deeply moved by Nadal's poem, The Drunken Moon, which had been left behind at the academy. Logan expressed his belief that Nadal possessed exceptional talent and mentioned that he had heard of the misfortune that had recently befallen him, prompting this outreach. The letter continued by explaining that the McLean family was still growing despite these harsh times, and that they needed someone exactly like him. Finally, Logan courteously invited Nadal to consider the McLean estate as a new place to reside should he seek one. As Damien read the letter, absorbing the words about opportunity and belonging, confusion overtook him, and he found himself wondering what kind of nonsense he was looking at. 2 months later, at the McLean estate, a large crowd had gathered at the gates. One of the guards asked his colleague where all these people had come from, but the other had no answer. What they did know was that every single one of them claimed to have received a letter from the young master. Standing behind one of the guards, Damien confirmed that the crest stamped on the letter was indeed the McLean sigil. Upon hearing this, the guard instructed the group to follow him inside. Damien then stepped forward, presenting his own letter bearing the same sigil and explaining that he had received it from Logan himself. The guard examined it carefully and confirmed that the seal was authentic. He then studied Damien's appearance, noticing how shy and anxious he seemed about the entire situation. After verifying the letter, the guard told Damien to follow him, privately wondering why the young master would send a letter to someone who looked like a mere vagrant. They walked through the city streets and toward the castle. As Damien looked around, he began to question the situation. He wondered whether the McLeans were expanding their territory by taking in war refugees. Even so, he could not understand why he, of all people, had received such a letter. The city appeared peaceful and orderly, which made him question whether Logan might have sent the invitation to the wrong person. Inside the castle, Damien finally met Logan. Logan warmly took his hand, introduced himself, and remarked that Damien must be exhausted from the long journey. Damien nervously returned the greeting, still wondering if there had been some mistake. Logan invited him to sit and talk, offering him a cup of tea and noting that it was still warm. Damien thanked him and carefully began sipping while studying Logan's appearance. He tried to recall whether they had met before, but quickly dismissed the thought, certain he would not have forgotten someone with striking red hair and red eyes. Yet he could not comprehend why Logan appeared so genuinely pleased to see him. Looking at Damien, Logan reflected that even the genius of the Liberation Front had once possessed such a clueless side. In Logan's past life, Damien Nadal had been a master of encryption systems and a genius in information management. For more than 20 years, he had safeguarded the identities of Liberation Front members with unwavering precision. His talent had been extraordinary, but what made him truly valuable was his upright character. Even after losing his entire family during the Civil War, he had fought for decades for the future of the struggling nation. Logan believed that if he could win Damien's loyalty, he would gain an ally he could trust without reservation. Logan began the conversation by mentioning that he had heard Damien graduated from the Academy's Public Administration Department. He then asked whether Damien would consider starting as an assistant to the chief administrator, adding that if he proved his ability, he might one day oversee an entire city. The proposal left Damien stunned. He questioned why Logan would go to such lengths for someone like him, and Logan asked whether Damien truly did not understand. When Damien admitted he did not, Logan explained that he had genuinely been moved by his poem, The Drunken Moon, as mentioned in the letter. Logan elaborated that poetic talent demonstrated an ability to grasp context and express ideas concisely, which were valuable skills in management and administration. Yet Damien internally dismissed this reasoning as nonsense. Meanwhile, Logan calmly sipped his tea with his little finger slightly raised, as was customary among certain nobles, and privately acknowledged that his explanation sounded absurd. Even so, he knew he had to secure Damien at any cost. Logan reflected that perhaps the McLeans were still a small house now, but someday they would become more than just another noble family. When that day came, Damien would prove to be an invaluable information manager, even if that was not yet his official role. For the time being, Damien would simply have to endure serving as an administrator. 1 week later, Dwayne's face was practically glowing with excitement as he told Logan that the new kid was incredible. He pointed toward Philip, grabbing him by the shoulder while explaining that Philip and Damien together had managed to complete the workload of more than 10 people on their own. Unable to hide his amazement, Dwayne asked Logan where he had managed to dig up such talent. Logan himself could hardly believe that the role had turned out to be such a perfect fit for Damien. He remarked that this was excellent news and instructed Dwayne to ensure Damien adjusted smoothly. Dwayne readily agreed, stating that talents of that caliber had to be treated with the utmost care. He then shifted the conversation to another pressing matter. Because of the Civil War, a massive influx of refugees was arriving, and the town would reach its population limit far sooner than expected. Logan immediately considered accelerating the plans for a second town and asked whether the budget could support such a move. Dwayne replied that he had already run preliminary calculations, but the situation was not ideal. Lumber prices had skyrocketed due to the war, meaning that once construction began, the territory's finances would remain extremely tight until the yearly harvest. At that moment, Philip questioned why they should be short on money when the territory possessed more than enough goods to sell. Both Logan and Dwayne turned toward him in surprise, asking what exactly they could sell. Philip calmly proposed selling food. The suggestion left Logan momentarily captivated, though Dwayne reacted with outrage, demanding to know why they would ever sell food and whether they even had such a surplus. Philip explained that they should do so in preparation for a future war with Befros. Previously, they had refrained from selling their extra provisions, but their war had ended quickly, and once the Civil War began, food prices had soared. Selling even half of their surplus would resolve their financial concerns. With the profits, they could also establish ranches. Logan considered the idea carefully. In the long term, if they intended to mass-produce thousands of crossbow cavalry, ranches would be essential. At present, they relied entirely on imports, but sustaining an army would eventually require their own supply lines. Convinced, Logan approved the plan. Dwayne grew agitated once more, while Philip simply smiled cheerfully, remarking that he had known Logan would see things the same way. Logan instructed Dwayne to allow Philip to handle the matter, ordering Philip to squeeze out as much profit as possible and use any remaining funds to purchase lumber. He then directed Dwayne to begin preparations for constructing the second town, and Dwayne complied. Before leaving, Dwayne reached into his inner breast pocket and handed Logan a letter that had mistakenly been delivered to his office. Logan thanked him for taking the trouble to bring it personally. The letter bore a plain black seal with no crest, immediately signaling to Logan that it had come from the Information Guild. Philip and Dwayne bowed as they took their leave, and Logan bid them farewell, urging them to continue their work. Once alone, he opened the letter and began reading. It reported that the guild had located someone matching the description from a search request he had submitted. At first, Logan could not recall making any such request, but then the memory surfaced. It had been on the day he first learned the heavy pressure sword from his master. Back then, he had asked the guild to find unaffiliated superhumans who had been active during the Imperial War. The search had taken time, but they had finally identified one. The letter named him Churn Crow. It was not exactly the name Crownet that Logan remembered, yet there was a strong possibility they were the same person. Upon reading the name, Logan was stunned. Of all people, it had to be that man, a developer who had succeeded in mass supplying low-grade artifacts and had risen to become one of the top 10 merchants in the Empire. Unlike typical mages, he equipped his entire body with artifacts of his own creation and fought directly on the front lines. Known as the Massacre Sorcerer Crownet, he had slaughtered Grandia's forces without mercy. Logan clenched the paper tightly as memories surfaced. The low-grade artifacts Crownet supplied had accelerated Grandia's downfall nearly twice as fast. As an enemy, he was extraordinarily dangerous. That left Logan with only two choices: recruit him if possible, and if that failed, he needed to eliminate him. The scene shifted to an Imperial border outpost where a lone soldier stood guard at the entrance while a hooded traveler approached from the road. Before allowing him through, the guard ordered the figure to halt and asked whether he was a merchant. The traveler confirmed he was indeed a merchant from Grandia, which prompted the guard to remark that he had heard things there were chaotic these days. Turning slightly, the soldier stretched out his hand toward the stranger, hinting that times must be difficult for him. The hooded figure, who was Logan in disguise, stayed silent for a moment before letting a gold coin drop into the guard's palm in quiet agreement. The soldier examined the coin, relaxed instantly, and assured Logan there was nothing to worry about anymore. He granted him passage into the Empire and boasted that their lands were peaceful. As Logan crossed into the wide plains, he reflected that it had been a long time since he had last set foot in the Empire. According to the Information Guild's report, the man he sought was not living in a major city, but somewhere in a remote border territory. Logan could not understand why a future superhuman would hide in such a place, yet fewer people around meant fewer witnesses. To avoid standing out, Logan had already used magic to disguise himself and change his eye color, knowing his red hair and red eyes attracted too much attention. While scanning the horizon and wondering if he had lost his way, a shout came from behind as a man approached with clear hostility, mocking Logan for moving too fast and sneering at his red hair. 3 rough-looking bandits surrounded him, ridiculing his head as looking like a clot of blood. One pointed a sword at him and demanded he drop his bag, threatening to make him bleed just as red as his hair if he resisted. Logan remained completely unimpressed. Sometime later, Logan arrived at an estate bearing the crest of a dragon or lion, guided by the same bandits who were now battered and trembling. The man who had threatened him earlier clasped his hands together and begged to be spared. Logan calmly thanked them for guiding him and allowed them to leave. They rushed away gratefully while Logan simply scoffed, thinking about their stupidity. Logan stepped into the city and slowly looked around at the people moving along the busy streets, quietly taking in every little detail as merchants loudly traded materials like leather imported from Russelheim, which everyone praised for its excellent quality and durability. Nearby, a nobleman walked with his servant, and the servant politely suggested that they should rest for a while, leading the nobleman to agree and order him to find a quiet tavern somewhere. Not far away, a young boy eagerly tried selling newspapers while a woman happily chatted with her friend about a trendy dress she had seen in the city the other day, and the whole place felt surprisingly lively. Looking around at the clean roads and cheerful atmosphere, Logan could barely believe this was supposed to be a border castle, because it looked just as neat and prosperous as most cities inside Grandia itself. He pulled out his map and quietly checked the location again, reminding himself that the man he was searching for supposedly lived somewhere isolated even inside this castle, yet he still felt sure he had reached the right place. Raising his head with his disguised blue eyes, Logan confirmed his destination when he saw a gothic-looking manor standing grim and silent ahead of him. He stared at it without saying anything, then calmly placed the map back into his bag and stepped forward. Just before knocking, a dark thought crossed his mind about what if the man was already a superhuman. Remembering how infamous the guy had been for his nasty temper, and how recruitment might easily turn into a fight, Logan reasoned that the man was probably a slow-cast type mage, and if things went badly, killing him might even be possible. Realizing how messed up that thought sounded, Logan slapped his own face and cursed himself for thinking like that, reminding himself he came to recruit, not kill, and that he needed to swallow his past life grudge for now. He knocked on the door, and after a moment, it opened with a rough voice complaining about someone making noise outside. A thick-bearded man appeared, saying he had already warned the Lord not to allow loud disturbances there, which made Logan sweat awkwardly as he realized this was not who he expected. Logan asked if the man was Churn Crow, and the man confirmed it bluntly while demanding to know Logan's business, letting Logan quietly assess that he was currently only a 5th-class mage. Logan politely explained that he had traveled a long way to meet him and wanted a moment of his time, but Churn Crow rudely called him a punk and slammed the door shut in his face. Logan stood there stunned for a moment, unsure whether to laugh or curse, briefly thinking about killing him again, before forcing himself to calm down and remember that recruiting him was far more important. He knocked again, asking him to at least hear him out, only to suddenly feel lightning magic crackling around him with enough voltage to kill a normal person instantly. Logan snapped in anger, thinking the bastard was insane, and decided that if talking politely failed, then force it was. He smashed the door open and stepped inside, declaring that they needed to talk whether Churn Crow liked it or not. Seeing this, Churn Crow realized Logan was not normal and prepared an attack, revealing an artifact that made Logan's heart drop instantly, because it was the Orb of Massacre. Logan remembered clearly how that artifact constantly protected its owner and automatically repelled enemies, acting as both offense and defense, and how in his past life, Churn Crow, despite being weaker than other superhumans in direct combat, used that orb to unleash terrifying firepower in civilian massacres. Still, looking at him now, Logan judged that he was not yet that powerful since he was only a 5th circle mage. Logan sarcastically remarked that using such force on a guest seemed harsh, while Churn Crow mocked him for calling himself a guest after breaking down the door. Logan calmed himself, admitted he had no other choice since Churn Crow refused visitors, and tossed a heavy bag of gold at his feet to compensate for the broken door. Seeing the money, Churn Crow started sweating and reluctantly agreed to talk, They sat in the parlor with Logan keeping his sword nearby, while Churn Crow kept the Orb of Massacre behind him, suspiciously asking what Logan wanted. Logan said he had heard rumors about him and came to offer recruitment, which immediately made Churn Crow tense up, asking what rumors. Logan noticed that reaction and realized the man clearly had secrets, calmly explaining he heard Churn Crow was a master of artifacts, and that just seeing the equipment behind him confirmed it. Churn Crow exploded in anger, demanding where Logan heard such things, and Logan calmly said the Information Guild pointed him out when he searched for a skilled mage. Hearing the words Information Guild made Churn Crow's eyes light up, demanding details, but Logan coldly refused to reveal his sources, and said he only came because of Churn Crow's reputation, adding that rumors also spoke of many sins in his past. Churn Crow shouted in denial, swearing he lived honestly, but Logan quietly looked at his sword and thought that maybe his own past life hatred made him biased. Yet to him those words still sounded like lies from someone who lived a filthy life. Logan judged that even if Churn Crow was capable, his personality was dangerous, and if recruitment failed, killing him might be safer than letting him stab them in the back later. He looked at the orb again and guessed it was weaker than before, maybe only a third-class artifact, meaning killing him would not be hard if needed. Deciding to test him, Logan addressed him respectfully as Sir Mage and casually mentioned the name Crownet, instantly making Churn Crow's expression change. The moment he heard that name, Churn Crow realized Logan knew far more than he should, and the Orb of Massacre started glowing from blue to red as his face twisted into a psychotic smile. He lunged straight at Logan's neck, declaring that this would be where Logan shook hands with death. From the outside, it looked as though a massive explosion had shattered the mansion's rear wall, sending rubble splattering in every direction. Crownet's assault had blasted a giant hole in the masonry, where Logan had just been standing, but the man was now nowhere to be seen. Crownet, however, appeared weakened. He had likely exhausted a great deal of stamina on that last strike. Suddenly, his facial expression shifted into one of pure wonder. A sudden wave of force surged outward, throwing Crownet and his orbs backward. He couldn't believe it, Logan had actually dodged his attack. Gritting his teeth, he declared that Logan was merely lucky, but that this was as far as he would get. Crownet then riled up his own aura, preparing another strike, and demanded to know if Logan truly thought he was a match for his orbs. In response, Logan simply raised his sword, prepared to counter. Crownet scoffed, calling it a pathetic attempt. He launched his attack, leaving a trail of massive explosions and climbing flames in its wake. Surveying the aftermath, Crownet began to mock Logan's efforts as praiseworthy, yet insufficient, but he spoke too soon. Once again, he was left speechless by what was unfolding before him. The entire room was illuminated by Logan's aura, and the flames seemed to reach the very ceiling. Even Crownet's orbs suffered under the pressure. They appeared to split right through the middle before the fragments fell uselessly to the floor. Crownet was thrown into the wall behind him. Looking at the wreckage on the ground, he couldn't believe his eyes. He began to scream that his artifacts were destroyed. Logan stepped forward through the light. He asked Crownet how guilty a conscience he must have to react with such terror, finally addressing him by the name everyone knew but no one dared to speak. Slumped against the broken wall, Crownet could find no words, yet the disbelief and anger were etched clearly on his face. Shivering, he hissed at Logan, asking how he knew that name when he had gone to such extreme lengths to destroy every trace of his past. Logan observed him, noting that there were almost no records of Crownet before his rise as a superhuman. As Crownet demanded to know Logan's identity, Logan saw him for what he truly was, nothing more than a runaway fugitive. While debating whether to dig further into the man's history, Logan menacingly asked Crownet where he thought he was from. Hearing this, Crownet grew annoyed. He grabbed a nearby rock and warned Logan not to play around with him. Logan noticed the movement, but it was almost too late to react. Crownet had kept one last orb hidden and prepared. He detonated the orb, creating a giant explosion that engulfed himself and everything in front of Logan. Logan managed to surround himself with mana, successfully blocking the attack. Looking toward the floor, he realized Crownet had used the explosion to blast a hole in the ground leading toward the basement. It was then that Logan realized Crownet had been hiding yet another artifact. Without hesitation, he gripped his sword and leaped into the hole after him. Logan landed in the basement, which resembled a sprawling library with books scattered everywhere. Scanning the surroundings, he concluded that this had to be Crownet's laboratory. Suddenly, a voice from behind disturbed him, calling him a sticky bastard. Crownet was now hovering in the air, utilizing a staff artifact that granted him flight. He shouted for Logan to die as he prepared yet another assault. Crownet then seemed to cast two different spells simultaneously, lightning and air magic. Seeing this, Logan was struck by the incredible speed of Crownet's casting. As the spells closed in, Logan could only wonder if Crownet was indeed just a high-class mage. Even so, as Logan prepared Lux, he remarked that Crownet's power was merely average. Suddenly, a wave of powerful energy slammed into Crownet, leaving him to wonder what was happening. Logan held up his sword, and Crownette realized with a shock that all of his magic was being dispersed. It was clear that this was Logan's doing. Logan then unleashed a powerful slash of aura toward Crownette, who tried to block it using his artifact. Feeling the sheer force Logan possessed, Crownette questioned just who this man was. Composed, Logan prepared one final attack, leveling the tip of his sword as if preparing for a lethal stab. He struck, missing Crownette's head and neck by mere inches, but that wasn't his primary target. He went for Crownette's hand, forcing him to drop his artifact. Based on Crownette's agonizing screams, it appeared Logan may have severed the hand entirely. As Crownette began to shiver, Logan told him that he had brought this upon himself. Once again, Crownette was consumed by rage. He screamed at Logan that he would kill him and conjured a massive orb of mana, preparing to throw it with all his might. Yet, Logan didn't show the slightest bit of worry. Crownette launched the attack, but Logan didn't move an inch. Within the next second, however, he closed the distance between himself and Crownette. Preparing his own strike, Logan hit Crownette squarely in the gut, telling him the attack had been too slow to catch him. The impact was so powerful that it sent the surrounding rubble splattering and flying once more. Crownette spat up blood and fell to the ground while Logan remained standing. Looking down at Crownette, Logan huffed, signaling that the battle was over. He then looked up at the ceiling as debris began to fall, realizing the entire structure was about to collapse. The laboratory of the man who would have been known as a master of artifacts was about to turn into nothing. Looking around, Logan remarked that he would have liked to take a closer look, but it was too dangerous. Even so, he couldn't help himself. He decided to take a quick look before leaving. That was when he noticed a collection of books and papers on one of the tables, Crownette's research notebooks. Logan recalled that in his past life, Crownette had invented a method to imbue magic not just onto rare materials like mithril, but onto common metals as well. This was the breakthrough that allowed for the mass production of low-grade artifacts. Shedding a bead of sweat, Logan thought the method might be in those books. He began gathering the stacked notebooks, noting that it wouldn't hurt to use them. He searched for anything else of value and spotted a piece of armor on another table. He was left momentarily speechless by what he saw: a necklace, a ring, and a pair of armored gloves, all of which Logan believed to be artifacts. He took the necklace in his hand, noting that he didn't feel any special energy from it, meaning it was likely a Class 3 artifact. He placed his hand on the gloves, thinking it a shame they weren't higher grade, but decided he would gratefully take them anyway. Suddenly, as he approached the gauntlets, he noticed something. They seemed to be absorbing his force. Logan remembered this was exactly like when he had taken the artifacts from Befros. He slid one of the gauntlets onto his hand to test it out. He began infusing it with force, and the gauntlet took it all in easily, absorbing every ounce of energy Logan gave it. Then, a bright light shone from inside Logan's fist, and the true power of the gauntlet was revealed. Logan remarked that it felt as though his strength had been multiplied. Even his body's durability and force were greatly enhanced. Logan thought the effects were similar to the Wind God's boots and mused that he didn't think he would ever see something like that again. He wondered if they had been made by the same person who created the boots, noting that the current Crownette wouldn't have been capable of making them. He wondered who could truly be behind such items. He then realized people might be gathering at the scene, so he had to take what he could and leave before being spotted. With this, Logan had achieved what he came for. Although Crownette was dead, Logan felt he wasn't worthy of life anyway. He took as many belongings as he could carry and decided it was time to return to his territory. Struggling to carry everything as he headed upstairs, he hoped his bag was still intact. He thought of his home, hoping that nothing bad was happening there in his absence. Meanwhile, at the McLean estate, Ronian was speaking with a group of knights, asking if they had come to join the order. 3 knights stood before him and confirmed that this was indeed their purpose. They explained they had heard the young master was actively recruiting new talent. Ronian nodded in understanding. Shifting his feet into a combat stance alongside Victor and Eileen, he told the 3 men to draw their swords and fight to prove their worth. The knights, however, appeared reluctant to engage. It seemed that before this encounter, Dwayne had been the one to greet them at the estate, informing the men that Logan was currently away. Upon hearing this, one of the knights had begun to make a fuss, complaining that the only reason they had traveled all the way there was because they heard the great young lord was recruiting, only to find he wasn't even present. They shouted at Dwayne, calling the situation disrespectful and emphasizing the trouble they had gone through to reach the estate. Dwayne, visibly annoyed, wondered to himself if this was really how people seeking recruitment ought to behave. As this was happening, Hinckley noticed the scene while passing by. Observing the men in their knight uniforms, he wondered if they were guests. As Hinckley approached, Dwayne introduced him, noting that he had arrived at the perfect time. Dwayne explained to Hinckley that these men were knights from the front lines who wanted to negotiate terms for meeting the young master. Hearing this, Hinckley surmised that they must have lost their lord during the Civil War. Dwayne then informed the newcomers that Sir Hinckley was the McLean Knights' commander. The man who had been screaming earlier noted Hinckley's commanding presence. One of the other men placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself as Dylan from Gayfield. He began to boast, informing Hinckley that in his hometown, he was known as Swiftblade Dylan. Hinckley remained unimpressed. Dwayne even mocked the man, asking exactly what kind of blade he claimed to be. Another man introduced himself as Tenon from Tanan, nicknamed Steelblade Tenon, while the third identified himself as Jacob from Tahanan, also known as Mighty Jacob. Hinckley held up a hand and said he understood. He remarked that they must possess great skill to earn such titles, calling them lucky since even he did not have such a nickname yet. The men laughed it off, with Dylan claiming Hinckley was merely flattering them and that those were just nicknames from Blackwood's villages. Dylan tried to add that enemies once feared him and that things were different here, but Hinckley cut him off. Turning serious, Hinckley told the men that there had been enough talking. He explained that their young master was someone who rewarded ability fairly, and if they wanted good treatment, they had to prove themselves. He declared that they had spoken enough words. Now, they had to show their worth through actions. He asked if they were capable of that, and the men, exchanging smiles, replied that they certainly were. The scene then shifted to one of the knights lying flat on his back with one eye open. He opened the other eye, tongue pressed against his cheek, and stared at the sky. He wondered why he was lying on the ground with his sword beside him, while other knights watched from behind. It appeared Hinckley had arranged a sparring match between the newcomers and some of the younger members of the estate. Dylan had planned to go easy on the little lord among them to earn a few easy points, but things had not gone as planned. Ronian had proved to be far more than the men could handle. As Dylan lay there, remembering the exchange, a voice called for him to wake up. It was Ronian, and the sound of his voice made the men scramble to their feet instantly. Ronian told the man they had barely exchanged a few blows and asked if he was giving up already. Standing over them menacingly, he asked if Dylan had perhaps planned to go easy on him. The man denied it, claiming that wasn't his intent at all. Behind them, some of the other knights whispered that they would never dream of going easy on the young lord. Rather, they wished he would go easy on them. Dylan wondered why they were acting so subservient, asking himself if the McLean people were trained to kiss their lord's ass. In response, Ronian clarified that it wasn't the case those men were only going to go easy on him because they mistakenly thought he was weak. Ronian then admitted that he is still weak, but if he looks weak, he becomes a burden to his brother, and he refused to let that happen. Hearing this, the two men on the side realized that things were about to take a turn for the worse for the rookie. They screamed at Dylan, urging him to pick up his sword, but Dylan didn't understand why everyone was panicking. One knight shouted again, explaining that when the young lord mentions his brother, those fighting him have no hope of escape. This was when Dylan turned around and saw that Ronian had imbued his sword with aura. Stunned and sweating profusely, he watched as Ronian, with murderous intent in his eyes, simply told him to come at him with everything he had. Ronian struck, and the impact sent rubble splattering everywhere. Seeing the violence of the hit, the two men on the side feared Dylan might be dead and realized they might be next, bracing themselves for what was coming. From behind, Captain Hinckley seemed to be enjoying the show, simply smiling as he let out a sigh of relief. Observing the scene, Eileen noted that the Dylan fellow, or whatever his name was, at least possessed quick footwork. Victor corrected her, reminding her that the man called himself Swiftblade, a detail Hinckley noted. Hinckley then asked Eileen and Victor what they thought of the other two men. Eileen replied that they weren't too bad, though they were a bit cheeky. Victor agreed with her assessment, adding that while he didn't know if the one man truly deserved the Steelblade title, he seemed useful enough. Hearing this, Hinckley concluded that if that was the case, then this rookie had also passed the test. He looked at Victor and Eileen, telling them he knew that entrusting them with these rookie matches had been a good idea. Suddenly, something caught his attention from behind as the light began to shift. Ronian was unleashing his aura, putting everyone down left and right. Eileen remarked that he had seemed rather stressed lately, and Victor suggested it might be because he hadn't experienced much growth recently. Hinckley told them the matter might be a bit more sensitive than that. He looked at Eileen again, noting that Logan had been gone for 10 days now, and asked if they knew his actual whereabouts. Eileen replied that she wasn't sure and hadn't heard anything, a sentiment Victor echoed with a nod. That being said, Eileen mused that, knowing Logan, he would likely return after accomplishing something incredible, just as he always did. At the Magic Tower, Logan arrived to see Clayton and promptly dumped every magic-related item he had recovered from Crownet's laboratory onto Clayton's desk. Watching as the final bits of sand and debris fell from Logan's backpack, Clayton stood stunned, unsure of what to say. He finally asked exactly what all of this was. Logan smiled and explained that he had discovered these research materials in a mage's laboratory and thought he should bring them to Clayton just in case they were useful. Clayton asked if Logan wanted him to inspect them, but then a sudden realization struck him. He nervously asked if these were classified materials belonging to another magic tower, as he wanted absolutely nothing to do with such theft. Logan quickly assured him that was not the case, explaining that they were just items belonging to some guy who had picked a fight and died, conveniently leaving out the fact that he had been the one hunting the man down. Clayton looked at the books for a moment in silence, before concluding that if that was the case, there shouldn't be a problem. Logan thanked him, stating he was leaving the materials in Clayton's capable hands. Clayton agreed and prepared to get back to work, but Logan didn't move from his spot across the desk. Noticing this, Clayton wondered why Logan was still there, and asked if he had other business to attend to. Logan simply stood there and smiled. Rubbing the back of his neck, Logan tentatively asked if Clayton could look through the materials immediately. This clearly annoyed Clayton. He reminded Logan that he was already busy with the work Logan had assigned him specifically, the development of the bombs, and that taking on this new task simultaneously would only cause more delays. Logan noted that he hadn't seen Sir Clayton this frustrated since the Earth Tower incident, yet he refused to back down. He insisted that the least Clayton could do was check if there was anything useful among the pile. Sighing, Clayton looked down at the books and wondered if they were truly important enough for Logan to push everything else aside. He set them down and eventually agreed to do it. Logan's face lit up with a grin like he was 10 years old again. Clayton opened one of the volumes and told Logan that a light skimming would take a few hours at most. He suggested Logan go bathe and rest in the guest quarters while he worked. However, Clayton stopped mid-sentence. His eyes widened as he found something interesting within the pages. Logan asked what was wrong, but Clayton just stared, wondering what on earth he was looking at. When Logan pressed him again, Clayton looked up and demanded that Logan be honest with him. Logan promised he would be. Clayton asked once more if Logan was absolutely sure these didn't come from another magic tower. Logan confirmed it, knowing Crownet had no tower affiliations. Clayton went back to reading intensely. When Logan asked if he had found anything useful, Clayton looked up again, his expression grave. He told Logan that the contents were beyond useful. It was research on permanently imbuing magic into regular items. Logan realized he had hit the jackpot. Clayton explained that while there were still gaps in the research, the foundation was fully established. He claimed that if this were completed, the entire academic world and the world at large would be turned upside down. Logan struggled to maintain a composed face as he listened. To top it off, Clayton added a bonus. This research provided the key for him to finally create the bombs Logan wanted. Upon hearing this, Logan's excitement returned, looking like a child who had just seen candy for the first time, or some might think else. Elsewhere, inside a dim bar, two men were deep in conversation. One asked the other when the operation was scheduled to take place, to which his companion replied that they would strike the northern estate that very night. Hearing this, the first man questioned if they were moving too soon, but the other insisted there was no need for hesitation. A single top-ranked lord wouldn't be enough to stop them. The first man urged more caution, suggesting they verify the situation further. He had heard rumors that the so-called Grand Young Lord of the estate had even handed a loss to Befros's twin blades. It was clear they were discussing Logan. However, his companion dismissed the stories, arguing that one shouldn't believe every rumor about a 21-year-old kid. The first man countered that the kid had reached a high-ranked title at 21, and rumors suggested he fought as if his level increased mid-battle. The long-haired man scoffed, remarking that Logan sounded like the protagonist of a novel. Still, he admitted that if the rumors were true, he would like to test them for himself. That night at the estate, everything appeared quiet and peaceful. Logan sat in his study with his artifacts behind him, focused on a stack of documents. Someone disturbed his silence, remarking on how much the town had grown lately. It was Rick, who informed Logan that a new market had recently opened near the Tomoto Fallen Warrior Memorial. When Logan asked why he was bringing it up, Rick explained while tidying some books that there were plenty of interesting goods worth seeing. Rick mentioned he planned to visit the market during his vacation, prompting Logan to remark that he expected Rick to spend his entire break sleeping. Rick turned around, his cheeks flushing as he prepared his defense. He explained he couldn't just sleep because his girlfriend would be upset. Without looking up from his papers, Logan simply wished him a fun time. Rick, feeling slighted, asked if Logan could at least look at him with a bit of warmth before turning back to his books, grumbling that he shouldn't have expected anything else. Logan told him he was only kidding and startled Rick by tossing a bag toward him. He told Rick to use the money to buy himself a nice outfit and something tasty. Moved and unsure how to express his gratitude, Rick lunged to hug Logan, declaring his love. Logan, however, shouted at him to get away, his expression twisting into that of a murderer. Rick then suggested that Logan should also take a break and go on a date with Lady Eileen, but Logan remained silent. When Logan jokingly told Rick to give the money back so he could take Eileen out instead, Rick vanished as fast as a flash, leaving the room instantly. Left alone, Logan considered the idea of a date. He imagined himself and Eileen together, but wondered how anyone could do something so carefree during such times. As the image of a smiling Eileen crossed his mind, he tried to remind himself that he had more important tasks piled up. Even so, his eyes seemed to light up at the thought, his mind momentarily clouded by the idea. He slapped himself, muttering that now wasn't the time for that. He noted that after the war with Befros, Eileen seemed to have realized something and had been devoting herself to training every single day. Furthermore, the movements of the Civil War were not looking good. According to reports from the Information Guild, the balance of power between the two factions was tilting much faster than Logan had anticipated. While he wanted the war to end quickly to avoid national exhaustion, his side wasn't fully prepared yet. Thanks to the formation of the Vigilante Corps and the recruitment of outside knights, their military power had already surpassed what they possessed before the Tomoto campaign. That alone gave Logan the power to rival a border marquee, but he knew that was still only that level. He couldn't be satisfied yet. He needed more time, and he knew he had to finish his preparations quickly. Suddenly, someone landed on the roof just above his study window. Logan noticed instantly. He grabbed his sword and whirled toward the window, noting that he had just felt a distinct killing intent. He pulled on his gloves, realized the threat was close, and braced for an intruder. Taking a combat stance, he fixed his gaze on the window. For a moment, nothing happened, but Logan remained perfectly still, composed and making no unnecessary sound. A red glare suddenly reflected from both the window and Logan's eyes. The glass shattered as an attacker attempted a sneak attack to kill Logan in a single strike, but he managed to dodge. Logan was stunned to see the attacker was using a force blade. He countered immediately with the same technique. The exchange sent the attacker reeling back several meters. Standing face to face, the assassin seemed unable to believe he had been pushed back. Logan asked him if the sensation didn't feel electric as he prepared his next move, keeping the attacker's full attention. Logan lunged for an attack, which the assassin managed to block. Logan found it laughable that a stealthy killer would let his guard down so easily. He moved to finish the man while he had the momentum, but he quickly sensed trouble behind him. A second attacker had been waiting to take Logan down from the rear. Taken by surprise, Logan barely reacted as the second man struck, sending rubble flying. Fortunately, the blow missed. It was the men from the bar. The hooded man told his companion they had to take this seriously. Adjusting his stance, Logan evaluated his opponents and realized both were high-ranking knights. He asked them if they truly had no pride, ganging up on him while hiding behind masks. One of the men replied that this was simply the price for defying that person. They attacked simultaneously, shouting for him to die quietly. Logan noted the mention of that person as he activated his wind shoes, leaping over both men to avoid the pincer movement. One of the assassins commented on his speed. From mid-air, Logan prepared a diving thrust, infusing his sword with aura as he descended. The long-haired man pushed his comrade out of the way and blocked Logan's strike, huffing in relief. He shoved Logan back, mocking his attacks as dull. As they squared off, Logan realized the long-haired man was stronger than he appeared. Logan jumped back as the two assassins bickered. The one who had been pushed told his friend not to jump in out of nowhere, while the other dismissed Logan's technique as a cheap imitation of a force blade. They remained confident that unless a miracle occurred, their mission would succeed. Logan analyzed the situation. Only one person had the motive and the power to command multiple high-ranking knights for an assassination attempt: Jordan Valtermine. He realized these two weren't the only intruders. If the entire estate was under fire, and even one more high rank was present, the situation was dire. His fears were confirmed elsewhere in the estate. In another room, a blade dripped blood onto the floor. Marion realized he had been hit. It was Patrick, clutching a wounded shoulder as he glared at his attacker, cursing the name of Valtermine and wondering how he could dare to attempt such a thing. Through Logan's shattered window, the attackers could be seen preparing their next strike. One of them planted his feet and leaped high into the air, pulling his sword behind his back, before unleashing a powerful, long-range aura blade. Logan realized instantly that his opponent could extend the reach of his attacks. At the very last second, Logan reacted, dropping low as the blade hissed mere inches above his head, a strike close enough to have given him a haircut. The impact sent Logan falling onto his back, but he scrambled up immediately. Looking at his attacker, Logan noted that while the man's swordsmanship was textbook, his ability to freely manipulate the reach of the force blade was a nuisance. Logan started to analyze the second attacker, but he had to move fast, as a blade plunged toward him from above. He needed a strategy, and he needed it now. Once again, he barely managed to dodge at the last moment, though this time it cost him a shoulder injury. As Logan struggled to stand upright, the silver-haired attacker smiled. Logan thought the man seemed to emerge from the shadows like a ghost, only to melt back into the darkness, a bizarre style that reminded him of the Empire's legendary ghosts he had only heard of in his past life. A sharp pain flared in Logan's leg. He had been wounded there as well. The second attacker was proving to be just as fast as his comrade. Logan warned himself that this was no time for distractions. As the fully masked figure leaped for another strike, which Logan managed to block, he acknowledged that he was in a clear crisis. Realistically, as a high rank, there was no way he should be able to handle two top ranks at once. Even so, Logan did not feel like he was going to lose. His sheer perseverance left the two attackers stunned and speechless. The silver-haired man grew annoyed, calling Logan a stubborn bastard. Clenching his sword tighter, he jumped toward Logan with murderous intent, screaming for him to die. Logan realized exactly what he had to do to keep this crisis from ending in disaster. Activating his wind boots, he leaped away and repositioned himself behind the assassins in an instant. He managed to wound them both, telling himself that whether it was through artifacts or secret techniques, he had to use every resource available and focus entirely on defense. If he could hold out, an opportunity to strike back would surely arise. Looking back at his opponents, Logan noted that the moment was fast approaching. His enemies were beginning to overheat. They were forcing out power beyond their limits without regard for the aftermath. The man unleashed a powerful technique that engulfed the entire room, and Logan realized they were becoming desperate. He managed to parry most of the onslaught, knowing that a single clean hit would mean death. His feet were being pushed back by the force, and as he gripped his sword harder, he felt the overwhelming weight of each blow. He knew his body wouldn't hold up if he continued to block them directly. The attacker seemed to sense this as the red glare returned to his eyes. Preparing a final, full-force strike, the man leaped at Logan once more, screaming that this was the end. However, his composure shattered in the next second, veins popping across his face in frustration. Once again, Logan had blocked the attack. This time, he held his sword handle with both hands, pointing the blade toward the ground while keeping it suspended in the air, an amazing display of strength that didn't budge an inch. Logan smiled from behind his blade, finally beginning to seize control of the rhythm. His attacker, sweat breaking across his forehead, cursed Logan's persistence and struck out, throwing Logan toward the wall. Logan was slammed back, blood splattering from the wounds on his stomach and leg. As Logan struggled to regain his momentum, the silver-haired man prepared a strike from above, declaring that Logan's insolence ended there. As he descended, the man mocked him, scoffing at the idea that someone like Logan could have ever defeated Befros's twin blades. He remarked that he had seen plenty of brats crushed by their own inflated reputations. While Logan had held out well, the assassin was certain he could not withstand the next blow. To the attacker, Logan was just another overhyped youth, or so he thought. Suddenly, Logan opened his eyes. Something had shifted fundamentally in his aura and his gaze. Even the attacker was momentarily stunned. Logan's sword began to move, moving beyond conscious thought, as if his body were reacting independently of his mind. He unleashed an attack so powerful and so fast that neither of the assassins could have anticipated it. In that moment, the silver-haired man could only think of the rumors he had dismissed, the claims that Logan grew stronger the longer he fought. His disbelief proved to be his demise. Logan let go of all conscious thought and unnecessary movement, fighting solely with his spirit. The following day, a council was convened to discuss the night's events, consisting of Hinckley, Philip, Dwayne, and Clayton. Their investigation revealed there had been 13 intruders in total. Every one of them had been killed. When Hinckley asked about the casualties on their side, Logan reported with distress that 5 soldiers were dead and 12 were injured. More painfully, Patrick had been gravely wounded while protecting Logan's mother. She now remained at Patrick's side while he was treated by doctors. Hinckley noted that, considering the high level of the intruders, the damage was relatively low. Logan agreed, pointing out that the force was comprised of top and mid-tier attackers, though none of them had recognizable faces. When Hinckley asked who could have orchestrated such a hit, Logan rose from the table and named Jordan Valterman. Dwayne and Philip immediately began to protest, shouting that they could not possibly stand against a Duke's house, and by extension, the entire Second Prince's faction. Logan merely smirked. He asked Dwayne why he assumed they would pick a fight with the Duke's house right now, leaving Dwayne puzzled. Logan explained that he had enough common sense to know that attacking the Duke now would be a death sentence. If he were the Duke, he would wipe out a threat like the McLeans immediately. Furthermore, such a conflict would only benefit Juan Douglas. "We have to endure," Logan declared. He stated that no matter what filth was thrown at them, even the death of their soldiers, they had to bear it. When Dwayne asked why, Logan's voice rose to a shout. "Because we are weak, because we have no power." He looked at Hinckley and Clayton, asking if the situation wasn't pathetic, and if he was the only one fueled by rage. Turning to Hinckley, he asked for an update on the night's training. Hinckley confirmed they were fully prepared. Logan nodded, his expression softening as he told those present that they gave him hope that one day they would properly repay this humiliation and possess the strength to do so. Then, Logan bowed deeply to his subordinates. The room erupted as everyone jumped to their feet. Hinckley even screamed for Logan to stop. With his head still lowered, Logan asked them all to keep pushing just a little harder. He promised that soon, all of McLean's glory would belong to them as well. Moved by his sincerity, Hinckley fought back tears while Clayton and Philip smiled. To a man, they agreed to do everything in their power to support him. After Jordan Valterman's midnight assault, Logan and his closest aides steeled their resolve to develop the territory. As a result, the pace of work accelerated across every department. Dwayne found himself finishing massive stacks of documents in a single day, aided by Philip and Damien. All three had reconciled themselves to working constant overtime. Meanwhile, Hinckley pushed his knights further than ever, forcing them to train while carrying massive boulders on their backs. He told them that as force users, they must not give up when they hit a wall, but must take one more step exactly when they feel they have reached their limit. This spirit of urgency soon reached the common citizens of McLean. Watching the knights, 2 lumberjacks wondered aloud if the harsh training was a sign of trouble. One informed his friend about the previous night's attack, explaining that Patrick had nearly died and that a full-scale war could be on the horizon. The news stunned the other man, who noted that no one else would have taken in refugees like them. They looked toward the knights and agreed it was no time for hesitation. They could not afford to lose their home again. One mentioned he had heard Logan was recruiting for the Vigilante Corps, and indeed, Valtermine's assault led to a significant surge in volunteer applicants. 3 months passed in this fashion. Thankfully, Logan noted that the Duke had not attempted another strike. With the Civil War already 6 months deep, the elite factions were now clashing head-on. Logan surmised that the Duke likely no longer had the capacity to spare high-ranking assassins for side missions. Patrick agreed, observing that the townspeople were watching them from the streets, likely wondering if they were out on a standard patrol. Patrick noted that the Second Prince's faction was currently being pushed back, watching a group of children playing in a sandbox. Logan explained that the opposition had consistently lost ground on the Central Front and had been driven all the way west to the border of the Valtermine territory and the royal domain. They had even lost one of the strategic twin castles. Logan reflected on his own contribution to this shift. By seizing Bifros's territory, he had severed a core power and a vital supply line for the Second Prince's faction. To maintain their strength, they were now likely forced to shoulder the burden of supplying their allies as well, causing the losing faction to collapse even faster, a result that aligned perfectly with Logan's plans. Patrick spoke up, admitting that while it might be unbecoming of a knight to say so, the Civil War had allowed their house to grow tremendously. By recruiting knights from families ruined by the conflict, their numbers had swelled to 170, surpassing the force they held prior to the Tomoto Castle campaign. Furthermore, these new recruits appeared genuinely loyal. As Logan and Patrick passed, the knights turned to salute them with smiles on their faces. Logan calculated their total strength, including crossbow cavalry, trainees, and regular troops. They now commanded 3,500 active soldiers. When factoring in the 5 castles taken from Bifros, plus Sylvan and Teslon, along with the vigilantes recruited from other towns, the numbers grew even more impressive. Logan concluded that their total force now amounted to approximately 10,000 men. As they walked, Patrick signaled his approval to the troops, telling them they were all doing a good job. Observing Logan and Patrick from a distance, 2 knights wondered aloud if they should also approach and offer a greeting. Most importantly, it was clear that Logan's intensive training had borne fruit. He was now able to fully manifest a force blade, the ability to turn force itself into both weapon and armor, which served as the definitive hallmark of a high-ranking warrior. Seeing this, Patrick remarked that it seemed Logan had already surpassed him. Logan, however, remained modest, noting that he hadn't quite reached that level yet. He touched his chin, thinking to himself that he still couldn't fully grasp the 4th form of the Divine Sword Manual, the Blazing Flame Slash. Even so, everything was progressing faster than he had anticipated. Logan turned to his father and told him it was about time they put their progress to use. Patrick asked what he meant, but a sudden realization struck him. He asked if Logan was truly about to do what he suspected. Logan looked up at the sky and declared that he intended to end the Civil War. Deep within the southern mountains, goblins were rummaging through a forest when they were suddenly distracted by a strange sound. They discovered an earth golem, holding a glowing blue marble. Hungry and opportunistic, the goblins lunged at the golem, preparing to devour it. The golem crumbled into rubble before they even touched it, and the goblins began to laugh at its apparent weakness. Their mockery was cut short. A massive explosion erupted, incinerating the goblins in an instant. When the smoke cleared, the golem stood tall once again, surrounded by nothing but charred remains and flickering flames. Logan stepped out from behind the golem, satisfied with the results. He remarked to Clayton that the power output of the marble was excellent, noting that the only remaining task was to shorten the activation time by about half a second. Clayton nodded, promising to keep that in mind. Hamar then approached Logan, informing him that they had already used up all the prototypes they had brought and suggesting they head back. Logan was incredulous. He had told Hamar to bring more, but Hamar had assumed a single crate would suffice. Despite the shortage, Logan was pleased with the performance. Clearing an entire goblin village had taken only an hour. He called the results encouraging, but the group was suddenly interrupted by a violent shaking of the earth. A scream so powerful it hurt their ears echoed through the mountains. Clayton identified the sound as coming from the distillation zone, but Logan didn't waste time analyzing the source. He leaped away immediately, telling the others they needed to find a safe location first. The 3 men eventually caught their breath in the shade of some trees. When Clayton asked what that creature had been, Logan admitted he didn't know, but surmised the sound of the bomb must have awakened a local predator. Looking back toward the path they had fled, Logan noted that the deep regions of the southern mountains were famous across the continent for being a dangerous demonic zone. Noticing Clayton and Hamar were still on guard, Logan huffed and praised them for a job well done. He remarked that despite having very little intelligence to go on, the final product had turned out better than he expected, perhaps even more effective than the version he remembered from his previous life. Clayton explained that the bomb, named Liberatio, possessed firepower on par with a second-class spell, yet cost only a 20th of a first-class scroll, a level of efficiency that was nothing short of revolutionary. Clayton credited the research materials Logan had provided, while Logan praised Clayton's execution. Hamar raised his hand to remind them of his own contributions as well. Logan conceded the point, acknowledging that without the blueprint, replication would be impossible. He stressed that the method for manufacturing Liberatio had to be strictly protected. Clayton assured him that only he and Hamar knew the complete process. Hamar added that without the specific ratios and the mana tuning formula, no one could copy the weapon even if they observed it being used. Impressed, Logan announced that as a token of his thanks, he would increase the Magic Tower's support fund by 30%. Clayton shivered with joy at the news. For Hamar, Logan offered to reduce his contract term by 3 years, leaving the man in disbelief. Logan added one final condition. If the formula ever leaked, these rewards would be void. Both Clayton and Hamar agreed without hesitation, with Hamar swearing on his life to keep the secret. Clayton remarked that since the mood was right, it was the perfect time to show Logan something else. He explained that while they were developing Liberatio, they had also been experimenting with another project. Clayton and Hamar pulled out an upgraded crossbow, proudly calling it the Rapid-Fire Crossbow, Artifact Edition. Logan was left speechless. He could hardly believe they had managed to develop an artifact-grade version of the weapon. To demonstrate its capabilities, Clayton conjured a much larger golem for Logan to use as a target. Logan leveled the new crossbow at the golem and prepared to fire. In less than a second, the weapon unleashed a rapid succession of shots. The firepower was so immense that the golem was brought down and instantly engulfed in flames. Amazed by the display, Logan watched the wreckage as Hamar asked if it was truly all right to destroy the golem like that. Clayton dismissed the concern, noting it was just a clay doll that felt no pain. Clayton then asked for Logan's opinion, explaining that each individual shot possessed the same firepower as a Liberatio bomb. When Logan asked if the effective range had been doubled as well, Clayton confirmed it, explaining they had applied mana resonance to the string to increase the range dramatically. However, Clayton noted the limitations. The artifact fires 2 bolts at a time for 5 volleys. After 10 bolts, the weapon breaks, making it a single-use item. Furthermore, Clayton and Hamar required a full day to produce just one, and the production costs were high. Logan calculated that even at 1 per day, they would only have 365 per year. Still, he decided the sheer power was too significant to pass up. He instructed Hamar to prioritize issuing the crossbows to the leadership first, and commanded them to produce as many as possible over the next 2 months. When Hamar asked why the deadline was only 2 months, Logan's characteristic smirk returned. He simply told Hamar they would be needing them by then. Shortly after, an official notice was posted on the castle walls, drawing a large crowd of farmers and townspeople. The letter announced that the second town in the McLean territory of Tomoto Castle was finished, and invited anyone interested to move in. Reading the notice, one farmer expressed confusion, stating he was living fine where he was and saw no reason to leave. Another person mentioned that those who moved would be granted a new house and farmland, but the crowd remained skeptical. A resident from the Sylvan Castle territory noted that since the Lord had changed, Sylvan had become much more livable, questioning why anyone would go through the trouble of leaving their home. Suddenly, a man at the back of the crowd leaped up and declared that he would go. He and several others stepped forward, willing to take on the hardship. They explained that their original hometowns had already been destroyed in the war, and that the offer of free housing and land was an opportunity they couldn't ignore. As the skeptical man watched them, someone explained that these were war refugees. The man who had leaped forward then led the group of refugees away, beginning their journey toward the new town. Meanwhile, in his office, Logan placed a totem on the map to mark the location of the new town. He noted that the second town was situated exactly in the middle of the plain between Sylvan and Tomoto. When he asked Dwayne why he had chosen that specific spot, Dwayne surmised it was because the two castles were so far apart. Logan confirmed this, explaining that the distance between Tomoto and Sylvan was a 3-day journey on foot. If an enemy were to invade through those plains, defending the area would be a logistical nightmare. Dwayne asked if Logan truly expected an invasion, and Logan confirmed that he did. He explained that this was precisely why the residents of the new town were required to train alongside the vigilantes. While Dwayne agreed and promised to oversee the training, he remained plagued by doubt, wondering who would actually attempt to invade the Bifrost Plains. His questions were answered as midsummer arrived. Logan announced his decision to officially join the Civil War, a declaration that left everyone in the room stunned. Dwayne slammed his hands onto Logan's desk, shouting that he had hoped his suspicions were wrong. He demanded to know why Logan would take such a risk when their territory was currently thriving, and prosperity was guaranteed simply by staying neutral. Logan understood that if his only goal was to protect their current land, Dwayne's logic would be sound, but he knew that staying on the sidelines was not the answer. He warned everyone that if they remained stagnant, the McLeans would fall, regardless of which side emerged victorious. Both Philip and Dwayne found this view extreme, arguing that the First Prince's faction was almost certain to win, and that the McLeans had done nothing to oppose them. Patrick intervened, slamming his hand on the table with a force that startled Dwayne, Philip, and even Marion. He demanded to know Logan's true reasoning. Logan averted his gaze, introspecting on the reality he knew from his previous life. The first prince's faction would not be satisfied with merely defeating the second prince. They would eventually consume the neutral territories as well. Knowing that this explanation might not resonate, he shifted to a more immediate threat. Logan reminded them that the first prince's faction included two families they knew all too well. First, there were the Kairos Marion's own kin, who had coldly cut off support during a previous land conflict. Marion looked down in shame, and Patrick remained silent. Then, there were the Wolves, the family that had rudely and unilaterally broken their engagement with Logan. Both families were major financial backers of the first prince. Logan asked the council if they truly believed these families would leave the McLeans alone once they gained absolute power. When Philip tentatively asked if they should simply side with the first prince to be safe, Logan knew he had him right where he wanted. He countered that they should do the exact opposite. They were going to join the second prince's faction. Hinckley, Philip, and Dwayne nearly lost their minds. They couldn't fathom why Logan would choose the losing side. Logan asked them to consider the politics of the situation. If they joined the winning side now, their contribution would be seen as negligible. However, if they joined the losing faction and turned the tide of the war, the rewards and influence they would gain would be immeasurable. When Dwayne worried they were boarding a sinking ship, Logan admitted the ship had indeed lost its sails and was taking on water, but it still had the power to sail if steered correctly. He then used the one argument no one could easily refute. With a smirk, he asked them, "Has anything ever gone wrong when I acted?" The room fell silent. No one could argue with his track record. Still, Dwayne pressed him, reminding Logan that the assassins from a few months ago were sent by Valtermine, a core member of the second prince's faction. He asked why they would ever side with the man who tried to kill them. Logan's expression shifted, a vein popping in his cheek as his thoughts turned toward revenge. He told Dwayne not to worry, his eyes gleaming with the promise that he would make them pay dearly in due time. Logan moved forward with his plan, contacting Jordan Valtermine directly to declare his intent to join the second prince's faction. Upon hearing the proposal, Valtermine erupted, screaming at Logan and asking if he had completely lost his mind. Logan merely smiled, admitting he had expected that reaction. He then coolly informed Valtermine that if he was opposed to the idea, the McLeans would have no issue joining the first prince's faction instead. The threat sent Valtermine into a state of visible fury. His eyes widened and veins pulsed at his temples as Logan calmly addressed him as Excellency, asking if he was truly going to turn them down. Seated in his massive chair, Jordan Valtermine repeated Logan's words under his breath, his disbelief turning into rage. He gripped the armrests so tightly they crumbled under his force. His two servants stood by, sweating in terror, as Valtermine demanded to know how Logan even dared to suggest such a thing. In a fit of rage, Valtermine hurled a table across the room, asking Logan if he was toying with him. His face was flushed and he was sweating profusely. It was clear Logan had struck a nerve. One of the servants, trembling and keeping his head bowed, knelt before Valtermine and held up the communication orb so his lord could continue the conversation. Logan observed the reaction, surmising that the second prince's situation must be even more desperate than the reports suggested if Valtermine was getting this worked up. Logan continued to speak, mockingly assuring His Excellency that he wouldn't dream of being rude, especially after recently receiving such a frightening gift. It was a direct reference to the assassination attempt. Valtermine fell silent for a moment as he realized Logan knew the truth, but he quickly recovered and denied everything, claiming to know nothing of any gifts. Getting straight to the point, Valtermine acknowledged that Logan wasn't reaching out of the goodness of his heart. He demanded to know what Logan's true goal was. Logan replied that his request was quite reasonable. In exchange for their support, he wanted formal recognition of the Befros lands the McLeans had already seized, half of the Marquis Kalia territory adjacent to McLean, and the return of the township his ancestors had lost. Logan made it clear he would need guarantees for all three. Valtermine asked if he was serious, and Logan stood his ground, stating that considering the immense risk they were taking by joining the losing side, the demands were not excessive. Valtermine began to laugh, a large, menacing smile spreading across his face. He told Logan that such requests weren't even worth negotiating. However, he offered a challenge. If Logan had the courage to say those same things to his face, he would acknowledge them. To Valtermine's surprise, Logan didn't hesitate. After a few seconds of silence, he accepted the invitation to speak face to face. Smiling, Logan told him he would be paying him a visit very soon. The scene shifted to Befros Castle, where a unit of knights had been assembled to escort Logan to Valtermine's camp. They had prepared 2 to 3 weeks' worth of supplies for the journey. Just before they set out, Patrick called out to Logan. His voice was thick with concern as he asked his son if those demands hadn't been a bit too much, expressing his fear that they would simply be used as cannon fodder. Logan turned to his father with a confident smile, replying that right now, the second prince's faction was so desperate they would welcome even cannon fodder with open arms. Logan reminded Patrick that even he had given his approval after witnessing the sheer power of the Liberatio. Patrick conceded the point, admitting it was certainly one hell of a weapon. As the perspective briefly shifted to Hinckley smiling toward Eileen, Patrick continued, noting that even the retainers had acknowledged the weapon could turn the tide of the war. However, Patrick's true concern lay elsewhere. He wondered if they could truly protect such a powerful asset. He then asked Logan if his ultimate intention was truly to place the second prince on the throne. Patrick broke into a cold sweat and lowered his head. He thought back to the Grand Noble's incident, the spark that had fully ignited the Civil War. He remembered watching the death of Larry Klett and noticing that Logan had been smiling at that very moment. Patrick suspected he understood the meaning behind that smile, and he wondered if this current intervention was merely a continuation of those events. Logan spoke up, telling Patrick that they lived in troubled times where today's enemy could be tomorrow's ally, and today's ally could be tomorrow's foe. He explained that in the midst of such chaos, their only goal must be to secure as much gain for their house as possible. Hearing this, Patrick wiped away a bead of sweat and managed a smile. He mused that he must truly be getting old if these unfounded worries were troubling him so much. As the time came to depart, Patrick ordered his men to open the gates, preparing to see Logan and his knights off. As they began to march out, Patrick watched them, praying that only glory would await them at the end of their path. In a final internal monologue, he prayed that if any darkness stood in his son's way, God's light would at least shine brightly over Logan's future. As they moved out, Logan's eyes lit up, and a bright, determined smile spread across his face. He ordered his followers to march forward, while behind him, Patrick continued to pray for his son. Atop the walls of the twin castles, a lookout peered through his telescope. Spotting something in the distance, he focused his lens until a banner bearing the flame emblem came into view. He whirled around and shouted, confirming the presence of the McLean forces. Hearing the report, Jordan Valtermine stepped forward, noting that Logan had actually shown up. Resting his hands on the stone battlements, he peered over the wall to analyze Logan's approaching troops. Valtermine observed the knights first, noting they appeared to be standard-issue heavy cavalry. Then, his eyes fell upon Logan's rumored crossbow cavalry. He calculated that Logan had brought over 4,000 troops in total, along with a detachment of mages. Standing behind Valtermine was Roger Beffrose, who scoffed, calling the display a mere gathering of rebels. Beffrose insisted that Logan's men wouldn't have had time to recover from the crushing defeat they had suffered at the hands of his own troops. He dismissively suggested that Logan was likely just padding his numbers with raw recruits. However, another man disagreed. Peering through a monocular, he informed Valtermine and Beffrose that the McLean formation looked disciplined, and their gear was far from ordinary. He pointedly asked Beffrose if he was letting his personal bias cloud his judgment. Infuriated, Beffrose addressed the man as Lucien, accusing him of overestimating people with unclear intentions and giving them far too much credit. Valtermine, largely indifferent to Beffrose's outbursts, turned his attention to Lucien and asked for his professional assessment. Much to Beffrose's annoyance, Lucien stated that if Logan was truly serious, they would represent a major military force. More importantly, he added with a smirk, they had managed to humiliate a count, referring directly to Beffrose's previous loss. Beffrose grew increasingly nervous and defensive, cursing Lucien Thalos under his breath. He viewed Lucien as a lazy, good-for-nothing who only got in the way. He thought to himself that if Lucien weren't Valtermine's nephew-in-law, the sly bastard would have declared neutrality long ago. After considering Lucien's perspective, Valtermine made his decision. He would allow Logan to meet with His Highness, the Prince. He announced they would accept the McLean reinforcements. When Beffrose began to shout in protest, Jordan turned toward him with a look so menacing it silenced the Count instantly. Beffrose realized it was in his best interest to shut up before he ended up in an unmarked grave. Valtermine placed a heavy hand on Beffrose's shoulder, telling him to focus on the bigger picture. He explained that they would use the McLean forces to damage the First Prince's faction, creating an opening for their own turnaround. Beffrose clenched his teeth and lowered his head in reluctant submission. As he muttered his understanding, Lucien watched from the background with a knowing smirk. Valtermine turned toward his guards and ordered the castle gates to be opened, allowing Logan and his troops to file through. Once inside, the sight that met Logan was startling. Valtermine stood waiting alongside a massive man wielding a giant hammer, both backed by a significant force. Logan noted to himself that it was a grand welcome indeed. As they assembled in the middle of the courtyard, a voice echoed through the air, acknowledging the arrival of the McLean forces. Valtermine and the other leaders immediately lowered their heads in respect. A group of attendants carried a man toward Logan, who spoke with an air of grievance. He reminded Logan that he had previously refused a personal invitation to join his faction, then asked if Logan truly expected to be welcomed now, just because he had arrived with a few troops. Observing the man, both Patrick and Logan shared a silent thought. Who is this idiot? Logan reflected on the second prince, realizing he didn't know much about the man's character. He only knew that while the first prince had been a tyrant who ruined the country in his past life, the second prince had been regarded even more poorly. As Logan knelt before him, he noted that the prince's arrogance was obvious even at a glance. Around them, soldiers began to shout, calling the McLeans two-faced bastards and demanding they be barred from the faction. Logan wondered if these men even understood the direness of their own situation. However, looking past the rowdy soldiers to the leadership behind the prince, Logan saw a different story. Unlike the common troops, the commanders seemed to feel a shred of shame for the display. After the formalities, the second prince glanced at Valtermine, signaling that it was his turn to handle the proceedings. Valtermine stepped forward, and the prince excused himself, claiming he was tired. Valtermine first addressed Patrick, shaking his hand and welcoming him aboard. He remarked that Patrick seemed far more polite than his son, though Patrick quickly defended Logan, insisting that his son was also capable of being polite. Valtermine scoffed and turned his gaze toward Logan, who had already wandered off to find Roger Befros. Logan approached the count with a smirk, casually greeting him and asking if he had been well. Befros was visibly incensed, but remained silent, merely slapping Logan's offered hand away and calling the situation ridiculous. Unfazed, Logan withdrew his hand and mockingly suggested this was a great turn of events, noting that the southern unification Befros had always desired had finally come to pass. Befros began to tremble with fury, veins bulging across his face. He hissed, asking Logan if he truly had the nerve to speak to him. Logan thought to himself that while he only intended to tease the man, the reaction was priceless. He suspected that if he pushed just a little further, the Count might actually attack him. If that happened, Logan mused, he could simply kill him in self-defense. The confrontation was interrupted by the Moon Knight, who urged Befros to restrain himself. The knight insulted Logan, comparing him to filth, and suggesting that getting too close would only make the Count stink. Logan just kept smiling, feeling the insult was a waste of breath. Taking his knight's advice, Befros turned his back on Logan, vowing that he would be watching him closely. Currently, Alun Castle and its neighbor, Allen Castle, served as the twin castles of the Valtermine dukedom. Their names originated 1,000 years ago, named after two moons lost in a mythical age. In those ancient times, when orc hordes occupied the southern plains, these fortresses were built to protect the lands of humanity. Unfortunately, the beauty of that ancestral legacy had been discarded. The twin castles had now become the grim battlegrounds of a horrible civil war. Inside the war room, Valtermine and the other commanders were finalizing their next move. Logan observed the proceedings, reflecting that this was not a war for territory, but for the throne itself. In theory, the conflict would end the moment one rival prince was defeated. However, Logan knew that neither heir was the type to sacrifice himself for the good of the nation. If left to its own devices, as it had been in his past life, this war would tear the country out by its roots. To Logan, these long-winded strategy meetings were pointless. The only real solution was to kill those who needed to die and bring the chaos to an end. Before Logan could voice his thoughts, Jordan Valtermine interrupted with a directive. He announced that the McLean forces would be tasked with striking the enemy from the rear, a decision Logan immediately bristled at. He turned toward Valtermine in disbelief, but it was clear from the faces around the table that the rest of the room was aligned against him. In the midst of the tension, Logan noticed something strange. One individual was staring at him with a completely unreadable expression. Logan couldn't tell if it was hostility or curiosity. It was Lucien. As Logan wondered what had become of this man in his previous life, Valtermine snapped his attention back to the present. He noted Logan's silence and asked if he intended to refuse the plan, even threatening to summon Baron McLean to settle the matter. Logan assured him that wouldn't be necessary. He calmly repeated the order back to Valtermine, confirming that he was being asked to flank the enemy. Valtermine explained his reasoning. Both sides already knew each other's elite units, so the McLeans were the only remaining variable capable of creating a necessary opening. Logan saw through the tactic immediately. Valtermine was effectively sending the McLean house to its death. He wondered how Valtermine honestly expected 5,000 troops to successfully flank a battlefield teeming with over 50,000 enemies. He glanced at Befros, who was already grinning from ear to ear at the prospect of the McLeans being wiped out. After a moment of deliberation, Logan opened his mouth to reply. To the absolute shock of almost everyone in the room, he agreed to comply with the order. Lucien appeared to be the only one who had anticipated this response. Logan then asked for permission to plan the specifics of the operation himself. Valtermine clenched his fist and, after a brief pause, granted his permission. After the meeting, Valtermine stood at the head of the war table with Befros at his side. He reflected on his original plan. If the McLeans had refused the flanking maneuver, he would have used that as a pretext to split their forces, strip them of their command, and legally seize their infamous crossbows. If they had resisted even that, he would have forced them to lead a suicidal charge at the front lines. The fact that Logan had accepted so easily made Valtermine suspicious. He suspected Logan had a trick up his sleeve and asked Befros for his opinion. Befros, still wary of the men who had seized his land against all odds, admitted that one could never assume anything when it came to the McLeans. Valtermine reached for a glass as he mused that they shouldn't overthink it. He noted that if someone accepts a suicide mission without protest, they are either an idiot or they have a hidden advantage. Lucien, who was placing the glass in front of Valtermine, offered a different explanation. It's confidence. Valtermine looked at the glass, noting that even his own knights would struggle with such a mission. Yet Logan claimed he could do it. Lucien pointed out that if Valtermine led the charge, the enemy would respond with their full might. He asked if the enemy would really treat a force like the McLeans with the same level of caution. Lucien concluded with a cold logic. If Logan was not a fool, he would deliver results. If he was a fool, he would simply die on the battlefield. Either way, the Valterman faction lost nothing. Elsewhere, news that Logan and his house had joined the Second Prince's faction reached the ears of the opposition. Duke Juan Douglas of the First Prince's faction questioned whether the McLeans were insane, or if Jordan Valterman had finally lost his grip on reality. A man with white hair and a goatee dismissed the concern, stating it didn't matter to him, they were nothing more than dead men walking. Juan laughed, and remarked that the man's words were a bit cold, addressing him as Chiron. This was indeed Lord Chiron Wolves, the father of Reena, Logan's former fiancée. Juan pointedly asked him if his daughter and Logan hadn't once been engaged, to which Chiron replied with a hardened expression that the bond had ended long ago. At the castle, the gates swung open and units of cavalry rushed through. For a time, both factions had focused on posturing rather than full-scale combat, but the struggling Second Prince's faction had now reignited the war. On the battlefield, Logan and Patrick advanced at the head of their troops. Patrick observed the sheer scale of the army. Even after months of grueling combat, the Second Prince still commanded nearly 1,000 knights and a total force of 50,000. Logan warned that the enemy would be equally formidable, especially with a 100-strong corps of mages under the command of the Frost sorcerer, Juan Douglas. Patrick wiped away a bead of sweat, noting that they were facing such foes while the Second Prince's main army maintained a wary distance from them. He worried that if anything went wrong, they would be left to die alone. Logan noted that the maneuver was likely born of distrust, which was why the prince's faction had acted first. He reiterated his own objective, to kill those who needed to die as quickly as possible to end the war. This move was the first step toward that goal. At their respective ends of the front, Jordan Valterman sat tall on his horse, while the Second Prince appeared as though he had only just awakened. On the opposing side, Juan Douglas held his position while the First Prince sat in his chair, eating. Valterman finally gave the command to charge. A horn blast signaled the start of the engagement, and thousands of soldiers began their march. Realizing it was time, Patrick ordered the McLean troops to move. Their banner stood tall as they advanced steadily toward the battlefield. Watching the movement, the Second Prince asked Jordan if he truly believed the McLeans would mobilize after the humiliation they had suffered at the meeting. Jordan was unsure how to respond, but as Logan strode through the battlefield, he knew the answer would soon be clear. Lucien remained certain of the McLeans' commitment, much to the displeasure of Befros. Word soon reached Juan Douglas that the McLean forces were attempting a flanking maneuver. He scoffed, calling them lunatics who must have lost their minds, while his soldiers mocked the McLeans for treating war like a game. A flag bearing a blue cross was raised. It was the House of Taran Jihad, offering to intercept the flank. However, Juan ordered the House of Wolves to handle it instead, noting that Chiron had made bold claims and now needed to show results. Chiron prepared his troops to face Logan, his mind drifting back to a previous conversation with Juan Douglas. Juan had asked if he regretted breaking the engagement, suggesting that had the bond remained, Logan would have been forced to join the First Prince. Chiron looked at Juan, noting that his golden hair and blue eyes were proof of royal blood and reflected on the Duke's ambition. Juan, a mage who took after his maternal side, was seeking to break the limits of his status to sit upon a throne he was never meant to reach. Chiron decided that since the McLeans had strayed from the path he set, they were now targets for elimination. Chiron had told Juan that by breaking the bond with Logan, he had gained a far greater connection to the Duke's faction, so there was no reason to cling to something small. When Juan expressed a lingering regret over the lost potential of the McLeans, Chiron promised to take care of that regret in the coming battle. Juan noted Chiron's confidence, reminding him that Logan's house had been the ones to take down Befros. Chiron dismissed the victory as a mere trick, declaring that the true trump card was already in the hands of the House of Wolves. In the present, Chiron gripped a crossbow of his own. His focus was broken by a sudden report from a lookout with a telescope, who informed him that Logan and the McLean troops were approximately 800 meters away. Through the distance, the McLean banner was clearly visible, with Logan leading the charge. Chiron mused that if Logan had faced any other border count, he might have stood a fighting chance. Unfortunately for him, he was facing the House of Wolves. Chiron gave the order to charge, commanding his people to use their new weapons to wipe the McLeans out. As his troops surged onto the battlefield, Chiron carefully timed the assault. He waited, letting the distance close, needing just a little more ground before Logan was within the effective range of his own crossbows. He smirked, mocking Patrick in his mind, relishing the thought of ruining Logan with his own creation. However, it was Chiron who was caught off guard when he heard Logan shout for his men to load their weapons. Chiron was baffled. He wondered why Logan was preparing to fire from such an extreme distance, unaware that Logan had significantly improved the weaponry. Logan fired, and a bolt imbued with mana screamed across the battlefield with immense power. It struck the earth just behind the enemy's front line, startling the horses. One soldier shouted that they were still far out of range, but his relief was short-lived. A giant explosion erupted from the bolt, engulfing everything in its vicinity. The soldiers realized they were facing magic as the shockwave threw them from their horses. Chiron and his officers came to a dead halt, staring at the carnage in disbelief. Gritting his teeth, Chiron demanded to know what kind of trick Logan had pulled this time. Logan, observing the chaos, noted that the enemy's front line was thoroughly shaken. He turned to Clayton to issue a command, but no words were necessary. Clayton nodded and turned to his disciples, telling them it was time to act. They began imbuing rocks with mana in preparation for their next move. Clayton glanced at one particular disciple with blue hair, Victoria. He asked if she was sure she was ready, and Victoria firmly replied that she was fine and could handle her part alone. Now a trained apprentice, Victoria was determined to show the enemy her strength and composure, fighting with all her wits and might. Just a short while ago, Kaisalon had spotted the weapons their enemies were carrying, realizing with a shock that they also possessed automatic crossbows. Logan shaded his eyes against the sunlight, observing the field, and remarked that unless the enemy was holding weapons that only happened to look identical, that was exactly what they were. Kaisalon wondered how Logan could even identify them from such a distance. Logan, meanwhile, reflected that the technology was bound to leak eventually, but he hadn't expected Befros to be the one to distribute it. He then realized the leak must have originated with Reena during their first encounter after she had broken their engagement. Logan turned to his troops and ordered everyone equipped with explosive bolts to move to the front. He declared that they would permanently destroy the enemy's automatic crossbows before they ever had the chance to use them. Nearby, a golem's massive hand rose from the earth as Clayton and his disciples conjured a small army of the constructs. Beside them sat crates filled with blue marbles, the Liberatio explosives developed by Clayton and Hamar. Clayton informed his team that they had plenty of ammunition and urged them to throw as many as necessary. Victoria clenched her hands, her mind focused. Having mastered first circle magic, she was determined to prove she could handle her duties alone. Her motivation was simple. She was doing this for her brother's sake. With a sharp command, she ordered her golem to strike. The golem prepared and launched the bombs like bullets toward the enemy lines. As they fell, the marbles glowed a menacing red. An enemy soldier barely had time to ask what they were before the world dissolved into fire and explosions. Chiron Wolves stood speechless, paralyzed by the carnage. One of his soldiers reported that Logan was utilizing magic, warning that their forces, though 1,000 strong, could be decimated by a mage of that caliber. Infuriated, Chiron realized he had to close the distance immediately. He ordered his cavalry to charge, reasoning that if the two armies became entangled in a melee, Logan would be unable to use large-scale magic. Kaisalon ordered his own men to reload and fire. A rain of arrows arched through the sky, approaching the enemy at incredible speeds. However, the enemy knights blocked the barrage with ease, using their shields. Kaisalon noted this was expected. Once a warrior reached the level of a knight, mere arrows wouldn't take them down. The goal, however, was simply to unhorse them. Kaisalon glanced at Victor, who nodded in silent understanding. Victor turned to his cavalry and ordered them to split, instructing the men to maintain their distance while harrying the enemy's broken formation from the flanks. On the ground, the enemy soldiers struggled to block the constant fire. One grumbled that the barrage wouldn't have been an issue if they hadn't been unhorsed, but he was silenced when arrows began pouring in from his side. The enemy soldiers began to fall like leaves in the wind. Victor rode into the heart of the fray, his heterochromatic blue and red eyes gleaming majestically. He recalled the conversation where Logan had given him this command. Logan had started to explain why a knight like Victor would be tasked with such a maneuver, but Victor had cut him off, simply stating he would do it. His only request to Clayton had been to protect his sister at all costs, his expression turning menacing as he admitted he didn't know what he might do if she were harmed. Logan had smacked him on the head then, telling him to chill out. He assured Victor that Clayton would take excellent care of Rhea and told him to focus on his own survival for her sake. Victor had bowed, acknowledging that his ability to even have dreams for the future was thanks to Lord Logan. Now, as he charged, Victor thought of Rhea and Logan, placing their safety and comfort above his own. Coming to a halt at the perfect vantage point, he ordered his troops to strike from the rear and raze the enemy to the ground. Logan surveyed the battlefield, his eyes sharpened by mana to pierce through the distance. He noted to Patrick that Victor and the crossbow cavalry were successfully moving to the rear, which Patrick took as their cue to engage. Patrick whirled around, ordering his knights to provide immediate assistance. Max Peretta and his soldiers were also in position. Though Max briefly questioned his orders, he quickly obeyed and led his men charging toward the fray. On the battleground, Kaisalon raised his fist high, signaling his units to hold their fire. In the center of the enemy lines, a man in heavy armor huffed under the sudden silence. This was the Wolves' knight captain, Nick Marcel, known as the Swordbreaker, who gripped a massive longblade. Nick was momentarily speechless, wondering if the McLean forces had already run out of ammunition. He quickly realized his error, and his expression shifted to dread as he saw Logan and the knights approaching at full tilt. Nick realized they were launching a direct, head-on assault. He found it absurd that a group of backwater knights, led by a single, high-ranking lord, would attempt such a move. Planting his feet firmly, he tightened his grip on his weapon, reminding himself that war was ultimately decided by knights and mages. He believed that regardless of the soldiers' equipment, The side that broke the opposing knight order would seize victory. As Logan closed the distance, Nick imbued his blade with mana and lunged, screaming for Logan to die. Suddenly, Nick's sword shattered under the intense pressure of the force he had channeled. He swung the hilt, sending the razor-sharp fragments of the blade flying toward Logan and his crew like shrapnel. Logan realized Nick had purposefully broken the sword to use the fragments as a one-time, high-powered projectile. Logan slammed his foot against his stirrup and leaped high into the air, gripping Lux with his right hand. Imbuing his sword with mana, he declared that crossbows weren't his only ace. Logan descended with every ounce of his power, the force of his landing shattering the earth beneath him. Nick, who had been carrying spare swords, managed to draw another and block the strike. He smiled, believing he had successfully warded off the danger. However, Logan's attack was concentrated with the precision of a drill. The sheer pressure snapped Nick's second blade, and the captain could only watch in horror as Logan's sword lunged for his eyes. Nick tried to dodge, but the blade pierced his chest. With Nick's guard completely broken, Logan moved in for the final blow. He unleashed a powerful swing that Nick had no hope of parrying. Blood splattered across Logan's cheek as the blade struck Nick's neck, sending his head rolling away from his body. Logan stood tall amidst the wreckage and shouted for all to hear that the enemy knight captain had fallen. Chiron Wolves was terrified, unable to comprehend how his captain had been defeated so easily. Looking across the battlefield, Logan noted that in this brief clash, the House of Wolves had suffered more losses than in the previous half-year of the Civil War. Realizing the battle was lost, Chiron ordered an immediate retreat. The coward was the first to flee, deciding he wouldn't bleed his forces any further just to slow Logan down. In his haste, he tried to grab his crossbow, but it slipped from his fingers and was lost. The weapon he had fought so hard to obtain was gone. Logan stood in the center of the battlefield and ordered his troops not to pursue Chiron, but to regroup and reorganize instead. He watched Chiron flee, noting that the enemy had collapsed the moment their front line broke. Surveying his own side, he saw that Patrick had personally taken down several advanced knights. Hinckley approached Logan with the casualty report. 5 knights seriously wounded and 2 dead, with roughly 100 soldiers injured. Hinckley smiled, declaring it an overwhelming victory against a border duke. Logan felt a flush of pride but cautioned his men to stay calm and not get ahead of themselves. Hinckley noticed a shift in the atmosphere, looking toward the main army and wondering if they had witnessed the McLean victory as clearly as he had. Logan, his mind on Duke Jordan Valtermine, mused that he would show the Duke even more material might. Valtermine would have to think very carefully about how he planned to treat the McLean house from now on. In reality, Jordan Valtermine was truly amazed. He reflected that while the battlefield looked fierce on the surface, the ones actually being ground down were merely the weak, lesser nobles. From his perspective, those with nothing to lose needed only to watch safely from the sidelines, as those pretending to be obedient revealed themselves as traitors. Jordan believed this skirmish had served that exact purpose. He informed the nobles behind him that, judging by the clear outcome of the clash, the McLeans were now at least on par with the Marquis of Kalia. The nobles standing behind him were struck with disbelief. Seeing the fright on their faces, Jordan asked what the problem was, noting that the power Logan displayed was effectively theirs to use now. The 2 nobles remained skeptical, arguing that if Logan were to betray the faction, they would be in serious trouble. Jordan privately agreed, thinking that trouble was an understatement. They would be crippled. Looking up at the sky and seeing the various banners, Jordan recalled Logan's arrogant demands: recognition of the Befros territory, half of the Kalia Marquisate, and a count's title. He gripped his reins tighter, deciding to let it slide for now, but he vowed that Logan would one day pay the price for such arrogance. He turned to his commanders, ordering them to signal all units that the McLeans were moving to strike the enemy's rear, declaring that a full-scale war had truly begun. On the other side of the battlefield, the first prince received word of the wolves' retreat and was far from pleased. He demanded to know if they were pulling some trick, or if they had simply been a bunch of ragtag fools all along. Juan Douglas, who delivered the report, noted that the bat-like McLeans were hiding more venom than they had anticipated. The first prince screamed, asking if Juan intended to just stand there and watch. Maintaining his composure, Juan advised the prince that now was the time to fortify their defenses. He warned that once the McLeans attacked from the rear, the main enemy front would likely charge as well, and urged the prince to stay close to him. The first prince was baffled by the shift in momentum, while Juan fumed silently, calling the McLeans traitors and wishing for them to come closer so he could tear them to shreds, regardless of the cost. Everyone's eyes were now fixed on Logan's next move. Lucian found the entire situation ridiculous. The most noble men in the country were ignoring the massive battlefield before them, focused entirely on a single, distant barony. He wondered who this war was even being fought for. The McLean troops continued to accelerate, but their trajectory began to shift. Both Juan and Jordan watched in confusion, wondering what Logan was doing. Logan had decided to move away from the enemy's rear entirely. Patrick asked his son if they were really just going to keep going, worried about what they would say to the leadership when they returned. Logan turned to his father and remarked that Valtermine likely never expected them to actually hit the rear in the first place. He had just wanted them to stir up chaos and die off. Logan pulled out a small piece of paper, declaring that instead of joining a pointless death, they were going to do something that actually mattered. When Patrick asked what he was planning, Logan smiled and told him they were going to start looting empty houses. A week later, the first prince and Juan Douglas were sequestered in a room, the prince casually eating grapes. The prince noted that they had heard nothing of the McLeans since the battlefield incident and wondered aloud if they had simply vanished into thin air. As Juan sat reading a document, a soldier suddenly burst into the room, slamming the door open and shouting that there was an emergency. Annoyed, Juan barked at the soldier for causing such a ruckus in front of His Highness, but the soldier insisted the matter was urgent. He leaned in and whispered to Juan, whose expression immediately shifted to one of complete shock. Noticing the change, the first prince demanded to know what was wrong. Juan turned to the prince and spoke a single name, Taran Castle. The name alone seemed to stir fear in the prince's eyes, but Juan wasn't finished. He added that it wasn't just Taran, Alston and Firenze had been hit as well. Sweating, Juan told the prince the one thing no sovereign ever wants to hear during a war. All of their primary supply bases had been burned to the ground. The man responsible was Logan, who currently stood before one of the blazes. Watching the flames, he remarked that it was burning well while holding a piece of paper in his hand. He looked down at it, glad they had followed this specific route. He thought back to the child naming ceremony for Felix, where he had squeezed the information out of a Kairos, specifically the details of the Kairos trade route. Since the head of that house was the largest grain merchant in the country, it was obvious they would be handling the logistics for the First Prince's faction. Logan huffed, almost unable to believe his own success. Destroying 3 castles in a single week was truly impressive. He dropped the paper into the fire and noted that the First Prince's faction must have truly let their guard down. As the paper was consumed by the flames, Logan took one last look at the burning castle and ordered his people to withdraw. He smiled to himself, silently thanking his uncle for the delicious meal. The scene shifts back to Alun Castle, where a grand banquet is underway. Inside the bustling hall, the air is thick with the chatter of guests, noting the lavish welcome prepared for McLean's return, an affair reportedly organized by the prince's direct order. One of the knights remarks on the unusual atmosphere. Because they are at war, every soldier remains in full gear, and the glasses are filled with juice rather than alcohol. Despite the lack of spirits, the room is charged with tension, as all the key figures of the various factions are in attendance. The knights whisper among themselves, wondering if the prince truly intends to treat McLean with the status of a border count. One asks about the whereabouts of Count Befros, only for a friend to reply between sips of juice that the count had retired early, claiming exhaustion. Hearing this, the knight turns away, pondering in silence as he drinks. It is clear to everyone present, another significant power has officially joined the faction. Nearby, Logan approaches Jordan Valtermine. He begins by addressing his broken promise regarding the rear attack, offering his most sincere apologies. Valtermine brushes it off, telling Logan not to worry, as the situation was frankly unreasonable. He then fixes his gaze on Logan, asking if he hadn't achieved a different kind of military feat instead. As Logan looks up at Jordan, he thinks to himself that the more he sees the man, the less his nickname seems to fit. He wonders how the title of Blazing Sword could ever suit such a cold serpent. Logan thanks him for his understanding, and Jordan replies that it is only natural. His core principle is that those who achieve merit must receive proper rewards. Sensing an opening, Logan decides this is the moment to push further. He asks Jordan if he can consider his terms accepted. The hall seems to fall silent as eyes drift toward them. Jordan remains still for a moment, then smiles, stating he will give the request positive consideration. Jordan moves to continue, but Logan cuts him off. He begins enumerating his demands once more. The recognition of the Befros territory, half of the Kalia Marquis, and finally, the title of Count. Logan smiles, asking if he can take that as a green light. Jordan's silence returns. He looks at Logan and asks if he didn't just say he would give the matters positive consideration, reminding the young man that this isn't a decision he can make alone. As he speaks, he places a hand on Logan's shoulder. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. Under the weight of Jordan's hand, Logan feels a strange, heavy aura. Jordan smiles, remarking that while youthful boldness is admirable, Logan should also consider the circumstances of his elders. Logan struggles to find an answer. Jordan tightens his grip, and Logan realizes what is happening. Jordan is suppressing his opponent's aura, causing them to psychologically shrink in a way so subtle the victim barely notices. A very fine skill to have, Logan thinks. Logan bows his head, apologizing to Valtermine for overstepping. With his hand still firmly planted on Logan's shoulder, Valtermine dismisses it as a symptom of youth, even as Logan appears to tremble under the pressure of the aura. Internally, Logan remains calm. He has already secured what he truly wanted. Jordan continues, noting that the weapons Logan used in the recent conflict were quite impressive. He asks if Logan would consider sharing them, suggesting that with such arms, they could easily win the war. Logan bristles, realizing Jordan is essentially demanding the technology for free. He apologizes, explaining that they have no spares left, making the request difficult to fulfill. Jordan exerts his ability once more, asking, "Is that so?" Under the renewed pressure, Logan appears forced into a stuttering apology, though his internal thoughts remain defiant. Jordan finally smiles and releases his grip, admitting he might have been holding on too tightly. He tells Logan to go enjoy himself and rest, turning back one last time to mention that the next battle is approaching soon. As Logan watches him walk away, he thinks, "What a bastard." Only his force core had protected his spirit from Jordan's influence. Without it, he would have been completely manipulated. As Logan turns to leave, wondering if such underhanded tactics are truly fitting for a superhuman, he is intercepted by Lucian. Lucian asks if there really is no supply available, suggesting that Logan could at least provide a sample or a blueprint. Logan searches his memory for Lucian's name, annoyed that the faction members are pestering him one after another. He tells Lucian that while a blueprint isn't difficult to provide, production would take too long to be of any immediate use. Lucian points a finger at him, insisting that if they mobilize all their capabilities, they could produce them in a short time. Logan feigns resignation, saying that if Lucian puts it that way, he cannot say no an answer that seems to catch Lucian by surprise. As they join hands, Logan's mind is already racing. He decides the crossbows he provides will be weakened versions, like those used by the wolves, and the liberatio will be a complete fake. "We are all in the same boat now," he tells Lucian with a smile, knowing full well they won't have the time to verify the designs anyway. Several days later, the factions find themselves back on the battlefield. A man, sweating profusely, prepares himself as Logan and Patrick watch with stunned expressions. The man bellows a vow to slaughter the second prince's idiotic bastards, promising to crush them completely. Watching the enemy's formation, the second prince turns to Jordan, asking if that specific knight order truly belonged to their ranks. Jordan admits he is unsure, wondering aloud what they were thinking by placing such men in the vanguard. The man leading the charge is identified as the Kairos Knight Captain, an intermediate-level knight named Alan. As the Valtermine army watches the enemy approach, they note that the force seems composed entirely of mercenaries. They observe that even the captain is only at an intermediate level, though their equipment appears remarkably solid. Seeing this, the second prince's knights smile with overconfidence. One knight charges forward, intent on taking the captain down personally. As he lunges, the Kairos captain's mind races. He knows that to prove his order's innocence, they must take the lead. This had been decided in closed chambers. The suspicion had fallen on the Kairos for allegedly leaking the supply base location to the Maclanes. To avoid further suspicion, this suicidal charge was their only option. The captain recalls the moment a superior handed him a piece of paper, promising to take care of his family for the rest of their lives. The man had practically screamed at him, begging him to give his life for the cause. Accepting his fate, the captain charges into the fray. He sees the second prince's knight smiling as he imbues his weapon with aura, shouting for the captain to die. The knight begins to spear the man away, but at that exact moment, the captain activates the scroll. A blue spell erupts from the parchment. To the onlookers, it looks as though everything in the vicinity is being sucked into a void. The spell is devastatingly powerful. In an instant, nothing remains of the Wolves' Knight Captain. Logan and Patrick stand frozen in shock. Even Jordan and the second prince stare in disbelief. The enemy has unleashed a cold scroll. In a flash, the knights in the radius are frozen solid, their forms resembling White Walkers. Jordan's expression shifts from shock to pure fury as a massive block of ice traps his men. He hisses a curse at the name of Juan. Logan struggles to grasp the situation. His first thought is a chain explosion, but he quickly realizes it was high-level magic. The secret is finally out, one of the weapons that decimated the second prince's faction in his past life, the Blizzard Scroll. Logan realizes that Juan Douglas, a Sixth Circle mage, must be the creator. Such scrolls are incredibly rare, and the materials required to craft them are priceless. That single explosion has already wiped out 3 knights from the Viscount's family. Judging by the reactions of Jordan and the prince, Logan concludes this is the first time the weapon has been used in this civil war. Recovering his senses, Jordan screams at his troops, ordering them to charge. Patrick turns to Logan, insisting they must join the fray, and Logan nods solemnly in agreement. Suddenly, a heavy, rhythmic thudding startles the troops. A single knight emerges from behind the ranks, approaching the battlefield with such presence that the soldiers stand stunned. He commands the crowd to make way, and recognition ripples through the lines. This is the half-giant, Luther Kale. The soldiers scramble to clear a path, whispering warnings to one another to stay silent, fearing he might kill anyone caught in his wake. However, another knight appears, ready to intercept the giant. It is the Tempest Blade, Wicked Kalia, his blade resting casually against the side of his eye. With a sudden burst of speed, Kalia leaps toward the fray, and Luther meets him mid-air. As he prepares a massive strike, Luther bellows that this is the day he will finally destroy his rival. Kalia, unfazed, calls him a musclehead and vows to be the one to end it. The collision is magnificent, the heavy weight of a mighty hammer clashing against a razor-sharp sword. The surrounding knights and soldiers watch, breathless, as the two aura users collide with sheer, destructive power. Logan immediately warns his troops to avert their eyes if they lack the skill to watch. Facing such raw aura head-on could shatter a lesser man's mind. Even with his heightened senses, Logan finds himself barely able to track their movements. A spectacular duel between a superhuman specialized in physical enhancement and one focused on elemental control. While Logan views it as a profound learning experience, Patrick remains focused on the grim reality of the field. Snapping back to the task at hand, Logan calls for Victor and orders the crossbow cavalry to charge. In the center of the battlefield, Count Jahid's knight, Captain Rommel, awaits the onset. He smirks, telling his men that if they can just block the bolts, the McLean force is nothing more than ordinary soldiers. Confident they are prepared for Logan's specialized weapons, he orders his troops to raise their shields. Suddenly, Victor gives a command that catches Rommel completely off guard. The cavalry swerves, surrounding the enemy rather than charging head-on. As Rommel turns to adjust his orders, he notices a shadow falling from above. A rain of arrows descends, and these are no ordinary projectiles. Rommel infuses his shield with aura to block the volley, but the wood and metal crumble under the sheer pressure of the force. He realizes too late that Victor's squad was merely a distraction. Kaisalan appears, ordering his soldiers to fire another volley. Rommel watches in fury as one of his men is downed by a bolt to the head, cursing his fools for letting their guard down against mere soldiers. He screams for his troops to wrap their shields in force, just as they had trained. On the other side, Kaisalan encourages his own men, reminding them of the Battle of Tomoto Castle. He tells them not to panic just because the enemy is using force. They are elite marksmen capable of piercing a knight's helmet with a single bolt. As Rommel struggles to hold the line, the world behind him erupts in flames. Panicked cries of bombs and explosions fill the air, but the truth is magic. Clayton and his disciples have joined the fray. Clayton calmly instructs his mages to keep up the pressure, noting they have plenty of liberatio to go around. Victor seizes the moment, ordering his troops to finish off the survivors of the blasts. Rommel watches in horror as his army is crushed by the arrows and bombs of common soldiers. Before he can wonder what the McLean Knights are doing, a blade whistles through the air. Hinckley's sword finds its mark, a deep cut sending blood splattering as Rommel falls for good. Hinckley dismisses the kill, claiming they are simply cleaning up weakened enemies, a task anyone could handle. Watching the collapse, Logan notes that this strategy is the best way to minimize their own casualties. He suggests to Patrick that his father might find such tactics cowardly, but Patrick cuts him off, stating that no one is idiotic enough to think that. Patrick points out the larger picture. With Count Jahid fallen, a major flank of the First Prince's front has collapsed. Logan agrees, predicting a full retreat is imminent. He decides they have achieved enough merit and shouldn't waste more strength. Kaisalan spots the retreat signal waving in the rear and relays it to Victor. Victor, coolly shooting one last enemy soldier without even looking, begins to pull his battalion back. As Logan prepares to discuss their next move with his father, a new series of explosions rocks the front line. Logan pales, realizing it is the Blizzard Scroll again. He can't fathom how the enemy possesses so many. Hinckley rides up, and Logan frantically asks if the front line is safe. Fortunately, because they pulled back early, even Victor's squad escaped the blast. Jordan Valtermine is livid, screaming at the enemy commander Huan for using such filthy methods to escape. He orders a pursuit, but his own captains refuse. One soldier begs him not to chase, but to get as far from the blast zone as possible. Another asks if Jordan simply wants them all to die. Logan watches the chaos of his own side, thinking that while they are powerful, they are a ragtag bunch, just like the Second Prince's faction was in his past life. Suddenly, Logan was seized by a terrifying sensation as a powerful, oppressive aura rapidly approached their position. Victor also appeared to sense the shift, though Logan feared it might already be too late. From high above, a massive boulder of ice seemed to tear through the sky, falling toward them with crushing force. Both Logan and Hinckley stared upward, gripped by a momentary wonder at the nature of the falling object. Logan wasted no time, activating his wind boots to launch himself from his horse directly toward Victor. As he prepared to strike, Logan reflected on the terrifying surge of energy emanating from the projectile. Realizing it would be catastrophic to leave it unchecked, he determined that they had to stop it at any cost. Infusing his blade with a dense layer of aura, he unleashed a fierce cry and swung his sword in one swift, violent motion. Upon contact, the ice boulder began to shatter. Logan fell back under the force of the impact, watching as the broken fragments started to emanate a strange green light. Logan remained stunned by the display. Hinckley, witnessing the extreme cold radiating from the shards, rushed toward Logan on his horse to check if he had survived the encounter unscathed. Logan appeared to be unharmed, though he immediately began cursing the name of Juan Douglas due to the biting chill. Examining his weapon, Logan noted that the ice mage clearly held a deep grudge, as he found himself unable to melt the frost on his blade, even by using his force. He marveled at the fact that Huan could detonate a mass of rare scrolls and follow it with such dangerous magic powers, truly befitting a superhuman. It was then that Logan noticed the ice infused with his force had begun to crack, leading him to a sudden realization. Sometime later, near a campfire, a pair of soldiers sat talking, mocking the way the first prince's forces had fled the field. One soldier looked up, remarking that their fortunes had taken a turn for the better ever since the McLeans arrived. His companion agreed, commending Logan's strength and noting how he had cut through Huan's magic as if it were nothing, adding that the barony's warriors were surprisingly skilled. From behind a nearby tent, Count Befros listened to the soldiers' conversation. One of them predicted that because the McLeans had achieved back-to-back successes, they would certainly receive the grand rewards they had demanded. The other soldier noted that since Duke Valtermine was known for being clear-cut regarding rewards and punishments, this likely signaled the end for Befros. Hearing this, the Count was consumed by rage. Realizing his position was becoming precarious, he concluded that the civil war could not be allowed to end in such a manner. Elsewhere, inside a castle featuring a lion crest carved above the front gate, the sound of a hammer striking wood echoed through the workshop. One of the dwarves Logan had brought in sat at the center of the scene, looking exhausted. Tamar collapsed to the ground, throwing a finished crossbow into a crate filled with others. When Hamar demanded he move faster, Tamar pleaded for a short break. Hamar leaned in and shouted that there would be no rest, as he was due to arrive soon. Hamar described the approaching figure as a brute and a beast who monitored them daily, even more strictly than his brother. When the man finally made his presence known and offered a polite apology for the intrusion, Hamar began to tremble in startlement. It was Ronian, who explained that he had only come to offer his support. Hamar was left speechless as Ronian smiled and asked the dwarves to bear with the discomfort of his presence, noting that the successes on the front lines were thanks to the weapons they produced. At this, Hamar and Tamar grabbed each other by the neck, laughing and insisting to Ronian that there was no discomfort, and they only wished to do their best for the territory. Ronian smiled at their seemingly admirable mindset, and they stood face to face, laughing together. However, as the dwarves thought they had successfully fooled Ronian, they began to sweat. Ronian huffed and looked down at them, noting that since progress was slow, he would grant them some leave. As their eyes lit up, Ronian suggested they visit the marketplace to enjoy the sights and food, though he insisted they be accompanied by an escort knight to lift their spirits. Watching them, Ronian recalled a conversation with his brother. Logan had told Ronian to remain home on purpose, explaining that this civil war wasn't their fight and there was no need for the main family to be fully committed. Ronian had lowered his head, realizing that he was being kept back so he could succeed the family if anything happened to the others. Though Logan had tried to comfort him, he also reminded Ronian that they had more castles to defend and a militia that needed supervision. Ronian had firmly told Logan that he was no longer a child, a statement that had startled Logan. Ronian had then put on a kind face, telling Logan to go ahead while he protected the territory instead. Logan had been left at a loss for words, seeing how much his little brother had grown. He had bowed his head, telling Ronian he trusted him, but gave one final instruction: keep a close eye on Hamar, as the dwarf might become a target for kidnapping once their weapons gained fame. Now, Ronian followed Hamar through the market dressed in full armor. Noticing the attention they were drawing, Ronian suggested they head back, but Hamar insisted they had only been there 3 days and went to buy some delicious-looking skewers, even offering to get one for the young lord. Suddenly, Ronian sensed something, a force user among the crowd. He went on high alert, noting that the aura was so foreign it tripped his force core, suggesting the attacker was concealing their strength. He called out to Hamar that they had seen enough just as a merchant pushing a hay cart passed by. As the man drew close to Hamar, his attitude shifted. He was the assassin Ronian had sensed. Before the man could act, Ronian struck him on the back of the head, asking what he thought he was doing. As the man fell, Ronian grabbed him by the shirt and lifted him, laughing to the crowd that the poor man had simply overexhausted himself. He then dropped the man face first and told a nearby guard to take him to a safe place. Hamar had fallen into the hay, and Ronian noted that everything had happened just as his brother predicted. He mused that they had captured one, and the more prisoners they took, the better. Within the next couple of minutes, the market returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Another merchant held up 2 skewers and informed Hamar that his food was ready, prompting Hamar to happily tell the man to hand them over while remarking on how delicious they looked. Ronian, still cautious, told Hamar that once he received the food, they were heading straight back home. However, it appeared this was not the end of the situation. A mountain of a man placed himself directly in front of Ronian, effectively blocking his sunlight, which Ronian noted was very rude. The man's head was so bald that it reflected light everywhere, and Ronian realized this was a trick designed to block his view of Hamar. As the merchant approached Hamar with the skewers, Ronian sensed that something was wrong. Suddenly, the merchant turned the skewers around and prepared to stab Hamar, who was looking down at his wallet trying to pay for the meal. Seeing this, Ronian immediately pulled out his sword. Realizing the 2 attackers were working together, Ronian utilized a specific technique called the flashblade slash to impair both enemies. As a result, One man was left flat on the ground while the merchant's right arm was dismembered. People in the market began screaming about murder, but Ronian smirks and stated that no one was dead just yet. Hamar turned around and asked Ronian what the meaning of all this was. The merchant then pulled a knife from behind the counter for another attempt, but he was not fast enough. In the next instant, Ronian delivered an elbow to his face and hit the man's hand, causing him to drop the dagger. Ronian began calling for the knights to restrain the bastards and search the surroundings, but he did not get to finish his sentence because a loud noise from the back attracted his attention. It appeared someone had blown up a building behind him, and Ronian realized it might be the location of the workshop. A past conversation with Logan then came to mind, where Logan told Ronian that while the repeating crossbow would eventually spread, the liberatio must never be allowed to. Never. The people saw the explosion and started panicking. Looking at the rising smoke, both Hamar and Ronian realized they had to hurry back to see what happened. Ronian turned to Hamar and told him they must head back immediately. Seconds later, another knight rushed toward them. Ronian asked what was going on and told him they were in a hurry, so he could explain later. However, the man informed Ronian that it was an urgent communication from headquarters. Hearing the word headquarters, Ronian realized it must be from Logan. The soldier then told Ronian that troops from the First Prince's faction were currently moving toward McLean Castle, indicating a whole army was approaching. Ronian was unsure what to do, but, without a second thought, ordered the man to summon all militia and knights to stand by. He told Hamar they should head back to the shop for now, and Hamar agreed. With his hand on his sword, Ronian realized they were under attack from both inside and out, calling the enemies bastards. Annoyed, he prepared his sword and declared he would crush them all to pieces. Elsewhere, Logan was nervously pacing the floor, walking from left to right and touching his arm with 2 fingers while waiting. Suddenly, Ronian's voice could be heard through the communication channel. Logan told Ronian he was worried because they hadn't been in contact for days and asked what happened at the estate. Ronian informed Logan that the First Prince's army had been annihilated. Hearing this, Logan felt relieved. Ronian explained they were only the forces of a viscount, so the militia armed with repeating crossbows and liberatio, along with a few keen knights, were enough to defeat them. Logan praised Ronian for doing a good job, but Ronian also had bad news. There was an assault on the workshop just before the attack. He reported that 3 dwarves were captured, which made Logan jump from his chair. However, Logan then told him it was all right, reasoning that unless it was Hamar or Clayton, the other workers didn't know the formula for liberatio anyway, so they should be fine. Logan added that he was sure Ronian had caught a few attackers to interrogate and find out who was behind it, but Ronian did not seem so sure. Ronian turned his gaze away and told Logan that all those captured had committed suicide. He admitted to Logan that this was his fault, but Logan only smiled and said it was okay. However, Ronian added that according to a knight who faced the kidnappers, something was odd. The knight said he only got a glimpse and wasn't sure, but the face of one kidnapper seemed familiar. Hearing this, Logan was stunned. Ronian described the person as short and agile, appearing to be at least a top-tier knight. Logan thought about the description and who it might be, but Ronian explained that this alone wasn't enough to identify the culprit and apologized again. Logan thought that Ronian looked completely deflated. Logan then told Ronian that for now, he should have the militia train even more thoroughly. Ronian asked if Logan thought something like this might happen again. Logan admitted these were just speculations, but in a worst-case scenario, they must be ready. This startled Ronian, who asked if such a thing was really possible, and Logan confirmed that it could happen. Logan then turned to look out the window. He reflected that it was a good decision to leave Ronian behind at the territory, since the damage was limited because of it. It was a clear raid targeting the new weapon combined with an assault on their main castle. Since both happened at the same time, Logan realized they couldn't both be part of Juan's scheme alone. He thought about how the war had dragged on for too long without any progress because the First Prince's faction wouldn't react to provocations and remained heavily fortified in Harun Castle. Their base had been chosen only because McLean burned down the nearby supply depots, forcing them to retreat far and settle there. The First Prince's faction, unable to retreat further, was focusing all troops on defense. Logan wondered what would happen if someone were to charge in at the cost of their life to create an opening, noting that the war could end quickly if that happened. However, he concluded that no one wanted to make that kind of sacrifice, not even the Duke of Valtermine. And even amid all that, he felt things were going to get even worse. Later at a leadership meeting, someone banged their hand on the table, declaring that McLean had given His Excellency a fake recipe for the bomb. A few days into the meeting, Befros told Jordan that McLean must immediately disclose the correct method so that the faction could begin mass production. Looking at Befros, Logan thought to himself that they were wasting strength on nonsense like this. Logan replied by asking Befros if he had actually run experiments in the middle of a war. He questioned where Befros had even obtained the bomb materials, as there was no place where they were currently available. Befros claimed that, fortunately, he had personally collected materials for testing, but then admitted the tests had failed miserably. When Logan asked if Befros was sure he simply hadn't messed it up, Befros became annoyed and started screaming at Logan. He told Logan to watch his mouth and asked if he thought he was dealing with some pathetic first circle mage, noting that he was actually a fifth circle mage. Suddenly, Befros's expression changed. Jordan told Befros that this was an official meeting and to please mind his manners, prompting Befros to apologize. Even so, he turned back toward Logan and stated that a count wasn't one to fabricate nonsense. Jordan then asked Logan if he could prove the recipe, and Logan found himself unsure of what to say. Jordan told Logan that since he continued to be supplied with liberatio, it appeared he had plenty of the materials at hand, so it shouldn't be hard for him to provide a demonstration. Logan felt cornered and realized there wasn't much he could say. Befros once again started screaming, asking Logan why he couldn't answer, and questioning if Logan really thought he could deceive His Excellency and the faction. This time, Jordan also raised his voice, telling Befros that this was too much, and that this would be his final warning. Hearing this, Befros settled down in his corner. Seeing the fuss Befros was creating, Logan wondered why the man was suddenly looking so confident, given he was already on shaky ground. That was when Logan put all the pieces together. According to the knight who had confronted the kidnapper, the culprit had a familiar face, was a small-framed top-tier knight, and spoke with certainty about a bomb formula only a few would know. Logan figured out who the knight was. Befros must have been the kidnapper. If that small, elite knight was Aslan, then their claim made sense. Befros must have interrogated the kidnapped dwarves and realized the flaws in the fake recipe Logan had given them. However, Logan thought that even if they were desperate, this was quite a gamble. He then considered that this situation could be useful. As he rose from his chair, he told everyone that it wouldn't be hard to prove. Much to Jordan and Befros's surprise, Logan said he would arrange a demonstration soon, though he knew this was a small lie for the moment. He then told them that rather than doubting the weapon's formula, they should focus on breaking out of the current stalemate. Logan stated that this nonsense wasn't even what they should care about. As they knew, their territory had been clearly attacked by the First Prince's faction, and that was what truly mattered. Even though they had managed to repel the attack, there was no guarantee it wouldn't happen to other territories as well. Hearing this, Jordan said that attacking the First Prince's faction now was difficult, as they were full of murderous intent, and striking prematurely would only bring heavy losses. Logan smirks and thought that they all knew this, but no one wanted to take responsibility. Logan then announced that the McLean family would strike Haroon Castle, and that he would take that burden. This left both Jordan and Befros stunned. Luther Kale and Lucian also didn't seem to anticipate this move. Logan smiled and thought that the time had come to break the deadlocked war wide open. Hearing what Logan had just said, Jordan asked if he was serious. Logan thought that Jordan must wonder why he would go this far. For now, the Second Prince's faction had the advantage, but if the war dragged on for years, the situation would change. As the unspoken consensus formed that the war was dragging on, its very nature would change. It would shift from a war of assassinations and contests of strength into a total war where every last ounce of strength was squeezed out to devastate enemy territories. Until the war reached its end, commoners would be conscripted, which would naturally ruin the harvests. Ruined crops would lead lords to resort to forced requisitioning, which would create refugees. Those refugees would then turn into slash-and-burn farmers or bandits, causing further problems. A kingdom ruined in this way would eventually be swallowed by the empire. Logan thought that was why they must settle the civil war before that happened. Logan went on telling Jordan that he wasn't saying this without reason. He stated that the McLean family was prepared to accept every risk the battle brought and was prepared to make sacrifices. Jordan wondered why Logan would do that, given he was already the top contributor due to his previous achievements. He questioned why they would choose to sacrifice themselves now. Looking at Jordan, Logan thought that, as expected, the man wouldn't believe him easily. So, he decided to try something else. Logan told Jordan that they weren't going to do this for free, and that they wanted additional rewards beyond what was already promised. Jordan wondered what kind of reward Logan could possibly request, but played along, asking Logan what it was. Logan smirks and prepared to state his request. He said he wanted a marquee title for McLean and the entirety of the Kalia Marquisate's lands. Furthermore, he wanted Jordan and His Majesty to guarantee everything in writing, after which he would definitely see the task through. Logan thought it was an excessive reward and an outrageous demand, but one sweet enough to justify the risk of sacrifice. Even if he had to stake everything, his family and himself, he thought this might just work. Everyone was now looking at Jordan, who said that the requested reward was excessive, far too excessive. He then clenched his fist and asked if Logan wanted a written guarantee, questioning if this meant Logan didn't trust his word. Logan replied that this was not the case, but rather that he needed a justification to convince his family. Logan asked for Jordan's understanding. Jordan thought that Logan had volunteered for this sacrifice only to indulge in such greed. He looked down and thought it over before telling Logan that it was fine, but on one condition. Logan would have to leave 3 wagons of liberatio behind. That way, Jordan said, the main forces wouldn't lack firepower while Logan was attacking Haroon Castle. Hearing the request, Logan thought that Jordan was suspicious until the end, but he decided that much was acceptable and agreed. He thought that whatever Jordan planned to do with the liberatio, Logan and his troops wouldn't be there by then anyway. Befros then looked on with a weird expression on his face, looking as though he were about to do something he wished he didn't have to. He stood up and announced that the Befros would also attack Harun Castle. Hearing this, Logan was stunned. Jordan asked Befros if he wasn't overreaching, but Befros insisted he was not. Befros stated he wouldn't ask for any excessive reward. Instead, he would sacrifice himself out of loyalty to the great cause. Looking at the scene, Logan thought that Befros would never do that. He concluded that unless the man had gone mad, he must have some other hidden motive. Looking at Befros's twisted face, Logan decided there was no question that he definitely had one. At Harun Castle, the atmosphere was equally unsettling. Gripping a glass of wine, the first prince stared in disbelief at the news brought to him. The army sent to McLean Castle had been utterly annihilated. The fat prince muttered that they had dispatched Baron-class forces, questioning how such a group could lose to a mere barony. He turned to Juan, asking if the McLean main forces weren't supposed to be away from their territory. Juan informed the prince that even the commoners there had been trained with crossbows. Judging by their growth, he noted they had clearly been preparing for more than a day or two. Juan speculated that they must have been planning for this war long ago. In a fit of fury, the first prince hurled his glass away, declaring that they could not simply stand by while those pests swarmed his territory. He demanded that Juan send a superhuman or whatever else it took to end this childish game immediately, asking point blank if he could do it. Juan was momentarily at a loss for words. In that instant, it became clear who truly held the power. As Juan began to speak, the first prince appeared terrified. Juan reached his hand forward and asked the prince if he had forgotten the teachings from his youth. The trembling prince stammered that his outburst wasn't what he meant. As Juan's hand approached the prince's face, he told the young man to simply do as he was taught, to trust his grandfather as he always had, and wait. Juan placed his hand over the prince's face before shifting his grip to the prince's shoulder, squeezing with force. The prince lowered his gaze and whispered that he understood. Juan huffed and retrieved the fallen glass from the ground, noting that the news wasn't entirely bad. He explained that they were also producing their own repeating crossbows and planned to deploy them on the walls as soon as they were ready. The prince smiled at the mention of the weapons, but the mood soured as they discussed the bombs. Unfortunately, they had failed to figure out the production method. Moreover, Juan mentioned a kidnapping incident inside McLean territory that had been carried out by someone else's hand. Because of that unauthorized move, security had become stricter, making it difficult to approach again. The prince screamed, demanding to know who dared to act without reporting to him first. Juan noted they had received interesting news regarding that matter, and, looking down at the last sip of wine in his glass, remarked that things might turn out to be quite entertaining. Elsewhere, the McLean soldiers were on the march. One soldier complained about the abundance of hills, grumbling that he would be exhausted before they even reached Harun Castle. His companion agreed the terrain was awful, but noted it was still better than the route the Befros forces had to take. The Befros army was expected to cross a mountain to reach their destination, a task that would be painfully tiresome. The soldiers also noticed that today's formation was unusual. The crossbow cavalry, which always led from the front, had been moved to the very rear. They watched as the higher-ups Kaisalon, Victor, Hinckley, and Eileen kept glancing toward the back of the line. The soldiers wondered if there was something specific they were watching for, but they eventually dismissed the thought, trusting that the commander had a plan. Just as they settled into the march, a shout rang out. Troops were emerging from the mountains in the rear. The banner they carried depicted a rose burning amid flames. It was the Befros army. The McLean soldiers were confused, knowing the Befros were supposed to be heading for the south gate. Logan immediately gave the order for all troops to guard the rear, preparing them for battle. The soldiers wondered if Logan had known this would happen. Standing beside him, Patrick noted that everything was unfolding exactly as his information had suggested. Because Befros had been acting suspiciously, Logan had someone tailing him, confirming that the Count had been following behind the McLean march. Logan had initially thought Befros might simply leak information to the enemy to force a clash, but it appeared the Count had decided to attack them directly instead. Logan remarked that this was actually better. When Patrick asked how that could be, Logan prepared to unsheath his sword and stated there was only one thing left to do. They would deal with Befros right here, and then withdraw from the war entirely. As the blades of grass whipped through the air, the Befros forces drew closer to the McLean lines. Logan stood tall upon his horse, his sword already drawn as he flanked Hinckley and Eileen. When the distance closed, Logan spoke first, asking Befros what could possibly bring him to this specific road. He pointed out the plain fact that their agreement dictated that McLean's would take the east gate while Befros was to attack the south gate, and he questioned if this wasn't the arrangement they had settled upon. Befros countered by asking if the choice of route wasn't ultimately up to a field commander's discretion. As the Moonlight Knight and Aslan stared down Logan and his comrades, Befros explained that his troops simply wanted to avoid the enemy's gaze and chose this path for stealth. Logan argued that such a move would make it impossible to coordinate their operations. Much to the surprise of Eileen and Hinckley, Befros refused to back down. Instead, he reiterated for what felt like the 100th time that he was a 5th Circle mage with a grand mission ahead of him. Becoming suspicious, Logan asked if Befros was intent on taking the front line. Befros replied that if Logan didn't mind, he would be more than happy to lead. It was clear to Logan that Befros had a hidden agenda, but he simply smiled, huffed, and told the Count to go right ahead. Befros thanked him for his understanding and ordered his troops to march past the McLean forces. The moment the hooves of Befros's horse moved, the McLean soldiers went on high alert, refusing to move an inch and preparing for battle. Victor looked Befros dead in the eye with his crossbow leveled. The two forces faced each other once more, though this time much closer than before. Roger Befros realized then that Logan's words were hollow. He had no intention of letting them pass. Logan addressed Roger again, echoing the Count's earlier sentiment by saying that since the rout was up to the field commander, the McLeans were also thinking about changing their direction. To the shock of Roger and his knights, Logan announced they would be falling back for now. Roger was left speechless, struggling to understand Logan's aim. Logan then shouted for all his troops to hear that they were returning to base, and the soldiers acknowledged the command. Roger demanded to know what Logan was doing. Logan told Roger that they should both stop pretending. He looked Roger in the eye and asked if he should contact the Duke immediately to see if this discretion would be excused. At this, Roger's mask slipped, and he became visibly angry. He stopped the charade and ordered his men to engage exactly as planned. Logan matched the command, ordering all his units to prepare for battle as he gripped Lux tightly, declaring that this was where they would end Befros. Roger raised a staff, evidently an artifact, and ordered his mages to gather. He struck the ground with the staff and began a spell, seemingly funneling all their power into a single attack. Observing the surge of wind magic, Logan initially wondered if it was a protective spell for the Befros troops. He then realized that Roger was wrapping mana not just around himself, but into a massive barrier covering thousands of soldiers. Logan turned to Clayton, asking if such a feat was possible. Clayton replied that while a Grand Mage might manage it, Roger was only a 5th Circle mage. He concluded the staff must be an incredibly powerful artifact. Even so, Clayton noted the move was reckless and inefficient, as the barrier would only last an hour or two at most. Hearing the phrase, "hold out," Logan began to wonder why Befros would gamble on stalling for a few hours. As Roger smirked, Logan suspected there was more to the plan and decided they should defend and observe for the moment. However, the situation changed instantly, as projectiles shifting from blue to red flew toward the McLean lines. It appeared Befros had created his own version of Liberatio. As Befros smiled, waiting for the impact, and asking if Logan thought they would just stand by, Eileen screamed the name of the weapon. She realized that striking the bombs down might be the only escape, yet even that seemed impossible given the sheer number of projectiles. Suddenly, a yellow flash ripped through the sky. In the next instant, all the projectiles exploded prematurely, lighting up the sky even brighter than before. Eileen noted it looked like some kind of net, and Hinckley stood stunned as the Liberatio was neutralized before reaching a single McLean soldier. Eileen recognized the golden light as the projectiles were caught in a shimmering web. Logan then landed on the ground in a superhero pose, huffing as he looked up at the sky. He could hardly believe his improvised plan had worked. His body had moved on instinct. He reflected that while a single powerful strike, like the Dangium Cham, wouldn't have been enough to stop every bomb, he had realized he didn't need massive force, just enough coverage to trigger the explosions. The result was a technique born of crisis, a harmony of reason and instinct that created a variation of the divine sword technique. Seeing the failure of the attack, Roger ordered his soldiers to throw more bombs, but a soldier informed him they were out of stock, as those had been the only ones smuggled in. Logan realized then that the Befros forces were out of supplies and must have stolen the weapons from Valtermine. Despite the setback, a trembling Roger remained determined to hold the McLeans back. He ordered his knights to charge. Logan met the challenge, telling his own knights to prepare for a countercharge. Activating his Wind Boots artifact, Logan surged toward the cavalry, intent on crashing into the Befros line. Suddenly, a red light appeared before him, an attack that pushed him back. Though he managed to parry it, Logan looked up and noted that the Befros twin swords had finally shown themselves. Both Aslan and the Moonlight Knight stood ready, fully prepared to take on and kill Logan. Next, a moment from the past appeared with Franz struggling to block an attack. It seemed the one who launched the assault was Aslan, who told Franz that this was his win. Seeing this, Franz grew annoyed, and Aslan informed him that while his whip-like blade was perfectly effective, it lacked decisive power. Franz admitted he was aware of that, noting that while the blade had extended flexibility and reach, it easily fell to the strength of an equal level. Aslan then told Franz that if he did not want to lose to him again next time, he should figure out some countermeasures. Franz replied that Aslan should just forget it, as he could spend a lifetime after awakening his force blade on that and it still would not work. as it was ultimately just a quirk of his sword. Besides, Franz mentioned that he alone was not the twin swords of Befros, which sparked Aslan's interest and acknowledgement. As Franz smiled and wondered why he was suddenly remembering his old days, he could only come up with one explanation. His life was flashing before his eyes. In the present, it seemed he was unable to parry or block Logan's attack, and he began coughing up blood. With this blow, Logan told Franz that it was about time they said their goodbyes. Then, he used his blade to cut through Franz as if he were made of butter. Seeing this scene, Aslan ran to help his friend, screaming his name, but it was already too late. Aslan leaped toward Logan, calling him a bastard. Logan, however, did not move an inch and simply awaited the attack. Blinded by fury, Aslan shouted at Logan that he was going to kill him as he prepared to strike. Unfortunately for him, this kind of attack was met with an easy parry as Logan dodged and hit Aslan's back with a powerful slash. After that, Aslan started coughing up blood as well. Looking at Aslan falling to the ground, Logan told him that, in the end, without an artifact, he could not truly be called the Swift Knight. Seeing this, Aslan picked himself up and called Logan a brat. Before he had the chance to say anything else, he noticed Logan had unleashed yet another powerful attack, hitting the ground and sending a wave of mana toward Aslan. It looked like that might be the end for the not-so-swift knight. Fortunately for him, Roger intervened in the fight, waving a spell that blocked the attack and saved Aslan. Logan realized what happened and thought about what he should do next, grabbing his sword and slashing through the magic with mana. Only it was too late, as Aslan had already run away. Logan then noticed a sound that caught his attention, indicating the windshield was about to collapse and leave the Befros soldiers defenseless. An arrow then hit one of the enemy soldiers behind Logan. Seeing this, Logan wondered if the shield was getting weaker and if that meant Roger Befros was getting tired as well. However, this was not the case, as a powerful wind slash approached him. Logan barely managed to block the surprise attack, noting it was truly an incredible force. He realized Roger was not actually tired, but had simply weakened the strength of the shield to focus mana on attacks. Struggling to block the incoming attacks, Logan's only choice was to call Roger a bastard. It looked like Roger was prepared to sacrifice his own troops just to take Logan down. Roger then shouted at Logan, calling him and his family abominable, claiming they had stolen his castles and killed his right hand. Logan reminded him that in this story, Roger was actually the traitor who had lost against his own greed for Logan's land. Then, Logan noticed Aslan trying to attack him from behind. He managed to block Aslan's attack, and the sound of the two blades clashing could be heard across the battlefield. Logan tried to counter, but Aslan dodged and leaped back as one of Roger's wind blades came toward Logan. As he blocked the attack, Logan thought that both Roger and this monkey were assaulting him without any respite to force his defense to collapse. Logan thought it would be easy to sweep everything away with long-range attacks, but he needed to conserve his strength, knowing Roger was still hiding something. Logan looked down at his sword and thought he could just use that. He clenched his sword hard, preparing a technique until the blade appeared to warp. He held it close to his head and unleashed an attack where the blade acted like a whip. With this, Logan managed to counter all of Befros' attacks in one motion. He was happy the attempt worked, having used the Moonlight's whip-like flexible force blade to conserve strength while launching long-range attacks. Logan thought that stopping all those bombs earlier helped him figure out how to use it, and that the fourth form of the Divine Sword secrets was within reach. However, Logan did not get to finish the thought as Aslan started screaming, asking how Logan dared to insult Franz's technique like that. Aslan could not understand how Logan managed to figure it out, or how the kid could grow so quickly. Running toward him, Aslan wondered if it was hard effort, but concluded that if it had been a matter of effort, he would have ground his own bones to dust just to stand up to those fools who looked down on him. Aslan thought of how he rose to his current standing through his will alone, believing no one's resolve could stand against his. As Logan prepared to attack once again, Aslan's mind was filled with the question of how, like a demon prepared to eat the soul of the innocent. Aslan was filled with rage, engulfed in mana, and screamed at Logan, asking if he was more dedicated than him, something he could not perceive after all he had been through. Seeing Aslan coming toward him, Logan realized he was overheating. In fact, Aslan had surpassed that and was now burning away his very life force. Preparing the whip blade, Logan noted that Aslan had wagered his life on this battle. He unleashed the whip to end Aslan. With blood flowing from his mouth, Aslan kept going forward, telling Logan that he had seen through the weakness of that technique long ago, and that Logan must also realize it now. Logan's body felt heavy, and the air weighed down his movements, which he wondered if it was Roger's doing. Aslan anticipated the question while clenching his sword, the veins on his face popping out as he said the fatal weakness Franz was never able to overcome, combined with Befros' power, would be Logan's end. He prepared his most powerful attack, telling Logan to curse his own genius as he died. Logan opened his eyes and told Aslan that, unfortunately, he had also put his own life on the line. This was the moment Aslan realized he made a fatal mistake. He thought of his fight with Franz, and how Franz said his attack lacked decisive power and fell to equal strength. Aslan's sword broke in two, In his final moments, he wondered how that could be when the answer was right before his eyes. Aslan realized that Logan was not his equal, but was way more powerful than he could have ever been. With this, Logan had managed to get rid of Aslan as well. Seeing the scene, Roger was left petrified, fueled with rage as his humanity ran away, leaving only animalistic behavior. He screamed Logan's name, letting him know that this would not be the end. A glimpse into the past resurfaced, showing Roger Befros questioning how he had fallen into such a state. Not long ago, he viewed the McLeans as mere insects beneath his feet, yet now, they had seized his territory and struck down his most loyal followers. Roger began grinding his teeth, swearing that he would not permit things to conclude this way. At that moment, the mages positioned behind him sensed a sudden, violent shift in his mana. One of the mages suddenly appeared as if the very life was being drained from his frame, and he collapsed to the floor while Befros remained standing tall. Witnessing this, Logan realized that Roger was forcibly absorbing the mana of his own allies. As he prepared a devastating strike, Roger roared that he would finish Logan with his own two hands. Simultaneously, something caught Logan's attention. It seemed that Roger's escalating spell was also suffocating Eileen and Victor, leaving them gasping for air. Eileen remarked that the atmosphere had become unbearable, while Patrick questioned the source of this overwhelming pressure, and Hinckley cried out that it felt as though his entire body was being ripped apart. Logan reflected that it felt as if the very oxygen around them was being gathered into Roger's palm. He understood that while it was a technique utilizing the wind, it was fundamentally different from the aura of Wiccan, nor was it simple mana. It was nothing less than raw magical power, the authority of the Sixth Circle. Observing Roger's display, Logan noted that the man must have momentarily exceeded his natural limits through the power of his artifact. Roger, however, appeared completely indifferent to Logan's words, simply launching a direct assault while screaming for his death. He unleashed multiple tornadoes of magical energy that converged on Logan all at once. It certainly appeared that Logan was trapped this time. He knew he had to evade the strike, but his sword did not seem to be responding correctly. Then, the light of Lux began to shine, evoking an ancient legend, a masterpiece forged with the soul of a master dwarf, which resonates with its owner over many years. When such a weapon is truly tamed, a rare phenomenon occurs where its unique trait manifests. Though its official class might be a mystery, its power awakens in a form that perfectly suits its master. For Logan, that power was time acceleration. He realized this technique was akin to velocitas, but instead of just the mind, his entire physical body was accelerated. As Logan opened his eyes, an immeasurable surge of power coursed through him. As the magic tornadoes swallowed the battlefield, Logan vanished from sight. Suddenly, Logan's mana erupted from the center of the magical dome. Roger was left paralyzed by terror. Logan had not only evaded the strike, but was now standing just a few feet away. Approaching his foe, Logan remarked that this was truly a pathetic conclusion. Due to the strain of his final spells, Roger's form had withered, leaving him looking like a ragged old man with no future left. Logan gripped his blade firmly, declaring he would end it there, and unleashed a final strike upon Befros. A concentrated beam of mana raced toward the enemy, who was now too feeble to mount a defense. Roger watched the projectile approach in disbelief, wondering if any options remained. Ultimately, he shut his eyes and waited for the impact. The attack hit home, causing a massive explosion that completely obscured Roger from view. Logan could hardly believe what he saw next. Befros had managed to conjure one last defensive barrier, which had just barely shielded him from the brunt of the attack. Coughing up blood, Roger raised his head and shrieked Logan's name. It was a face so distorted it seemed capable of haunting one's nightmares. Logan stood uncertain of his next move. Kneeling on the ground, Befros declared he could not continue this way, and used his artifact to summon a final spell. A massive sphere of mana formed above him. Like a bloodthirsty vampire, Roger stared at his own end, telling Logan they should perish together. Eileen and Victor, terrified by Roger's intent, screamed for Logan to fall back. Instead, Logan lunged toward Roger. His slash was perfect this time, as he moved behind the Count in an instant. As the blade cut through him, Logan told the Count he could die alone. Roger shrieked in agony as his arm was severed and fell to the ground. Logan turned his back, glancing over his shoulder at the broken body. Roger shivered as his blood soaked the earth, contemplating his sudden loss of strength. Logan looked down at the man with a sense of pity. The once great Count had been replaced by a monstrous, hairless figure with patches of missing skin. Roger attempted to speak, but blood began to leak from his eye sockets instead of tears. Dropping his head, he blamed Logan for his ruin. Without a hint of remorse, Logan asked if those were his final words. Roger warned him not to think this was the end, even as his hand began to crumble into dust. His entire body started to disintegrate and fade away like ash in the wind. As he vanished, he left a final warning that Logan and his family would soon follow him. Logan remained silent, staring at the spot where his enemy had stood. Eileen and Victor surveyed the aftermath of the struggle. Standing by Hinckley, Patrick noted with awe that Roger's magic still lingered in the air. Clayton observed that because the magic was fueled by Roger's own life force, The lingering effects were substantial. Kaisalon muttered that Roger had been a nuisance until the very last second. As a hawk circled above them, Clayton remarked that the effect would not last much longer. But I have a feeling that the hawk might somehow be connected to the fallen Count Bifrost. The aftermath of the struggle left the battlefield scarred with immense collateral damage. But finally, a moment of rest seemed possible for the weary soldiers. Logan, however, remained the only one unsatisfied with the outcome, his gaze fixed upon the hawk above with murderous intent. Sensing that the danger had not truly passed, he shouted to his comrades, alerting them that the battle was far from over and they must prepare for another engagement immediately. Logan had finally unmasked what Roger had been concealing. The hawk, which was Roger's transformed essence, dived toward the earth and landed on the shoulder of a man who bore the bird as his own crest. That man was none other than Wiccan Kalia, arriving with the Storm Sword army to eliminate Logan on behalf of Bifrost. Logan realized there had been numerous suspicious signs regarding the Count's behavior. His reason for joining this campaign was now clear. He had intended to strike the McLean forces during the Haroon Castle operation. Since Roger Bifrost had deliberately stalled for time, the allies colluding with him were already in position. Even so, Logan had never imagined the reinforcements would be an army led by a transcendent. Logan stared at Kalia in disbelief, wondering if Huan cared so little for his own camps that he would risk their destruction just to set this trap. Hinckley reacted quickly, commanding the troops to form ranks with urgency. He ordered the squad to gather and prepare to open fire, specifically targeting the transcendent at the rear. Despite their discipline, both Kaisalon and Hinckley looked visibly shaken. A rain of arrows soon descended upon Kalia and his men. Watching the volley approach, Kalia remained unshaken, even joking that such a large number of arrows usually made one a sitting target. He remarked that it was a shame he wouldn't get to witness that sight himself before utilizing his wind technique. He destroyed the arrows with ease, and his army didn't need to raise a shield or shift an inch. The projectiles fell from the sky like dead flies, most of them snapping in two before they even hit the ground. Logan watched in amazement, noting that the barrier Bifrost had created by sacrificing his life force was nothing compared to this. Kalia had swept the attack away with a single gesture, casually stating it was too easy and that it was now his turn to play. Taking out his sword, Kalia leaped high into the air, promising to show them his true specialty. He reflected on his journey, noting that since the first time he picked up a weapon, he had practiced his thrust 100 million times. Now that he was a transcendent, that move, infused with wind, had become a vortex capable of sweeping across any battlefield. Pointing his blade at the McLean troops, Kalia shouted the name of his technique Vortex and launched his assault. Logan countered with a slash of his own, and the clash of the two attacks was so violent it seemed to remodel the surrounding terrain. However, Logan was forced to his knees by a sharp pain. His attack had been shattered rather than landing, and the pressure on his force core was immense. In a heartbeat, Kalia was within feet of him. As he prepared the finishing blow, he told Logan to focus. With Kalia's sword inches from his chest, Logan needed a solution immediately. Fortunately, Patrick leaped into the fray at the last second to intervene. The resulting explosion obscured everything from view. When the dust settled, Logan looked on in a fury. Patrick had protected him, but at the cost of coughing up blood. Kalia gave Logan no time to recover, attacking again from nowhere. Logan steeled himself, resolved that even against a transcendent, he would not be a helpless victim. He focused his mana into the tip of his sword and used his Dan Geum Jam technique, but his blade passed right through Kalia as if he were a ghost. Logan realized too late he was striking after images. Kalia stepped back and began praising Logan, calling him an impressive young man and noting that he lived up to the rumors. Logan was unsure how to respond, realizing only then that Kalia had actually managed to land a significant hit. He leaped back into a defensive posture, realizing Kalia was mocking him since the attack felt like nothing more than a single gust of wind. Looking at Lux, Logan knew his acceleration ability could only be used once a day, meaning he would have to block Kalia with raw force alone. Unfortunately, Logan found himself no match for Kalia's speed and continued to take wounds. Despite the one-sided nature of the fight, Kalia continued to praise him, calling it impressive that Logan could still protect his vitals in such a state. Patrick's scream from the rear caught Kalia's attention. Asking where Patrick thought he was going, Kalia turned his aggression toward the father. Logan watched in horror as Patrick was badly wounded, blood flowing from him like a river. Logan realized there was no more room for hesitation. He decided to use the resurrection bracelet he had obtained from the former king, and the wound on his shoulder healed instantly. Kalia noted that Logan possessed a healing artifact as Logan surged forward to attack. Kalia remained unbothered, blocking the strike, and noting its similarity to the techniques of Bifrost's knights. Kalia then wrapped wind around his own sword, which began to pull on Logan's force blade. The technique was so powerful, it started tearing Logan's energy apart. Logan remembered that Kalia was famous for speed rather than strength, yet the gap between them remained vast. Logan felt himself being pulled forward as his stance began to break. Hinckley shouted Logan's name from the rear, drawing Logan's gaze back toward him. Startled by Hinckley's sudden presence and the sight of a crossbow in his hands, Logan listened as Hinckley told him to remember his very first day of training. Logan's eyes fixed on the 2 arrows loaded in the weapon, and in that moment, he realized exactly what he had to do. Utilizing the wind boots to counter Kalia's pressure, he leaped backward to evade the strike, and in the next heartbeat, he scooped up Patrick to begin a retreat. Kalia spun around, shouting after Logan and asking if he truly believed running away would accomplish anything. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted right in Kalia's face. The blast was created by the crossbow fire, and Kalia was left in disbelief that Logan possessed that kind of destructive firepower. Hinckley immediately unleashed another round of arrows, repeating the volley to keep Kalia in check. Victor and Eileen joined in, firing everything they had to widen the opening for Logan's escape. Once Logan landed safely back among his ranks, Hinckley lowered his weapon and turned to him. Logan remarked that he had finally understood the purpose of their first training drill. Carrying a comrade and running, a staple of the McLean Knight Order, was actually a lesson in how to evacuate the Lord under fire. Seeing that Logan had finally caught on, Hinckley told him he was proud of him. Logan replied that he would never forget that drill, noting it was the special one introduced specifically when he joined the one Hinckley had used in an attempt to make him quit. Logan smiled and huffed at the memory before setting Patrick down. Preparing to head back, he drew his sword and told Hinckley he was entrusting his father's safety to him. Hinckley nodded solemnly, telling Logan to leave everything to him. Logan then used the wind boots to leap back into the fray. Watching the battlefield, Eileen noted that between Sir Hinckley and the rest of them, they had fired nearly 30 shots. She mused that not even a transcendent should be able to emerge from such a barrage unscathed. When she asked Victor for his opinion, he reminded her that Kalia was the one who had just overpowered Lord Logan one-sidedly. With a vigilant expression, Victor said he doubted Kalia would go down so easily. Eileen told Victor she was just trying to boost morale and asked if he knew anything about fighting spirit, to which Victor replied with an unhinged, unchanging expression that he was familiar with the concept. Just as Eileen reflected on how difficult a person Victor was, a voice called out from behind them. It was Rhea and Lord Clayton. The moment Victor saw Rhea, his entire attitude shifted, and he drew his sword as if something were already threatening her. Both Victor and Eileen stood stunned by the sight before them. Rhea informed them that explanations would have to come later, as there was something far more important at hand. She urgently requested that they protect Clayton, who appeared to be wrestling with some kind of intense fire creature or powerful spell. Logan's sharp blue gaze cut through the swirling dust as Kalia tensed, his fist prepared to strike. Kalia moved with sudden urgency to defend against a massive golden slash, the impact of which forced his head back as energy erupted around him. Glowing with golden power, Logan dropped from above with his blade, aiming a heavy blow at Kalia, who braced for the impact while staring intently. Logan suddenly declared that he saw something. As Kalia stood there enveloped in swirling energy, Logan explained that his opponent's aura had briefly turned into raw force right beneath his feet, appearing as if the energy were running in reverse. Logan admitted he could not tell if he was perceiving this because the fight had made his mind extremely sharp or if Kalia's power had simply dimmed following the last explosion. A sudden intensity flashed in Logan's eye, as he realized a chance still remained, and decided to take it. Sometime before the group led by Clayton and his disciples emerged from the dust, they spotted the approaching enemy, and someone yelled that it was the Storm Sword Army. A grim-looking Clayton stared at the approaching forces, questioning if it was truly them, before realizing with shock that a transcendent had actually appeared. Logan quickly yelled Lord Clayton's name, and Clayton urgently threw out his hand to catch an artifact Logan tossed to him. Logan shouted for him to use it right away, while Clayton stared in shock at the powerful item he had just received. Clayton questioned if it was truly Befros's artifact, and started to ask Logan why he had given it up. Looking down at the priceless object in his hand, Clayton then admitted to Logan that although he had accepted the artifact instantly, he knew he normally would not dare to take such an item. Clayton immediately used the artifact Logan had given him, clutching it as he realized its immense power. The scene then erupted into a chaotic storm of fire and light, as the full force of that power burst forth from the ground. Kneeling amid the swirling flames, a frantic Victoria shouted an alarm to her group, desperately telling her master that the young lord was fighting the Transcendent yet again, while her brother Victor and Eileen watched the chaos unfold. With an extremely stressed look on his face, Clayton yelled out that he saw the problem, but quickly followed up by declaring that the current situation was completely different from what they had faced before. Clutching the glowing artifact tightly amidst the surging fire, Clayton explained in detail that the item held immense power, declaring it contained easily enough energy for someone like Befros to cast truly terrifying and monstrously huge spells of magic, with intense worry and determination. As the artifact glowed, Clayton declared that with this kind of power, even the specific magic they had worried about should now be possible. As the scene erupted around him in a terrifying storm of fire, Clayton dramatically declared that among earth element mages, What they were witnessing was nothing less than the gateway spell to becoming a transcendent. Logan's focused expression shattered as a new presence stepped powerfully and suddenly onto the battlefield, forcing the warrior to look sharply over his shoulder at the unexpected interruption of his fight with Kalia. With an intensely focused and strained roar, Clayton slammed his fist down and yelled, "Gravity control," unleashing the immense power of the artifact to manipulate the forces around them. With a face grim and strained from exertion, Kalia was violently slammed downward by the sudden gravity control attack. The sheer force of the spell caused the ground to explode and shatter all around him. As the intense gravity control attack slammed down, crushing the earth, Kalia cried out in shock. Realizing the immense pressure that had hit the battlefield while straining under the crushing force, Kalia desperately tried to fight through the spell with his sword up. He frustratedly realized that the gravity effect did not vanish even with his aura, and he then exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how this could possibly be sixth circle magic. Still struggling, Kalia glared at Clayton and yelled out his astonished question, demanding to know if the McLean family actually had a mage after all, ending with an angry, determined shout of, "Damn it!" Kalia forcefully twisted his body, directing a fierce gaze back toward Logan, and thinking that even though he was trapped by the magic, he would not lose to such a brat. His expression then shifted to genuine terror, as he immediately worried that his knights and soldiers were different and could suffer massive casualties from the gravity magic. Gritting his teeth in regret, Kalia furiously realized he should not have rushed here at Befros's request, bitterly concluding that he should have brought his entire main force to deal with such an overwhelming threat. Logan maintained a focused and solemn expression, his eyes fixed intently on the action, as he silently absorbed the gravity of the battlefield situation. With a determined, intense stare, Logan addressed his opponent, telling Kalia to withdraw his troops and stating plainly that he did not want to fight any longer, a pronouncement that seemed to leave Kalia utterly confused. With his face etched in sweat, fury, and fierce determination, Kalia gritted his teeth, visibly showing the immense physical and emotional strain the prolonged and chaotic battle had put him under. As he strained against the immense gravity and saw his opponent, the furious Kalia shouted at Logan, declaring he was not going to be tricked. At the same time, his own body was encased in a swirling blue aura, and his sword was brandished in preparation for an immediate attack against Logan. With his face etched in strain and sweat, the furious Logan shouted, "Damn it!" as his sword, now radiating a bright yellow aura, was pushed forward into the ongoing unseen attack. Logan was forced to unleash a massive arc of brilliant yellow fire, but it was intercepted by an overwhelming wave of sharp blue aura from Kalia. Logan's frustrated voice was heard saying he did not want to fight, yet Kalia's relentless attack continued without pause. Kalia's face was contorted in pain and effort, as a shout was forced from him, while his sword violently impacted the opposing force. With his face twisted in frustrated rage, Kalia was heard shouting that his opponent only relied on brute force attacks, a complaint immediately followed by the shocked thought of how Logan was deflecting aura with raw force. With an angry, strained expression, Logan was heard shouting at his opponent to stop this, while also questioning if the other man even thought he would come out alive if the fight continued, given the destructive power they were both using. With an angry, wild-eyed glare, Kalia shouted at Logan, telling him not to make him laugh, and declared that as soon as Logan's mage was found, the fight would come to an end. Logan was then seen shouting at the top of his lungs with intense frustration, desperately trying to explain his position by saying that was precisely the point he was trying to make. With an intensely determined look, Logan's voice was heard confronting Kalia, as he firmly declared that the war itself was not something they intended to wage. Kalia was left with a look of stunned disbelief and silence on his face after hearing Logan's intense declaration. As Kalia swung his weapon amidst the clash of auras, he questioned Logan about what he meant. Logan immediately answered by forcefully ordering him to think about it. Standing above his opponent, Logan's voice was heard first, declaring that they had been betrayed by the Second Prince's faction. He then questioned why they would continue fighting in the war after that, concluding that they no longer wanted to be involved in faction struggles. With a sharp gaze and a slight smirk, Logan then directed a pointed question at the stunned Kalia, asking if he was planning to let only the Second Prince's army benefit from their conflict. As Kalia tightened his grip on his weapon, his internal thoughts were heard. He immediately dismissed Logan's suggestion as nonsense, followed by the strong suspicion that he was being tricked into lowering his guard. With his face etched in strain and determination, Kalia's thoughts were heard again, as he reluctantly admitted that if the battle kept going like this, there was a possibility that Logan's shocking words might hold some truth. A close-up of Logan's intensely focused eyes was seen, indicating he was weighing a grave decision. With a look of sudden realization and urgency, Logan then turned and shouted a clear command to his forces, ordering the knights to cease combat. Logan's forceful order continued, his voice ringing out with intense, wild-eyed fury, stating that regardless of the damage sustained, the primary objective was for everyone to attack Wiccan Kalia. The knights responded with a unified, obedient roar of approval. The shocked and furious Kalia looked up with wide, disbelieving eyes, his internal thoughts labeling Logan a lunatic for the suicidal command. As enemy figures charged at him from all directions, Kalia's frantic internal thought was heard, questioning in disbelief if they were insane to follow such a reckless command. With a desperate, almost crazed expression, Kalia's frantic voice then shouted at the approaching enemy, demanding to know if they were trying to commit suicide. The full weight of the combined attack slammed down, forcing a cry of intense pain and physical strain from Kalia, whose face was tightly contorted. Clayton's voice was then heard shouting a forceful command for everyone to attack, his face contorting in effort as he simultaneously declared that Kalia would be held down by the renewed gravity magic. With a fierce, furious snarl, Kalia raised his weapon defensively against the charging forces, his voice spitting out a curse against the bastards who had betrayed him. His face remained tightly contorted in a mask of furious, disbelieving rage as he glared at the advancing troops, even as Logan's voice was heard loudly ordering the knights to charge. As Logan's forces charged, Kalia's own troops were heard shouting a desperate command to stop them, followed by an urgent plea to protect the Lord. A close-up showed Kalia's intensely strained eyes, indicating he was making a critical, painful decision. As knights continued to charge at him, Kalia's voice was heard, reluctantly shouting that he would accept Logan's proposal of a ceasefire. This declaration was met by the silent, intense, and focused gaze of Logan. Kalia shouted at Logan to call off the attack first, and Logan was then seen complying with the demand. Hearing Logan's order, Clayton let down his artifact, stopping the attack. Clayton shielded his face and cried out a sound of strain or discomfort, while his disciple, Victoria, was seen urgently calling out to him. Logan clamped his hand over his mouth, a massive choked cough racking his body as a stream of blood spilled out onto his armor. Still standing after that fight, he gripped his sword and just managed to mutter, "Thank goodness," looking completely spent but relieved he actually survived the damn thing. Looking like total shit, Logan realized his opponent held back. If the other guy had seriously committed to fighting to the death, the resulting damage would have been absolutely catastrophic. Logan was completely wrecked now, perhaps on the verge of collapsing. Logan's opponent, Kalia, stepped up to the battered warrior and said his full name, Logan Mlan, immediately snapping the exhausted man's focus. Startled that he had been called out, Logan turned his weary gaze back toward Kalia. Against a sprawling mountain vista, two powerful figures faced an inevitable confrontation. Wiccan Kalia made a pivotal declaration. He accepted the terms, stating he would believe the promise to withdraw from the war, an uneasy truce sealing their fate. Logan issued a dire warning under the bright sky. A betrayal of the truce would mean war would instantly resume. The exhausted warrior demanded no useless oaths, only an end to the wearing conflict. The powerful warrior Kalia issued a cold ultimatum, his eyes fixated on his counterpart, asserting that a person of their status must possess the power to keep their word and uphold the ceasefire. Logan, with a slight confident smirk, delivered his final sharp instruction, warning his counterpart to return quickly and signaling an intense, unspoken threat that underscored the fragile nature of their new agreement. Logan then delivered a shocking intelligence report that left Kalia completely stunned. The Second Prince's faction was preparing a swift, imminent attack. With a mischievous grin, visible despite his injuries, Logan revealed a stunning piece of deception. He confessed to having waited until the attack was already in motion before sending his crucial communication, then quickly amended the statement, claiming he would send the word right now. Consumed by fury and the sting of deceit, Kalia screamed a defiant vow that he would remember the name Mlan. He then issued a frantic, desperate command for all his troops to retreat at full speed toward the main camp immediately. From the rear, Logan offered a relaxed goodbye as his opponent fled, solidifying his tactical victory amid the bright mountain setting. Logan stood victorious on the hillside, a faint smile gracing his lips. His successful manipulation had turned the tide, securing a crucial temporary advantage in the complex political conflict. Eileen, standing with a surprised expression beside the one-eyed Kaisalan, suddenly heard a dull thud. The terrifying truth was revealed as Logan collapsed, covered in dirt and grave injuries from the earlier fight. Injured and exhausted on the ground, a desperate thought cut through Logan's pain. He realized his immediate, crucial priority was to send word to Valtermine quickly, one final, urgent strategic task, before succumbing to his wounds. Even as he began to fade, Logan's final desperate thought was dedicated to ensuring his enemies, those bastards, were decisively countered by his last transmission. Cradled by Eileen in the dim forest, Logan's final conscious thought echoed. This desperate move guaranteed his enemies would turn on themselves and fight each other to the death. Following the fierce encounter, a heavy silence descends upon the battlefield. Two blades remain embedded in the soil, acting as grim markers for a knight who lies broken and bested in the grass. This quiet scene signifies the absolute downfall of the warrior, whose armor reflects the sky as he remains wounded and immobile. The true scale of the catastrophe reveals a double betrayal. The collapse was initiated by Befros's ambush and immediately exacerbated by a ruthless strike from the First Prince's army, sealing their collective fate. Logan, his head swathed in bandages, speaks into a magic communication sphere with a strained voice. He directly challenges Valtermine from afar, demanding to know how he is expected to maintain the fight after enduring such a staggering and catastrophic series of setbacks. On the other end, Valtermine glares into the sphere, his face a mask of barely contained fury and irritation. His white-knuckled grip on his desk and his clenched jaw betray the immense pressure he feels, confirming the gravity of Logan's dire report. Valtermine admits to a stunning miscalculation, having never imagined that Befros would turn those powerful bombs directly against Logan. "It is all my negligence," Valtermine concedes, albeit with an angry edge. Logan counters sharply, noting that Befros was undoubtedly His Excellency's confidant, and demanding to know how Valtermine could claim ignorance of the intricate, devastating scheme Befros executed. Suppressing his rage, Valtermine clenches his fist, forcing himself not to retaliate. He realizes that if the McLeans withdraw, the narrow advantage they secured following Befros's downfall will vanish instantly. Valtermine firmly instructs the bandaged Logan to compose himself and listen to reason. He presents a rebuttal, arguing that if his true intent had been to strike Logan down, he would not have sent only Befros as his emissary. Logan closes his eyes in pained reflection, accepting the cold logic of the situation. He acknowledges that Befros' specific involvement was a decision of his own making, and reluctantly concedes that Valtermine's strategic point is valid. Recovering his composure, Valtermine offers a broad, knowing smile, using this small concession to regain the upper hand. He asserts that the massive damages suffered will be fully compensated once this debilitating war finally reaches its end. Logan meets this with an intense gaze and controlled fury, questioning if Valtermine is joking by suggesting compensation be delayed until the war's conclusion. Visibly annoyed by Logan's mounting anger, Valtermine begrudgingly offers a compromise. He turns away slightly, commanding his subordinate to listen to Logan's demands, stating he will at least hear him out, despite his clear irritation. After absorbing Valtermine's reluctant assent, the wounded Logan pauses to gather his thoughts before delivering the critical, impassioned demand he has fought so hard to secure. He delivers a stunning ultimatum. His family and he will be returning to their own territory immediately. A thunderstruck Valtermine leaps from his chair, completely shaken by this massive, pivotal power play. Gasping at the sudden shift in the balance of power, Valtermine stares in disbelief at the sphere, frantically pleading for an explanation as to why a vital subordinate would suddenly abandon the entire war effort. Remaining defeated among the dust and debris, Logan confirms the heavy reality of the ambush, stating they have suffered losses too heavy to continue. Furthermore, he declares that the brutal betrayal means they can no longer trust any faction involved in the conflict. Logan then delivers his final, irreversible decision. Because of the betrayal and the devastating losses, the entire McLean family intends to withdraw from the war entirely. Valtermine is utterly defeated by the news, frantically begging for a pause in the negotiations and demanding they wait a moment to reconsider this catastrophic withdrawal. A stern-faced Valtermine listens intently as Logan prepares to deliver one last strategic blow. Logan states he will provide a single piece of information as a chilling final courtesy before his departure. In a terrifying climactic reveal, Logan drops his final truth. The force that attacked them at Befros's request was none other than Wiccan Kalia. Valtermine reacts with wide-eyed horror, completely unable to process the scale of this final betrayal. His mind races, questioning Kalia's unexpected presence, but his terror focuses on a more shocking realization. The heavily injured Logan actually survived a direct confrontation with such a formidable foe. Having made his demands and delivered the crushing information, Logan ends the communication with an ice-cold final courtesy before abruptly cutting the connection. In the tense aftermath, a furious Valtermine bites back a scream, his jaw clenched so tightly that his muscles twitch. With the loss of his key ally confirmed, he unleashes his full, uncontrollable fury. In a state of frantic urgency, he issues a pair of earth-shattering commands. He demands an immediate call for Lucian Talos and orders a massive deployment, requiring the entire army to prepare for sudden military action. Clutching his head, Valtermine screams in disbelief, thrashing in agonizing frustration, unable to comprehend how things turned out like this after Logan's pivotal move. The scene shifts back to the battlefield, where Logan abruptly rips away his false bandages, exposing the ruse that had just deceived Valtermine. Standing tall and unburdened, he raises his hand and declares the performance over, ending the charade with a display of ruthless confidence and undeniable authority. At his command, soldiers who had been disguised as corpses began to stir across the field. Rising from the grass, the men marveled at the success of their deception, astonished that such a daring stratagem had truly fooled Duke Valtermine. Two armored soldiers approached Logan, their voices thick with awe and disbelief as they admitted their shock at the ploy's brilliance, a move that had successfully transformed a moment of certain defeat into a cunning victory. Logan observed that the First Prince's faction had sustained serious damage in the recent skirmishes, while the second prince's faction had now lost the support of Befros. A wounded Patrick, firmly supported by Hinckley, grimly noted that these recent events had left both warring sides deeply anxious as tensions continued to rise. Logan confirmed that these military setbacks were merely the precursor to an inevitable siege that would soon escalate the war further. He explained that Valtermine would now feel pressured to end the conflict quickly before the news of the McLean withdrawal became public, especially since the powerful Liberatio weapons were now lost to them. Leaning on Hinckley for support, Patrick confirmed the calculated nature of their strategy to let their enemies self-destruct. Logan silently agreed, securing their advantage from the foreground of the camp. Beneath the warm twilight, Logan offered a confident, assured smile, promising his father that he would explain the intricacies of the plan in time, and cementing his own central role in the unfolding strategy. Hearing this, Patrick simply lowered his head in agreement. A relieved Logan then turned toward the towering figure of Clayton, who gripped his magical staff, and Victoria, acknowledging their crucial presence now that the immediate conflict had ended. In a moment of high emotional impact, Logan firmly clasped Clayton's hand with overwhelming sincerity to express his heartfelt gratitude for the man's magic. However, the rugged Clayton humbly deflected the praise, instead crediting their victory to the power of his staff. Logan disagreed, asserting that a staff is only as effective as the one who wields it. Hearing this, Clayton bowed his head and thanked Logan for the acknowledgement. Logan then turned to Victoria, telling her she had worked remarkably hard during her first campaign. Her face brightened instantly, a blush spreading across her cheeks at the high praise. Watching them, Logan began to reflect on the nature of power. Unlike force, which can occasionally manifest through rigorous training, mana is almost entirely an innate gift. Because most mages can sense or use mana from a very young age, many develop the arrogance of believing they are chosen beings. Looking at Clayton and Victoria, Logan noted that these two did not seem to suffer from that particular trait, yet he still felt he should ask the tower to pay close attention to Victoria's character training. He knew this arrogant tendency was far stronger among high-ranking mages, with Juan Douglas being the peak example. Born to a royal princess as the heir of a ducal house, Juan had been praised as a magical genius since childhood and reached the 6th circle by the age of 40. Logan reasoned that such a noble birth meant Juan's true character was always on display, but he knew even that status wouldn't protect the mage forever. A few days later, the scene shifts back to Haroun Castle, where a massive explosion erupts directly in front of the main gate. Juan is seen in the thick of the fray, desperately attempting to intercept the bombs being hurled by the enemy, yet he is visibly struggling. He bellows at his troops to stop the incoming projectiles, but the soldiers are paralyzed, shivering from the supernatural, extreme cold. They find themselves helpless, questioning how they can fail to stop even a single one of these weapons. Valtermine sees the moment, issuing a command for his forces to advance. He orders his men to detonate every bomb in their possession. Though he originally intended to save a few for research purposes, his objective has clearly shifted toward total destruction. Suddenly, Valtermine notices Luther and Kalia locked in a fierce, toe-to-toe duel. Watching them, Valtermine reflects grimly that this entire war would have been far simpler if both of them had perished during their earlier clash with the McLeans. Kalia's attention is suddenly diverted as the wall behind him begins to crumble. Seeing the fortification give way, Juan screams, asking if Valtermine truly believes he will allow the breach. He conjures a powerful spell, raising a massive wall of ice to plug the gap. Valtermine realizes that Juan has expended a Blizzard Scroll, a rare trump card, and mutters that the mage is a sly bastard for having one left. Juan realizes that while the second prince's army sought a quick victory in the McLean's absence, they have been forced to waste their finest resources here. Meanwhile, the first prince's army faces a dark future if their current momentum stalls. This stands as the fiercest battle since the Civil War began, yet it ultimately grinds into another exhausted standoff. Elsewhere, a hooded figure sits, sipping coffee, addressing the Sword Duke, Felix Esperanza. He remarks that this fight carries a far different meaning than those that came before, as the core factions have finally begun to clash directly. The Sword Duke agrees, noting that the factions, having suffered heavy losses, are now seizing peasants and grain alike in preparation for an all-out war. He observes that the capital is currently overrun with refugees fleeing conscription, resulting in utter chaos. The Duke concludes that the visitor's disguised arrival must be tied to this crisis. At that, Logan removes his hood. He asks Felix not to be angry once he hears the proposal and begs him to consider it carefully. Felix asks what could possibly require such a grand preface. Logan looks down and confesses that he was the one who manipulated the two main factions into their current clash. Felix is left in a state of shock. Logan then reveals his plan. He intends to rally the neutral powers and strike the weakened factions from behind. Setting down his coffee, Logan explains that he wants Felix to become the central figure of this new movement. Felix erupts in fury, clenching his fist behind his back. He asks Logan if he truly intends to drag him into this war, reminding the young man that during the former king's state funeral, it was Logan himself who suggested Felix declare neutrality. Logan admits he remembers, but he also recalls the request Felix made of him that day. Felix lowers his head, clearly disturbed, as Logan reminds him of his promise, that if Logan ever came to him with a request, Felix would weigh it with the utmost care. Felix nods, admitting he gave his word, and asks Logan what is truly on his mind. As the third prince is shown looking sadly at a portrait of his late father, the former king, Logan delivers his stunning ultimatum. He intends to place the third prince upon the throne. He declares he will execute this plan regardless of whether his master helps him or refuses. With an intensely strained expression, the Sword Duke silently glares at Logan, his eyes narrowing in furious thought as he absorbs the audacity of the demand. The Duke eventually explodes, yelling that Logan is being insolent, and demanding to know if the young man understands the weight of his words. Logan calmly responds that he speaks only because he knows neither faction will leave the McLeans alone once the dust settles. He presses his argument, reminding the master that with his help, the endeavor would end much more easily and with far less bloodshed. Logan continues his calculated appeal, asserting that the other prince's children are too young to matter and that, by royal law, the crown should go to the third prince. He points out that when that time comes, the Sword Duke, as the boy's master, will eventually have to fight the factions anyway to protect the new king. Felix asks if Logan is threatening him, but Logan simply states he is describing reality. The Sword Duke stares silently before asking Logan what he believes honor truly is. Turning toward the bright window, the Duke explains that he has lived his entire life by keeping his word. He describes how he has striven to honor his oaths for 70 years, even in the smallest matters and even at the cost of his life. He concludes that the respect he earned from this consistency became his strength and the very definition of his honor. Logan questions this stance, asking if the Duke would truly stand by and watch the nation fall just to keep his personal honor intact. He suggests the Duke could save the country by sacrificing that pride. Contorted with strain, the Duke counters by asking if a nation saved through the sacrifice of honor is truly saved at all. Slamming his fist onto the desk, he states he sees no solution and demands to know what Logan sees that makes him so certain. Furiously crying out Logan's name, the Sword Duke stares intently at his student, who meets his gaze with a calm, unwavering focus. Logan admitted to the Duke that he lacked absolute certainty, yet he remained firm in his conviction that this was the only path forward. Leaning in with an unconvinced expression, the Sword Duke pressed Logan to explain exactly why this plan was a necessity. Logan responded by declaring that the current civil war was merely the opening act of a far more devastating conflict, grimly warning that, at this rate, the Empire would eventually devour the entire nation. The Sword Duke reacted with stunned disbelief to this severe warning, but Logan pushed his point further. He asked the Duke if the late king's death had not struck him as suspicious, asserting that the circumstances surrounding His Majesty's passing were riddled with doubt. Although Logan admitted he possessed no hard proof, neither from his past life nor the present, he argued that the unnatural timing of the Civil War's outbreak, combined with his own observations and his previous visit to the Empire, pointed toward a larger, hidden plot. He concluded that the Empire was actively preparing for war, which meant the current truth of the world was heavily laced with lies. With his back turned and his expression obscured, Logan addressed his master, suggesting that if the Duke's honor was defined by a life lived in absolute truth, then Logan himself must be viewed as a dishonorable liar. Fixing the Duke with a piercing gaze, Logan declared the one truth he held above all others. If he could thwart the Empire's designs, he would cast aside his honor as many times as necessary to succeed. Staring at the cloaked figure of his student, the Duke finally conceded that there were indeed many suspicious elements regarding the king's death. However, he warned that what Logan proposed was almost too massive to believe outright. He cautioned that even if Logan's claims were true, rising powers like Jordan or Juan would still present monumental obstacles to any success. Logan, focusing his intense gaze back on the Duke, demanded to know if the older man would truly stand by and watch the nation crumble. He reiterated that he would sacrifice his own honor instantly if it meant saving the country. The Duke, erupting in fury, shouted that Logan was no different than the others who sought to manipulate the third prince. He recalled that Jordan had once been full of spirit, genuinely hoping the nation would move in a positive direction. From the Duke's perspective, Jordan had been sincere back then. However, once Jordan inherited his dukedom and his daughter bore a prince, he had changed. The Duke then questioned Logan directly, asking how he could be so certain he wouldn't eventually suffer the same moral decay. Logan watched the Duke clench his fist before meeting the older man's eyes with a look of intense focus. Turning slightly away, Logan quietly admitted that he shared that same fear. Staring out the bright window, Logan confessed that he had seen many men fall from grace in that exact manner, and with a somber, determined look, he added that he despised such people. He pleaded with the Sword Duke to believe in his intent, while the Duke remained silent and deep in thought. The Sword Duke challenged Logan to prove his conviction, reminding him that Logan had claimed he would attempt this plan even without the Duke's assistance. However, the Duke conceded that he would, at the very least, not stand in Logan's way. He repeated his demand for proof, leaning in close with a strained face, emphasizing that Logan must demonstrate that this cause was truly worth the Duke breaking his lifelong oath. Logan, his eyes wide with resolve, met his master's demand. As the Sword Duke turned his back and stepped toward the light, he issued one final instruction before Logan departed. The young man was to meet the third prince. Logan reacted with a start, questioning the mention of the boy. The Duke revealed that the third prince was actually taking refuge within his residence at that very moment. Turning back to look at his surprised pupil, the Duke questioned if Logan had really planned to make the boy a king without even consulting the person concerned. Looking away in slight embarrassment, Logan admitted the revelation had caught him off guard. After composing himself, Logan smiled, and the Sword Duke, facing away, offered him a quiet word of thanks. The sun streamed brilliantly through the tall, ornate window, bathing the room in a warm, golden light. The third prince stood there with a calm demeanor as Logan entered and approached him. Logan greeted the royal, noting that it had been quite some time since their last encounter. The prince turned with a sudden start, yet responded with a smile, acknowledging the duration of their absence. Smiling broadly, Logan asked the prince if he had been well, and added that he had arrived to fulfill the promise they had shared on that day. The third prince looked visibly surprised and slightly unsettled by the mention of a past vow. Logan quickly clarified, stating that just as he had told the prince back then, he had successfully taken care of Roger Befros. Meeting the prince's gaze with a confident, almost unsettling smile, Logan declared that the time had come for the prince to ascend the throne. The third prince recoiled, repeating the word throne in disbelief. While Logan remained composed, the prince countered by pointing out the harsh reality of his current situation. He was currently hiding and being sheltered in a duke's residence rather than the palace. He further noted that Logan himself was forced to conceal his noble lineage just to facilitate this meeting. The prince then demanded to know how, claiming the crown could possibly be feasible under such circumstances. With firm conviction, Logan declared that it was indeed possible. As the prince stammered in shock, Logan began to detail their initial advantage. He explained that the ongoing civil war had already significantly weakened the factions supporting both the first and second princes. Logan, smiling confidently, asserted that he had the forces ready to finish off what remained of their power in one swift, decisive blow. The third prince gasped, demanding to know how Logan could possess such military strength. He noted that while he had heard of Logan's legendary feats on the battlefield, including the rumors of his duel with the Storm Sword, he was still skeptical. Logan praised the prince's insight for paying attention to the flow of the war, but revealed that twice the firepower they had seen was already waiting in his territory. Astonished, the prince questioned if this declaration was true. Logan, with a confident grin, concluded that if the neutral powers were to move now, they could easily sweep aside the depleted armies of the existing factions. Though overwhelmed and distressed by the implications, the prince asked if the neutral powers would truly lend their support. Logan smiled knowingly, asserting that he knew the nobles well. They would never refuse an opportunity to seize a new seat of power. Logan continued by stating that even without his master's aid, the McLeans already possessed more than enough power to act. He asserted that as time passed, the situation would only shift further in their favor. Looking deeply into Logan's eyes, the third prince finally conceded, stating he would place his trust in Sir Logan. As they clasped hands to seal the agreement, Logan thought to himself that convincing the prince had been the easy part, as the boy realized the only other choice was death. Logan's mind then turned to his next task, finding more passengers to board his ship. At the Floyd estate, Logan's father-in-law, Count Floyd, was seen hunched over his opulent desk, reading a letter with a look of visible distress as he wondered aloud what the document truly contained. Staring at the pages, he realized that the moment he had anticipated had finally arrived. Grasping the papers tightly, he exclaimed that these were the official proposals from the warring factions. He observed that the conditions being offered were absurdly favorable, so much so that he questioned whether there was any genuine intent to keep such extravagant promises. With a worried expression, Count Floyd turned to Logan and asked for his perspective on the offers. Logan met his father-in-law's concerned gaze with a knowing smile, replying simply that words alone could promise anything. The Count questioned if Logan was implying the proposals were merely a bluff. Logan affirmed this, explaining that the factions were simply desperate to drag even one more noble house into their respective causes. Count Floyd sighed, conceding that the factions must indeed be in a state of panic. Logan confirmed this observation, pointing out that after the recent clash at Haroun Castle, both sides had suffered devastating losses. Placing a hand on the stack of letters, Count Floyd surmised that Logan had come seeking his opinion on the political climate. He stood up, looking intently at Logan, and correctly concluded that Logan's plan was to exploit the faction's current weakness by rallying the neutral powers to resist them. Pressing a hand to his forehead in distress, The Count further questioned if Logan intended for the Floyd family to serve as the rallying point for this resistance. He stressed that such a move involved the very fate of his house, and was not a decision to be made lightly. He then guessed that if the Floyds were being asked to lead, it must mean Duke Felix had already refused the role. Logan, looking troubled, yet leaning toward his father-in-law, stated there was one critical fact the older man did not yet know. With a confident smile, Logan revealed that the Count did not truly grasp the massive strength their allied houses had recently achieved. As the older man stood stunned, Logan elaborated, explaining that they had recently engaged and defeated as many as 2 or 3 border lords simultaneously. As his father-in-law stared in intense disbelief, Logan added the final blow. They had even managed to repel the Storm Sword army. The shocked Count shouted the name of Wiccan Kalia in response. Logan suggested that the Count could verify the claim by consulting Lady Eileen. At the mention of his daughter's involvement in such high-level fighting, Count Floyd erupted in a burst of rage. He threw the papers into Logan's face, shouting an expletive and interrupting Logan's attempt to confirm that Eileen had indeed been present on the battlefield. Reeling from the sudden outburst, Logan urged the man to settle down, eventually managing to complete his thought by mentioning that Lady Eileen was actually very proud of her father. Finally, Logan collected the scattered letters, sighed, and moved to conclude the business at hand. Count Floyd began to seriously weigh the options. Considering the combined influence of the McLeans and the Sword Duke, he concluded that if the remaining neutral nobles could be successfully gathered, they truly did stand a chance. After a moment of intense contemplation, Count Floyd declared his firm decision. He would gladly join Logan's side. As Logan and Count Floyd shook hands to cement the agreement, the era of passive observation ended. 8 months after the Civil War had first broken out, the neutral forces finally began to stir. A few days later, the scene shifted to the interior hall of McLean Castle, where a fully armored Ronian suddenly rushed forward, urgently shouting for his brother. He reached Logan's side and expressed his immense relief at seeing him return safely. Ronian explained that since the rest of the group had arrived days prior, he had grown increasingly anxious when Logan failed to appear. Logan offered a broad smile and inquired whether anything significant had occurred at the castle during his absence. Ronian quickly reported that, acting on Logan's orders following their withdrawal from the factions, they had immediately maximized the production of both Liberatio and repeating crossbows. Logan nodded, acknowledging Ronian's efficient management, and pressed for intelligence regarding the Central Front. Ronian looked away thoughtfully, directing Logan's attention toward reports that indicated the region had been uncharacteristically quiet since the clash a week ago. Logan voiced his surprise, wondering how the enemy forces could maintain such a long resistance despite their heavy losses. After Logan expressed his bewilderment at the silence on the front, Ronian interrupted to politely inquire if there was some underlying problem. Logan dismissed the concern with a faint smile, stating that he had brought an object as a reward. Ronian looked down, surprised, and questioned what the item could be. He was then left stunned as Logan presented him with Frigus, the sword that had belonged to the Moonlight Knight, Sir Franz. Logan stood confidently with his arms crossed, explaining that the artifact Ronian held was estimated to be a Class 4 weapon. Utterly stunned, Ronian stammered in disbelief, questioning how he could possibly be the one to use such a masterpiece. He quickly stepped back, asserting that he simply could not accept the artifact. Logan, confused by the rejection, questioned why he would refuse such a gift. Ronian insisted that the sword he already possessed was more than sufficient. Logan teased him, suggesting his current blade might one day awaken natural magic as well. Ignoring this possibility, Ronian firmly presented the artifact back to Logan, suggesting it be given to his sister-in-law instead. He argued that as the future mistress of the McLean family, Eileen's safety was naturally of greater importance. Logan chuckled faintly, acknowledging Ronian's perspective as the likely future head of the house, before calmly considering the status of Sir Eileen. Ronian provided a cheerful update on Eileen's new role, mentioning she had recently commissioned a new set of armor. He noted that since Master Hamar had crafted it, its defensive capabilities were guaranteed, adding that she hadn't possessed proper armor until now. Logan mused that she must have used her previous reward money to purchase the expensive mithril alloy suit. He reflected that while her initiative was admirable, the cost of true mithril would have left her without enough funds for a proper sword. With a sudden burst of resolve, Logan declared they should give the artifact to Eileen immediately. When Logan met Eileen and offered the blade, she countered instantly, stating the gift was far too great to accept. Logan, looking surprised and stuttering slightly, questioned her refusal. She asked what merit she had earned in the recent battle to deserve such a treasure, expressing concern that accepting it would damage the morale of the other knights. As she voiced these worries, 3 armored knights nearby noticed Logan and exclaimed in surprise at the young lord's presence. Realizing she was sensitive to the opinions of others, Logan reassured her that it was fine, but Eileen quickly asserted that he misunderstood her meaning. Logan smiled broadly and clarified that the gift was not intended for Sir Eileen the Knight, but was instead a wedding gift for his fiancée, Lady Eileen. He explained that due to the state of affairs, They had never held a formal engagement ceremony or exchanged gifts. Logan smiled genuinely and extended the sword, asking her to accept it as proof of his vow. He asked if that wasn't the true meaning of a gift, concluding with a confident smile and the wish that the sword would help her achieve even greater martial strength. Eileen blushed intensely, softly questioning if he was making a formal proposal. She met his gaze, pointing out that they were destined to marry anyway, yet asked the question as if the answer were obvious. Logan smirked and conceded that it was indeed a proposal, one delivered with a sword. Eileen's face flushed as she offered a simple thank you. The two then gently touched hands over the blade, finalizing their engagement. Eileen smiled radiantly, holding the sword close and stating that no proposal could be more perfect for her. Logan was momentarily stunned by her passionate response. She enthusiastically promised to work hard, prompting Logan to question what exactly she planned to focus on. She then pulled on his hand, suggesting a sparring match, since it had been a while. Logan realized she meant improving her swordsmanship and immediately agreed to the match. Elsewhere, an unknown figure puffed on a cigar, reflecting that a full month had already passed since the massacre at Haroon Castle. He noted that the world had been uncharacteristically quiet ever since. Continuing to speak, he acknowledged that while the damage to the factions was undeniably heavy, he questioned why the recovery was taking so long. He observed that at one point, it seemed the Second Prince's faction was on the verge of victory. However, everything became uncertain the moment McLean forces withdrew. Just as he was observing the opposition's heavy losses, a messenger suddenly burst into the room, screaming the Baron's name and announcing an urgent message from Duke Valtermain. Another figure, seated and startled, anxiously demanded to know the contents. The frightened messenger stammered that the message felt a little strange. Duke Valtermain had declared that all nobles loyal to Prince Romain must hear his words. Speaking with intense seriousness, he announced that from this moment, they would temporarily halt the war against the First Prince's faction to form an alliance with them instead. He then screamed that this alliance was formed specifically to root out the vile McLeans. Logan's father-in-law, Count Floyd, speaking through a communication orb, surmised that it appeared information had leaked from within the neutral faction. Acknowledging the severity of the situation, Logan stated that the two factions had indeed formed an alliance and were now coming for their territory. The Count reported that while the enemy forces hadn't departed yet, they were definitely assembling their troops. Logan mused that an invasion could occur as early as next week. As he weighed the imminent threat, Logan's face tightened as he chastised himself for being careless. He reflected that since the neutral factions had held their ground until the very end in his past life, he had overestimated their resolve this time. He concluded that this overestimation was the reason the civil war had been able to pause for a month after Haroon Castle. Reflecting on the motivations of the hostile factions, Logan realized they were using the pretext of treason to remove the threat from their side. He understood that if the neutral factions were defeated, they would simply be absorbed into the winning side, a deal that wasn't bad for the victors. Contemplating these dangerous political maneuvers, Logan crossed his arms and inhaled sharply in thought. Seeing the revelation of their backfired maneuvering, the pale and worried Count Floyd interrupted Logan's thoughts to ask if he was all right. Logan quickly assured his father-in-law he was fine, but asked for forgiveness as he needed to end the call immediately. Count Floyd questioned if Logan actually had a plan, to which Logan calmly replied that he did. Despite the suddenness of the enemy alliance, Logan offered a grim smile, stating that this turn of events wasn't entirely unexpected. A sudden gust of wind swept across the verdant green cliffs, sending leaves spiraling into the clear blue sky. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a desperate shout from Victoria, who screamed for everyone to clear the way. Responding to her cry, a massive golem surged forward over the grass. Startled by the sight of the construct, one of the men exclaimed his surprise, staring in astonishment at Victoria and wondering if that kid was truly controlling these golems. He noted that the girl looked about the same age as his own daughter. A man holding a farming tool frantically gestured toward the golem, shouting for it to come over. The immense golem smashed its colossal fist into the ground, shattering the earth and sending massive chunks of rock flying. Once the dust subsided, a long, deep trench was left carved into the field. A nearby figure shouted for the exercise to continue and demanded that Lord Clayton perform his magic. Hamar stated he guessed they would only need to repeat the effort a dozen or so times more, while Clayton, chuckling, reflected that it felt like he had heard those exact words many dozen times already. Hamar insisted that if Clayton gave up now, his excellent staff would cry, and told him to look at how hard his youngest disciple was working. After Clayton complained about the constant need for the time staff, Patrick and Logan stood together over a map as Logan explained their objective. Logan stated they were scraping golems from the soil of the northern mountains and using them as materials to build a rampart. After discussing the plan with his father, Logan thought the initial plan was simply a brute force method, but he noted that the earthworks were truly impressive. Observing the magicians at work, Logan decided they were experts in grunt work, concluding that it was the Earth Magic Tower, after all. Logan reminded himself to make sure they received proper pay and vacation for their labor. Continuing his survey of the tactical blueprints, Logan noted that the new rampart would be anchored on the eastern stretch of the McLean Plains. He recognized the strategic reality that McLean Town served as their heart. Should the Allied enemies unite, they would bypass the smaller fortifications on the Bifrost Plains to strike directly at the town. Logan explained that this probable path was the exact reason they had to establish such a formidable defensive line there. As Logan confirmed these defensive measures, Patrick addressed his son, questioning if the Sword Duke had offered any insight into the shifting political landscape. Logan paused, offering a faint smile as he assured his father that his master had remained silent thus far. Privately, Logan mused that since the entire kingdom knew the McLeans were being targeted, the Sword Duke was undoubtedly aware. He resolved that his master's lifelong dedication to honor was a boundary he could not cross. He could not force the Duke to sacrifice that reputation for his own safety. This hardship, Logan decided, was a burden he had to overcome through his own strength. A week later, the fortification stood complete. Observing the finished structure, Logan remarked that while the design was simple, due to the rushed half-month construction window, they had succeeded in making it both massive and incredibly sturdy. He noted with satisfaction that the addition of a moat was a splendid touch. Clayton, feeling a sense of parental pride over the construction, requested to name the wall Aegis. Logan smiled at the choice, hoping that a wall bearing the name of a divine shield would indeed signify that God stood by them. The peace was short-lived as Eileen urgently commanded the knights to track the enemy advancing from the east, while simultaneously preparing for those approaching from the north. Nearby, Victor issued a stern warning to his sister, Rhea, telling her not to stray from the protection of her brothers. Rhea glanced back, telling him not to worry about her and to focus on his own safety instead. A horn blared a deafening alarm across the battlements. Standing ready in his armor, Logan looked on as a scout, announced the arrival of the vanguard. From the east, banners bearing the Golden Lion of the Valtermine army flashed into view. Simultaneously, from the south, the cavalry of the Douglas army rushed forward, their banners marked with crossed swords fluttering as the engagement commenced. Wiccan Kalia, visibly aggravated, questioned if the enemy truly believed they could avoid an attack after deceiving the factions while building these enormous ramparts in secret. He wondered aloud if such a lack of honor was fitting for a disciple of the Sword Duke. He remarked to Juan Douglas that, had they not assigned an observer to the Duke's residence, they might never have uncovered the truth. Juan Douglas agreed, admitting he never expected the McLeans to resort to such mischievous tricks. He resolved that this turn of events was for the better. The McLeans were already marked for elimination after the war, so this was the perfect moment to turn the plains into their grave. Valtermine, gritting his teeth, branded the McLeans as wicked traitors who dared to look down on him. Lucian reminded him to stay focused on their true objective, seizing the production secrets for the McLeans' new weapon formula. Valtermine acknowledged this, determined to claim the prize before Douglas could. Observing the massive scale of the approaching forces, Patrick began to harbor doubts about their strategy. However, Logan remained radiating confidence. He reminded his father that their enemies were merely a temporary, fragile alliance. Furthermore, Logan secretly contemplated a new method he had developed to restrain an opponent's aura. Raising his sword high, Logan shouted that victory was guaranteed and ordered all soldiers to prepare for the collision. Eileen, Ronian, Victor, Rhea, Clayton, Kaisalon, Patrick, and Captain Hinckley all stood at the ready, awaiting his signal with grim determination. With a fierce roar, Logan declared that any who dared to invade McLean territory would find their necks met by the edge of a blade. The scene shifts back several days to a conversation held through a communication orb between Juan and Jordan. Juan asserts that despite their ongoing civil war over the throne, they must unite their efforts to punish the treacherous McLeans. He suggests they freely share intelligence, though Jordan remains largely unimpressed by the overture. Jordan privately concludes that Juan is merely fishing for information because he is operating in the dark, yet still has the audacity to act superior. Jordan tells Juan that he hasn't noted any massive shifts in the McLean military strength, though he notes it might be a similar situation to when the Wolves were defeated. Juan smirks at this, remarking that since only a few months have passed, the most the McLeans could have done is conscript a handful of extra soldiers. He suggests that the only real concerns are the red-headed brat and their troublesome weaponry. Jordan disagrees, pushing Juan to reveal more. When Juan plays dumb, Jordan smiles and points out that the last person to engage them was Juan's own subordinate, Wiccan Kalia. Changing his tone, Jordan asks how Logan and the others managed to repel a superhuman and emerge unscathed. Juan himself wonders about the failure, privately theorizing that Wiccan simply has a habit of letting his guard down. On a strategic map, it appears the plan involves pinning Logan, Clayton, and Ronian inside the castle walls, while Jordan and Juan launch a coordinated pincer attack from two different sides. In the present moment, the assault has begun. One force strikes the front gates while the other moves against the flank. Luther Kale utilizes his aura to boost his speed, preparing to leap headfirst into the fray with the boast that he will shatter their defenses. On the opposite side, Wiccan Kalia does the same, urging his comrades to trust in his wind as they advance, morbidly noting that death is a constant companion, like the wind at his side. From atop the eastern ramparts, Kaisalon observes the approaching vanguard. Seeing the two commanders, he realizes the enemy has deployed superhumans to neutralize their arrows and bombs. He calmly gives the order to open fire. As Luther nears the wall, he expects an easy climb, but he is suddenly startled. He finds it impossible to believe the sheer number of crossbowmen the McLeans have suddenly amassed. It seems the sheer volume of arrows is more than he anticipated, and he grins, riling up his mana. He swings a massive hammer, shattering the incoming bolts. However, his efforts aren't quite enough. A glance behind him shows that many of his soldiers and knights have been struck and taken down regardless. Above the northern ramparts, Ronian takes command, directing the Vigilante Corps to prepare for their volley. Looking at the approaching army, Ronian reflects that the enemy must have completely underestimated their strength. After all, the McLeans have armed and trained over 10,000 civilians with crossbows. He smiles, internally noting that his brother is truly amazing. Back on Luther's side, the arrows finally annoy him enough that he crushes one under his mana-infused foot. He screams, declaring that no petty precautions will be able to stop him. He leaps through the air using his mana, intent on reaching the wall. Seeing a superhuman approaching, one of the mages prepares his staff, determined to keep him at bay. As Luther closes in on the rampart, a massive golem suddenly appears, rising to meet him. The golem delivers a slap so powerful that it sends Luther plummeting back to the ground like a comet. Fortunately for Luther, he lands in the moat near the walls. He surfaces, reeling at the realization that the McLeans have actually used the materials of the ramparts themselves to create a golem. Clayton appears, declaring that he isn't finished yet. Luther is hit again by what he assesses to be intermediate magic, which increases the pressure on him and prevents him from surfacing while forcing the air from his lungs. Clayton gives the order for his soldiers to strike the half-giant while he is trapped in the water. From a distance, Wiccan Kalia watches the scene unfold, realizing that Luther has been taken down. He remains remarkably calm, preparing to launch his own attack while analyzing the failure. He muses that Luther's massive size actually makes him a more vulnerable target for intermediate magic, making this a particularly bad matchup. He concludes that since their second-in-command has been overwhelmed by the defense, Duke Voltermine will have no choice but to step in directly to save him. As the golems continue to rise from the earth, Kalia calculated that Logan should only have 2 sixth circle mages at his disposal. By the time the third golem manifested, Kalia dismissed the threat, thinking to himself that this would be a piece of cake. However, one of the constructs raised its massive hand, and from within its stone grip, 10 charges of Liberatio emerged. The golem hurled the explosives directly at Kalia. Watching the projectiles arch through the air, Kalia wondered if these were the same bombs he had heard Logan was utilizing. He readied his blade, declaring that such a trick would not work on him a second time. With a precise motion, he conjured a localized swirl of wind with his sword, trapping all the bombs safely within the vortex. Smirking, he called out for Logan to show himself. Just as he had anticipated, Logan lunged from the chaos, attacking Kalia head-on. Kalia managed to parry the strike, his counterswing driving Logan back several meters. Despite the distance created, Kalia sensed he might be at a slight disadvantage based on his current stance. He glared at Logan, remarking on how thoroughly the young man had managed to deceive him during their previous encounter. Logan countered by stating that if Kalia hadn't picked a fight with them, he would have kept his word. Kalia branded him a liar, but quickly noticed something unsettling. Having just clashed auras with Logan, Kalia couldn't fathom how the boy remained completely unscathed. Aura is the authority of destruction. It is only natural for a weaker power to collapse in the face of such a superior force. The balance between their powers didn't make sense to Kalia. He stared at Logan's hands, wondering if he was secretly relying on a defensive artifact. Yet even then, he shouldn't be able to block his aura repeatedly with such ease. As their blades clashed once more, Kalia resolved to end the struggle with his very next blow. Unfortunately, it appeared Logan had successfully blocked that attack as well. At that moment, Kalia finally realized the truth. Logan was facing his aura head-on with nothing but sheer, raw force. The clash between them took on the appearance of 2 collapsing black holes. Even so, the toll was evident on Logan's body. During their last duel, Logan had deciphered the process through which Kalia's aura was released, allowing him to avoid a direct, devastating hit. However, avoiding the strikes wasn't enough, as his own attacks seemed to have no effect. Logan knew he had no choice but to push his plan into its next phase. Elsewhere on the battlefield, someone remarked that he had never expected to witness such a sight in their lifetime. A countryside baron whose name was entirely unknown until recently was now making a mockery of the nation's giants. Jordan Voltermine, his eyes filled with a killer's focus, finally drew his blade. He approached the ramparts with cold certainty, declaring that playtime was officially over. On another front, golems continued to rain bombs down upon the soldiers, while crossbowmen maintained a relentless volley from the walls. Amidst the carnage, Juan Douglas stood unflinched, his gaze steady as he surveyed the chaos. He declared that such representations of weak power could not intimidate him. To Juan, the fight felt fundamentally strange. Although it appeared that the Second Prince's forces had suffered more visible losses, It was actually the first prince's army that was sustaining significantly more casualties. Huan mused that their condition shouldn't be much different from the McLeans, and he began to wonder what the hell Logan was truly thinking. When the two factions first declared war, chaos naturally descended upon all the vassals. However, with time running out, Logan and his advisors had to quickly regain their composure and seek a solution. Among their primary defenses was the construction of the great ramparts on the new McLean lands. During these preparations, Philip proposed a psychological tactic. They should strategically alienate the two enemy factions from one another. Patrick, Logan, and Hinckley were initially puzzled by Philip's phrasing. Philip admitted it was an odd choice of words, but asked them to hear him out. He explained that while the two factions appeared united for now, there could ultimately be only one king. However outraged they might be at the McLeans, Philip argued that the traitor would always be secondary to their desire for the throne. Both Patrick and Logan agreed with this logic. Philip continued, noting that while the enemies wanted to eliminate an eyesore and acquire the production methods for bombs and crossbows, each faction would also secretly love to see the other suffer heavy casualties. The plan was to exploit these hidden agendas and embolden their mutual distrust. Logan asked if Philip meant exactly what he suspected, and Philip confirmed he did. In the present, the duel between Logan and Kalia continues. Kalia remains fixated on how Logan is resisting him. Despite his analysis, he can find no trace of an artifact. He finds it impossible to believe that Logan is facing a superhuman with raw force alone. Normally, Kalia mused, both Logan's physical strength and his internal organs should have been pulverized into mush by now. Logan taunted Kalia, noting that the knight was clearly getting nervous because the battle wasn't unfolding as he had envisioned. Logan then enhanced his strike with a blend of aura and fire, aiming directly for Kalia's neck. Kalia laughed, thinking a large-scale attack would never leave a scratch on him, but he didn't get to finish the thought. As Logan's blade closed in, Kalia realized too late that his aura was unable to stop the impact. With the blade an inch from his head, Kalia had no way to escape. The force was so immense that Kalia plummeted from the sky like a rock tied to a heavy truck. The sheer power of the blow was astounding. Kalia's soldiers rushed toward their fallen commander, one of them screaming that he had been struck down, just as a Liberatio bomb detonated right beside them. A moment later, through the smoke and explosions, Logan appeared like a god of war, levitating in the sky, and casually playing with a Liberatio bomb. Wiccan Kalia emerged from the crater. While he had taken no physical damage, he looked like a drowned rat, and was visibly humiliated. Surveying the field, Logan noted that they had followed Philip's advice perfectly, focusing the vast majority of their bombs and bolts solely on the First Prince's forces. He knew that if Juan Douglas had any tactical sense, he would have realized his army was suffering far more casualties than the Second Prince's. Logan sensed their morale had finally dropped, as their advance had stalled. Logan prepared to give the order to unleash their remaining stockpile, but he was interrupted by a new arrival. Jordan Valtermine was approaching the eastern rampart. Logan felt a surge of uncertainty, knowing the blazing sword of Jordan Valtermine was a force they might not be able to withstand. The soldiers were terrified. Logan ordered a unified volley against Jordan, but the Duke didn't even flinch. He simply raised a hand, muttering that the effort was tiresome, and clenched his fist. A red explosion of aura engulfed the air, incinerating every arrow before they could even get close to him. Even Patrick was forced to acknowledge Jordan's overwhelming power. Seeing how easily his aura burned through their defenses, Jordan moved like a flaming meteor. Seeing the danger, Clayton ordered a retreat while using his staff to conjure a spell. He targeted Jordan with the same gravity magic he had used on Luther, pinning the Duke to the ground. Jordan remarked that the McLeans really did have a mage and stared Clayton down, correctly guessing that he was the creator of the Liberatio. While Clayton held Jordan in place, Patrick ordered his knights to hurl bombs. However, the attack was intercepted by a massive hammer. Patrick realized the half-giant, Luther, had rejoined the fight. Luther asked if Jordan was harmed, but Jordan dismissively asked if Luther thought he would actually lose to these people. Jordan insisted he could handle the situation alone, and ordered Luther to go assist the First Prince's men at the other rampart. Luther hesitated, stating that something was bothering him. When Jordan asked what it was, Luther turned back, his face dropping as he delivered the news. The First Prince's men were nowhere to be found. Luther believed that, as of that moment, they had already begun to retreat. Deep within the cover of the woods, Juan Douglas observed the unfolding chaos, muttering that they could not afford to lose sight of their true priorities. He reasoned that through this singular battle, they would not only seize the McLeans' innovative weaponry, but also systematically dismantle the Second Prince's military strength, finally clearing a path for the First Prince to ascend the throne. Juan noted with a cold smirk that Jordan Valtermine had unwittingly offered himself up as a meat shield, an opportunity too perfect to ignore. Jordan, however, was reaching his breaking point. As a relentless barrage of bombs and bolts arched toward him, he let out a thunderous battle cry, signaling his transition to total combat seriousness. In the distance, a red flag was hoisted, the signal for a state of emergency. Staring at the banner, Jordan realized that Juan, that fox, had never intended a true alliance. While he had expected a scheme, he hadn't anticipated being used so blatantly as human fodder. In a fit of rage, he slammed his sword into the earth, the impact sending a shockwave that literally shook the ground. The sudden tremor caused Clayton to lose his concentration, forcing him to admit he would need to recast his gravity spell. However, Luther was already lunging for him. The half-giant declared that he could finally see the mage's face, and for a moment, it appeared Clayton's life was forfeit. At the literal last second, a flash of golden energy intercepted the blow. Logan had moved with preternatural speed to shield Clayton. Taken aback, Jordan demanded to know what Logan was doing there, and where the Tempest blade, Kalia, had gone. Logan retorted that he was wondering the same thing, noting that Kalia had bolted without a backward glance. Jordan ground his teeth. Even if he hated to admit it, Logan Mlan was proving to be a formidable obstacle. What worried him more was Prince Romain, who remained vulnerable back at the camp. Jordan realized that if he lingered too long fighting Logan, Juan would likely launch a direct strike at the prince. Making a split-second tactical decision, Jordan ordered a full retreat. Logan, however, refused to let them disengage so easily, shouting for his forces to concentrate all fire on the two superhumans. As more explosives and arrows rained down, Jordan dismissed the effort as foolish desperation. With a single, massive sweep of his sword, he turned the incoming projectiles into ash. He stood firm, protecting Luther's rear, and ordering the half-giant to withdraw first. Clayton watched in awe as Jordan's flame-like aura rendered every projectile worthless. Logan admitted that while he had expected the blazing heat sword of the kingdom to be powerful, he hadn't anticipated this level of absolute defense. Before departing, Jordan paused to ask Logan a single piercing question. During the duel with Kalia, had Logan utilized Sixth Circle magic? The question caught both Logan and Clayton by surprise. After a brief, knowing glance at the mage, Logan countered with a question of his own, asking if Jordan was truly ignorant of the answer. He pointedly asked if Juan hadn't bothered to share that detail, causing the veins in Jordan's forehead to throb with murderous intent. In that instant, Jordan realized Juan had been manipulating him from the very start. Reaching the edge of the rampart, Jordan issued a final warning to Logan. While the Mclanes had forced a retreat, they had only delayed their inevitable deaths. He then leaped to the ground, handling his massive blade as if it were a common kitchen knife. Watching the enemy disappear, Patrick marveled at Jordan's ability to tank their entire arsenal alone before retreating. Logan agreed, but noted that their plan was proceeding perfectly. As predicted, Douglas had abandoned the truce the moment his losses became too great. As Kaisalon moved to check on Clayton, Logan noted that based on Jordan's question, it was clear that Juan had kept the existence of their Sixth Circle magic a total secret from his ally. Hinckley observed that the deep-seated distrust between the two factions had finally been laid bare. Logan grimly concluded that they would ensure the two sides destroyed each other, telling his father they would move out as soon as night fell. Later that night, at the northern mountains where the Second Prince's army was camped, a tense conversation unfolded. One guard was informed that His Grace, the Duke, was currently stationed in the central barracks, specifically to ensure the safety of Prince Romain. Count Pamel Cherno, a high-ranking commander in the Second Prince's army, admitted that the First Prince's betrayal had left him incredibly anxious. He grumbled that the entire truce had been a mistake from the beginning, punctuating his point by chugging wine. When a soldier tentatively suggested he moderate his drinking since they were at war, Cherno responded by smashing a mug against the man's head, furiously barking that the knight's only job was to guard the perimeter against the enemy. As the knight slumped to the ground, Cherno's anger turned to confusion. He realized a high-ranking knight shouldn't be incapacitated by a simple mug. Stepping out of his tent into an eerie silence, he found a scene that nearly stopped his heart. Every one of his elite knights lay dead. Before he could even process the possibility of an assassination, a figure emerged from the shadows behind him. It was Logan. With a single, swift arc of his blade, Logan cut the count down, letting the man's blood drip onto the grass. Logan kicked away the fallen wine mug, muttering that Cherno was a fool for drinking while entrusted with the border. He noted with a grim air of superiority that the camp lacked even an ounce of proper vigilance. News of the massacre reached the Second Prince, who was left in a state of shock. A knight reported to Jordan Valtermine and the prince that Cherno and all the high-ranking guards had been slaughtered. When Jordan asked if there were any witnesses, the knight added a crucial detail. The perpetrator had vanished with incredible speed, as if carried by the wind. Jordan's mind immediately went to the few people capable of such a feat. Narrowing it down between Logan and Kalia, and considering Juan's previous deceptions, Jordan concluded that the killer was undoubtedly the Tempest Blade, Wiccan Kalia. Prince Romain was terrified to hear a superhuman was hunting his men, but Jordan reassured him. He ordered a call for the advanced knights, those known for their speed and agility. When the prince asked if Jordan intended to lead a retaliatory strike himself, Jordan explained that if they failed to respond, both his reputation and the army's morale would collapse. Romain, fueled by a desire to pay back the First Prince's faction for hiding their mage, gave his blessing for Jordan to teach them a lesson. Jordan offered a silent, knowing smile and bowed, though Lucian, watching from behind a curtain, felt a lingering sense of unease about how perfectly the chaos was unfolding. Back in the safety of the woods, Logan fled the camp with a smirk, satisfied that his plan was working flawlessly. By sunrise, he arrived at the western ramparts of Fort Aegis. Dressed in a disguise to throw off any pursuers, he removed his hood and was greeted by Eileen. Sensing her formality, Logan suggested she speak comfortably since they were alone. Eileen blushed, claiming she had simply woken up early, though a knight behind her muttered through gritted teeth that she had actually been waiting up all night without rest. Eileen promptly silenced him with a sharp kick to the ankle before asking Logan how the operation had fared. Logan, momentarily stunned by Eileen's persuasive social tactics, smiled and confirmed the attack was a success. He noted that the animosity between their two enemies would now be irreparable. While Eileen expressed doubt that the truce would collapse so easily, she quickly apologized for being negative. Logan reassured her, admitting they couldn't afford to be overly optimistic, and that their next step would be to observe how the two factions moved against one another. The scene shifts to the First Prince's central barracks, located south of the new McLean Plains. Huan, Kalia, and the First Prince are locked in a tense discussion. Kalia notes that 2 days have passed since their retreat, and questions whether they should resume their advance. Huan advises patience, noting that the Second Prince's army is currently stonewalling all attempts at communication. Kalia asks if the rumors regarding last night's attack on the Second Prince's camp are true, a question that causes the First Prince to slam his hand onto the table in a fit of pique. The prince mockingly asks if they've become cowards, declaring it would be better to simply seize the throne by force, an outburst that leaves Huan dismissive and Kalia visibly sweating. Their argument is interrupted by a knight rushing in with reports of an attack on their own encampment's outskirts. As the First Prince stands by in his typical state of confusion, Huan demands a casualty report. The knight reveals that the count in charge of camp security and 5 advanced knights have been slain. Kalia turns to Huan to explain the gravity of the situation, but Huan is already a step ahead. He can feel the very ground shaking from the residual mana in the area. Clenching his fist, he brands Jordan a fool for this retaliation. Huan decides that they will move at sunrise to confront the Second Prince's faction directly and settle the matter since communication has failed. In the morning, the confrontation occurs exactly as anticipated. Jordan and Luther express genuine surprise that Huan and Kalia have dared to approach them directly. Jordan, staring at the aloof Duke Douglas, demands to know his business. Huan replies with biting sarcasm, suggesting that their communication devices must be malfunctioning, and as a friend, he felt a responsibility to come and fix them. He patronizingly asks Jordan if it isn't immature to refuse to speak just because he lost his temper. The insult sends Jordan into a localized state of madness. He draws his sword, accusing Huan of being so terrified of being hit that he betrayed the alliance and fled. Jordan launches a ferocious attack, his sheer power forcing Kalia to cough up blood as he tries to intercept the blow. The situation quickly devolves into a stalemate. Huan has engulfed Luther in ice magic, while Jordan and Huan stand face to face, each waiting for the slightest opening to strike. Just as Jordan prepares to escalate his attack, Lucian intervenes, pleading for calm and insisting that this is not the time for internal strife. Jordan, surprised by his presence, asks why he is there. Lucian explains he feared this meeting would turn violent and realized he had to act as the voice of reason. When Huan cynically asks if Lucian plans to join Jordan in the fight, Lucian clarifies that he has no intention of fighting anyone but their common enemy. Lucian urges them to look at the situation rationally and remember why the truce was formed. Logan Mlan. He reminds them that Logan is a man who built a formidable army from a tiny territory, rode the coattails of the Sword Duke, and manipulated the neutral forces into treachery. Lucian argues that these recent betrayals and attacks are nothing more than plots orchestrated by Logan to breed animosity and destroy their alliance. This revelation causes both Jordan and Kalia to pause. They recall Logan's earlier words, his claims that he didn't want war in the first place, and even threatened Jordan to join the opposing faction if pushed. Lucian reinforces this, labeling Logan as a foul, underhanded tactician whom they cannot afford to underestimate. One last time, he implores them to stay calm and remember that their one and only enemy is Logan Mlan. The following day, a soldier's horn blared from Aegis Castle as an army was spotted advancing from the east. Logan and Patrick stood upon the rampart, watching and waiting. Though the sight before them was grim, it appeared Logan's plan had faltered. Valtermine and Jordan had arrived in a unified front. Logan questioned whether they were making a deliberate show of an unbreakable alliance, while Patrick asked if their operation had truly failed. Upon closer inspection, however, Logan realized it had not. Wiccan Kalia and Luther Kale were visibly battered, covered in wounds that suggested serious internal damage. Hinckley was overjoyed, noting that if the superhumans had sustained such injuries, the two factions must have clashed violently. Logan agreed, marveling at Lucian's ability to unite them after such a collision, yet he remained confident the situation was manageable. Calling his father and Sir Hinckley to his side, Logan asked if they could hold their own against the superhumans. When they questioned his intent, Logan explained that if the fort could muster its full strength to buy time, he had one final task. He would go and kill both princes. The enemy gave the order to advance, led by Jordan and Huan. As Jordan mounted his horse, he declared he would stay at the vanguard. He turned to Huan, warning him not to attempt another betrayal, to which Huan sarcastically replied that Jordan must be growing old and worried. Upset by the remark, Jordan unleashed a massive display of power, his aura flaring as he leaped toward the rampart. Patrick shouted for all to hear that the blazing heat sword was coming, and told Logan it was time to depart. Logan agreed, leaping off the wall and disappearing into the woods. Hinckley noted that since Logan was the fastest among them, he was the only logical choice to target the princes, though Patrick worried that the hole in their defensive line was now dangerously large. As the enemy knights reached the McLean firing range, Kaisalan ordered his soldiers to open fire. Grick and Victoria stood ready. Grick signaled for them to begin, and Victoria started channeling her magical power. Suddenly, massive golems began rising directly from the rampart walls, terrifying the Voltermine soldiers. One soldier screamed a warning about incoming bombs, but before they could react, the very ground beneath them transformed into a swamp. Both horses and soldiers were caught in the mire, turned into sitting ducks. Surprisingly, this powerful spell was not Clayton's work. Even the other mages were stunned to realize that Grick had managed the feat. With tears of joy in his eyes, Grick screamed, asking if the others had seen his real earth magic, proving it was for more than just building walls. Kaisalan was happy for him, noting to a laughing Clayton that Grick must have been bottling up his potential. Only Rhea kept her focus, screaming at Grick to save the celebration for later as the enemy approached. Snapping back to the battle, Grick realized they now had the perfect opportunity to hurl bombs at the immobilized troops. As the golems threw their explosives, the soldiers, sunken halfway into the mud, screamed in terror. However, the attack was suddenly neutralized by a massive ice shield that blocked the blasts. The soldiers recognized the glacial magic of Duke Huan. Huan commanded his men not to fall victim to such subpar magic. Rhea and Grick were stunned that ice magic could withstand the force of a Liberatio bomb, frustrated that their perfect opening had been negated. Kalia approached Huan, stating he could not leave the fighting to the second prince's soldiers alone, and prepared to join the fray. Huan was displeased, questioning what Kalia expected to do in his current state. He reminded Kalia that Jordan's aura was poisonous, and that if Kalia weren't an aura user, he would have been permanently crippled. Kalia apologized, and Huan noted that Kalia could still be useful for his superior vision. He tasked Kalia with locating Logan Mlan. Kalia scanned the battlefield, but reported that Logan was nowhere to be seen. Huan realized that with Jordan rushing the front, Logan must be executing a hidden maneuver. Huan then commanded Kalia to assist him as he began conjuring a spell, declaring they would lure Logan out. On the rampart, Hinckley maintained a steady rhythm with his crossbow, his focus absolute. Beside him, Patrick's voice cut through the din of battle, laden with a sudden, somber weight. Patrick asked how Hinckley could bear the current burden, questioning how he could face the reality of their situation. When Hinckley asked what had come over him, Patrick turned his face away, lamenting that because he served an unworthy man, he was forced to endure hardships that should never have been his to carry chief among them, being forced to stand against the most powerful beings in the entire Forcha Kingdom. Hinckley didn't stop firing. He retorted that now was hardly the time for such reflections, and that Patrick should focus on thinning the enemy ranks. Patrick continued to speak, complaining that he was pouring out his soul only for it to be ignored, but Hinckley had stopped listening to the words. He only fixated on that one term, hardships. To Hinckley, the word felt entirely misplaced for the duty they held. The internal debate was cut short as Jordan Voltermine reached the base of the fortification. Riling up his crimson aura, the Duke leaped with explosive power, soaring high above the rampart. He prepared to strike Patrick and Hinckley down in a single, devastating blow. The look on their faces wasn't one of simple fear, but a complex shock as a massive explosion suddenly engulfed the entire section of the wall. Logan, already moving toward his own objective, heard the thunderous blast and looked back. He realized with a jolt of alarm that Voltermine had scaled the ramparts far faster than anticipated. The urgency shifted. He had to eliminate the princes and end this war immediately. However, a familiar chill filled the air as a giant ball of ice manifested in the sky. Sensing the danger, Logan halted his advance and leaped back onto the rampart. He stared at the massive sphere of glacial magic, realizing that if Juan Douglas allowed it to detonate, the entire area would be leveled to the ground. As Logan cursed Juan's name, the Duke seemed only thrilled by the chaos. Logan launched himself toward the ice sphere, but as he drew closer, his sharp eyes caught a complicating factor. The sphere was encased in Wiccan Kalia's wind aura. With the combined protection of ice and wind, Logan knew he wouldn't be able to cleave through it as easily as he had before. Still, he resolved to try his method of nullifying Kalia's aura, until Kalia himself intercepted him from behind. Kalia taunted him, asking if he could hear the carnage unfolding on the walls. Behind them, Jordan was single-handedly decimating the McLean forces. Desperate screams and cries of agony filled the air as soldiers fell in utter despair. One unarmed soldier looked up, shaking with terror at the Duke. With the high sun framing him like a dark omen, Jordan took a lethal stance, raising his blade against the helpless man. Huan declared coldly to Logan that the battle was already lost. Across the field, the heart of the McLean resistance, Ronian, Eileen, Victor, Rhea, Grick, Patrick, Kaisalon, and even Clayton, appeared to be completely cornered. In the midst of the collapse, Hinckley turned to Clayton. He locked eyes with the mage, struggling to pull him back from the brink of panic. With grim resolve, Hinckley told Clayton that he had one final request to make. Next, it seems we are witnessing a memory. Two McLean knights are talking as one asks the other how many hours it has been, and the other replies that this has been going on for 2 or 3 hours. A red-haired knight is sitting on the back of someone in a plank position. By the discussion the two other knights have, this is the young Lord Patrick cleaning his sword as the other man is sweating intensely and shaking. Patrick then asks the man what he did wrong. Then he addresses the man by name. This is the young Hinckley, who says that his mistake was punishing another Viscount's knight. Patrick asks Hinckley what he means by the word punish, and says that he hopes Hinckley is not proud of the fact that he ignored him and did as he pleased. While Hinckley also wants to say something while addressing Patrick with his title, Young Master, Hinckley screams that they were the ones to insult Patrick first, and asks how he could have stopped himself after hearing them insult Patrick. Patrick then gets up from Hinckley's back and says that he, the heir to a mere barony, has become a high-ranking knight. But that level of envy is nothing to him, says Patrick as Hinckley is finally able to breathe again. Then Patrick offers Hinckley his hand and says that still something remains unsaid. He looks Hinckley in the eyes and thanks him. This looks like it was Hinckley's memory, as next he narrates how he had only found out later that when the Viscount came demanding that Hinckley would be punished by him personally, the young master at the time, Patrick, had personally bowed his head to save Hinckley. Hinckley says that this man is not someone to be treated in such a way, and that he is bound to reclaim the past glory of McLean and rise to higher places. Therefore, Hinckley dedicated himself to raising him on high. 10 years went by, and he had become the captain of the knights. The Mechlins remained a small rural barony, and the young master remained a high-ranking knight. Nothing had changed for them. Then someone came along saying that he would like to formally greet Hinckley. He lets him know that from then on, he will be participating in the Knight Order's training. This was nobody else but Logan Mlan. In the present, at the castle, the battle continues. Luther, standing in front of some other knights, tells them that he will be blocking the attack. They should use this opportunity granted by Jordan to attack the ramparts and climb up from above. Ronian is preparing a powerful strike with his force. Shockingly, the one he is fighting is Jordan himself. Unfortunately, not only does the attack not have any effect, but Ronian is also taking a toll because of Jordan's aura. Jordan then pushes Ronian right into the wall behind him. He lands violently into the wall with Patrick left to scream his name and see if he is okay. Patrick says that he already told him not to face the aura directly, and Eileen asks how he is supposed to face him if he cannot attack directly. At the other side of the field, Logan is still battling Kalia, and while looking at his sword, he says that even the cold emanated by Frigus can only hold off at most that blazing heat. Kalia stands in front of the giant ice sphere and tells Logan to give up and admit his loss already. If he does, then his highness will show mercy and end things at the cost of only the Mechlane's household lives. Kalia then asks if there might be another way, and asks Logan if he plans to die there along with all his other subordinates. Logan stares for a while without saying anything. Then he tells Kalia that he cannot do that because he had made a promise to someone. Back to the moment when Logan told Hinckley and Patrick that he would use this chance to kill both princes. The conversation was a little longer. Patrick told Logan that the only one among them capable of facing a superhuman is him. Patrick wants to go on and say that this is too much for any of them, but Hinckley stops him and says that they should try it, stunning Patrick. Patrick wants to ask Hinckley what he is thinking, but he seems pretty confident. Hinckley then asks if they have ever gone wrong following the young master's suggestions, which Logan didn't expect. Hinckley smiles continuously. He then says that he believes in the chance the young master has brought forth. As Patrick and Hinckley are approaching Jordan, Patrick shouts for the crossbows and bombs to keep coming. Then Patrick notices something. He sees Hinckley riling up his aura and tells him to stop, but he doesn't. Back to Logan, who is fighting Kalia, saying that their territory's people have an unwavering trust in his words. It wasn't always like that, but he made it so. Tired of Logan's monologue, Kalia asks him if there's a point to all this chattering. Logan then clenches his sword tighter and bows his head. He tells Kalia that they believe he will succeed and are putting their lives on the line. Hearing this, Kalia says that Logan has sentenced them to die in vain and asks Logan if he perhaps feels guilty about it. Logan lowers his sight and thinks before replying that he doesn't. Logan then attacks Kalia, saying that he cannot afford to lose any time. Logan thinks that he has promised to all those of McLean a future different from that of his past life. That is why he has to become stronger. He must grow faster than anyone and without limit. That is when his sword lights up. Logan says that he has no time to sit still and prepares to land his attack on Kalia. This is the Divine Sword Secret's fourth form, the Scorching Slash. This is when Kalia realizes that this was the technique that blocked his aura, and yet again, it seems he is pushed back. He cannot withstand the power of Logan's blow. The impact is so powerful that he goes right through the ice sphere. As Logan stands amidst the flames of his aura, Hinckley's thoughts can be heard saying that the eldest son of Miclain is nothing more than a rascal who invites trouble, or this is what he used to think. Though he started to view him in a new light as he endured that absurd training. After that, he gathered soldiers and granted them extraordinary weapons, and he somehow found and gathered mages one after another. On top of that, he picked up a young slave and made a knight of them. And now even his fiancée. Nowhere else on this continent would you find such a strange grouping of people. So Hinckley asks what will become of Miclain, and how far they will manage to go. He cannot believe he is saying this. But for Hinckley, it seems like the journey might end there, because Jordan has driven his blade right through his chest and pinned him to the ground. Seeing this, Patrick cannot believe his eyes, and even his sword has been broken in half. Eileen and Ronian rush toward him, screaming that they must save him. But Jordan seems unbothered, and his aura alone keeps them away. Eileen cannot withstand the heat, and Ronian tells her to take cover behind his sword. Looking toward the sky, Hinckley thinks how strange this whole thing is. His body is in so much pain, and the core of his force is wrecked, yet his senses feel sharper than they have ever been while Eileen, Ronian, and Patrick desperately try to find a way to save him. Hinckley suddenly shouts to Clayton that now is the moment. Clayton immediately obeys and begins casting a spell, summoning a group of golems that appear all around Jordan. The stone creatures wrap their arms around him tightly and lift him off the ground, restraining him completely. As Jordan looks down at the golems binding him, his expression shifts from irritation to clear fear. At that moment, Hinckley raises a crossbow and aims it directly at Jordan's head. Realizing there is nothing he can do to escape, Jordan begins screaming in panic. The bolt is fired, and the arrow pierces straight through his forehead. Immediately after, a massive explosion erupts on the ramparts. Even Logan stops fighting and turns to look toward the blast, unsure of what exactly has happened. It seems that Sir Hinckley may have sacrificed himself in order to eliminate Jordan once and for all, as the explosion engulfs everything close enough to it. Witnessing this, both Patrick and Ronian shout Hinckley's name in shock and desperation. Then Ronian suddenly notices something moving in the aftermath of the explosion. From within the smoke and ashes, a figure slowly rises, its outline resembling Jordan's silhouette. Ronian instantly leaps toward the figure and shouts for him to stop right there. Unfortunately, he is not fast enough. Another mage suddenly appears and lifts the injured Jordan away. The mage is none other than Juan, who mocks Jordan and tells him how pathetic he looks in that state. Seeing Juan there, Ronian stops himself because he knows he cannot defeat Juan alone. Logan soon arrives at the scene, and Ronian quickly explains the situation, telling him that Jordan escaped and that he will gather the knights and pursue him immediately. However, Logan calmly tells him that there is no need for that. Ronian tries to protest, but Logan finishes his sentence by saying that he himself will be the one to chase after Jordan. Logan then asks about Sir Hinckley. Ronian hesitates, unsure of what to say. Clayton and Patrick are standing beside Hinckley, looking down at him. There is a massive hole in his chest. Blood is everywhere, and half of his face has been destroyed by the explosion. Seeing his condition, Logan asks what exactly happened. Patrick, still in disbelief, says that he does not understand any of it, and asks Hinckley why he would do something like this. Clayton watches Patrick trembling and feels that he needs to explain something. He tells Patrick that during the battle, Sir Hinckley gave him specific instructions. He said that once he gave a signal, even if it lasted only an instant, everyone should use all their strength to restrain Jordan. At that moment, Hinckley planned to use the explosive bolts to finish Jordan for good. Logan immediately realizes that using such bolts at such a close distance would mean Hinckley would be caught in the blast as well. Just then, Hinckley coughs weakly. Seeing him still alive, Patrick quickly orders a soldier to bring the highest grade healing potion available. However, Logan tells him to wait. Instead, Logan takes off his bracelet of resurrection and tries to place it into Hinckley's hand, saying that perhaps with this artifact even his damaged hand could be restored. But Hinckley suddenly knocks Logan's hand away. He tells them that his fight ends here, but the war itself is not over yet. The battle of the Mclain family is still continuing. Hinckley takes Logan's hand while Logan attempts to give him the bracelet and asks Logan to keep it for himself instead, telling him to open the path toward Mclain's future. Logan lowers his gaze as if struggling to hold back his emotions. He tells Hinckley that he will definitely win this war, and because of that, Hinckley must survive. Logan addresses him as captain, and Hinckley gives a small nod. After that, Logan finally turns and leaves. Hinckley remains behind with Patrick. A knight eventually brings the potion, and Patrick apologizes, saying he caused trouble again by acting recklessly. But Patrick does not care about the explanation and tells Hinckley to stop talking and just rest. He forces the potion down Hinckley's throat and adds that this time he will not thank him for anything. Meanwhile, Logan has already left and is heading toward the forest. Suddenly, someone calls out from behind him, catching his attention. It is Victor, running after Logan as quickly as he can and asking if he is chasing Jordan. Victor says that he will go with him, but Logan refuses and tells him that he must stay at the castle. Logan explains that since one of the enemy leaders has escaped, Juan will become anxious and will probably launch another attack soon in order to seize the chance of victory. Logan continues explaining that Douglas, who usually remains on defense, may move to the front lines, so Victor, Ronian, and Eileen must remain at the ramparts no matter what happens. Victor clearly does not like the idea, but he says that he understands. He then asks Logan how he plans to track down Voltermine. Logan replies that he already has a guess about where Jordan might go. In this situation, there is only one place that bastard would likely head toward, so even if he turns out to be wrong, Logan has nothing to lose by checking. Logan places a hand on Victor's shoulder and tells him that he is leaving everything here to him. Victor lifts his gaze and nods firmly, saying that he will be waiting for him. Logan then leaps away once more, heading off to hunt down Jordan. As he moves forward, Logan remembers how he once believed Victor would never leave Rhea's side, yet Victor said he would be waiting for him. Because of that, Logan knows that he cannot afford to let him down. Logan begins thinking carefully about where Jordan might have gone. If he were Jordan Voltermine himself, what decision would he make in this situation? The war is no longer progressing as smoothly as Jordan originally expected, and the allies supporting him cannot really be trusted. Logan looks around while thinking that the camp belonging to the First Prince's faction is located in the southern forest. On top of that, Jordan has clearly suffered an unexpected injury from the recent battle. Considering all that, the situation becomes obvious to Logan. Jordan would want to secure victory even a little faster if possible. Logan reaches that conclusion just as something suddenly rolls across the ground near him. A human head stops close to his feet. Then a voice calls out to Logan, politely asking if he could pick that up for him. The voice continues explaining that it is supposed to be a gift for a friend, but unfortunately, it slipped from his hands. Moments later, Jordan steps out from the forest. It is obvious that the earlier explosion also affected him badly. Half of his face is burned, yet he still manages to speak calmly. Jordan tells Logan that he already knew Logan would eventually come to this place. He then remarks that the two of them now appear to be in the same situation. After seeing him, Logan offers Jordan his congratulations. Logan tells him that Jordan managed to use his own hands to behead the man Logan himself failed to kill, even though Logan previously sent assassins after him. Logan then casually adds that he knows a very skilled assassin whom he could introduce to Jordan. Logan goes on to say that the man he personally beheaded was the Margrave, belonging to the Second Prince's faction. After hearing this, Jordan immediately calls Logan a bastard. Then he looks directly at Logan and suddenly bursts into frantic laughter. Jordan shouts loudly that it was Logan who did it, not Juan, but Logan himself. Seeing Jordan react like this, Logan calmly asks him whether he truly did not know the truth until now. Jordan replies that he did not know for certain, although he had some suspicions. However, instead of suspecting the McLean family, which was technically their common enemy, it was much more convenient to use the situation as an excuse to bring down Juan. Hearing this explanation makes Logan realize something. Jordan had deliberately provoked the First Prince in order to force a conflict between the factions. Logan mutters that Jordan is a truly cunning bastard. Jordan then continues speaking, explaining that his relationship with Juan had always been extremely tiresome anyway, although that relationship has now come to an end. As he says this, Jordan casually kicks the severed head of the First Prince lying nearby. Logan then proposes something to Jordan. He suggests that they should simply deliver the gift quickly and bring this entire matter to an end once and for all. Logan adds that from his perspective, this seems to be the best path forward for the future of the nation. Hearing this, Jordan begins laughing again and says he never expected Logan to be such a patriot. Jordan calls him a man full of surprises. Then Jordan bends down and picks up his sword. He says that even though he enjoys watching the reactions of humans, fate has always been a cruel mistress that places a new obstacle in front of him every time he moves forward. Hearing that statement causes Logan to smile slightly. Logan steps forward and says that the same situation applies to him as well. For a brief moment, the two men simply stand there, staring directly at each other. The tension between them becomes clear. Jordan clenches his teeth, showing that he is becoming impatient. Suddenly, he leaps forward and launches an attack while shouting for Logan to die. Logan immediately jumps forward as well, trying to surpass Jordan's speed and intercept the strike. In the next instant, their swords collide with a sharp clash. Logan presses harder during the exchange and gradually begins gaining the advantage in the fight. While staring straight at Jordan, Logan declares that this time he will definitely finish everything once and for all. Logan and Jordan clash their swords, the metal of their blades grinding harshly against each other as sparks scatter between them. Jordan suddenly pushes forward with all his strength and manages to force Logan backward. After witnessing Logan's strength, Jordan remarks that he initially believed Kalia lost to Logan only because of his injuries, but now it seems that was not the full story. Jordan realizes that Logan is somehow blocking Aura itself and asks him how he is able to do such a thing. Logan does not answer directly and instead changes the subject, pointing out that Jordan himself is also severely wounded at the moment. Logan asks him whether he is not afraid that he might end up like Kalia. Jordan responds by asking why he should fear anything at all. He declares that everything will end the moment he presents the prince's head to Juan and questions whether Logan truly believes he would be afraid of him. Logan continues arguing, asking Jordan if he genuinely thinks everything will end so easily. Even if the war ends, they will still have to deal with the consequences. There are already countless refugees, and many talented individuals have either died or been reduced to poverty. Once again, the two men collide with tremendous force, their swords crashing together while powerful aura radiates from both sides. As Logan asks Jordan whether he ever considered the fate of those people, Jordan suddenly shouts in anger, asking Logan whether a mere child is trying to lecture him about war. He then demands to know if Logan understands how wars are truly won. Jordan asks how victory can be achieved with minimal fighting, who must be persuaded, and what kind of pressure is needed to force someone to abandon their claim to the throne. As he prepares to bring his sword down on Logan, he says that even the famous Sword Duke himself was unable to achieve such things, so how could Logan possibly believe that he could accomplish them? Jordan then strikes with tremendous power, and the explosion created by the clash can be seen from miles away. Victor and Ronian both notice the blast in the distance and realize that it came from the southern forest. Victor immediately concludes that this must be the place Logan headed toward, and wonders if Logan is currently fighting Jordan Valterman. While Victor is distracted by this thought, Luther suddenly attacks from behind and demands to know how Victor dares to lose focus during a fight. Victor indeed let his guard down, and he quickly realizes the dangerous situation he has put himself in. Taking advantage of that moment, Luther smashes him hard with his hammer. Seeing Victor struck like that, Ronian and Eileen immediately rush forward to rescue him. However, their attempt proves useless. With a single swing of his hammer striking the ground, Luther unleashes a powerful shockwave that sends both of them flying away. They are thrown backward and end up collapsing on the ground right in front of Luther. At that moment, the entire ground beneath them suddenly begins to crumble. This disturbance is the result of a magic spell being cast nearby. The caster of that spell turns out to be Clayton. Using the spell, Clayton manages to push Luther away from the others and separate him from the group. Even Luther looks surprised and comments that he cannot believe Clayton was able to instantly reconstruct the terrain like that. Looking directly at Clayton, he remarks that the spell used must be extremely complex and intricate. However, something unexpected happens immediately afterward. Clayton suddenly begins freezing where he stands. His body is slowly being encased in ice. Now the only ones still capable of fighting are Eileen and Ronian. Clayton himself cannot understand how such a thing is happening. The mage responsible for freezing him is targeting him perfectly from a great distance. That mage is none other than Juan Douglas. While casting the spell, Juan also notices something unusual. He sees the massive explosion coming from the battle between Logan and Jordan. The two are fighting head to head, but Jordan appears to have the advantage in that exchange. Once again, Jordan unleashes a powerful slash toward Logan. Logan watches the attack approaching and cannot understand how Jordan can still release such tremendous power despite being severely injured. The slash moves closer and closer toward him. Jordan even remarks that he poured quite a lot of strength into that strike. Even so, Logan manages to block the attack using pure force alone, though the impact sends him crashing down to the ground. Jordan glances toward the sky and comments that Juan must have realized that the first prince was murdered after witnessing the explosion earlier. Turning his attention back to Logan, Jordan asks what Logan would do if he were in Juan's position. Logan slowly stands up and answers that he would immediately go and kill the second prince, just as Jordan killed the first prince. Hearing this answer, Jordan laughs loudly and says Logan is absolutely correct. Just because Juan's defeat has already been decided does not mean he will simply allow someone else to claim victory. Jordan explains that this has always been the nature of people like them, constantly reaching higher in order to get ahead of everyone else. Looking at Logan, he adds that Logan is no different from them. At the beginning, everything Jordan did was for the sake of his household and for the sake of his country. With unwavering determination, he continued moving forward, but somewhere along the way, he climbed much higher than he expected. Everything changed the moment his daughter gave birth to a prince. At that moment, he realized there was still so much more he could achieve, so why should he stop climbing? Jordan leaps forward again, trying to finish Logan while repeating his earlier question. Logan manages to block the incoming strike once more, but this time the impact breaks his arm from the sheer force. Jordan continues speaking while attacking, telling Logan that he speaks as if he himself has no greed inside his heart. Yet Logan secretly gathered the neutral factions and now plans to place the third prince on the throne. Logan replies that the third prince is far better than the other two useless princes. Hearing this, Jordan thrusts his aura forward, attempting to pierce Logan directly while calling him arrogant and reminding him that he cannot possibly know the future. At the very last moment, Logan manages to stop the attack. Jordan begins laughing again and admits that he cannot deny that the other princes are useless. However, he claims that the king himself is nothing more than a puppet, and that men like him, Logan, and Juan are the ones truly pulling the strings behind the throne. Logan calls this nonsense and tries to argue against Jordan's reasoning, but Jordan cuts him off. Standing directly above Logan with his sword nearly piercing through Logan's armor, Jordan asks that if Logan truly believes what he said, then why the Sword Duke refuses to support him. That question briefly shakes Logan's composure. For a single moment, his sword hand trembles. Jordan immediately notices this weakness and raises his leg before delivering a brutal knee strike into Logan's side, The impact is devastating, and Logan is sent flying several meters away from Jordan. As Logan coughs while lying on the ground, Jordan begins thinking about the Sword Duke again and laughs while saying that Felix truly is a different kind of man. According to Jordan, the Sword Duke is someone extremely aloof. The moment he realized Jordan's ambition, he simply turned away from him and cast him aside without hesitation. Now that Jordan thinks about it, Logan himself seems to have experienced something similar. Felix once told Logan that Jordan resembled the person Logan is becoming now, and he even asked Logan directly how he could be so certain that he would not end up the same way. Hearing those words again in his mind irritates Logan. He tells Jordan that he has also seen countless people like that before. Memories of his past flash through his mind. Ambitious and arrogant individuals usually think about nothing except themselves, and Logan has always despised people like that. Despite his injuries, Logan slowly rises to his feet again, preparing himself for another round against Jordan as the forest around them continues burning from the earlier battle. Jordan lifts his sword high above his head, ready to strike Logan down. However, in the very next instant, Logan suddenly disappears from where he was standing, leaving Jordan completely stunned. At the same time, the ground beneath them begins to tremble. Logan silently thinks about the future he wants to create. At that moment, his bracelet activates, and Logan quietly says that this is the moment. Seeing what is happening, Jordan immediately realizes that something is wrong. Mana from all directions begins gathering around Logan, surrounding his entire body. The energy engulfs him completely, and his wounds begin healing themselves. Logan slowly opens his eyes again and says that this is exactly why he wants his master to believe in him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, it appears that a new force has suddenly joined the war. The sight shocks everyone present. Huan, Kalia, Luther, Ronian, Victor, Patrick, and even Eileen cannot believe what they are seeing. From all directions, a banner bearing the emblem of an eagle becomes visible. The army arriving on the battlefield belongs to none other than the Sword Duke, Felix Esperanza. Felix has personally entered the fight, stating that just this once he will place his faith in Logan. That is why he expects Logan to prove himself. Felix wants to see with his own eyes whether Logan is truly worthy of making him break his own word. It appears that the only reason Felix came here was the news he recently received. One of his most trusted vassals reported that two opposing forces were both converging on McLean territory. Each side had left only the bare minimum troops behind to keep the other faction occupied, while sending all of their elite soldiers to capture the McLean lands. After hearing this report, Felix could hardly believe it. He wondered how those fools could possibly be reckless enough to take such a gamble. Seeing Felix so troubled, the Duke's wife was unsure what she could say that might comfort him. At that moment, a small girl peeked out from behind her dress while covering her face with her hands. The little girl calls out to him by saying, "Dada." She is none other than Stella, the Sword Duke's daughter. Felix immediately picks her up in his arms and says that she has become quite skilled at running around. The little girl keeps calling him Dad and Daddy, and Felix looks at her warmly while saying that Logan may be a troublesome student, but without him, Felix would never have felt such happiness. As he gazes at Stella, the Duke's eyes shine, with a warmth rarely seen before. Soon after, Felix gives an order to Luis and instructs him to prepare the knights and the cavalry for departure. He apologizes to his wife and tells her that he must leave, but promises that he will return soon. His wife smiles gently at him, and the two of them embrace each other tightly. She tells him that she and their beloved daughter will be waiting for him to come back safely. Back on the battlefield, Luther notices the arrival of the Sword Duke and becomes visibly excited, eager to challenge him. He leaves Ronian behind and declares that fighting Felix would be far better than wasting time fighting children. Ronian shouts at Luther to stop, but someone else tells Ronian to stop interfering as well. Patrick explains that monsters like the ones present on this battlefield will now be handled by the Sword Duke himself. However, Ronian is still uncertain. Since he has never witnessed the Sword Duke's strength personally, he cannot help but wonder whether something like this is truly possible. Felix raises his hand and signals his forces to advance. It becomes clear that he has split his army into two groups and launched attacks from both sides simultaneously, catching both Kalia and Juan completely off guard. Juan immediately shouts orders to his soldiers to prepare their defenses. Felix calmly draws his sword, and Juan mutters that he is about to do it. Everyone watching begins wondering what kind of attack he might unleash. Felix points his sword toward the large mass of enemy knights and soldiers while channeling mana into the blade. Then he releases a devastating strike that wipes them out instantly. Their bodies are lifted from the ground and thrown into the air, unable to move as if gravity itself has betrayed them. A rapid series of invisible slashes then cuts through them one after another. Without even moving from his spot, the Sword Duke eliminates countless soldiers. His sword soon becomes drenched in blood. However, Felix soon notices something unusual. Juan is attempting to trap him inside a prison of ice using magic. At the same time, Luther charges from behind, swinging his hammer in an attempt to strike Felix down, while Kalia joins the attack using his wind aura. Felix is suddenly assaulted from 3 different directions at once. Even so, it is still not enough to stop him. With a single swing of his sword, Felix shatters Juan's magic and simultaneously wounds both Luther and Kalia. The two of them are thrown backward while struggling to regain their footing. Felix calmly dismounts from his horse and asks the three of them why they do not simply call Jordan if they truly believe they cannot handle him. Luther turns toward Juan and angrily asks whether he is even using his magic properly, since Felix clearly is not bound by it at all. Juan, who is visibly exhausted, responds by asking Luther whether they think they could have lasted this long without his magic, and tells him to focus on the battle instead of complaining. While watching Felix closely, Juan begins thinking to himself. He wonders what happened to Felix's promise of remaining neutral. Did Logan somehow convince him to break that promise, or did Felix's promises never mean anything to begin with? Felix nods calmly and looks toward Juan before saying that he could never face Stella again if he allowed his student to die like this. Juan responds coldly, saying that Felix has grown old and that perhaps it is time for him to retire. Immediately after that remark, the three of them launch another simultaneous attack against Felix once again. Back in the forest, Logan's aura suddenly begins to change. A bright blue aura now surrounds his entire body. Seeing this transformation, Jordan starts losing his composure because he cannot understand what is happening. All of Logan's wounds and injuries have completely healed. Jordan immediately leaps forward again and attacks Logan while demanding to know what he just did. Logan reacts in time and blocks the strike. Not only that, he even manages to push Jordan back slightly. At that moment, Jordan realizes that he no longer holds the advantage in this fight. Logan has become far stronger than before, and his injuries are completely gone. Jordan tries to convince himself that perhaps he is simply getting tired. Refusing to accept it, he pushes forward and releases even more of his aura. As Jordan increases his aura, Logan begins to notice something unusual. He quickly jumps backward and creates distance between them. Looking down at his own hand, Logan remarks that the heavy pressure he feels in the air is coming from far away, yet he can clearly sense it. That pressure belongs to Felix's force blade. Jordan notices the smile appearing on Logan's face and immediately tries to surprise him with a sudden strike aimed directly at his head. However, Logan blocks the attack once again. Logan then tells Jordan that he understands what he meant earlier and admits that Jordan was right, just as Felix once said. Logan admits that he himself might change one day. After all, once someone experiences power, it becomes difficult not to desire even more of it. However, as Logan continues speaking while pushing back against Jordan's blade, he reminds himself that there are people who have placed their trust in him. The clash between their swords continues as Logan launches another attack against Jordan. At that moment, he remembers the words Hinckley told him about securing the future of McLean. Jordan suddenly widens his eyes in disbelief. Logan is preparing to use the force blade against him. This is the moment Logan must prove himself and show that he was never acting selfishly. Every single one of the expectations and beliefs placed on him now feels like a heavy weight pressing on his shoulders. Because of that, Logan cannot betray their trust. Hearing Logan continue speaking, Jordan angrily shouts for him to stop talking and just burn. At the same time, Jordan releases a massive surge of aura and rushes forward to deliver the killing blow. Logan raises his blade and prepares himself. Just as Jordan swings his attack, Logan suddenly dodges and leaps high into the air. Jordan immediately realizes what is about to happen. From above, Logan prepares to strike him down using the force blade. Logan looks down and sees that he has a perfect opening. With a cold and determined expression in his eyes, he unleashes the attack. Using the fourth form of the divine sword, the scorching slash, Logan releases his most powerful technique. The attack lands perfectly on Jordan. Jordan screams in agony and demands to know what just happened. While staring up at Logan, he cannot understand when Logan even managed to move above him or why his own aura is losing against what he calls that weakling's force. In the next moment, a massive explosion erupts and engulfs everything around them. Seeing the explosion from a distance, Ronian wonders whether it was caused by his brother. Eileen, however, is only worried about Logan's safety. When the smoke clears, it appears that Logan walks away from the explosion without any injuries. He looks down at his sword and remarks that the timing was perfect. Lux's time acceleration is a skill that he cannot use repeatedly in a short period, which is why he saved it until the very end. The fourth form of the divine sword, the scorching slash, allows Logan to move at 3 times his normal speed and cut through aura itself. With that ability, Jordan never truly had a chance to survive the attack. Before Logan can finish speaking, Jordan coughs violently while lying on the ground. He looks toward Logan but cannot even stand up anymore. Logan looks down at him and addresses him by his title, the Blazing Heat Sword, before telling him that he has lost. Seeing his current condition, Jordan realizes that Logan is right. Yet he suddenly begins laughing. He says that although he managed to eliminate the first prince and the second prince will soon fall as well, it is Logan who will ultimately place the third prince on the throne. Jordan remarks that Logan truly must be Duke Felix's student. However, Jordan insists that things will not go the way Logan expects. He asks Logan who would even listen to such a young prince, and says that the prince himself will likely fear Logan too. Hearing those words irritates Logan. He tightens his grip on his sword and asks Jordan whether those are his final words. As Jordan is about to take his last breath, he slowly looks up toward the sky. Calling Logan a bastard one last time, he tells him to move aside. In his final moments, Jordan says that he simply wants to look at the sun. Back at the castle, the war still has not ended. On the battlefield, A group of golems armed with heavy maces are fighting the knights belonging to the second prince. Whoever is controlling those constructs clearly is not holding back. Seeing the destruction they are causing, one of the enemy knights becomes frightened, but his comrade tells him to pull himself together. The knight explains that the mana stone is always the weak point of a golem, so if they simply destroy it, the construct will collapse. However, that assumption quickly proves useless. The particular golem they are facing does not appear to have any mana stone at all. Just as the soldier begins insisting that there is no way a golem could exist without one, the massive mace swings toward his head. In the very next instant, the knight is sent flying several meters away, while blood splashes across the ground. The golem responsible for this destruction is being controlled by Clayton, demonstrating the terrifying ability of a sixth circle mage. Clayton calmly orders his golems to push forward and crush the remaining enemy knights. Meanwhile, one of the knights complains about those troublesome mages just as Eileen suddenly lands behind him. With a single swift strike, she cuts him down instantly. Eileen notices that their enemies appear shaken after the arrival of the Sword Duke. While thinking about their next move, she quietly hopes that if Logan can just return safely, then everything will finally be resolved. Suddenly, someone approaches from behind her. An enemy knight steps forward and observes that Eileen has excellent armor and a fine sword, concluding that she must be one of the elite warriors of the McLean family. In his small and greedy mind, he imagines that taking her head will earn him a reward. Tightening his grip on his sword, he prepares to attack her from behind. Unfortunately for him, just as he is about to strike, Logan suddenly lands directly on top of him, crushing the knight without even realizing it. Logan does not even notice what he landed on, because his attention is immediately drawn to Eileen. Seeing Logan alive and standing there fills Eileen with joy. She runs straight toward him and says that she is relieved to see him safe. Logan replies that he is also glad to see that Eileen seems unharmed. Eileen then explains that she could see the explosion in the forest from the castle, and thought she might lose her mind watching it, especially if Logan had fallen like he once did after his battle against Wick and Kalia. She admits that she does not know what she would have done if that had happened again. Hearing this, Logan remarks that Eileen must have been very worried about him. Her face instantly turns red with embarrassment. She shyly tries to deny it, saying that it is not like she was extremely worried, though perhaps she was a little. It is clear she is completely flustered. She quickly adds that everyone was worried about him and that they all believe in him. Listening to her ramble like that causes Logan to smile. He steps closer and thanks her sincerely for believing in him. Eileen finally calms down a little and says that Logan cannot just say things like that to her so casually. Logan agrees and says that he will arrange something properly after the war ends, but before that, there is still one final task remaining. Logan suddenly raises his voice and shouts for everyone standing on McLean soil to listen carefully. He declares that he, Logan McLean, has personally taken the head of Reuter von Grandia, the first prince, and Jordan Valtermine. When the soldiers see the blood-stained bag he is holding, both Kalia and Luther are left completely speechless. Even Juan struggles to believe that Logan truly defeated Jordan. Logan continues speaking loudly, announcing that their coalition has failed and that the fighting should end immediately. The soldiers of the Valtermine faction begin murmuring among themselves, wondering if they have really lost the war. During this moment, someone begins releasing aura, insisting that a mere kid like Logan could never defeat an aura user like their lord. Suddenly, something happens. A powerful force presses down on all of them and drags the soldiers to the ground. This overwhelming pressure comes from a Force Blade user, and it is Felix who steps forward. Felix announces that anyone unwilling to surrender is welcome to challenge him personally. If they wish to continue fighting, he will deal with them himself. After witnessing this display, the soldiers no longer dare to speak. Soon, the House of Fractals, led by Anthony, declares that they will stop fighting and lay down their weapons. Juan looks around at the situation in disbelief. Everything has completely fallen apart, and he blames Logan McLean for the entire disaster. Felix then turns his attention directly toward Juan and asks whether he still intends to continue the battle. Juan hesitates, unsure what to say, before finally lowering his staff and declaring that he will surrender. Seeing this, both Luther and Kalia angrily question how he can shamelessly choose surrender. As the ice that had covered Felix's face begins melting away, Felix calmly tells Juan that he has made a wise decision. Then the Sword Duke gathers his aura again and prepares to use the Force Blade once more. This time, the pressure is so overwhelming that even superhuman fighters cannot withstand it. Luther and Kalia collapse to the ground in agony before losing consciousness. Felix casually remarks that those two youngsters simply need a little nap. Watching this, Juan remarks that Felix managed to knock out 2 aura users immediately after breaking free from his spell and calls him a monstrous old man. Juan then begins thinking that, for now, he should retreat and wait for another opportunity to eliminate Logan McLean. Unfortunately for him, Felix seems to have different plans. When Juan mentions surrender, Felix responds that he finds that idea rather amusing. Juan becomes visibly frightened. Felix tells him that he can easily read everything written on Juan's face. Then Felix raises his sword. Juan nervously asks what he is doing, and Felix calmly replies that he never intended to allow either him or Jordan to live. Juan desperately begs for mercy, but Felix coldly tells him that they will meet again in hell. Juan's final word is a plea for mercy, but none comes. Felix cuts off his head and the body collapses to the ground. Now Felix stands alone on the battlefield as the only one left among the 3 superhuman fighters. At that moment, a familiar voice calls out from behind him. Logan runs up toward Felix, clearly glad to see him. Felix turns toward Logan and prepares to say something extremely important. Instead, he suddenly smacks Logan on the head and scolds him for nearly giving him a hernia from worry. Afterward, Felix asks Logan what he plans to do next, while Logan rubs his aching head. Logan explains that he has already mobilized their forces to track down the second prince. After that, he plans to travel to the capital. Felix does not quite understand Logan's intention and asks what he plans to do there. Logan looks directly into Felix's eyes and calmly replies that he intends to bring this civil war to an end once and for all. After the battle finally ended, Logan made his way toward the capital city, Grand. As soon as he arrived at the gate, he noticed someone already waiting for him there. It was his father-in-law, Count Floyd. The Count told Logan that he had already heard about Logan's victory 4 days earlier. Logan dismounted from his horse and looked at the man before thanking him for coming out to meet him personally. Count Floyd smiled warmly at the sight of Logan. Standing nearby, Eileen could not hide the blush on her face, while Ronian laughed when he noticed her reaction. Victor, on the other hand, seemed completely unaware of what was happening around him. Count Floyd then explained that the story of Logan's victory had already spread throughout the capital city, which meant that even the royal guards would not dare try to stop him now. Logan nodded and replied that if that was the case, then they should move forward. There were still things left to settle. Eventually, Logan arrived at the Grandia residence. Looking up at the building, he reflected on everything that had happened. The kingdom's civil war had been the greatest obstacle he needed to overcome after his regression, and now the McLean family had successfully passed that trial. A great deal had changed during the past 3 years, yet Logan knew that he could not allow himself to become complacent after this victory. Another challenge still awaited them. The conquest wars of the Empire would be the final blow that would destroy the already weakened kingdom. Those same enemies were the ones Logan had fought against until his death in his previous life. Logan remembered clearly how his father died early during the war against the Empire, and how Ronian, despite being an aura user, was eventually captured on the front lines and executed by the Empire. Back then, the king had even used Ronian as a distraction while he escaped. Logan quietly swore that such a thing would never happen again. According to the memories of his past life, the war against the Empire should begin in 6 or 7 years. However, the future of the kingdom had already started to change. While Logan was thinking about all this, a man hurried toward him. The man introduced himself as the commander of the Royal Knights and said that he had heard countless stories about Logan. Logan knew that the timeline had already changed in many ways, and because of that, he could not accurately predict how the future would unfold. That was exactly why he needed to be prepared for everything. Logan told the commander that before meeting His Majesty Roger, he wanted to search the city for any remaining traitors. He politely asked for the commander's cooperation. At that moment, someone nearby began shouting angrily to be released. One of the captured men demanded that Logan recognize who he was and pointed out the crest of House Douglas on his clothing. Another prisoner tied beside him shouted that he was Roran Valtermine, the 3rd grandson of Lord Jordan Valtermine, and he ordered Logan to release them immediately. However, Logan only looked at them with clear disgust. News about the battle had already reached the capital 3 days earlier, so Logan assumed that anyone involved in the rebellion would have fled by now. Apparently, these men believed they were somehow untouchable. The commander then turned to Logan and reported that all the people involved had been captured, although the residences of Count Talos and the Wolves were empty. The commander suspected that those 2 families had already escaped. Logan briefly thought about Reena and concluded that the sly fox would never have stayed behind in the city. Without hesitation, Logan gave the order to execute all of the captured traitors. The moment they heard the command, every prisoner immediately began begging for mercy, suddenly addressing Logan respectfully as Lord, and completely forgetting the noble titles they had been boasting about moments earlier. Some of the soldiers hesitated when they heard those desperate pleas, but Logan showed no sympathy at all. In his eyes, these people could never be trusted again. The executions began without delay. Afterward, Logan asked whether everything had been confirmed. Victor stepped forward and told him that it had already been done. Every blood relative of the traitors had also been eliminated. Logan nodded before announcing that their next destination would be the royal palace. Victor looked confused and asked what Logan meant by that. Logan instructed the commander of the Royal Knights and Count Floyd to bring the first prince, the second prince's children, and all the old aristocrats hiding inside the royal palace to one place. Count Floyd hesitated and asked Logan if such a decision was truly acceptable and whether the Sword Duke had approved it. Logan calmly replied that this was necessary and that he alone would take full responsibility for it. Hearing this, the commander of the Royal Knights could hardly believe what Logan was about to do. Logan intended to eliminate members of the royal family themselves, and the commander could only remark that Logan truly did whatever he pleased. Despite the reaction around him, Logan remained calm. In his mind, every royal bloodline unrelated to Roger von Grandia, the 3rd prince, had now been removed. The only remaining concern was the second prince, who was still missing. However, Logan believed it was only a matter of time before they found him. With that decided, the preparations to resist the future invasion of the Empire had to begin immediately. The following day, Logan arrived at the Esperanza residence. The commander informed him that the prince was currently being escorted by the Sword Duke and would arrive shortly. Logan thanked him for the information. The commander then realized something strange. Logan was the Sword Duke's own student, so why was he asking the commander to act as his guide? The commander even began worrying that it might look as if the royal knights were now serving Logan directly. Just then, the large doors of the estate opened from the inside. Knights wearing expensive armor began marching out into the courtyard. A moment later, the third prince stepped onto the balcony and looked down at Logan, Victor, Ronian, and Eileen standing below. The prince tried to speak, but seemed too nervous to find the right words. Logan looked up toward him, while the prince stared down at Logan. The prince clearly felt overwhelmed after suddenly being placed in the center of such a massive event. Logan then knelt down on one knee. He formally introduced himself by name and title, and declared that he greeted His Highness Roger von Grandia. One after another, the others followed Logan's example and knelt while addressing the prince as His Highness. The prince stood there speechless for a moment, before finally addressing Logan respectfully as Lord Logan. Logan lifted his head and told the prince that he had finally fulfilled the promise he made to him and apologized for arriving so late. Hearing this, the prince remembered Logan's promise and suddenly began laughing. He admitted that he never expected Logan to fulfill it in such an extraordinary way. Looking directly into Logan's eyes, the prince told him that he had done well. Watching this exchange left the commander of the Royal Knights stunned because of the immense respect the prince was showing toward Logan. Logan then rose to his feet and told the prince that it was time for them to leave. He would personally escort the prince to the royal palace. The prince looked almost as if he were dreaming as he listened to those words. Soon afterward, they all began walking toward the gates of the estate together. Somewhere deep in the forest, two figures are walking together and talking. The second prince suddenly tells the man accompanying him that this path does not lead to the royal palace. In response, the man calmly replies that he never said they were heading toward the castle in the first place. As he speaks, the man pulls out a hidden blade and instructs the prince to keep following him. Seeing the weapon immediately frightens the prince. The man is revealed to be Lucian, and he slowly begins approaching the prince. The prince nervously asks Lucian what he intends to do, but Lucian continues moving forward without hesitation. As Lucian draws closer, the prince begins screaming and tries to stop him. However, Lucian no longer shows any concern for him. Moments later, blood begins dripping onto the ground. As he wipes his knife clean, Lucian calmly remarks that things truly spiraled out of control. He explains that he expected the second prince to fall eventually, but Logan Mlan's actions were completely unexpected. Lucian throws the cloth he used to wipe his blade onto the ground and says that his mission is now finished. As he walks deeper into the forest, he mentions that he is looking forward to receiving his reward. Meanwhile, events begin unfolding at the royal palace. Several carriages arrive, one after another, as nobles gather for an important meeting. It appears that Logan was the one who summoned all the nobles to the capital for this assembly. Some nobles complain that Logan has become arrogant for calling everyone like this, while others quickly tell them to watch their words. One noble comments that the Mlan family has already executed both nobles and members of royalty for treason. Another noble says that although Logan clearly has the trust of the future king, he feels that Logan may be going a little too far with his authority. Someone else then remarks that, for those nobles who chose to remain neutral during the Civil War, the current situation is not necessarily bad. After all, they were stuck between two powerful factions and suffered greatly because of it. Surely, he says, there must be some benefit waiting for those who stayed neutral. Others point out that they did not directly support the third prince either. Just then, a man suddenly steps loudly into the room and announces the arrival of Lord Logan Mlan. After making the announcement, he stands beside the doorway as the large doors open. Logan walks into the hall, and the moment the nobles see him enter the room, the entire hall falls silent. Logan thanks everyone for attending the meeting despite the short notice. He explains that the reason they have all been summoned today is to establish a new government for the kingdom. Hearing this immediately raises the spirits of many nobles, and they begin showing greater interest in the discussion. Count Floyd joins the conversation and declares that driving out the traitors and rebuilding the nation has all been made possible thanks to Logan's efforts. Because of that, they should all trust Logan's judgment when it comes to shaping the future government. Count Floyd even states that no one present would dare attempt to surpass Logan's authority at this moment. Other nobles quickly begin agreeing with him and add that they have no objections to Logan's decisions. They say they fully trust Logan's recommendations and are prepared to follow whatever direction he chooses. As Logan listens to them, he silently thinks that all of them are simply flattering him and trying to win his favor. However, that reaction is exactly what he expected to happen. Logan then raises his hand and tells everyone to allow him to speak his thoughts first before jumping to conclusions. Soon after, a man begins walking around the room distributing envelopes to the nobles. Each envelope contains a list of candidate names. Logan informs the nobles that these are his selections for important positions in the new government and tells them to voice any objections if they have them. As the nobles open their envelopes and read the names inside, one of them begins sweating nervously. It becomes clear that Logan carefully considered every name on that list. From the expression on Logan's face, it also seems that he is extremely satisfied with the choices he has made. The state of the kingdom is discussed as the aftermath of the civil war slowly settles. Although the fighting has ended, the situation is far from fully resolved. It took more than a week just to clear the battlefield, and the Sword Duke Felix, who personally oversaw the entire process, needed another full week before he finally returned to the capital, Grand. Not long after his return, the long-awaited coronation ceremony takes place, marking the culmination of all the struggles and sacrifices. Archbishop Crimson Matthew steps forward and announces that the coronation of the 42nd King of Grandia, ruler of the Thousand-Year Kingdom, will now begin. Among the crowd, watching the ceremony, are a young boy and his father. The boy grows impatient, but his father scolds him and tells him to pay close attention since he is the heir of their house. The father then tells his son to focus on the right side of the throne, where two figures are seated beside one another. Those two individuals, he explains, are the key figures of the Civil War, Logan Mlan and Felix Esperanza. The boy replies that he already knows who they are. One is the legendary Sword Duke, and the other is his student. Even without any formal training, the boy can feel the overwhelming power radiating from them. His father explains that those two men are now the true centers of power in the kingdom, so their family must make a good impression on them if they want to survive in the new political order. The father then tells his son to look toward the other side of the throne, where the newly appointed ministers are standing. The first among them is Count Floyd, who has just been appointed prime minister and is also Logan Mlan's father-in-law. Most of the other ministers appear to stand firmly on Floyd's side as well. The boy quietly asks whether such an arrangement is truly acceptable, believing that many nobles must have objected. However, the father simply asks who would dare oppose it. After all, those decisions were ordered by the man now being called the Knight of Blood, Logan's new title that has begun spreading among the nobles. Nearby, Felix asks Logan if he heard that conversation. Felix remarks that people have started calling him the Knight of Blood. Logan shrugs and replies that he does not need to listen to every rumor people spread. Felix responds that Logan should pay attention because it is a reputation he created himself, even if it is not the one he wanted. Logan lowers his head slightly and admits that he never intended to drag Felix into so much bloodshed. Felix dismisses that idea and says those are only excuses. Still, he is satisfied that Logan understands the consequences of his actions. Felix reminds him that people always change. Even Felix himself has changed in order to protect Logan. Logan apologizes again, but Felix tells him there is nothing to apologize for since he made that decision willingly. However, Logan must always remain aware of the person he is becoming. If he forgets that, the path toward becoming a monster will open before him. Felix warns that Logan could easily become another Jordan Valtermine, who died in Felix's own arms. Logan promises that he will never forget that warning. Even so, Logan asks Felix if something happened between him and the Archbishop. Felix glares at the old man as if he might kill him then says the Archbishop is simply an annoying man. Logan finds that hard to believe. Felix then reveals that the Archbishop wishes for Stella to be sent to the church, which surprises Logan. Logan realizes that this demand must be connected to something that happened during the ceremony. Felix waves the matter away, saying the church cannot force a duke to do anything, so Logan should not worry about it. Soon, the ceremony resumes as the third prince enters the hall. The Archbishop presents him with the royal crown. Roger's eyes light up as he looks at it. The crown shines brilliantly, glowing so brightly that everyone in the hall stares in awe. Logan quietly recognizes it as the crown of the regent, a fifth-class artifact granted only to the descendants of Grandia's royal bloodline. As the Archbishop prepares to place the crown on Roger's head, the prince kneels. The entire chamber fills with light as the crown releases a surge of mana that flows into the prince's body. Roger von Grandia is officially crowned the new king of the Grandia Kingdom. Logan remembers witnessing something similar when he met the previous king, though at the time he lacked the training to understand it. The crown contains powerful, high-level protective magic, making Logan wonder how the previous king was assassinated so easily. For a moment, he even questions whether the Empire was truly responsible. Once seated on the throne, King Roger declares that to celebrate the beginning of a new era for Grandia, he will reward those who serve the kingdom faithfully. He calls for Sir Logan Mlan to step forward. Logan approaches and kneels before the throne. Roger proclaims that Logan is the hero who slew the traitor Jordan Valtermine and the pillar of the kingdom who walks the same path as Felix Esperanza. He even claims that Logan's strategic brilliance surpasses his physical strength. Hearing this praise nearly takes the breath out of Logan. The king continues, explaining that Logan foresaw the nation's coming disaster years ago, eliminated corrupt nobles, and helped restore the throne. Logan silently reflects that he nearly failed many times, despite knowing the future. Nevertheless, the king declares that Logan deserves a proper reward. First, Logan will receive half the territories confiscated from Marquise Kalia and half the lands taken from Marquise Kale. In addition, the former honors of House McLean are restored, and the house itself is promoted to the rank of Marquisate. Furthermore, Logan personally receives the title of Count separate from his family's promotion. Finally, the king declares that because he owes his throne to Logan, all subjects of the kingdom must treat Logan with the same respect they would show the king himself. The hall erupts in shock. The nobles cannot believe the scale of the rewards being given to Logan. Half the lands of both Kalia and Kale, a promotion of his house, and even a personal countship. Yet the most shocking decree is the king's command that everyone treat Logan almost as if he were the king himself. Logan is overwhelmed by the generosity and nearly breaks down in tears. When he glances toward Felix, the Sword Duke looks equally stunned and slightly alarmed. The two exchange looks, silently wondering how things escalated so far. The young king then apologizes, saying he wishes he could grant Logan even greater rewards if he had the power. He then asks Logan if there is anything else he desires. The nobles are left speechless by such an offer. Logan pauses to think before replying that he does have one small request. Although his house is now a marquisate, he believes receiving both the Kalia and Kale territories would be excessive and could create a bad precedent for future generations. The king admits Logan may be right, but argues that rewarding the kingdom's greatest hero with only a single title would also be an unfortunate precedent. Logan smiles slightly and says that if it is the king's will, he will obey, but he would prefer to receive the Taran lands, a barren region located in the center of the kingdom. Both the king and the nobles are confused, because those plains have been nearly worthless ever since the mines there closed 2 centuries ago. The king asks if Logan truly wants territory so far from his current lands. Logan confirms that he does. The king jokingly asks if Logan is trying to make him look stingy, but Logan explains that he only wishes to avoid harming the king's reputation by accepting excessive rewards. In truth, Logan has his own reasons for requesting those lands, though appearing humble also helps his reputation. The king ultimately agrees, but decides to grant Logan something extra anyway, the Upper Kalia region that connects Taran to McLean territory. Logan thinks this arrangement will still provide useful income and gratefully accepts. The remaining rewards are distributed quickly. Duke Felix Esperanza is promoted to Archduke and granted the former territories of Talos and Cherno to expand his domain. Felix thanks the king, though Logan notices he does not appear particularly pleased. Logan remembers how difficult it was to convince Felix to accept such power, since Felix has never been greedy. Logan also arranged this strategically. With the Marquis families gone, the western border would be dangerously exposed if the Empire invaded, and Felix is the only man Logan trusts to defend it. Felix then receives another unexpected honor. The king appoints him as a royal advisor to the court due to the king's own lack of experience. Felix looks shocked and immediately turns toward Logan with an angry glare, clearly suspecting Logan arranged this as well. Logan quickly looks away, pretending innocence, since he truly cannot think of anyone else trustworthy enough for the position. The ceremony continues as other nobles, even those who remained neutral during the war, receive various rewards. Logan privately thinks of these gifts as advance payments for the loyalty he expects from them in the future. Some nobles loudly declare that they only wish to serve the kingdom faithfully. At the end of the ceremony, the king asks everyone to raise their glasses. Together they toast to the beginning of a new era for the kingdom of Grandia, marking the start of a new chapter in its long history. A week-long celebration follows the coronation, and the entire capital is filled with festivities. The streets are crowded with people praising the new king, and the atmosphere throughout the city is joyful. As Victor and Ronian walk through the busy streets together, Ronian comments that everyone seems incredibly happy. He then starts thinking about Logan, mentioning how exhausted Logan looked after the war ended. Even so, Logan was still smiling while speaking with Patrick, and that sight made Ronian feel relieved. Victor tells him that Logan is strong, so he will be fine no matter what. Ronian replies that Logan is still family, so there is no way he could avoid worrying about him. However, Ronian says there is something else he wants to talk about. He complains that Victor continues speaking to him very formally, even though Ronian already told him to relax and speak casually whenever they are alone. Victor responds that Ronian is the brother of his master, so speaking respectfully simply feels natural to him. Ronian tells him not to worry about such things, and suggests that they should enjoy the festival themselves. Then Ronian suddenly tells Victor that he can go explore the celebration alone. As Ronian turns toward a nearby stall, he notices a stand selling many pieces of jewelry. Because of the war, merchants are selling many valuables cheaply, and Ronian remarks that these kinds of things would definitely catch a girl's interest. That comment instantly grabs Victor's attention. Ronian casually tells him that if he is not interested in going with him, he could at least tell him what kind of jewelry Rhea likes so he can buy something for her as a gift. Hearing that clearly annoys Victor. After a moment, Victor abruptly changes his mind and tells Ronian that he will come along after all. While Ronian is examining the jewelry, he suddenly notices something unusual within the crowd. He spots Logan and Eileen walking together while holding hands. Surprised, Ronian immediately calls out to them from the crowd, crowd. Victor quickly panics and clamps his hand over Ronian's mouth to silence him. Victor then turns his head toward Ronian and shakes it firmly in disapproval. At that moment, Ronian finally realizes what is going on. The two of them quietly retreat and slip away into the crowd, although it seems they might have already been noticed. Logan turns toward Eileen and asks whether she also heard Ronian calling out earlier. Eileen says she is not certain. She then tells Logan that this is the first time they have been able to go out together in a long while, so he should forget about work for now and simply enjoy a break. Logan agrees with her suggestion. As they walk through the lively festival, Logan remarks that he cannot even remember the last time he was able to relax like this. Hearing that makes Eileen laugh softly. While walking beside him, she suddenly notices something. The aura surrounding her sword catches her attention and reminds her of an earlier moment. She remembers the day Logan gave that sword to her. At the time, Logan said that the gift was not meant for the Floyd Knight Eileen, but for his fiancée, Eileen. Thinking about it again, she realizes that Logan essentially proposed to her that day without any hesitation. At first, their engagement was simply arranged so she could become a knight, but when Logan addressed her as his fiancée, those words filled her with happiness. Eileen suddenly slaps her own cheeks lightly to calm herself, telling herself not to get carried away. Even so, Eileen cannot stop thinking about it. Since she already accepted Logan's proposal, it would only make sense for them to marry soon, and even her father wishes for the marriage to happen. That is why she was so surprised when Logan suddenly assigned her as his bodyguard instead. However, as she looks around at the festival and realizes that Logan chose to spend this time with her, she begins wondering whether this outing is not a mission at all. Maybe Logan truly feels the same way she does. They look so good together. After all the narration I've done, I hope I will at least get a wedding invitation. During their walk through the festival, it looks like Logan wants to say something to Eileen. After walking quietly for a while, he finally asks her whether it is uncomfortable for her to wear armor all the time. Eileen replies that it is not uncomfortable at all and explains that this is simply what is expected from a knight. Even so, she secretly wonders if she should have worn a dress instead. Logan then says that he actually thinks what she is wearing is perfectly fine. He tells her that the armor she has on is an excellent set of equipment. Hearing that compliment makes Eileen blush slightly. Logan continues explaining that the armor is made from mithril, so naturally its quality is exceptional. Since it was crafted specifically for her body, it should also be very comfortable to wear. Logan then concludes that, just as he expected, Eileen truly is a model knight. Embarrassed, Eileen tells him that he should not praise her so much, and quietly wonders to herself whether this kind of conversation is normal during a date. The answer is clearly no. Still, the two of them continue walking together until they eventually enter a blacksmith shop. While examining a sword on display, Eileen remarks that it appears to be a weapon of very high quality. At the same time, she keeps thinking about their outing. Even if their time together does not resemble a typical date, it still feels enjoyable to her. After all, neither of them is particularly normal. Considering their lives, the fact that they had to catch an assassin during what was supposed to be a date proves just how unusual their relationship already is. Even so, Eileen quietly admits to herself that she is having a wonderful time. Later that evening, they finally return to the estate. Logan casually says that they have arrived home, and Eileen reacts with surprise because the day seemed to pass so quickly. Then Eileen addresses Logan formally as Lord and asks him if he might have forgotten something important. Logan looks confused and asks what she means, wondering if she is talking about money or something practical. Eileen clarifies her question, hinting that Logan may have forgotten to say something to her. Unfortunately, Logan still does not understand what she is trying to imply. For someone who is an incredible strategist and a powerful swordsman, Logan appears surprisingly clueless when it comes to women. After a moment, it almost seems like Logan might finally understand what she means. Instead, Logan apologizes politely and asks her to forgive his poor manners because he made her stand guard during the festival. This response is absolutely not what Eileen expected to hear. Logan continues speaking and tells her that he will make sure she gets several days off later as compensation. He even suggests that she should return now and rest properly. To make matters worse, he adds that it might be better for her to enjoy the rest of the festival with her friends or family instead. Hearing those words leaves Eileen speechless. Without saying anything, she begins walking away from him. Logan, still completely confused, calls out and asks where she is going. Eileen suddenly stops and slowly turns around. Repeating Logan's question with an unsettling expression on her face, she answers that she is going to clock out for the day. The expression on Logan's face shows that he may have finally realized he made a terrible mistake. Eileen then storms toward the estate, leaving Logan standing there watching her disappear. As Logan looks after her, he finally starts wondering if he did something wrong. Right now, drop me a comment with what you think will happen next between these two. Meanwhile, Victor and Ronian have been watching the entire situation from a distance. As soon as they see what just happened, both of them run toward Logan. Ronian immediately realizes that Logan is now in serious trouble. The following morning, a discussion is taking place at the Esperanza estate. Logan has just told Felix about what happened after his outing with Eileen the previous night. The Sword Duke listens carefully, then stares at Logan in disbelief and asks if he truly has no idea what he did wrong. Logan answers honestly, saying that he spent the entire night thinking about it, yet he still cannot figure it out. Hearing that, Felix lowers his head in frustration and mutters that even he was not this dense when he was younger. He reminds Logan that Eileen is still his fiancée and says that this situation has gone far enough. Then Felix tells Logan that it is time for him to raise his sword again. According to Felix, Logan needs to overcome his weakness, and he intends to help him do exactly that. Logan accepts immediately and says that he is ready. Logan reflects on everything he experienced during the Civil War. Throughout that conflict, he fought many powerful opponents and faced numerous brutal battles. Through those fights, he began to glimpse something beyond simply using aura. However, seeing that next level is very different from actually surpassing it. To achieve that step forward, Logan knows he will need help from someone stronger than himself. Felix tells Logan that if he can now withstand aura directly, then it proves he has grown considerably. Felix even praises Logan for the progress he has made so far. But the next moment, Felix tightens his grip on his sword and flashes a frightening grin. He announces that now Logan is really going to have to work for it. Seeing that expression immediately makes Logan realize he might be in serious trouble. He hurriedly tells Felix to wait and calls him master, asking whether this is still just training. Felix does not answer. Instead, with a murderous look in his eyes, he suddenly attacks from the side. Felix's servant quickly tells his daughter to move aside and stay out of the way. The training session turns into something that looks more like a battlefield. Before long, Logan collapses to his knees. No matter how strong he has become, he still cannot leave even a single scratch on Felix. Behind them, the training hall lies partially destroyed from the clash. While kneeling on the ground, Logan apologizes to Felix for the trouble he caused during the coronation ceremony. Felix responds coldly that he has no idea what Logan is talking about. Logan lifts his head and explains that he only wanted someone trustworthy to remain by the king's side. Hearing this explanation only irritates Felix further. He scolds Logan for dragging him out of retirement without even discussing it beforehand. Logan quietly turns his gaze away. Felix looks down at him for a moment and then admits that Logan's reasoning is at least better than a weak excuse. After that, Felix announces that they will stop training for the day. Logan thanks him sincerely. Felix then asks Logan when he plans to return to McLean territory. Logan replies that he will leave as soon as the festival ends. Felix comments that this is sooner than he expected and asks whether Logan plans to leave some of his knights behind in the capital. Logan says that he intends to take everyone back with him. Felix points out that the king has placed great trust in Logan and suggests that leaving a few knights to protect the king would be a wise decision. Logan tells Felix to stop testing him like that because if Felix keeps pushing the issue, he might actually agree to it. Logan then adds that he was actually hoping the Knights of Esperanza could handle that responsibility instead. Felix sighs and says that this is exactly why he warned Logan not to be greedy, because now he cannot suggest anything else. Logan laughs slightly and says that he only has one more request to make. Felix asks what Logan wants this time. Logan's expression turns serious as he tells Felix to begin preparing immediately for a possible invasion by the Empire. That statement completely surprises Felix. Felix says that Logan has always suspected the Empire might have been involved in the previous king's death, but preparing for war immediately seems excessive. He asks Logan whether he truly believes the Empire will attack soon. Logan replies that he does believe it. Felix counters by explaining that the Empire is currently struggling with its own internal conflicts. According to reports, it should take at least 5 years for them to stabilize, and during such periods the Empire has historically avoided attacking other nations. Logan acknowledges that this is true, but he points out that history also shows the Empire tends to invade neighboring countries shortly after a new emperor ascends the throne. Felix falls silent and thinks about Logan's warning. Eventually he tells Logan not to worry too much, because as long as he controls half of the western border, the kingdom will remain prepared. Logan remembers that Felix was also prepared in his previous life, yet even that preparation failed to stop the Empire back then. However, the current situation is already much better than it was in the past. Because of that, Logan decides there is no need to push the issue further for now, since they both share the same goal. Felix's sword ultimately points in the same direction as Logan's. Felix then tells Logan that he should visit the capital more often in the future. Even though Felix now serves as the king's advisor, he would prefer not to spend his old age buried in endless work. Logan replies that he thought Felix wanted him to stay a little distant from political power. Felix explains that he only wanted to make sure Logan would not lose himself to that power. As long as Logan does not change, Felix believes he will become a loyal servant to the king. Logan silently wonders whether that will truly remain possible. In truth, Logan is already more powerful than the king himself. He cannot help but question how many kings in history would tolerate a subject stronger than their own throne. Still, King Roger is destined to become a great ruler, and Logan believes the king will eventually grow into that role. Felix suddenly interrupts Logan's thoughts and tells him to continue his training. Logan looks surprised and reminds Felix that he just said they were finished for the day. Felix casually replies that, while that was true, Logan will soon be leaving the capital, so Felix needs to squeeze as much training out of him as possible before that happens. Felix begins reigniting his aura again. Logan's reaction makes perfect sense as he realizes what is coming next. Felix tells Logan to keep training even after returning home. If Logan continues pushing himself, Felix believes Logan will keep evolving. Hearing those words makes Logan smile quietly. The following morning, Logan is speaking with Patrick and his father when Patrick suddenly delivers an unexpected message. He tells Logan that he is not allowed to train or work for the time being. Hearing that, Logan looks completely confused and asks what exactly he means. In fact, Logan even looks a little terrified by the sudden restriction. The reason for this strange order becomes clearer when considering what had been happening during the previous few days. Rumors had begun spreading throughout the capital that the McLean forces were preparing to leave the city. Many nobles began discussing the matter among themselves, pointing out that Logan was not leaving even a single knight behind. They wondered why someone would gather so much military power only to march away with all of it. Another noble then pointed out that Logan's father-in-law is the prime minister and that his master is the sword duke. Because of that, some nobles began suspecting that the relationship between Logan Mlan and the king might be deeper and more influential than they initially believed. Later that night, the scene shifts to the traveling camp. Logan sits beside the fire reading a letter he received. In the letter, someone politely asks him to stop by their lands while passing through, saying it would be the greatest honor if Logan visited them. Logan reads the message and wonders if the sender has lost their mind. After all, who would willingly invite a force of 1,000 soldiers onto their territory? Deciding it is not worth wasting time on, Logan tosses the letter into the fire. Nearby, one soldier tells another to go get some sleep, but the other replies that he is currently assigned to guard duty. Overhearing their conversation makes Logan think that perhaps he should have ordered the army to stop earlier so the soldiers could rest properly. While he is thinking about that, someone approaches him and remarks that he looks tired. It is Eileen, who asks if Logan is worrying about something. Logan looks at her and wonders what might have happened to her earlier. For a while, she could barely look him in the eye, and he wonders if she is feeling better now. Logan tells himself that whatever the issue might be, he should not burden Eileen with it, so he casually tells her that it is nothing serious and not something worth troubling her about. Hearing that answer immediately makes Eileen angry again. She turns her back to him and tells him that he does not have to bother her at all if that is how he feels. Logan stands there wondering if he somehow messed up again. Eileen then tells Logan that if he keeps walking around looking so worried, the soldiers will start feeling tense as well. Looking directly into his eyes, she says that she does not know how far into the future he plans everything, but he should also pay attention to the people standing beside him right now. After saying that, Eileen excuses herself and begins walking away. Suddenly, Logan reaches out and grabs her hand. Eileen immediately blushes and turns back toward him. To her surprise, Logan has dropped to one knee. She addresses him as Lord while waiting to hear what he intends to say. Logan begins speaking awkwardly, admitting that he has been thinking about things and feels a little regretful. Maybe he should have allowed himself to enjoy the festival more, or explore the capital instead of focusing only on work. All those small regrets have begun adding up. Logan then says that if he could redo those moments, he would want to spend them together with Eileen. After saying that, Logan suddenly realizes what he just said and briefly panics inside his head. But when he looks up and sees the expression on Eileen's face, he freezes. She looks incredibly happy. A single tear falls from Eileen's eye as she tells Logan that he should have simply said that from the beginning. She calls him a dummy before stepping closer to him. Eileen tells Logan that once they return home, they should do many things together, whatever those things may be, as long as they are together. Then she closes her eyes and slowly leans toward him. Logan leans forward as well, and the tension between them becomes intense. Not even mere inches away, their soft lips are about to conquer the distance between their souls and create a bridge of love. However, just before they can close the distance, their heavy armor plates collide and stop them completely. The moment is ruined by the sound of metal bumping together. Logan's face turns completely red as he awkwardly comments that Eileen's armor is truly remarkable. Eileen sighs softly, then leans forward again and gently kisses Logan on the cheek instead. As she pulls away, she lightly brushes Logan's hand with her fingers. Then she softly wishes him a good night before quickly hurrying back toward her tent. Logan remains standing there, watching her leave. Completely mesmerized, he slowly raises his hand and touches the spot on his cheek where Eileen kissed him, still trying to process what just happened. I am going to stop reading if they don't kiss soon. Back at the McLean estate, the atmosphere is lively as everyone gathers to celebrate the return of their heroes. Their trusted coin master, Dwayne, raises a glass, or rather a full pint of wine, to welcome them home. One by one, the people in the room lift their drinks in celebration. Rick, who seems to have vanished for ages and suddenly reappeared, loudly tells everyone to step aside because the pride of the McLeans, Lord Count Logan Mlan, has returned. Logan immediately tells him to stop making such a scene. Dwayne laughs and says Rick is not entirely wrong either. Then he gestures toward Patrick and reminds everyone that they should also pay their respects to the new Marquis. Patrick shakes his head and tells him he must already be drunk. After a moment, Patrick stands up and says that this is enough, and that there is someone else in the room who truly deserves their respect. He then looks across the hall toward Viscount Hinckley. Hinckley sits there with half of his head wrapped in bandages and one arm missing. Despite his injuries, he smiles and looks back toward Patrick. He laughs and tells Patrick that he is flattering him too much. Seeing that, Logan smiles quietly. Later, as Logan walks through the castle with Hinckley, he mentions that he heard from Patrick that Hinckley woke up while Logan was still in the capital and that he is now officially retired. Hinckley replies that he is grateful for that outcome and says it was all possible thanks to Patrick's new authority as a marquis. Logan adds that Patrick even wanted to grant him land as a reward, but Hinckley refused the offer. At that time, Hinckley believed he would have been satisfied even if he had died, as long as it increased the McLean family's chances of victory even a little. Yet fortune favored him, he survived, and McLean emerged victorious. In his eyes, that was already more than he could ever ask for. Logan responds that it was not merely luck. If Hinckley had not wounded Jordan Valtermine during that battle, Logan might never have been able to defeat him. Hearing this praise makes Hinckley laugh happily. Then Hinckley asks Logan whether he knows about Patrick's long-held dream, but Logan admits he has never heard about it before. Hinckley explains that Patrick always wanted to restore the lost glory of the McLean family. That dream eventually became Hinckley's dream as well. Logan pauses and looks at Hinckley, wondering what he thinks now. Hinckley stops walking and says that thanks to Logan, that dream has already been fulfilled. Because of that, he now wants to dream even bigger. Logan listens with surprise. Hinckley continues explaining that even though he can no longer serve as a knight without his arm or his force, he can still train the next generation of soldiers. Therefore, he asks Logan to appoint him as the training officer for McLean's army. Hinckley says he wishes to keep dreaming alongside Logan and Patrick. Logan agrees without hesitation and tells him there is no problem at all. Whatever dreams they pursue, Logan promises they will go even further than they once imagined. The next day, Logan and Patrick are speaking together. Logan tells Patrick about his conversation with Hinckley from the previous night. Patrick calls Hinckley a rascal and says the man takes everything far too seriously. Logan agrees but admits that he now understands what Hinckley meant. Logan says that he plans to head into town immediately because there is still work to handle, and he also wants to continue his training. However, Patrick does not seem pleased with that answer. He asks Logan something carefully, wondering if Logan dislikes him, or perhaps the people living there. Logan is confused and asks what his father means. Patrick explains that other people can easily take care of the aftermath of the war. Logan replies that although that may be true, he would feel more satisfied handling it personally, since he already has plans in mind. Patrick then asks Logan whether that plan is truly so urgent that he must keep working endlessly and worrying the people around him. At this point, it no longer sounds like a simple conversation, but rather a father giving firm advice to his son. Patrick finally issues an ultimatum. For the next week, Logan is forbidden from both training and working. If Logan tries to ignore that order, Patrick warns that he will exclude him from all family matters for the foreseeable future. Logan asks what exactly he means by that, but Patrick begins pushing him out of the office, while insisting that it is for Logan's own good, and telling him to get some rest. Just then, someone can be seen running toward them while calling out Patrick's name. The person turns out to be Dwayne. When he notices Logan standing there as well, he remarks that the timing could not be better. Patrick immediately tells him to stop and not say another word. However, Dwayne insists that the matter is urgent. Logan quickly steps in front of his father and tells Dwayne to speak. Patrick looks ready to scold them both, but Dwayne explains that whatever argument they are having should wait because they need to hear this message first. He says that the news comes from Kalia. Hearing that name immediately makes both Patrick and Logan become serious again. Logan asks if Dwayne means Kalia, as in Wiccan Kalia. Dwayne confirms it. According to the message, 200 soldiers from Kalia's forces, including their knight commander, have arrived in McLean territory and have formally requested to transfer under Logan's command. On the day of King Roger's coronation, the punishments for the defeated faction of the Civil War were officially announced. Most of the nobles involved escaped with relatively light penalties, such as heavy fines or strict limits placed on the number of troops they could maintain. However, nobody expected the two marquisates that supported the losing side to survive at all. Even then, the king's decision exceeded everyone's expectations. King Roger explained that the two marquises were placed in a position where it was extremely difficult for them to disobey the orders of powerful dukes. Because of that circumstance, he chose to spare their lives. Instead of execution, he demoted both of them to the rank of count and confiscated half of their territories. The entire hall was stunned by this announcement. On top of that, the two former marquises were ordered to serve under the Esperanza Knight Order for 10 years. Logan glanced toward Felix after hearing the verdict, and Felix quietly admitted that he already knew about the decision beforehand. Felix lowered his head and explained that those two nobles had merely been manipulated by the greed of Jordan and Juan. According to Felix, They themselves were not truly greedy men, and warriors with their level of power were valuable national assets. Losing them entirely would have been a waste for the kingdom. Logan understood the reasoning behind that judgment. After all, if the kingdom was going to face the Empire in the future, they would need every capable fighter available. Still, Logan never expected that even the greatest knight of Kalia would eventually appear as well. Wiccan Kalia would surely not be pleased about that development. Patrick then asked Dwayne how many soldiers had arrived. Dwayne calmly replied that the total number was 201 men. Hearing that figure left both Patrick and Logan stunned. Logan remarked that this was nearly double the number of knights McLean currently possessed. Patrick immediately pointed out that integrating such a large group of warriors, including their elite knights, would cause serious complications. Managing them all could become extremely difficult. At that moment, Logan suddenly had an idea. He told Patrick that the situation might not be as troublesome as it first appeared. Patrick asked whether Logan already had a solution, and Logan began explaining his plan to him. Later that day, Logan summoned all the newly arrived knights to the training grounds of the McLean estate. Standing before the gathered soldiers, Logan introduced himself and assumed they already knew who he was. The crowd confirmed that they did. Among them stood a man who snorted impatiently. This was George, the former commander of the Kalia Knight Order and an advanced knight. He seemed pleased that formal knight training was about to begin. Before leaving Kalia territory, Georgie had already discussed this decision with his former lord. In his chambers, Wiccan Kalia appeared unhappy about the situation. It was actually Kalia himself who suggested that George leave and serve under McLean instead of continuing to follow a weakened master. However, George remained loyal in his own way. He believed that by proving himself within McLean, he could repay his lord's grace and avoid disgracing the title of Kalia's knight commander. In his mind, he would rise to become an important figure within the McLean forces. Back in the present, Logan announced that this gathering marked the first training session for the newly reorganized McLean Knights. To begin, he said they would start with a simple and casual greeting used by the McLean Order. Hearing this left many of the Kalia Knights confused because they had no idea what to expect. What followed was something far from ordinary. The knights were forced to carry each other on their backs like pack animals before climbing the side of a mountain. When one knight finally reached the top, a Macklin knight was already waiting there. As soon as he arrived, the Macklin knight spat directly in his face. George ended up collapsing onto the ground after completing the brutal climb. He stared upward in disbelief and wondered if these people were simply messing with him. However, when he looked around, he realized that everyone had gone through the same ordeal. That made him ask whether these bastards actually trained like this every single day. It suddenly became clear why people often said that even the mid-ranking knights of McLean's could threaten high-ranking knights elsewhere. After this brutal introduction, Logan calmly announced that since the greeting ceremony was finished, the next step would be learning the Iron Blood Sword, a mid-tier sword technique belonging to the McLean Knight Order. Logan explained that each pair of Kalia Knights would be assigned a McLean Knight as their instructor, and they were to treat that instructor as their personal master while training. George immediately assumed that someone of his rank as an advanced knight would surely be trained directly by a noble. In his mind, this was a rare opportunity to improve his skills. When he turned around to greet the person assigned as his teacher, he introduced himself politely. Standing before him was Henderson, a high-ranking McLean knight, who calmly said that he was pleased to meet George. The unexpected assignment left George momentarily stunned. Earlier, Logan had specifically called Henderson to speak with him privately. Logan told him that he should have talked with him sooner, which left Henderson confused and asking what Logan meant. Logan explained that he had heard Henderson became a high-ranking knight during the recent war. Henderson confirmed that it was true, but said he had simply been lucky. Logan replied that he was sorry for not noticing sooner, and admitted the news caught him off guard. He said he had always expected 3 other people to reach that level first, most likely referring to Eileen, Victor, and Ronian. Henderson shook his head and said it was nothing because he had believed the same thing himself. He pointed out that those 3 had managed to catch up to the 15 years of training he had undergone in just a few short years. In his opinion, all of them would eventually become high-ranking knights as well. Logan responded that even so, Henderson was still the first among them to reach that rank, and he should feel proud of it. Logan also mentioned that Henderson was highly respected among the knights, and that everyone had voted for him to become the next knight commander. Henderson, however, admitted he was not certain he deserved such a position. Logan then surprised him by posing a challenge. Considering everything they had just discussed, Logan asked Henderson who he believed should become the next knight commander between himself and George. Henderson clearly had not expected such a question. Meanwhile, George was currently undergoing intense training. After repeatedly practicing the new technique, he was nearly out of breath. Henderson praised him, saying it was impressive that George had progressed so far in only 10 days. George tightened his grip on his sword and thanked Sir Henderson, saying it was all because of Henderson's guidance. Henderson shook his head and said the credit belonged to George's hard work alone. George then asked Henderson why he treated him so kindly. Henderson replied that he was simply following orders. George pointed out that not long ago they had been enemies on the battlefield. Henderson explained that only about 30 knights in the order were originally from McLean. The rest had joined later, just like George had. Hearing that made George lower his gaze in embarrassment. He admitted that he felt ashamed because he had originally expected to receive a high position immediately after arriving. Henderson replied that such a possibility still existed. After all, George was an advanced knight, and their lord valued talented individuals greatly. George then asked Henderson how he personally felt about the situation. The question caught Henderson off guard. George wondered whether Henderson truly had no objections. Henderson answered calmly that a knight simply follows orders, and that his own opinions did not matter. As long as the knights of McLean grew stronger, he did not care who held the position of command. He said this with a cheerful smile that made him seem almost saint-like. George opened his mouth as if to say something, but stopped himself at the last moment. Instead, George suddenly bowed deeply and declared that he, George, former commander of the Kalia Knights, swore to follow Sir Henderson as his superior knight. Seeing this unexpected display left Henderson unsure how to respond. He awkwardly asked George what exactly he was doing. Watching this scene from a balcony above, Logan remarked that it seemed the knights from Kalia would integrate into McLean's forces quite well. Logan then told his father that they had also found their new knight commander. Patrick agreed that Henderson was an excellent knight. However, Patrick admitted that he had always imagined Ronian becoming their next commander instead. Patrick explained that if Logan eventually inherited the house, it would make sense for Ronian to lead the army as his brother. Hearing that made Logan pause because he had never really thought about inheriting the house in that way. At that moment, Logan told Patrick that he intended for Ronian to inherit Patrick's title instead. Patrick reacted with shock and disbelief. He looked almost upset and demanded to know what Logan was talking about. Logan calmly explained that Ronian was perfectly qualified for the position. Patrick refused to accept that reasoning and argued that Logan had already done far too much for the McLean family. Logan then revealed that he was aiming for something far greater than simply leading the house. Patrick immediately asked what Logan meant by that, but Logan replied that he could not reveal his plans yet. He assured his father that Patrick would understand everything eventually, just like before. Logan said that when the time came, everything would become clear. Patrick still could not comprehend what Logan was planning. As they spoke, someone nearby was secretly listening to their conversation from behind a wall. Patrick continued questioning Logan, while the hidden listener clenched his fist tightly. That eavesdropper turned out to be Ronian, who now began wondering whether he might be standing in the way of his brother's future. Later, Patrick tells Logan that now that the issue with the knights has been resolved, Logan should finally get some rest. Once again, however, Logan seems reluctant to follow that advice. Patrick insists that Logan should take a proper break and asks if he is really going to act as if nothing happened. Logan laughs and says that he is not pretending. Of course, with Logan there is always a but, something Patrick clearly does not want to hear. Logan explains that there are still many problems that need to be addressed, so they should hold a meeting first. He promises that after the meeting is finished, he will finally take a vacation. In the end, Patrick gives in once again, and a meeting is called. Later, inside the estate hall, Patrick grips the marble railing with one hand and announces that the first general meeting of House McLean will now begin. Logan begins by saying that since the war has ended and their house has been elevated in rank, many new changes must be addressed. They will discuss each issue and slowly figure things out. Soon, someone raises a hand. It is Clayton, who reports that he has made progress in the research direction Logan proposed earlier. Because of this progress, Clayton says they will require additional funding to continue their work. Next, Hamar speaks up, explaining that the workshop needs far more workers if they want to increase crossbow production. He says they need at least 3 times as many craftsmen as they currently have. Dwayne then loudly adds that the administration office desperately needs more personnel because they can no longer keep up with the paperwork. Patrick listens and realizes that all of these requests involve important decisions. Logan begins thinking through the matters one by one. First is Clayton's research, which concerns the Crownet project and the idea Logan proposed about infusing ordinary metal with magic. Once that research is completed, they may eventually be able to mass-produce magical artifacts. The second issue is Hamar's workshop. Their crossbows have already become famous throughout the kingdom, which means they must prepare to manufacture them in much larger quantities. However, with their current workforce, such production would be impossible. To solve that problem, they will need to recruit more dwarves to work in their forges. Logan also reflects on how their territories have expanded dramatically after their recent victories and rewards. They now control around 20 castles, which means they require far more people to manage everything. Logan asks if anyone else has requests. At that moment, he notices another hand beginning to rise. It is Ronian's hand. Ronian wants to speak, but the words seem stuck in his throat. Logan encourages him to speak freely. Ronian finally explains that because of their growing reputation, many merchants and refugees have started entering their lands. However, this growth growth has also brought problems such as theft and burglaries. Several nobles nod in agreement and mention that their soldiers have already been struggling to deal with these incidents. Ronian then proposes a bold solution. Instead of having regular soldiers handle public security, they could establish a special security force dedicated solely to maintaining order. This force could be led by older soldiers and retired knights, allowing experienced warriors to oversee local safety. The suggestion surprises everyone in the room, including Logan. Ronian explains that this policy change could significantly improve their ability to maintain order throughout their territories. Logan immediately realizes that Ronian has independently come up with a system similar to the security structures used in large cities within the Empire. Logan feels proud of his brother and tells him that it is an excellent idea and that they will implement it. He instructs Ronian to take charge of the project and even suggests that Ronian begin by governing one of their castles to establish the system. Ronian initially looks excited and says he will do his best, but only a moment later his enthusiasm fades. Logan notices the sudden change in Ronian's mood and wonders why he looks so down. Seeing Ronian staring at the floor, Logan decides that he will have to talk to him privately later. Logan then shifts the discussion to administrative matters. Recruiting more staff will not be difficult, but he asks Dwayne exactly how many people they need. Dwayne estimates that around 30 additional officials will be required. Philip adds that these new officials must be capable of starting work immediately. Dwayne then raises another suggestion. Since the people gathered in the room are those Logan trusts most, he proposes that they choose the individuals who will govern each castle from among themselves. Hearing this, Patrick quickly understands what Dwayne means. Dwayne is suggesting that the castellans for the new castles be appointed immediately. Patrick asks Dwayne if he would like to nominate someone. Dwayne jokingly suggests himself, which makes Patrick laugh and say, of course, he can stay and oversee the administration. Another person raises his hand. Damien proposes an additional idea. They could allow nominations for castellans, but they should first establish clear guidelines. Damien suggests that knights be sent first to the newly acquired territories in Kalia and Taran. Logan and Patrick both wonder why that would be necessary. Damien explains that newly conquered territories, especially ones that once opposed them, will likely resist their authority at first. Therefore, assigning knights as castellans would help stabilize those regions. According to Damien, intermediate ranked knights should be sufficient for that task. Patrick praises Damien's proposal and says they will take the suggestion into account. Logan listens quietly while remembering Damien's role in his previous life. Back then, Damien was the brilliant strategist of the freedom fighters. Now he simply looks pleased that his idea has been accepted. The contrast between this life and Logan's past memories feels striking. Logan decides that he will eventually give Damien a more important responsibility. Patrick then announces that they will begin selecting castellans according to Damien's idea, so everyone should start suggesting candidates. Soon, the room fills with raised hands as everyone eagerly nominates people. Patrick laughs at the enthusiasm and remarks that everyone seems eager for responsibility. Logan jokingly says that they might as well consider themselves proto-nobles at this point. Patrick looks proudly at the group of loyal people surrounding him. Only 3 years ago they controlled a single castle, yet now they oversee an entire network of territories. Patrick can hardly believe how much they have grown. He places a hand on Logan's shoulder and tells him that all of this success exists thanks to him. Logan looks toward his father and smiles. It is clear that Patrick feels incredibly proud of his son, and Logan cannot help feeling proud of what they have built together. The scene then shifts to the royal palace. Archduke Felix Esperanza is walking through the quiet corridors of the palace when he encounters one of the guards. The guard informs him that the king is already aware of his arrival and invites him inside. With a respectful bow, Felix enters the king's chamber. Inside, he sees King Roger seated at his desk, writing something carefully. From the look of it, the young king has been busy working. However, as Felix observes him more closely, something else catches his attention. The king's cheeks are slightly red. It appears he has been drinking alcohol. Felix asks him if he is really drinking this early in the day. The king laughs it off and jokes that the strict sword duke is already chasing after him. He lifts the glass in his hand and tells Felix that he should relax a little because the drink is only meant to calm his nerves. Felix asks what nerves he is referring to. The king replies that he has been thinking about his brothers who died during the Civil War and is drinking to commemorate the past. He explains that he spent most of his life living in his brother's shadows, constantly struggling just to survive. Now that everything is over and he has finally gained his freedom, he feels like he deserves to celebrate at least a little. Felix clearly wants to lecture him about his behavior, but before he can say anything, the king asks why Felix came to see him in the first place. Just then, someone knocks on the door. A guard announces that he has brought what the king requested. Felix turns toward the door and sees the king suddenly looking very pleased. Moments later, several maids enter the room. They are all dressed elegantly and carry trays of food, as if they are preparing a feast. From the looks of it, they might not have been brought here only to serve food either. Felix looks around the room and asks what exactly is going on. At that moment, a butler steps forward and pours another drink into the king's glass. The king mentions that Felix probably has not seen this man before. He explains that the man previously worked in the palace and was known for being very good at reading people. Because of that talent, the king decided to appoint him as his new chamberlain. The man politely bows toward Felix and greets him respectfully before introducing himself as Cleo. Seeing this development leaves Felix looking genuinely unsettled. As he watches the scene unfold, a troubling thought crosses his mind. What exactly is happening to the young king of Grandia? The scene then shifts to the McLean administrative office. Dwayne is seated behind his desk, while several administrators sit around a long table, carefully reviewing stacks of documents. Some of them glance toward Dwayne as the work continues. Fabian approaches and hands him a bundle of papers. Dwayne thanks him and praises the quality of his work. The documents appear to concern the harvest report from Castle Tesseran and the construction of the defensive wall around the town, matters Dwayne had already been expecting. Despite the smooth workflow, the other administrators clearly seem uncomfortable with Fabian's presence. Another administrator suddenly interrupts and asks Dwayne to wait a moment. He points out a small error in the budget calculations and suggests using Rohiter's cross-checking method to prevent similar mistakes in the future. Unfortunately, Dwayne admits that he has never even heard of such a method. Lockman laughs and says he will gladly teach it to him. Dwayne agrees and once again praises both Fabian and Lockman, saying that even though they are newcomers, they have already helped him tremendously. Lockman politely thanks him and says they simply want to serve their lord well for giving them this opportunity. Fabian adds that Dwayne should not hesitate to ask if he ever needs assistance. These two men are demi-barons, former administrators who once served the houses of Douglas and Valterman. The original MacLean administrators watch this interaction with obvious displeasure. Later that evening, inside a tavern, one of those administrators slams his mug of beer onto the table in frustration. The three of them sit together, complaining about the situation. One of them asks why they had to hire nobles to assist them in the first place. As commoners, it now feels like they will have to bow their heads to those nobles from now on. Another man replies that this is probably exactly what will happen. One of them remembers how excited they were during the meeting a month earlier when they heard new staff would be hired. They had received hundreds of applications, and even though the workload was exhausting, they were happy about the help. What puzzled them most was that almost all the applicants turned out to be nobles. One man explains that the war devastated their lands, forcing many noble administrators to seek employment elsewhere. The others say they already knew that. However, the worst part, according to them, is watching Dwayne handle those nobles every day. Even though they are nobles, they still have to work under Dwayne's authority. One of them quietly admits that while Dwayne never complains, it must be extremely difficult for him. Sometime later, Dwayne is summoned to Logan's office. Standing before Logan, he reports that the newly hired administrators are doing excellent work. In fact, he even admits that Lockman and Fabian might be more capable than he is. Logan asks if he truly believes that. Dwayne lowers his gaze, clearly ashamed, and says that he honestly does. Logan simply brushes the comment aside and thanks Dwayne for everything he has done, preparing to dismiss him. However, Dwayne does not leave. Instead, he stands there silently, staring at the floor. After a moment, he gathers his courage and asks Logan if he may say something. Logan tells him to go ahead, but Dwayne struggles to speak. With a tear or perhaps sweat running down from the corner of his eye, Dwayne finally says what has been weighing on him. He tells Logan that he wants to retire. The words completely shock Logan. He jumps up from his chair and almost shouts, asking why Dwayne would even consider such a thing. Dwayne explains that ever since Sir Hinckley stepped down from his position, he began thinking about his own situation. Still looking down, he quietly says that perhaps it is time for him to step aside as well. Logan immediately argues that Hinckley did not truly retire. He now trains the new soldiers. But Dwayne replies that this is not the same situation. Recently, he has begun feeling that his usefulness has run its course. Logan starts sweating in confusion and asks what he means by that. Dwayne explains that the new administrators are clearly more capable than he is. From an organizational standpoint, having a commoner placed above nobles of greater skill may create tension. He apologizes to Logan for causing trouble. Logan quickly says that the real mistake was his own for failing to notice how Dwayne felt. He asks him to pause and think things over carefully before making such a decision. Dwayne remains uncertain, unable to say anything more. Several seconds pass in silence, with Logan thinking deeply while Dwayne keeps staring at the floor. Suddenly, Logan shouts as an idea strikes him. He announces that the solution is simple. Dwayne will become a noble himself. That way, the problem disappears entirely. Dwayne is stunned by the suggestion. Logan walks over and places an arm around his shoulders, explaining that both he and Patrick had been careless. The loyal workers who stood beside them throughout the war deserved proper rewards, and failing to recognize that was their mistake. Dwayne points out that Logan already used all the noble titles the king granted him. Logan laughs and replies that if he asks King Roger for a few more baron titles, the king will surely agree. Dwayne hesitates and says that doing something like that might look like abusing his authority. Logan dismisses the concern and says it is perfectly fine. He is willing to take the blame himself if it means properly rewarding the loyal people who fought beside him. Later, the scene shifts back to the royal palace. Felix stands outside a door, thinking about the strange conversation he just had with the king. Earlier, when he was inside the room, His Majesty tried to justify his drinking by saying it was part of a ceremony, According to the king, it was the final rite of the 2-7-fold ceremony, and Felix should allow him this indulgence. Felix immediately questioned that explanation. He reminded the king that the 2-7-fold ceremony exists to honor the 9-fold heavens, with 3 days devoted to each god in remembrance of the dead. Felix could not understand how drinking excessively in the middle of such a solemn ritual could possibly be considered part of the rite. The king cut him off before he could continue, saying that Felix worried far too much and that he was perfectly capable of controlling himself. Hearing that left Felix speechless. He closed his mouth, clenched his fist, and ultimately bowed his head to apologize. The king then glanced down at the drink in his hand and remarked that they had become sidetracked. He asked Felix why he had come to see him in the first place. Felix explained that he wanted to discuss what their next move should be regarding House Wolves. The king lifted his glass again, while Cleo watched him with an unusual expression. The king replied that the matter would be addressed soon. In his opinion, although House Wolves had wronged him, demoting them and confiscating half their lands should already be sufficient punishment. Felix could not ignore the feeling that Cleo was influencing the king's decisions more than expected. Now, walking through the palace halls, Felix tries to convince himself that the king simply needs time. Roger has endured tremendous loss, and perhaps he only needs a chance to grieve before returning to his normal self. At least, that is what Felix wants to believe. At that moment, someone approaches him with urgent news. A servant informs Felix that a communication from the Crown Channel has arrived. Felix asks why such a message is being brought to him instead of the king. The man explains that the message concerns His Majesty. Felix immediately understands the situation and orders the message to be brought to him. Meanwhile, at the Mlan estate, Logan activates one of the magical communication channels to speak with the king. He expects to greet King Roger, but instead, Felix appears on the other end of the connection. Felix remarks that it has been a while since they last spoke, and his tone clearly shows that he is not pleased. He tells Logan that the king is currently occupied with other matters, and that Logan should speak with him instead. Logan asks what is going on. Felix, visibly irritated, places a hand on his forehead and mutters that nothing has happened, at least not yet. Logan becomes confused and asks what he means by that. Felix dismisses the question and tells Logan not to worry about it. Instead, he asks Logan why he initiated the communication. Logan explains that his request is simple. He briefly describes the situation and tells Felix that he only needs a title, not land or additional rewards. Felix listens and confirms that Logan is asking only for the noble title and nothing else. Logan says that is correct. Felix replies that he will speak with the king on Logan's behalf, but he warns Logan to remember something important. This will be the last noble title Logan will be allowed to grant. Logan acknowledges the condition and agrees. The communication then ends. After the connection closes, Logan takes a deep breath and relaxes. However, he cannot stop thinking about Felix's strange behavior. Felix was clearly angry, but something about him felt different than usual. He even ended the conversation abruptly without saying goodbye. Logan cannot shake the feeling that something serious must have happened in the palace. Before he can think about it further, the door bursts open, and Dwayne rushes inside with tears in his eyes. Overcome with emotion, he runs straight toward Logan and hugs him tightly, thanking him again and again for what he has done. Logan, on the other hand, looks completely overwhelmed and tries to pry Dwayne off him. Dwayne declares that he will serve House McLean until his very last breath, while Logan repeatedly yells at him to get off from him. Later that night, another scene unfolds. A young woman dressed in a white gown approaches a carriage while her escort knight nervously asks her to wait. He looks worried and asks if she is truly leaving, saying that if something goes wrong, he might be blamed for it. The woman calmly enters the carriage and tells him it cannot be helped. After the war, their house was ruined, and even though her father knelt in the royal palace for 4 days begging for mercy, it changed nothing. Still, she insists that this is not the end. She says she still has one lifeline remaining. The woman reveals herself to be Reena of House Wolves, Logan's former finance who betrayed him. The next morning at the McLean estate, Logan stands before a group of administrators while reading from a formal scroll. The document describes someone who has greatly contributed to the success of House McLean. Of course, the person being praised is Dwayne. Logan continues reading that for his dedication and loyal service, Dwayne is officially awarded the noble title of Baron, with the decree signed by His Majesty Roger von Grandia himself. As soon as Logan finishes reading, the entire room erupts with excitement. The administrators rush forward to congratulate Dwayne, many of them hugging him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Dwayne's eyes fill with tears as he repeatedly tries to thank Logan, but struggles to get the words out. Lockman steps forward next to congratulate him as well, while Fabian stands behind him smiling warmly. Dwayne looks both relieved and deeply grateful. Soon the entire room begins cheering for him. Watching the celebration, Fabian quietly remarks that in this house, even commoners can rise to nobility through loyalty and ability alone. Looking at Logan with calm pride, Fabian tells Lockman that choosing to come to McLean was clearly the right decision. Lockman nods in agreement. Later that day, A sensory aptitude test is being held for new recruits. Logan watches the event and notes that not only administrators, but also many soldiers have applied to join their forces. Thanks to Eileen's suggestion, they have also begun accepting female applicants, which has made the recruitment process much more lively. Hinckley stands beside Logan and explains that since they started using the test, Logan suggested, many new soldiers have begun awakening their internal force. He says he hopes they will discover many talented recruits today. Logan points towards several candidates and remarks that he can already sense a faint trace of force in some of them. Hinckley follows his gaze and points toward a particular girl, asking if Logan is referring to her. Both of them had noticed the same person, which surprises Logan. He cannot believe that Hinckley can also sense such a weak internal force that is not even being outwardly displayed. Logan had always believed he was the only one capable of detecting something so subtle. Hinckley explains that after losing his own force, his senses have become much sharper. Because of that heightened sensitivity, he can now detect the potential in others more clearly. He says that this role suits him well because he can now identify who will eventually become a knight. Logan quietly reflects on Hinckley's words. Becoming more sensitive to force after losing it is something Logan has never heard of before, not even in his previous life. Then, a realization strikes him. It is extremely rare for a knight to survive losing their force. Yet Hinckley managed to do exactly that. Logan suddenly remembers his own situation. In his previous life, he died, which means his force was completely destroyed at that time. Yet after regressing into this life, he gained extraordinary senses that surpassed normal perception. If he could truly understand how this phenomenon worked, he might even awaken aura sooner than expected. While thinking about this revelation, Logan suddenly feels a sharp pain in his head. Hinckley notices the change in his expression and asks if he is alright. Logan quickly replies that he is fine and claims he only felt slightly dizzy. He tells Hinckley that he will head out for a moment. Hinckley says he will send him the full report from the recruitment test later. Logan immediately runs into the forest. Watching him leave, Hinckley wonders if Logan is feeling unwell, but he notices that Logan's force feels stronger than ever. Meanwhile, Logan continues running deeper into the woods, thinking he must find an isolated place where he can attempt to activate his force. However, his plans are suddenly interrupted. He runs straight into Patrick, who asks why he is in such a hurry. Logan explains that he was heading out to train. Patrick asks if he plans to train alone. At that moment, Eileen also appears, running toward them from the forest. Patrick then asks if she is doing the same thing as Logan. Logan asks Eileen what is going on. Eileen reports that among the new female recruits there are several promising candidates. Logan asks if she means the tall girl they noticed earlier. Eileen confirms that she does and says there are others as well. Patrick watches the two of them talk about work and suddenly sighs in annoyance. He asks if they are always like this. Both Logan and Eileen look at him in confusion, and Logan asks what he means. Patrick bluntly explains that they are a young couple who constantly talk about work. Then he asks them directly when they plan to get married. Later, beside a quiet river, Logan sits alone with Lux resting near him. It seems he ran away from that awkward conversation. He assumes that Eileen must be angry again, but suddenly she appears behind him. To his surprise, she does not look angry at all, though she is clearly blushing. Logan immediately apologizes and says he embarrassed himself earlier. Eileen smiles softly and tells him it is fine, because she was also surprised, but at least she did not run away like he did. Logan apologizes again, but Eileen says she did not come here for an apology. That statement surprises him. Then she asks him directly when they will get married. She says they should at least decide on a date so that situations like earlier will not happen again. Logan blushes intensely. Then Eileen asks an even more direct question whether he actually does not want to marry her. Hearing that makes Logan panic. Sweating nervously, he loudly insists that this is not the case at all. Realizing how he sounded, he quickly calms down and apologizes again. Eileen sighs with relief and admits she briefly thought her fiancé had rejected her. She brushes her hair aside while Logan struggles to find the right words. Finally, he says that Eileen is simply too good for him, and that is why he worries their marriage might not work. Eileen asks why he believes that. Logan fidgets awkwardly and explains that there is far too much work waiting for him. He will likely be busy for at least the next 5 or 6 years, which means he might become a terrible husband. He apologizes sincerely. Eileen listens quietly before answering. Once again, she surprises him. She says that if Logan will be so busy, then he will need someone beside him to stabilize everything. While Logan focuses on his responsibilities, someone must maintain the household and keep everything running smoothly. Logan argues that such a life would be unfair to her, but Eileen gently asks why. She reaches out and places her hand on his cheek. She tells him that a man who understands his own flaws can still become a wonderful husband. If all his hard work is meant to protect their house and people, then it only means she will be busy as well as both his knight and his wife. Logan stares at her, completely flustered. Slowly, he places his hand over hers and admits that he had been thinking about everything the wrong way. He calls himself a fool for not realizing it sooner. Then Logan leans forward and kisses Eileen, Their reflection shimmers together in the clear water of the river as he finally tells her that he wants to marry her. Meanwhile, Reena finally arrives at her destination. Just as we expected, she has reached the McLean estate, and she quietly observes how much the place has changed since the last time she was there. The knight escorting her suggests that they should return instead, reminding her that she already annulled her engagement with Logan. However, Reena calmly says that she did not come here for Logan in the first place. She tells her knight not to worry, and confidently claims that Logan could never have forgotten her. While the McLeans were busy reorganizing their territories after the war, a new rumor had begun spreading throughout the capital, Grand. The rumor said that the runaway count, Caron Wolves, had returned. He was the noble who vanished during the battle, yet now he had disgracefully returned and was kneeling before the crown. In the royal palace, he shouted desperately, begging the king to listen to his plea. Chiron offered to surrender all the remaining property of his house, saying that he only wished to repent for his past mistakes. In return, he begged for only one thing, his life to be spared. After kneeling there for 4 days, the king finally delivered his judgment. An envoy read the royal decree aloud, announcing that the king would accept the proposal made by House Wolves. At first, Chiron felt relief, but the decree continued with conditions he never expected. His house would be demoted to a viscounty, restricted to a single town, and all other territories would be surrendered to the crown. Even so, House Wolves managed to survive. Back in the present at the Macklin estate, Reena asks her knight Rockfern what he thinks about her appearance. Wearing a black and white dress, she asks whether she looks like someone going through difficult times. Rockfern answers that she looks perfect, but he hesitates and reminds her that Logan now has a fiancé. He asks whether her plan will really work. Reena calmly replies that being engaged does not make a man blind, making it obvious that she is talking about Logan. She confidently explains that Logan followed her around ever since they were children. Even when he proudly ended their engagement, she believes he could not hide his sadness. Otherwise, she asks, why would he have fought so fiercely just to obtain 3 million gold? In her mind, that money was desperately needed. She reminds herself that her father already did everything possible to preserve their family's survival, so now she must do what she can to restore their house. Soon, footsteps approach the room. Reena turns her head, believing Logan has arrived. The door opens, and she quickly clenches her skirt while preparing a charming smile. She begins greeting him warmly, saying it has been a long time since they last saw each other. However, her words stop halfway through when she notices something unexpected. Logan has entered while reading a document, not even looking at her. Only after finishing a line does he raise his eyes and casually say that it truly has been a while. He apologizes briefly, explaining that he is extremely busy with many responsibilities. Reena politely acknowledges that. Logan then asks what reason brought her there. Reena explains that she came to apologize for her past mistake and hopes to rebuild a relationship between their two families. Logan calmly responds that if she truly intends to reconcile, something important is missing. He asks whether Viscount Wolves himself should not be present, deliberately emphasizing the demotion of her house. Reena pauses before replying that her father is currently indisposed after struggling to protect their family. Logan sighs and remarks that this is unfortunate, adding that Chiron Wolves likely could not bear to bow his head before an old friend and his son. Logan then bluntly states that House McLean does not need assistance from House Wolves. Reena admits she is aware of that. Logan stands up and concludes that if that is the case, the conversation is finished. Reena quickly panics and asks Logan not to leave yet, saying there is still more to discuss. Logan tells her to speak quickly because he has no time to waste. Realizing her initial approach failed, Reena tightens her grip on her skirt and begins acting more emotional. She bites her lower lip and suddenly begins crying, saying she came to beg for Logan's help. She asks him to remember their past together and help her struggling family. Tears stream down her face as she blushes dramatically. Logan looks momentarily surprised, and Reena immediately realizes she has caught him off guard. She wipes her tears and apologizes softly, claiming her emotions overwhelmed her. Beneath her lowered hair, she secretly smiles, convinced Logan has not forgotten her. Rockfern notices that familiar expression on her face, while Logan struggles with sudden flashes of painful memories from his past life. Reena continues speaking, explaining that although House Wolves has fallen into hardship, they were once one of the kingdom's greatest merchant families. Their distribution networks and commercial knowledge still exist. Logan does not see the relevance, but Reena presses her hand against her chest and explains her proposal. If McLean partners with them, they could sell the new weapons developed by House McLean and generate profits 30 times greater than the costs. Realizing what she is trying to do, Logan grows irritated. He stands up from the couch and tells her that McLean can handle trade on its own. He asks her to leave. Desperate, Reena asks him to wait and reveals her final card. She offers her hand in marriage. If they marry, she explains, their families will be permanently bound together. Logan walks toward the door even faster, waving casually and thanking her for the offer, but saying he is not interested because he will be getting married soon. Reena smiles faintly and asks if this is because she once broke their engagement. She blames Duke Douglas, claiming he pressured her at the time, and even says she has documents proving it. Logan does not care and continues walking toward the exit. Seeing that nothing worked, Reena suddenly drops to her knees and begs Logan to stop. She asks if he never truly loved her. The question only makes Logan uncomfortable. Reena pushes further, saying that if his concern is his current fiancé, she would willingly become his concubine instead. She promises she would do anything he asks. Instead of reacting angrily, Logan suddenly bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Reena looks confused and asks if he is alright. Logan apologizes while wiping a tear from his eye, still laughing slightly. With his hand on the door handle, he calmly tells her that he has absolutely no interest in her anymore. Then he opens the door, politely tells her to take care on her way back, and leaves her kneeling on the floor. Soon after, Reena and Rockfern leave the room as well. As they walk through the corridor, Reena accidentally bumps into someone and falls to the floor. The person immediately apologizes and asks if she is alright. Ironically, the person she collided with is Eileen, Logan's fiancée, who politely says she should have been watching where she was going. Already frustrated, Reena angrily slaps Eileen's hand away and walks off with her knight, leaving Eileen confused about what just happened. Logan then appears from behind a nearby wall and asks Eileen if she came looking for him. As Reena walks away down the corridor, she hears Eileen speaking behind her. Eileen tells Logan that her mother invited the three of them to have tea together. Logan replies that he would be happy to join them tomorrow. Eileen tells him he does not need to force himself if he is busy, but Logan answers that when it comes to Eileen, there is no such thing as being too busy, because they are family. Hearing that conversation makes Reena furious. She storms away and slams the door behind her. Watching her leave, Eileen comments that Reena seems like a strong-willed woman and jokingly wonders if she might make a good knight. Logan, clearly annoyed, agrees that Reena certainly has a strong will. Eileen then asks about the documents Logan was reading earlier. Logan glances at the paper and explains that he has been considering the creation of a merchant guild for House McLean. Eileen sounds surprised, but quickly becomes excited, asking if that is why Logan has been so busy lately, and whether she can help him somehow. Logan reassures her that it is fine, and says he can assign the task to someone else. Inside his office, Logan has already gathered all the necessary documents and brings them to someone waiting there. The person sitting across from him is Philip, who looks completely stunned. Philip cannot believe that Logan is actually entrusting this responsibility to him. Logan calmly confirms that he is doing exactly that. He explains that he could not think of anyone better suited for the task, especially after seeing how Philip managed the Emporic situation earlier. Logan genuinely believes Philip has a natural talent for selling and managing trade. Because of that, Logan wants Philip to become the head of the McLean Merchant Group. Philip still looks unsure and asks Logan if he is truly serious about placing such trust in him. He wonders how Logan can rely on him so blindly. Then Philip suddenly remembers the contract that binds the two of them. His life technically belongs to Logan, which makes him someone Logan can easily trust. Logan then explains his first plan for the Merchant Group. He intends to start by selling the surplus grain stored in McLean's territories, which alone should generate at least 10 million gold. Logan tells Philip that all the required documents have already been prepared. He will also provide him with servants, guards, and workers to assist with the operation. Logan then casually reveals something that leaves Philip speechless. He tells Philip that he has 100 million gold coins in reserve that Philip can use however he sees fit to build the merchant group. Philip cannot even comprehend such an enormous sum of money. Logan adds that Philip will receive a commission of 0.5% of the profits, which immediately makes Philip stand up in shock. Philip asks Logan directly what he truly expects from him in return for such resources. Logan replies that he only wants two things. The first is obvious. He wants the merchant guild to become profitable. The second requirement, however, is much more serious. Logan wants Philip to establish trade routes and strong connections inside the empire. Hearing that request leaves Philip momentarily speechless. He points out that many major merchant guilds already trade with the empire, but Logan's wording suggests something far deeper than ordinary trade. Philip says that if Logan is speaking so directly about it, then he must be referring to something beyond normal commercial relations. Logan quietly notes that Philip is very perceptive. Philip then asks how deep Logan wants those connections to go. Logan replies that they must be deep enough to allow the exchange of information, or perhaps even secure unwavering loyalty from influential figures. Logan admits that achieving something like that would be extremely difficult. In Logan's previous life, the legendary merchant known as the Gold Bug eventually became one of the 10 richest men in the world, but Logan knows he cannot expect that level of influence from Philip yet. Philip now belongs to House McLean, which makes him an outsider in the empire. The situation is very different from the past, when the Gold Bug had abandoned his homeland to gain status inside the empire itself. For now, Logan simply wants to build influence within several imperial provinces before the inevitable war arrives. Philip tells Logan that such a mission will require both time and manpower. He explains that he would need at least 5 years and a powerful ally inside the empire to help establish these connections. If Logan can provide someone like that, Philip says he will attempt the task. Hearing this makes Logan sweat slightly. He then tells Philip that the person he already invited fits that description perfectly. Philip is shocked and asks if Logan has already contacted such a figure. Logan confirms that he has. Philip realizes that only a handful of people in the entire kingdom possess the influence required for such connections. One of them was Bifrost, who died during the previous war. Another powerful merchant family was House Wolves, which has now fallen into ruin. That leaves only one other major family capable of providing such access. At that moment, the story briefly shifts to another scene. A desperate man can be seen begging Marion to save their family from ruin. Marion listens to him, but can only lower her head with sadness. Later, while walking beside Logan, Marion tells him to ignore those people. She explains that she has already said everything she needed to say as their daughter, implying that her duty toward them is finished. Logan reminds her that those same people abandoned them during the war with Taran. Despite that, Logan says he will not ignore them entirely. There is still something he intends to gain from them. Hearing that leaves Marion confused, unsure what Logan is planning next. Later, Logan asks Philip to offer his greetings and points toward the man who will assist him in his new task. Standing there is Veron Kairos, the successor of the powerful Kairos merchant group and the leader of the merchants who will support Philip's work. Philip looks surprised and asks if this is truly the Kairos family, the famous grain merchants. Logan smiles and asks if that is not an excellent connection to start with. He then prompts his uncle to greet Philip properly and introduces Philip Claude as the head of the new McLean merchant group. Veron shakes Philip's hand but immediately makes a sharp remark, saying that at least Philip has a surname. He then asks Philip directly whether he is a noble. Philip calmly answers that he is only a commoner and does not even know who his ancestors were. Hearing that makes Veron frown slightly. He turns to Logan and asks if he really expects him to serve under a commoner. Logan simply asks whether Veron dislikes that idea. Then Logan reminds him that he probably cannot afford to refuse, adding that if Veron truly had the luxury to complain, it must mean the Kairos family is doing quite well after all. Realizing he has little choice, Veron reluctantly shakes Philip's hand again and says he will do his best to support him. Philip politely replies that he looks forward to working with Veron. A few days later, the banners of House McLean fly proudly above the estate as dozens of carriages prepare to depart. People in the nearby city watch the convoy with curiosity, asking what all those wagons are for. Someone explains that they belong to the newly formed merchant group and that Philip will be leading them. Just then, someone calls Philip's name from behind. Turning around, he sees Logan and Dwayne approaching. Philip says there was no need for them to come all the way out just to see him off. Logan replies that since he was the one who pushed Philip into this mission, it is only right that he personally says goodbye. Logan then adds that he also has something to give Philip before he leaves. Philip looks confused, unsure what Logan means. Logan pulls out a piece of paper and says that Philip forgot something important. When Philip sees it, he freezes. The document is his contract, the magical agreement that bound his life to Logan. As Logan holds the paper between his fingers, Philip cannot understand what is happening. Without hesitation, Logan tears the contract in half right in front of him. As the paper splits, a faint magical light appears and fades away, showing that the contract's binding power has been completely nullified. Logan tells Philip that although it is a bit late, this is his reward. Logan admits that he nearly forgot how much Philip has done for him all this time. Beside them, Dwayne smiles proudly and gives Philip a thumbs up. The gesture overwhelms Philip with emotion. Tears begin to well in his eyes as Logan formally calls him Philip, head of the McLean merchant group. Philip wipes his tears but cannot hide his feelings. With determination in his voice, he promises Logan that he will do everything in his power to succeed. Logan and Dwayne simply smile at him as the convoy of merchant carriages finally leaves the castle. After watching the convoy disappear into the distance, Logan remarks that now that Philip has departed, it might be a good time to inspect their newly acquired territories. Dwayne asks whether Logan plans to travel to Kalia personally. Logan shakes his head and says that he will actually be heading to Taran instead. Hearing that surprises Dwayne, who asks why Logan would want to visit such a barren wasteland. Logan reminds him that Mechlin territory used to be just as barren in the past. Dwayne then wonders if Logan plans to build another dam there like he did before. Logan says that might be possible, but first he needs to go there and check something for himself. As Logan watches the merchant convoy leave, Ronian approaches him. It looks like Ronian has been searching for him for quite some time. Logan assumes he came to see Philip off and asks if that is the reason he is here. However, Logan quickly notices something strange. Ronian looks messy, covered in dust, and clearly exhausted. Logan immediately asks if he is sick. But after observing him more carefully, Logan realizes that something else is going on. Ronian is not weak, he is actually much stronger. In fact, Logan can sense that Ronian has reached the level of a high-ranking force user. Logan asks him what kind of training he has been doing, and warns him not to push himself too hard. Ronian calmly replies that it has nothing to do with training. He says he simply found the answer after changing his mindset. Because of that realization, Ronian has made a decision. Ronian tells Logan that he intends to leave on a warrior's pilgrimage. Such a journey is a wandering trial, where a warrior travels the world to sharpen both combat skills and personal judgment through experience. Although it sounds honorable, Many who attempt it die along the way, which is why it has become rare in modern times. Logan cannot understand why Ronian would willingly choose such a dangerous path. Ronian explains that he has been thinking deeply about his place in the family, and feels there is nothing meaningful left for him to do here. Logan immediately questions what he means. Ronian already trains the knights and manages the security of their lands, but Ronian insists that those are tasks Logan himself could easily handle. They are not truly what he is meant to do. Logan slowly realizes that this dissatisfaction must be what led Ronian to make his decision. In truth, Ronian would likely awaken Aura soon, even if he remained here. Logan then asks him directly who put this idea in his head, who convinced him to leave. To Logan's surprise, Ronian says the answer is simple: Logan himself. Ronian explains that it has always been this way. Logan has become the pillar of their family, but even before that, he was always Ronian's anchor. Whenever their family faced hardship, Logan was always the first person to step forward and protect them. Because of that, Ronian always stayed behind and trusted that Logan would handle everything. That faith carried him through countless battles, but now he believes it has become a burden holding him back. Ronian confesses that if things continue like this, he will eventually become someone who only depends on Logan. He believes that would ultimately hold Logan back as well. Hearing this makes Logan struggle internally. He wants to deny Ronian's reasoning. Instead, Logan tells him the opposite is true, that he himself might be the one preventing Ronian from growing further. In Logan's previous life, Ronian was destined to become the youngest aura user in the kingdom, a result of the family's relentless effort to restore its former glory, but that future never happened. Ronian awakened his force much earlier in this life and began learning the divine sword techniques, yet somehow he seems to have lost the burning motivation to grow stronger. Logan remembers the tragic fate Ronian suffered in the past when he was killed by the Empire. Now that same brother stands before him asking for his blessing. Logan wants to say something to stop him. However, after a moment of silence, he simply smiles. He realizes that the Ronian standing in front of him now is not the same Ronian from his past life. The next morning at dawn, Ronian prepares to depart. Logan asks if the small amount of equipment he packed is really all he needs. Ronian replies that it would have been nice to receive a grand farewell ceremony, but he promises he will only be gone for a short time. Marion, their mother, immediately questions that claim, reminding him that such pilgrimages can take years. She asks why he must go through something so dangerous. Ronian laughs softly at her worry. Marion reminds him how many nights she cried when he left for battle in the past. Patrick jokingly remarks that when he went to war, she only told him, "Good luck." Ronian gently explains to his mother that this journey is necessary not only for himself, but also for their family. Realizing she cannot change his mind, Marion begins to cry and begs him not to do anything reckless. Ronian reassures her, even though Logan silently knows that danger will certainly await him. Still, Marion calms down enough to embrace him tightly. Ronian smiles warmly and tells his family that he will be leaving now. Patrick wishes him good luck, and Marion asks him to send letters whenever possible. As Ronian walks away from the estate, he notices someone waiting further down the path. A voice calls out, asking how long it takes to say goodbye. The person waiting there is Victor, who has already prepared a horse for Ronian. Victor says he thought Ronian might forget that today was the day he planned to leave. The two stand face to face like brothers from other mothers. Victor warns him not to slack off during training. Ronian replies that when he returns, he will defeat Victor with one hand. Victor mocks him and asks if he will even survive the journey, reminding him how dangerous the world truly is and calling him a spoiled brat. Ronian laughs loudly at that and says everyone keeps underestimating him. Victor smiles as well. The two of them bump their fists together before Victor finally wishes him luck on his journey. Deep in a workshop hidden within the woods, the loud echo of metal striking stone fills the air. A hammer repeatedly hits a block of rock as someone carefully chisels away at it. The person working is Hamar, who is completely focused on finishing another sculpture. As he works, he mutters that he can finally see the end of his 142nd noir. At that moment, Logan walks into the workshop and asks Hamar who exactly the statue represents. Without looking up from his work, Hamar explains that it is a woman he once loved 200 years ago, a beauty so extraordinary that even his current skill cannot perfectly recreate her. Logan curiously asks if she was really that beautiful. Hamar immediately replies yes and tells Logan to stop distracting him because the eyes are the most important part of the statue. However, Logan steps even closer to inspect the sculpture, which only irritates Hamar further. That moment of distraction causes Hamar to strike the wrong pressure point on the stone. In an instant, the entire sculpture cracks and collapses, ruining the piece he had worked on for so long. Logan quickly insists that he did not actually do anything. Hamar angrily asks why Logan even came to see him in the first place. Logan calmly places a hand on Hamar's shoulder and says it looks like Hamar has plenty of free time now. Then he tells him that they need to go on a trip together. Hamar stands there silently, tears forming in his eyes as he looks at the destroyed statue. Later, the group is traveling across a vast stretch of barren desert toward an abandoned mining site. Hamar is clearly irritated with Logan and asks if this is really what Logan calls a trip, since there is absolutely nothing around them except sand and empty land. Hamar then notices Clayton traveling with them and asks how he ended up dragged into this situation as well. Clayton miserably explains that he has already spent all the money allocated for the Magic Tower research. Hamar cannot believe that amount of funding could disappear so quickly. Clayton says he had no choice because experimental materials alone cost millions, and most experiments fail anyway. As Clayton begins crying in frustration, Hamar awkwardly tries to comfort him. Logan watches the scene and asks why they are acting like this when he already promised to support Clayton's research. He reminds them that if they successfully develop the Taran lands, the wealth they gain will make millions of gold feel like pocket change. Logan then asks them why they look so doubtful. After all, Taran used to be the kingdom's greatest mining city. Hamar responds that while that was true, it happened 200 years ago. Today, the area is nothing but barren land filled with abandoned mines. He asks what they could possibly hope to gain from such a place. Logan suddenly begins laughing and asks them what they think might still be hidden underground there. Without waiting for their answer, he declares that they are going to mine mana stones. Hearing that immediately changes both Clayton and Hamar's reactions. Clayton stares at him in disbelief and asks if there are really mana stones buried beneath this wasteland. Hamar, now completely energized, immediately asks where he should begin digging. Logan points toward them and proudly declares that the reason they came all this way is to find those mana stones. Clayton and Hamar slowly realize that Logan never actually confirmed that mana stones truly exist here. He might simply be guessing. In their minds, they start calling Logan a bastard for dragging them all the way into the desert without any proof that the mana stones are even there. Mana stones are considered the lifeblood of the magical world. They are essential materials used to create artifacts, magical scrolls, and communication orbs. Nearly every form of sorcery depends on them as a consumable fuel source, which makes their value immense, so immense that the discovery of a mana stone deposit can completely transform the fortune of an entire nation. However, this kind of discovery is also a dangerous double-edged sword. Revealing such a resource can easily attract the attention of powerful empires and accelerate an invasion. Even knowing this risk, Logan believes it is worth taking. From the memories of his past life, he knows the Empire invaded the kingdom specifically because mana stones were discovered in Taran. If he can claim those deposits first and complete the research on the Crownet, Taran could become the greatest weapons manufacturing center on the entire continent. After thinking through this plan, Logan turns toward Clayton and Hamar and simply tells them that it is time to begin digging. The project soon begins inside the abandoned mines of Taran. Clayton takes command of the excavation, summoning his earth golems to perform the heavy labor. The massive constructs smash through stone walls with their powerful fists, clearing pathways deep underground. Hamar watches the progress with growing satisfaction, noting that the operation is proceeding surprisingly smoothly. As the golems break through layers of rock, Clayton carefully uses his magic to stabilize the tunnels. With precise spells, he solidifies the surrounding earth and reinforces the walls to prevent collapses, ensuring the tunnels remain safe for the miners who will eventually work there. After some time, Logan enters the mine to inspect their progress. He brings food with him. Carrying supplies, he prepared himself for the workers. Watching Clayton control the operation impresses Logan greatly. He praises Clayton for his incredible ability to simultaneously stabilize the ground while controlling 40 golems at once, a display of magical skill that few mages could match. With this level of efficiency, Logan believes it will not take long for the mines to become fully operational. Clayton estimates that at their current pace, they could restore 120 mine shafts in just 4 days. During a break, the duo sit down to eat the sandwiches Logan brought with him. The moment they taste them, both Clayton and Hamar are completely stunned by how good the food tastes. Hamar jokingly remarks that Logan is unexpectedly talented at cooking for a nobleman, a skill he never expected him to possess. Clayton nods in agreement. Logan nearly reveals too much and begins explaining that he learned to cook back when he was a mercenary, but he quickly stops himself and changes his story, and casually claims that he once knew a mercenary who happened to be an excellent cook. Clayton looks puzzled by that explanation and wonders what kind of mercenary spends his time perfecting recipes in the kitchen. Several days later, the group descends deep into the 82nd mineshaft. They have been searching tirelessly for signs of mana stones, and Clayton urges everyone to keep moving because he believes they are getting close. Suddenly, he stops and presses his hand firmly against the stone wall. His expression instantly changes to one of complete shock. Before Clayton can even explain what is happening, Logan asks if he senses something unusual. Clayton spreads his hands across the rock surface, his eyes wide with disbelief. After a moment, he confirms that the energy flowing through the stone is unmistakable. The wall contains a vein of mana stones. Overcome with excitement, Clayton begins shouting about the discovery, until Hamar quickly tells him to quiet down before he brings the entire tunnel crashing down. Logan shares their excitement as well. After all the effort, they have finally found the resource that will shape Taran's future power. At the same time, back at the McLean estate, Dwayne is working in his office when a communication orb suddenly activates. Logan appears on the other side of the magical connection, looking looking messy and frantic. Dwayne is startled by Logan's appearance, but Logan immediately begins issuing orders without giving him time to ask questions. Logan instructs him to hire every available worker from Haroon, including as many dwarves as possible, and send them to Taran immediately. He emphasizes that it does not matter if they must pay more than usual, they desperately need manpower. Though confused by the urgency, Dwayne follows the orders without hesitation. Soon, a massive workforce arrives at Taran, 5,000 laborers and 152 dwarves. Logan organizes the massive operation, ensuring that food supplies, tools, and materials are ready for the large-scale mining project. During this time, he also contacts his master, Felix, through a communication orb to report on the development of Taran. Felix praises Logan for his dedication in rebuilding the abandoned mining region. When Felix asks whether Logan discovered anything valuable, Logan deliberately hides the truth about the mana stones and instead claims he only found deposits of steel and copper. Meanwhile, the arriving dwarves are introduced to Lord Hamar, who begins guiding them around the site. Logan then shifts the conversation toward the king's response to his earlier reports. Felix asks if Logan has not received a direct reply from the king again. Logan explains that he has not contacted the king directly because he believed it was more appropriate to report through Felix. Realizing that Logan does not know about the king's current situation, Felix chooses to hide the truth. Instead, he reassures Logan that the king views his efforts very positively, although the tone of his voice leaves Logan somewhat curious. Unfortunately, Felix also brings troubling news. The crown's finances are currently strained, so the royal court cannot provide any direct financial support. Logan silently wonders how the crown could be struggling after seizing the wealth of House Wolves. He remembers how poorly dressed Reena looked when she visited him, and wonders if their family truly had far less wealth than expected. In the end, Logan sighs and decides not to complain to his master. However, Felix soon delivers incredible news. The king has agreed to exempt Taran from all taxes for the next 10 years. Logan is so shocked and thrilled that he nearly crushes the communication orb in his hand. When Felix asks about the cracking sound he heard, Logan quickly dismisses it and requests that the tax exemption be officially written into law. Felix promises to take care of it. Logan then sets the orb aside and celebrates, while Felix wonders where Logan suddenly disappeared. Before ending the conversation, Felix insists that Logan visit the capital in a few months for a private discussion. When Logan asks if the matter is too sensitive to discuss through the orb, Felix confirms that it is. Logan agrees to the meeting, and once the connection ends, he bursts into celebration over Taran's tax-free future. A little later, Clayton approaches Logan, who is still visibly excited. Clayton hesitates before speaking. After nervously rubbing the back of his neck, he explains that if the mine is properly developed and they maintain a steady supply of mana stones in the future, he hopes a portion of those resources could be allocated to the magic tower. Logan immediately agrees without hesitation. Clayton is stunned by how easily Logan accepts the request. Logan explains that the magic tower and the workshop will receive the first share of mana stones, while the remaining supply will be sold through secret channels. Clayton becomes overwhelmed with happiness and clasps his hands together, excitedly saying that they will become the first tower with such access. Logan places a reassuring hand on Clayton's shoulder and reminds him that the Earth Magic Tower and House McLean are partners for life. Seeing Clayton so emotional, Logan adds another suggestion. Clayton should consider relocating the magic tower directly to Taran. Having the mana stones close at hand would make research much easier. Of course, Logan secretly hopes this will also accelerate research on the Crownet project. Clayton, deeply moved by the offer, promises to seriously consider moving the tower. Meanwhile, Hamar is far less thrilled about the idea of sharing the city with a group of wizards. He asks Logan why the magic tower must be involved after he has already finished planning everything for the workshop. Logan quickly tries to persuade him by describing a grand vision. In the future, Taran will become a massive mining city, with Hamar's legendary workshop standing at its very center. The magic tower and the workshop will cooperate to mass-produce top-tier magical artifacts. Logan tells Hamar that he will become the master of this legendary facility. As Hamar imagines this future, he begins daydreaming. In his mind, dwarves are cheering his name while praising him as the great workshop master Hamar, the legendary craftsman who turned Taran into the greatest city of artisans on the continent. He imagines dwarven warriors celebrating him, beautiful dwarf women admiring him, and craftsmen from across the land praising his achievements, completely lost in the fantasy of becoming a living legend, while Logan also praises, saying Hamar is so cool. Hamar then proudly laughs and agrees to redesign the entire plan immediately. Watching him rush off enthusiastically, Logan smirks to himself, noting just how easy it is to motivate a dwarf when you promise him glory. Sometime later in the office, Hamar stood in front of Logan and began giving the report for the second week of Taran's construction. He explained that the construction of the key outer fortress points was mostly finished, and the houses for the workers were already completed. He also said that the preparation for the mine development was nearing completion as well. Logan stood across the table listening and told him that, as expected of Hamar, his work was amazing. Logan then stepped closer and placed his hand on Hamar's shoulder, as if he was about to ask something. He paused for a moment and raised one finger, while explaining that behind the northern mountain range there was the Tenon River, and to the south flowed the Luther River. Hearing this, Hamar immediately started to panic as he asked what about that and why he was bringing it up. Logan remained cheerful, and said that if a dam was built connecting those two rivers, then Taran would become truly prosperous. At that moment, Hamar realized the scale of the work behind that idea, and his mind went blank from the pressure. He grabbed his head in panic and kept repeating that he did not know what to do. Logan still had a smile on his face and asked what was wrong, while reminding him that the Grand Magic Workshop Master's base would become prosperous. Hamar, however, had already dropped to his knees and kept complaining in frustration, as he saw Logan as nothing less than a devil. The Magic Stone Mine, the development of Taran, and Crownet's research were all progressing as planned. Logan understood that once these were completed, the territory's development to stand against the Empire would finally be finished. What remained after that was gathering information and strengthening the kingdom's military power. He held his chin and felt a sense of amusement as he thought about how 4 years ago everything had felt completely hopeless. The situation back then had been unstable and uncertain, yet now things were finally moving forward in a clear direction. But in the middle of that thought, he suddenly stopped himself and forced his mind to settle down. He reminded himself that he needed to stay calm in moments like this, and that he could not afford to repeat the same mistakes as before. He kept telling himself to stay calm again and again. However, his face did not reflect any of that calmness. Instead, his expression turned into something far more sinister. Watching him like that, Hamar completely lost his composure. Panic took over his mind, and he shouted loudly, convinced that his master had finally gone crazy. The scene then shifted to the king's palace, where the king sat inside, continuously drinking as he chugged his alcohol again and again without stopping. After a while, he placed his glass on the table and looked ahead where his butler Cleo was standing. He asked about the drink, saying it tasted good, and wanted to know its name. Cleo, holding the bottle in his hands, explained that it was called Flamma and that it was one of the Empire's finest wines. Hearing the name, the king reacted with slight surprise, as Cleo calmly poured him another glass and added that Flamma meant flame in an ancient language. The word flame triggered a thought in the king's mind, and his expression shifted slightly. He held his drink for a moment and then calmly asked Cleo what he thought about Logan Mlan. Cleo was clearly surprised by the sudden question, but still answered properly, explaining that Logan Mlan had ended the Civil War and was the greatest contributor who placed the king on the throne. The king agreed with that statement and admitted that Logan was someone he should be grateful to and someone he should thank. However, deep down, he felt that something about Logan was off, and it left him with a strange and uneasy feeling. Trying to relieve that tension, the king decided to take a walk through the palace and was accompanied by the Esperanza knight Louise, along with several other high-ranking knights for security. As he walked through the palace grounds, he felt that the fresh air helped him calm down a little. His thoughts returned to Logan Mlan as he reflected on his own behavior, thinking that he might have been too sensitive about Logan's actions recently. Even during the meeting, he had failed to control his expression when Logan was mentioned, and the ministers had noticed it. Even the royal advisor, Felix Esperanza, seemed to have picked up on it. Thinking about his late father, he admitted to himself that he still had a long way to go. Suddenly, a sound came from the bushes, and in the next instant, several black cloaked figures launched an ambush on the king. Louise immediately recognized them as assassins and prepared himself while one of them gave a clear command to kill the king. At that signal, all of them rushed forward at once. Louise ordered the other knights to focus on protecting the king, while he moved to intercept the attackers. He quickly assessed their strength and counted 3 high-level and 15 mid-level enemies. Without hesitation, he charged up his red aura and decided to eliminate the mid-level ones first. He burst forward into the group and cut down 3 assassins in a single strike. Even after being struck down, the assassins did not stop and continued pushing toward the king. Their leader charged his aura and rushed forward, insisting that no one retreat and that the king must be killed. However, in the middle of his charge, he sensed something was wrong and turned to the side only to find Louise already upon him with his aura-charged sword. In a single instant, Louise cut off his right arm. Before he could finish him, other assassins interfered and disrupted his movement. Seeing the situation turn against them, the head assassin realized they were losing and immediately ordered a retreat. The remaining assassins began to withdraw at once, while Louise chased one of them down. At that moment, the escaping assassin suddenly pulled out a piece of paper, tore it, and threw it toward Louise. Realizing it was a magic scroll that would summon a lightning spell, Louise instantly changed direction and rushed back to the king. He shielded the king with his own body and took the full impact of the lightning strike himself. When the king opened his eyes, he found himself completely unharmed, but the attack had vaporized the bodies of the dead assassins, leaving nothing behind. Louise was visibly frustrated as he lamented the loss of the enemy bodies and immediately ordered 2 guards to check if anything had been left behind. The guards searched but found nothing at all. One of them pointed out that such an attack had happened right in the middle of the palace, and everything around them was scorched. Another guard questioned why the assassins had not used such a powerful scroll from the beginning. The king remained on his knees as one of the guards wondered where all the garden guards had gone, and how so many attackers had managed to sneak inside. After a moment, The king called for Louise and asked him who he thought would become king if he were to die in that situation. The question left Louise shocked and silent, as it became clear that the king had already reached a dark conclusion of his own. The scene shifted back to the mining site where Hamar was busy instructing the workers and directing them through their tasks. The place was active and everything was moving under his supervision. Nearby, Logan stood slightly apart, focused on a communication orb as he spoke to someone on the other side. His expression showed clear confusion as he tried to process what he was hearing and questioned whether His Majesty truly suspected him. On the other side of the orb was Felix, who calmly confirmed the situation. He explained that the assassins from the previous night were all mid-level or higher force users, and there were clear traces that the palace guard shift schedule had been tampered with. According to him, only Logan and Felix had the capability to pull something like that off. Hearing this, Logan grew even more confused and asked if the king had directly pointed at him. Felix clarified that the king had not said it openly, but had instead asked him to speak with Logan. Logan's thoughts immediately turned restless as he tried to make sense of it. He could not understand why the suspicion had fallen on him after everything he had done to place the king on the throne. The idea that he would now try to kill the very person he helped rise made no sense to him. Despite that, he quickly decided that he needed answers and told Felix that he wanted to meet the king directly and understand the reason behind this suspicion. Felix remained silent for a brief moment before responding. After thinking it through, he agreed and said he would make the necessary preparations. Logan was caught off guard by that wording and immediately asked what he meant by preparing. Felix then explained that the king had made it clear that Logan would not be allowed to meet him alone. He stated that Felix himself had to be present during the meeting in case anything happened, and that someone would be needed to restrain Logan if necessary. Hearing that, Logan's hand tightened into a fist as the weight of the situation finally settled in. What initially seemed like a misunderstanding now felt far more serious. He realized that things had already escalated beyond his expectations, and the situation was far more complicated than he had thought. Soon, the scene shifted to the Grand Royal Palace. Inside the throne room, Logan and Felix were kneeling before the king. Logan greeted him respectfully, noting that it had been a while. The king sat on his throne with a clear sense of arrogance and responded in the same tone, addressing him as Duke Logan. His gaze toward Logan carried obvious hostility, something he was not even trying to hide. Logan immediately picked up on it and understood that the king was openly uncomfortable with him. Logan brought up the recent unpleasant incident and expressed that he was glad the king was unharmed. However, the king suddenly questioned whether that concern was truly sincere. The question caught both Logan and Felix off guard. Logan responded in confusion, but the king continued with an awkward smirk and suggested that perhaps Logan was not relieved at all and might even be disappointed instead. Felix was visibly shocked by those words and reacted, but Logan stayed focused and directly asked if the king was implying that he was the mastermind behind the attack. The king did not answer directly and instead brought up how the McLean family was still increasing its forces even after the Civil War had already ended. He pointed out that Logan already stood at the top among the kingdom's subjects and questioned what reason he had to continue building power. Hearing that, Logan paused as the realization hit him that from the king's perspective, it could indeed look suspicious. He admitted to himself that he had assumed the king would fully support him and had not thought deeply about how it might appear. Still, he believed that everything he was doing was ultimately for the sake of the kingdom. Logan then rose from the ground, deciding to speak more honestly. He revealed that he believed the empire would eventually invade the kingdom. The king reacted with confusion and questioned whether there was any evidence behind that claim. Logan explained that it was still a suspicion, but based on past imperial succession wars, there was a pattern where the empire invaded neighboring countries after succession ended, with the probability being over 70%. The king acknowledged that it was a high probability, and both Felix and Logan listened closely to his response. However, the king's expression suddenly shifted into anger as he pointed out that no subject should gather forces to the point where the king himself could no longer interfere. Felix stepped in and explained that the Mclan family was responsible for the southwest border and was simply fulfilling its duty. Despite that, the king's face showed that he was not pleased with the explanation. After a moment, he admitted that his words had been excessive. Felix let out a quiet sigh, while Logan simply observed him. Felix then advised the king to reduce his drinking. Hearing that, Logan realized this behavior might be related to the king's current state. The king rested his head against his hand in frustration and responded that he would handle that matter himself. Felix immediately apologized. The king then tried to ease the situation by saying that he had likely been overly sensitive, and that if he could not trust Duke Logan, then there was no one else he could trust, especially considering Logan was the one who made him king. Even so, as Logan looked at him, he could clearly tell that the king was still wary. The words sounded reassuring, but the doubt remained. Logan understood that if things continued like this, the distance between them would only grow until he completely fell out with the king. Sometime later, Logan was using a communication orb while discussing the idea of catching the assassins. On the other side was Damien, who sounded confused by the question and did not understand why Logan was asking him something like that. He reminded Logan that he was only an administrator chosen for writing poetry well. Logan remained serious and slightly worried as he thought about the situation. He had already discussed this matter with Felix, the Esperanza Knights, the Royal Inspection Unit, and even the Master of the Royal Magic Tower, yet none of them were able to find any trace of the attackers. That left only one option in his mind: Damien, or more precisely, the strategist of the Independence Army from his past life, the man known as the Evil Brain. Logan told him not to feel pressured and asked him to share anything that came to mind after hearing the situation. Damien hesitated at first, but then began thinking it through. He spoke about how assassinations and attempts on rulers were usually desperate acts. Logan agreed, saying that everything depended on whether such attempts succeeded or failed. However, Damien pointed out that this case felt different. Despite deploying so many people, the attackers had retreated too easily, and yet the cleanup was unnaturally perfect. Hearing that, Logan started to realize something, and came to the conclusion that from the beginning, they had not intended to kill the king. Damien agreed with that possibility. Logan then questioned why such an incident would be staged if not for assassination. Damien explained that when an incident had no clear reason, the one who benefited the most was usually the culprit. But if there was no visible benefit, then the real aim was to harm the one who would suffer the most from the incident. At that moment, everything clicked in Logan's mind. He stood up from his seat as the realization hit him that he himself was the target. From the orb, Damien noticed the sudden reaction and asked what had happened. Logan explained that he had already been pointed out as the mastermind behind the incident. Damien immediately connected the situation and concluded that framing a powerful noble for attempting to assassinate the king would create exactly the kind of conflict they wanted between Logan and the king. Logan then asked Damien where he would escape if he were the culprit. Damien thought for a moment and replied that he would not run at all. That answer surprised Logan, and he pressed further. Damien explained that there was no clear identification of the attackers, and magic tracking would not work. Once the masks were removed, no one would recognize them. If they had failed to leave the capital immediately after the incident, then they would hide within it and avoid detection. He added that even though hiding in plain sight was possible, it would not work in a crowded place for someone missing an arm. The most likely hiding spot would be somewhere relatively secluded where such a condition would not stand out. He concluded that the slums outside the outer wall were the most probable location. Following that reasoning, Logan headed toward the slums. While looking over the information he had gathered, he focused on the one clear clue: the culprit had lost his right arm during the battle. According to the Information Guild, there were 7 people in the slums missing a right arm. The search was carried out together with the Esperanza Knights, headed by Louise. As Logan moved through the narrow alleyways, he considered the possibility that if they still could not find anything, then the enemies might have already escaped earlier. As he turned into one of the alleys, he noticed 3 beggars sitting in a line. Without hesitation, he used his force to scan them, and immediately detected that all 3 were force users. Their energy, though suppressed, was clearly unnatural. Logan approached them while they continued acting like ordinary beggars and begging for coins. He played along and put his hand into his pocket before pulling out 3 gold coins. In the next instant, he infused the coins with his force and launched them as attacks. 2 of the coins struck perfectly, taking down their targets, but one of them managed to escape. The one who escaped was the captain of the assassin group, the one missing his right arm. He fled desperately by leaping across rooftops, trying to create distance as fast as possible, while realizing that the one chasing him was none other than Logan Mlan himself. Before he could get far, Logan appeared behind him and struck again, this time severing his remaining arm. The assassin let out a scream and fell to the ground instantly. Lying there in fear, he faced Logan, who pointed his sword toward him and confirmed his identity as the one without the right arm. However, instead of surrendering, the man suddenly began laughing in a terrifying and unhinged manner. His body started to dissolve into a dark mist as he rejected the idea of being called a mere assassin. Within moments, he completely vanished, leaving nothing behind. Logan stood there in the darkness, trying to process what had just happened. But before he could fully react, his hand began to shake violently, and his sword slipped from his grip and fell to the ground. He covered his face and struggled to breathe as the realization hit him. The air itself had been a trap, and it was now filled with poison. Logan stood in the alleyway, his senses sharpening as he realized the entire environment was laced with poison gas, thick and creeping through the air around him. Reacting instantly, he launched himself upward using his wind boots, escaping the suffocating cloud below. Mid-air, as his body twisted slightly, the right side of his face came into view, his cheek already turning an unnatural shade of green from the poison. A curse slipped through his thoughts, bitter and annoyed, as he recalled that even in his past life, poison had only ever appeared at the very end, never this early, never this aggressively. He landed on the rooftop without hesitation and immediately activated his force, channeling it inward to purge the toxin from his body. The process was gradual but visible, the green mark spreading across his neck and right cheek beginning to fade little by little. Within seconds, the discoloration completely vanished, leaving his skin clear again as if nothing had happened. Logan exhaled softly, realizing he had successfully forced the poison out of his system. His gaze then dropped toward the alley below, his expression tightening as the situation settled in. The assassins were gone. Not a trace of them remained. Down in the alley, the green poison gas still lingered, swirling faintly in the confined space, and his sword, Lux, lay abandoned on the ground. Staring at it from above, a wave of frustration crept in, the entire situation starting to feel absurd, almost maddening. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the king's chamber, where Logan knelt before the throne, recounting what had happened in the alley. He explained that the assassins were dead, and the king questioned in disbelief, realizing that every single assassin had killed themselves. Logan lowered himself into a respectful bow, admitting that it had all happened in an instant, leaving them with no chance to identify their affiliation or uncover the mastermind behind the attack, and he offered a formal apology to the king. The room fell into a tense silence as the king's face hardened, his displeasure evident before he muttered that it was, as expected. Still bowing, Logan felt a chill run through his thoughts, realizing how suspicious the situation must appear, the kind of outcome that could easily turn suspicion toward him. For a brief moment, it seemed inevitable that the king would question his loyalty, but then, unexpectedly, the king told him to raise his head. Logan looked up, only to find the king smiling warmly, his tone softening, as he reassured him that it was not his fault, that it simply meant the enemy's preparation had been thorough. The king's expression brightened further as he praised Logan for his efforts, calling him by his title and acknowledging his hard work. Both Logan and Philip were visibly taken aback by the sudden shift in attitude, the tension dissolving too quickly, too neatly. Logan, still trying to process the moment, responded with a confused but polite thanks. The king then rose from his throne, admitting that after going through a major incident earlier, he might have been overly sharp. As he approached Logan, he spoke with surprising humility, asking forgiveness for his shortcomings as a ruler. Stopping in front of him, he placed a firm hand on Logan's shoulder and, with a reassuring smile, expressed that there was no one else he could trust if not Logan. Beside them, Felix watched the exchange unfold, his face lighting up with genuine happiness as he addressed the king, clearly moved by the moment. Yet Logan's reaction was far from relieved. As he looked at the king's face, something felt off, a subtle unease creeping into his mind, as if the warmth in front of him didn't quite align with reality. He stood there silently for a brief moment, processing the feeling, before casually brushing it aside. Letting out a light laugh, he scratched the back of his head and thanked the king for his trust. The king laughed along with him, and soon the atmosphere in the chamber eased, the tension dissolving as laughter spread across the room, making it seem, at least on the surface, like everything had settled back to normal. Later, King Roger returned to his usual routine, sitting in his chamber with a glass in hand, seeking comfort in drink as the weight of the day lingered. As Cleo stepped forward and refilled his glass, he casually asked whether His Majesty had enjoyed the meeting with Count Logan. The king paused at the question, repeating the word in a low tone as if testing it before taking a sip. In the very next second, his composure snapped. The glass slammed harshly against the table, the sharp sound echoing through the room as bitterness spilled out of him. Of course he hadn't enjoyed it. His voice turned cold and resentful as he admitted that today had been nothing more than an attempt to fix his own mistake, the foolish mistake of exposing his true feelings so carelessly. His thoughts drifted back to Logan, and he reasoned that while the Grand Duke Felix Esperanza, a man who had lived his life focused on a single purpose, might not notice such subtleties, but Duke Logan certainly would have sensed his intentions. Recalling the moment, the king tried to justify his actions, convincing himself that he had done everything a ruler could, offering an apology as fully as possible. But even as the thought formed, he rejected it. That wasn't what it had been. What he had shown in front of Logan was fear, and worse, it had looked like submission. The realization gnawed at him as his frustration deepened. He questioned himself bitterly, wondering if his two older brothers, had they been the ones to ascend the throne, would have ever suffered such humiliation. The thought pushed him further into despair as he grabbed his head and leaned forward onto the table, his voice cracking under the weight of old resentment. All of it, he believed, stemmed from his past, from being the third prince, always pushed aside by his elder brothers, reduced to a powerless coward hidden away in the shadows. Cleo watched silently, his expression softening with a hint of sadness as he observed the king's breakdown. After a brief pause, he calmly poured more wine into the glass and gently urged the king to listen while he drank. Then, stepping behind him, Cleo lowered his voice and offered a suggestion, and in that quiet moment, it became clear that behind his composed demeanor, he was already setting something into motion, carefully plotting and manipulating the situation in a way that would serve his own purpose. A week later, a carriage rolled into the capital of the Kingdom of Grandia, drawing quiet attention as it came to a halt, and Damien stepped out after thanking the soldier, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he realized he had finally arrived at the capital, while nearby people couldn't help but stare in surprise, whispering among themselves as they recognized the emblem and questioned whether that was truly a McLean family carriage. Before reaching here, Damien had been sitting inside his office, lost in thought after ending a communication call with Logan, unable to understand why someone like him, a low-ranking administrator, had been summoned so suddenly to the capital, especially when the shadow of the recent assassination attempt still lingered in his mind, making him uneasy about getting deeply involved in something far beyond his position. Pushing those thoughts aside, he eventually made his way to a villa where he noticed a cleaner sweeping the entrance, and after approaching him, he asked whether it was the McLean family's villa, only for the cleaner to recognize him as Damien Nadal, the expected guest for the day, but then casually inform him that the Count wasn't present. This immediately caught Damien off guard, and when he asked where Logan had gone, the cleaner explained that a distinguished guest had arrived at the royal palace, forcing Logan to be urgently summoned. And those words lingered heavily in Damien's mind, as he wondered what kind of guest could be important enough to pull Logan away so suddenly, questioning whether such a person even existed in the kingdom right now. The scene then shifted to the royal palace, where the grand doors opened with authority to announce the arrival of a special envoy from the Ares Empire, and Count Christian Molang stepped inside with calm confidence, his long hair and striking red robe making him stand out instantly as whispers spread through the hall, with people quietly pointing out his flawless skin as undeniable proof of imperial royal blood, while he walked forward without hesitation and formally greeted King Roger with composed respect. The king, however, simply watched him in silence without showing any reaction, his expression unreadable as he asked what had brought the Empire's envoy here, and in response, Christian gestured toward his attendants, who began bringing in carts filled with gifts, explaining that, although it was somewhat late, he had come to congratulate the king on his coronation and deliver the emperor's offerings. To one side of the hall, Logan and Felix stood observing everything, and Logan quietly questioned whether it was normal for an imperial envoy to arrive so suddenly, only for Felix to respond that it was not, adding that the king had apparently known in advance, which only deepened Logan's confusion as he silently wondered why the announcement had been made so late, especially since it had disrupted the entire schedule, while Felix could only sigh and remind him that there had been a major incident recently, and the king had simply claimed to have forgotten. Logan, however, didn't buy that explanation, as he firmly believed there were certain things a ruler should never forget, especially something as significant as the arrival of an imperial envoy. As the gifts were revealed one by one, their value became impossible to ignore, with a beautifully crafted crown standing out among them, alongside rare elixirs, a fifth-class artifact designed to support health, and even gems that could no longer be mined, each item carrying immense worth and clearly reflecting the Empire's overwhelming wealth and influence. And King Roger responded with a faint smile as he expressed his gratitude, stating that such generosity deserved to be repaid, but Christian immediately dismissed the idea, calmly explaining that the Emperor did not seek anything in return. However, after a brief pause, his gaze shifted directly toward Logan, and the atmosphere subtly changed as he added that there was, in fact, just one request, before raising his hand and pointing toward him, declaring that the young hero who had resolved the kingdom's crisis, Duke Logan Mlan, had been invited to the imperial capital. The words hit with sudden weight, and Logan froze in place as shock spread across his face, his composure breaking for the first time, while beside him Felix reacted just as strongly, equally stunned by the unexpected declaration. And in that moment, Logan's thoughts spiraled in disbelief as he tried to process what he had just heard, realizing that the Emperor himself had personally invited him. The name of the ruler behind the invitation carried a weight that Logan couldn't ignore, the Emperor of the Ares Empire, Kaisus van Ares, a conqueror who had ignited imperial wars and crushed kingdoms under his rule. The very man who had once stood as the main enemy of the Grandia Liberation Front in Logan's past life. Yet despite fighting in that long conflict, Logan had never even seen his face before his death. And now that same figure had personally invited him to the imperial capital, making the situation feel unreal and deeply unsettling. Standing before him, Christian waited calmly for a response, but Logan's attention drifted elsewhere as another voice cut in, suggesting that perhaps it would be better for him to accept the invitation, and when Logan turned, he realized it was King Roger speaking, calmly adding that for the sake of easing the rift between the two nations, Logan should go. The suggestion immediately raised suspicion in Logan's mind, his instincts rejecting it outright, as he wondered if the king had orchestrated something behind the scenes. But when he glanced at Christian again, he quickly dismissed that thought, knowing the Empire would never move according to the king's wishes unless it served their own agenda, likely the complete opposite. After taking a brief moment to steady his thoughts, Logan finally gave his answer, agreeing to go but requesting time to prepare since he would be meeting the Emperor himself, and Christian accepted this without hesitation, explaining that ample time had already been granted, and suggesting that Logan attend during the spring festival next year, which would be held in the imperial capital of Assyrian. The mention of next spring made Logan pause internally, calculating the reality of the journey, as winter was already approaching and the trip itself would take nearly 3 months, leaving him with little room to maneuver. Yet he clenched his fist slightly as he accepted that there was no real choice in the matter, and with that, he gave his final response, stating that he would prepare accordingly, while both Christian and King Roger seemed visibly satisfied with his decision. Soon after, the king formally announced that preparations should begin for a welcome party in honor of Count Christian. Sometime later, Logan was seen leaving the castle without any intention of staying for the celebration, with Felix following behind him and questioning whether he truly planned to leave immediately without even attending the party. Logan simply replied that he had work waiting for him in his territory, brushing off the idea of staying, and Felix, half exasperated, questioned what could possibly keep him so busy, only for Logan to shift the tone of the conversation by apologizing and asking him for a favor to keep a close eye on the king while he was away. The request caught Felix completely off guard, prompting him to question whether Logan hadn't already reconciled with his majesty, but Logan calmly explained that this was exactly why he was asking, making it clear that his suspicions hadn't faded at all. Felix let out a quiet sigh, acknowledging that they couldn't afford another misunderstanding like before, and then brought up the imperial envoy, noting how friendly and approachable Christian had seemed throughout the meeting, recalling the way he had spoken kindly to everyone, and questioning whether Logan still believed the Empire intended to wage war despite that. Logan, however, didn't hesitate, stating with certainty that war was inevitable, and when Felix asked why, clearly confused, Logan pointed toward the gifts that had been presented earlier, explaining that elixirs, health-supporting artifacts, and rare gems that couldn't even be sold did nothing to strengthen a nation's military power. Subtly questioning the true purpose behind such offerings, Felix found the interpretation hard to accept, wondering if Logan was overthinking things. But Logan dismissed that notion, saying he didn't want to be suspicious. Yet if peace truly continued, nothing would be better. But if war broke out, then any carelessness now would turn into a devastating mistake later. Hearing that, Felix fell silent for a moment, processing the logic before finally agreeing that Logan was right, promising that he wouldn't lower his guard either. And Logan simply acknowledged that with a quiet request. As the conversation softened slightly, Felix mentioned that when Logan departed for the Empire, he would assign an escort to accompany him, which caught Logan's attention, prompting him to ask who it would be. But Felix only smiled and kept it a secret, saying it would be more fun to reveal it later, leaving Logan mildly annoyed as he wondered what the old man was planning. Felix then added, almost casually, that even if Logan stayed busy, he should visit from time to time, mentioning that Stella had been looking for him quite often lately, and Logan agreed to return once his work was finished, promising to visit again. With that, Felix urged him to get going, and Logan responded with a respectful farewell, telling him to take care before finally walking away without looking back even once. Watching him leave, Felix's expression turned serious as he quietly wished him a safe journey. A few days later, the scene shifted to the McLean estate, where the atmosphere was already tense with urgency as Dwayne walked in, carrying a heavy stack of accumulated reports, and placed them neatly on the table in front of Logan, who had barely just returned, yet was already diving straight into work without a moment of rest. Standing across from him, Dwayne couldn't help but question the situation, asking why he was in such a hurry right after arriving. But Logan simply sat down and stated that it was urgent, revealing that he would be leaving again soon, this time for nearly half a year. A statement that immediately stunned Dwayne, though Logan brushed it aside and told him to report first, promising explanations later. Dwayne quickly complied and began with the most pressing update, informing him about the whereabouts of young Master Ronian, explaining that he was currently in the Southern Empire, operating as a mercenary under the name Ron, which made Logan instantly deduce that he was likely fighting monsters in that region, while Dwayne added that Lady Marian had fainted upon hearing the news, unable to handle the shock of her son becoming a mercenary. Hearing that, Logan glanced down at the document with a quiet sigh, already anticipating the trouble it might bring, and casually remarked to himself that next time he should prepare some kind of medicine to calm her nerves before the backlash inevitably reached him, before signaling doin to Dwayne with the next report, which came from Philip. After reviewing all the reports in sequence, Logan wasted no time and headed straight to the training grounds to personally inspect the knight's progress, where he stood beside Kaisalon and observed the soldiers with a sharp, analytical gaze, asking whether these were the first batch selected 4 years ago, and upon receiving confirmation that they were indeed the ones who had initially undergone the sensory test, Logan's attention sharpened as he examined them closely with his faintly glowing yellow eyes, noting with clear approval how many of them were already capable of emitting force, a sign that a significant number would soon reach knight class level. Just as he acknowledged their progress, Kaisalon unexpectedly remarked that it was too early to be impressed, catching Logan off guard before revealing something even more shocking, that 5 of them had already awakened. Logan's reaction was immediate, his focus snapping toward the group as he questioned how that was possible in just 4 years, and demanded to know who they were, prompting Kaisalon to point toward 2 young knights within the formation, one with blonde hair and the other with brown, explaining that they had already stood out during the initial sensory test and expressing genuine excitement at how effective that method had proven to be. Logan, however, didn't share that excitement for long, as the realization hit him hard, his expression tightening while his thoughts turned darker, acknowledging that this wasn't just their success, but a method long used by the Empire itself, which had already been recruiting soldiers across the nation using the same system, making it clear that his territory alone could never close that growing gap. Resting his hand against his chin, he began thinking ahead, realizing they needed far more talent if they wanted to compete, even considering expanding this method across the entire kingdom if necessary. But before he could continue that line of thought, a sudden interruption broke his focus, as a crow flew into view and landed directly on his arm. Logan immediately noticed the message tied to its leg, and recognized it as coming from the Information Guild, while Kaisalan, slightly amused, asked if he had been raising such a bird, only for Logan to deny it. Later, Logan removed the letter and began reading its contents. The message confirmed that out of the 4 unidentified individuals Logan had requested information on years ago, 3 identities had now been verified. These were unaffiliated superhumans, individuals who, even in his past life, had reached extraordinary levels of power without ever aligning themselves with any faction. People like Victor, a noble slayer who was now under his command, and another known as Crownet, a master of massacre who had already died. Logan understood the implications clearly, as leaving the remaining ones unchecked would eventually lead them down a predictable path where within 5 years they would become mercenaries under the Empire and take part in invading the kingdom. That future left him with only 2 choices, both equally cold and unavoidable: either recruit them before anyone else could, or eliminate them before they became a threat. Sometime later, Logan sat down for tea with his father, Patrick. The atmosphere was tense as Patrick repeated Logan's proposal: find promising talents, offer them a place, and if they refused, kill them. He questioned how Logan, as the son of a marquis, could justify giving such an order. Logan remained calm and firm. He explained that under normal circumstances, he would have handled this himself, but his sudden summons to the Empire had forced him to pass the responsibility on. Patrick let out a quiet sigh, admitting that while Logan had made many unusual requests before, this was by far the most extreme. When asked for a reason, Logan stated that in the future, those individuals would inevitably side with the Empire. Patrick found it hard to accept that a possibility like that could justify killing them, but Logan didn't change his stance. He revealed that every name on the list belonged to someone who would eventually reach superhuman levels of power. That answer clearly shook Patrick. He asked how Logan could possibly know something like that. Logan admitted he had no proof, but insisted that if they were left alone, they would become a serious threat, especially one individual, Van Johnny. Patrick was left speechless for a moment, before commenting that Logan, despite being his son, had no talent for diplomacy or negotiation. Even so, he couldn't ignore the fact that Logan had always delivered results. Logan stayed humble, saying those results were only possible because others chose to trust him. As he spoke, he thought about the people supporting him: Hamar handling the city's construction, Clayton and Victoria working on magical research, Eileen training with Victor, and the steady efforts of Dwayne, Kaisalan, Damien, and Phillips. In the end, his thoughts settled on his family, his brother, his father, and his mother, the people he was trying to protect. The scene shifted as the first snowflakes began to fall across the territory, marking the arrival of winter. Logan stood overlooking the snow-covered city, quietly noting to himself that he hadn't had a single moment of rest. Without turning, he called out to Rick, asking if everything had already been packed for the long journey ahead. At the same time, deep within the frozen woods surrounding the estate, a young boy walked cautiously through the snow. A sudden rustle in the bushes froze him in place. Before he could react, a massive, enraged bear burst out and lunged straight at him. The boy shut his eyes, completely paralyzed by fear. Just before the attack could land, another figure stepped in. A man just as large as the bear intercepted it and threw a single, overwhelming punch, knocking the beast unconscious instantly. The boy slowly opened his eyes, trembling, as the man muttered that it had been a close call. He tried to thank him, but the moment he looked up, the man's sheer size and overwhelming presence made him seem even more terrifying than the bear itself. The man casually asked if he was all right and explained that he only wanted directions, but the boy, unable to handle the pressure, screamed about a monster before fainting on the spot. The man sighed and pulled back his hood, revealing himself as Luther Kale. Clearly annoyed, he muttered about the inconvenience, frustrated that all he wanted was directions to the McLean estate. By the time Luther arrived, Logan was already waiting. He welcomed him with a faint smile, clearly amused as he admitted he hadn't expected the escort his master mentioned to be none other than Duke Luther himself. Logan's attention shifted to the unconscious boy in Luther's arms, and he asked if Luther had done that to him. Luther immediately denied it, explaining that the kid had simply fainted out of fear. He handed the boy over to a nearby guard before turning back to Logan. He admitted that a smaller envoy would have made more sense for a foreign mission, but explained that Wiccan Kalia, whom Logan had defeated before, looked ready to stab him just from a glance, so Luther ended up taking the role instead. Logan smiled slightly, fully aware of why Kalia held such a grudge. He then asked Luther directly if he held any resentment toward him. Luther admitted that it wasn't easy not to, but dismissed it, saying it didn't matter anymore. All he wanted was a place to sleep, even if it was just a stable. Logan immediately corrected him, stating he would never treat a superhuman like that, and told him to ask for anything he needed. Luther tried to refuse, but his stomach suddenly let out a loud growl, making the nearby guards burst into laughter. Slightly embarrassed, he had no choice but to accept Logan's offer of a proper meal. After dinner, Luther walked through the McLean estate, still annoyed at himself for the earlier embarrassment. As he moved, his attention was drawn toward the training grounds, where he saw Logan sparring with Victor. During the exchange, Logan loudly pointed out that Victor's movements were too slow. Luther watched quietly, intrigued. He couldn't understand how Logan could remain so composed with an upcoming meeting with the Emperor. That thought brought back a memory. Before coming, Her Felix asked him a favor. He requested Luther to observe Logan, and if he found him worthy, to guide him as a senior. In the present, Luther couldn't help but question whether he even had the right to be called that. His thoughts were cut short when Logan, having already defeated Victor, called out to him. Logan asked if the meal suited him, and Luther admitted that it was excellent. Then, with a slight edge in his tone, Logan suggested that since the meal was over, they should have a duel as a bit of post-dinner exercise.